Let's pretend last night never happened. Still groggy from sleep, Chu Fei shook his aching head, his gaze falling upon a large stack of cash on the bed, struggling to grasp the reality of it all. Only when he saw Su Li, already dressed in high-end designer clothes, did he slowly begin to regain his senses. Beautiful lady, we were both drunk last night. Was it really necessary to insult me like this? Besides, do I look like someone who lacks money? Chu Fei's eyes roamed over Su Li, taking in her stunning figure. She was undeniably a natural beauty, her physique incomparable to that of any ordinary woman. Feeling his scrutinizing gaze, Su Li's face flushed red. This insufferable man had no regard for delicacy. She still felt sore from their vigorous encounter last night, and it had been her first experience. But as she thought of her future, her expression turned cold. So, what do you want? She challenged. Name a price I can accommodate you within reason. Chu Fei. As a top-tier soldier in the Daxia region, he was known as Yama among the public. Not to mention, his bank cards had no spending limits, and even the ones with limits held balances that surpassed the wealth of countless so-called tycoons. I'm not the type to sell my body. Last night was mutual desire. If money changes hands, it becomes illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen, he insisted. If you need money, just tell me a figure. Consider my treat for drinks. Need money? Su Li couldn't help but laugh. As the president of the Qiyao Group in Jiangnan City, worth hundreds of millions, did she need money? Fine. If you're treating, it's going to cost you. Let's say 100 million, that's a bargain. As Chu Fei pulled the covers aside and began to dress, he was caught off guard by Su Li's words, staring in disbelief at a stain on the sheets. At that moment, it felt as if a stampede of wild horses charged through his mind. What a disaster. This woman he met at a bar turned out to be a virgin. Moreover, it seemed he hadn't taken any safety precautions last night. Oh no! Cold sweat broke out on Chu Fei's forehead as Su Li smirked, thinking he was shocked by her price. What's wrong? She taunted. Can't afford it? Then don't make such grand claims. I'll use the money to buy you some supplements from how you performed last night. I'd say you were pretty average. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, Chu Fei couldn't let this slide. Average? What did she mean by that? Wasn't that just a roundabout way of saying he was inadequate? Without even bothering to fully pull up his pants, he dashed forward and pinned Su Li against the wall. You just called me average? Su Li's heart leaped into her throat as she faced this scarred man. Fear flickered in her eyes. She quickly glanced down and turned her head, her face burning crimson. She gathered her courage and retorted, Pervert. What do you want? If it's not enough, then it's not enough. Are you planning to go another round this early in the morning? Fine by me, you'll keep going until one of us gives in. Chu Fei admitted to himself that he was conceding, but it didn't imply he was incapable. He simply had no safety measures, and he wouldn't want to end up like one of those melodramatic TV characters who had to face the responsibilities of a child they never intended to have. All right, just name your price, and we'll pretend this never happened, all right? Su Li smirked, a hint of disdain crossing her features. What's wrong? Did you just back down? I thought you were more impressive. Chu Fei, unbothered by her attitude, began to put on his clothes. His tone, now noticeably calm, caught Su Li's attention, and she found herself starting to cool down, despite still feeling some pain. Do I look like I need money? We're merely strangers. Goodbye. Just as Su Li made her move to leave, Chu Fei interjected. 1 billion. Is that enough? Somehow, Chu Fei had already perched himself on the sofa, quietly lighting a cigarette. Su Li didn't respond, but her expression betrayed her disbelief. 1 billion? In Jiangnan, fewer than 10 people could casually produce that amount. She refused to believe that a man she met in a bar possessed such wealth. 2 billion. Chu Fei, misinterpreting her silence as doubt, declared, raising the stakes. 3 billion. The bidding continued. At this point, Su Li finally spoke. Let's make it simple, one price. 10 billion. Chu Fei laughed, extinguishing his cigarette. Deal. The ease with which he agreed left Su Li reeling. Do you even know what 10 billion means? If you can actually come up with that, it'll be yours. Su Li found it laughable. Did he think she was some lone heir from a wealthy family, treating money like waste paper? Please, I'm only 25, I'm not ready for a relationship. That's just too exhausting. But if you absolutely insist on clinging to me, I won't mind. After all, a beauty like you isn't something one sees every day. Chu Fei chuckled lightly, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her form. Fuming, Su Li ground her teeth, her chest heaving. She had never encountered someone so ostentatious. Give me your bank account details, he instructed, extending his hand. Without hesitation, Su Li handed over her private bank card, confident he couldn't possibly produce 10 billion. Moments later, her phone vibrated. Looking at the screen, her eyes widened at the message from the bank. Your card ending in 0088 has received a deposit of 1 billion. Current balance: 1,012,301,435. She was stunned. Gazing at the long string of zeros, her head began to spin. Your card. Goodbye. Handing Su Li her card back, Chu Fei turned and exited the room, leaving her dazed. It took her a while to gather her wits, and when she looked around, he was already gone. Who was he? Su Li couldn't believe it. She had merely wanted to avoid her first times being taken by a fickle playboy. Instead, she ended up foolishly giving it away. And now she had received such a generous sum in return. No matter how she looked at it, she felt as if she had sold herself. She quickly dialed her friend Fong Qing's number. A few moments later, Fong Qing answered, her voice still sleepy. What's up, my dear president? Can't I enjoy my beauty sleep in the morning? Su Li hesitated, then finally said, Xiao Qing, I think I made a mistake. What kind of mistake? Fong Qing's voice perked up, intrigued. After several seconds of silence, Su Li confessed, I sold my virginity. Chapter 2: The Revelation. I am her husband. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the phone. What nonsense are you spouting? My best friend seemed jolted awake by my words, shaking off her drowsiness. I confessed that I had sold my virginity to a stranger. This time, Su Li appeared considerably calmer. Are you out of your mind? You are to marry young Master Zhao next month? If he finds out about this, your future will be far from pleasant. Fong Qing's tone was laced with urgency. But unexpectedly, Su Li chuckled bitterly. Do you think my life would be better after marrying him? Giving him my virginity is akin to giving it to a dog. Ever since meeting Zhao, Su Li had abandoned any hope of a brighter future. She had heard more than once of Zhao and exiting hotels with various women. That it was a daily occurrence. And marrying him promised nothing good. Fong Qing was momentarily stunned by her words. After a few seconds, she spoke. As the president of Kiao Group, with a net worth of billions, you cannot possibly sell your virginity for just a few tens of thousands. Su Li hesitated. She was uncertain whether to disclose the amount to her friend. After a moment's reflection, she revealed 10 billion. That man gave me 10 billion. In truth, even now, Su Li remained in a daze. 10 billion, a sum that could not even fit in a truck. She simply could not fathom the man's background, transferring such a colossal amount without batting an EY. Dear Su, have you been drinking? 10 billion? That's enough to buy Kiao Company outright. Fong Qing clearly found it hard to believe. If this were true, then the money was far too easily earned that an ordinary person might not accumulate such wealth in a lifetime. Or even across 10 lifetimes. This figure was something that countless individuals could only dream of. It's true. All that money is currently in my private account. That guy left, and I have no idea what to do now. Su Li felt somewhat lost. This vast sum could resolve all her current troubles. Her parents had insisted she marry Zhao solely for the sake of Kiao Company. Presently, Kiao Company was under immense pressure from both the market and the Zhao family. Without sufficient funds, the new products under development could be halted, jeopardizing the entire company. All the manpower and resources had been invested, and failure was not an option. If they failed, the company would go bankrupt and face liquidation. Contracts with other companies would naturally be terminated, incurring penalties for breach of contract. Zhao had promised that upon marrying her, he would invest 5 billion into Kiao Company to support their research. Don't panic. Since he is willing to give you money, it indicates he does not wish to create trouble. You can accept this money with a clear conscience, treating it as your own. However, there is one issue. The source of the funds is unclear, and one cannot ascertain the man's true intentions. The ability to produce such a sum in one go is not characteristic of an ordinary individual. So it would be wise to remain cautious. Hearing her friend's words, Su Li felt a surge of anxiety. What if the man had ulterior motives? Where are you? I'm coming over now. Fong Qing was evidently worried and intended to come in person. I plan to return to the company. Meet me there. After hanging up, Su Li's heart raced with trepidation. She gazed at the balance displayed on her phone. Feeling somewhat dazed, meanwhile, Chu Fei had just arrived at the base of Kiao Company, holding a piece of paper with only one address on it, which was this place, along with a woman's name, Su Li. Though he couldn't comprehend why his master had instructed him to protect this woman, completing this final task would grant him freedom. Yet this task was the longest he had ever undertaken, spanning 3 years. After 3 years, the world would be his oyster. He could go wherever he pleased. He couldn't help but wonder about the woman's appearance. If she turned out to be unattractive, it would be a loss for him. Conversely, if she were a beauty, who knew what delightful occurrences might unfold? A mischievous smile crept across Chu Fei's face as he stepped into the lobby. The receptionist noticed someone entering and quickly set down her phone. Smiling at the newcomer, upon seeing Chu Fei, her heart raced. That is so handsome. That physique, that face, he is simply my perfect match. The receptionist couldn't help but chuckle internally, but soon composed herself. Sir, may I ask whom you are looking for? Chu Fei smiled slightly, greeting her. Hello, may I ask if Su Li is in? The receptionist was taken aback. This person was actually looking for the president. Hello, sir, may I ask if you have an appointment to see our president? Generally, those seeking an audience with the president have made prior arrangements, as not everyone can meet with Su Dit. No. However, I am here to protect her. I am her personal bodyguard. Just tell me where her office is, and I will go up myself. Personal bodyguard? The receptionist chuckled lightly. Handsome, have you been reading too many novels? Just because you have a muscular build, you think you can be our president's personal bodyguard? Are you also hoping to become her husband? Such scenarios only exist in novels. Don't get your hopes up. Chu Fei felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. This girl doesn't believe me. What should I do? Hey, you've seen through me. All right, I'll lay it all out. I am indeed your president's husband, but I have an urgent matter to discuss with her. Just tell me where her office is. The receptionist's demeanor shifted entirely. She rolled her eyes at him. This man must truly be out of his mind. Most people in Jiangnan City are aware that next month, the president is set to marry young Master Zhao from the Zhao group. Now suddenly a husband appears. Who would believe that? I suggest you pick someone more credible to boast about. Our president is marrying young Master Zhao next month. If he hears you, you better be prepared for the consequences. Next month? Chu Fei pondered. Marriage means she becomes a wife, and he has yet to experience that. No worries. Being married doesn't preclude her from having 2 husbands. The receptionist rolled her eyes again. Truly, there are many shameless individuals in this world. Hurry and leave, or I'll call security. I refuse to waste another word on a scoundrel like you. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed a weary-looking Su Li entering the lobby. She quickly stood up straight and respectfully called out, President Su. Chu Fei instinctively turned to see what the woman, whom his master had instructed him to protect, looked like. The moment he turned, he was left dumbfounded. Su Li, intending to return to her office for a proper rest, glanced up just as the receptionist greeted her, locking eyes with Chu Fei. For a moment, they were both taken aback. What are you doing here? Almost simultaneously, they uttered the same question. Chapter 3, A Barehanded Blow to the Ashtray. Let this be a lesson. The receptionist stared in astonishment at the president and this unfamiliar man, who seemed to share an uncanny connection. Could it be that he is truly the president's boyfriend? Or perhaps her husband? Impossible. Su Li took a deep breath, finally understanding that her friend's previous words were not mere ramblings. Sure enough, this guy had shown up at her doorstep. What exactly do you want? She glared at Chu Fei with an icy expression. Chu Fei was about to speak when Su Li interrupted him. Come with me. With that, she strode towards the elevator. Chu Fei shrugged and followed behind her. He was equally perplexed by how this woman seemed to appear everywhere he went. However, he suddenly recalled that the receptionist had referred to her as President Su, and in an instant he felt a jolt of realization. Could this woman truly be the target of his mission? If that were the case, things could get complicated. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Su Li led Chu Fei into her office. She set down her bag and took a seat in her designated chair. You said it was over. Why have you come to my company? What is your intention? She glared at Chu Fei with irritation. This guy, having purchased her virginity, was now shamelessly showing up at her doorstep. Was he hoping to reclaim his money? If necessary, I could refund him. I would accept that as my suffering. Hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. He had no idea that the person he was meant to protect was the very woman with whom he had shared a wild night at the hotel. What was worse, she was still a virgin. Do you think I want this? With your fierce demeanor, do you truly believe I wish to have any ties with you? If it weren't for, Chu Fei had begun to speak but quickly fell silent. Dealing with such a woman was simply his misfortune. Su Li, incensed by his comment about her fierceness, abruptly stood up and pointed toward the office door. Get out. I'll transfer the money back to you shortly. I don't care for it. Chu Fei, equally stubborn, stood up to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he paused at no. I can't leave, that I must stay with you, that if I leave now and my master finds out, I'll surely be in for it. Are you a pervert? Why are you following me? Do you want to go another round? Su Li thought he was still harboring designs on her, foolishly hoping to engage with her once more. After all, most men, upon encountering her, would find themselves immobilized. Moreover, regarding the events of last night, it seemed she had taken the initiative. Ahem. Chu Fei feigned a cough that Su Li also realized she had lost her composure and endeavored to calm her emotions. Her murderous glare was fixated on Chu Fei, as if she wished to devour him. That in truth, I have no ulterior motives for seeking you out, that I merely wish to find a job. How about this? I shall become your personal bodyguard from now on. Wherever you go, I shall follow. As for the salary, it matters not, for you know I am not in need of money. Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively and turned to sit confidently on the sofa. With your physique, you cannot even keep up. How can you be my bodyguard? Little one, perhaps you should consume more goji berries for nourishment. Su Li's words struck a nerve with Chu Fei. While he could accept being called ugly or a scoundrel, being referred to as little one was unacceptable. Who are you calling little? Do you dare to challenge me? Fine, just wait. Sooner or later, I will seize the opportunity to show you what a real man is. That very statement caused Su Li's lips to curl into a smile. That it seemed she had thought of something. Her complexion becoming slightly flushed, that it was unclear who it was, but that woman stood before him, without daring to move an inch. Chu Fei was infuriated, yet her words were undeniably true, that if anything were to occur, the old man would surely flay him alive. You just claimed to be my personal bodyguard, did you not? Su Li gazed at Chu Fei with a smile in her eyes, as if plotting some small scheme. Noticing the glint in her gaze, Chu Fei understood that this woman intended to make a fool of him. However, he could not defy the old man's directive. Indeed. May I inquire about your plans? Chu Fei could only maintain a dark expression, awaiting Su Li's orders. That I have heard that those who excel in this line of work are quite formidable. Do you possess any remarkable skills you can demonstrate? For instance, can you crush stones with your chest? Or perhaps break bricks with your hands? If that fails, how about a backflip? In reality, Su Li did not genuinely wish to see Chu Fei perform such feats. Her intent was to embarrass him. This fellow was far too shameless. If she did not teach him a lesson, she would not be able to rid herself of her pent-up frustration. Do you take me for a fool? A backflip? You should go someplace cooler. Chu Fei outright refused. Did he truly believe himself to be a monkey? Crushing stones and breaking bricks were child's play that he had mastered by the age of 5. They say, it seems you are not cut out to be a bodyguard. Su Li clicked her tongue, successfully riling Chu Fei. Enough, not suitable again. This morning he claimed to be average, and just moments ago, he referred to himself as a little one. Now he dares to say he is not suitable. This is intolerable. Crushing stones, is it? Very well. Today, I shall enlighten you, you foolish girl. Chu Fei glanced around and spotted the ashtray on the table, designed for receiving guests. It was a transparent glass piece, thick and sturdy enough to rival stone. Should it be smashed upon someone's head, it would certainly leave a mark. He picked up the ashtray and struck it with great force. Crack! The entire ashtray shattered into pieces, glass shards scattering across the floor. Su Li stood frozen in place. She had not anticipated that her jest would prompt such an earnest response from him. Now, am I qualified to be your personal bodyguard? Chu Fei looked at Su Li, feeling a sense of relief. Little girl, you are still too inexperienced to play these games with me. Su Li regained her composure and nodded slightly. Not bad. Go fetch a broom and clean this mess up. In that moment, Chu Fei was overwhelmed with a multitude of impulses, one of which was to thoroughly squeeze this woman until she understood why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Ultimately, he obediently exited the office, retrieved a broom, and tidied up the shattered glass. Just as he finished, a strikingly beautiful girl rushed into the office in a flurry. Upon seeing Su Li, she let out a long sigh of relief. My esteemed president, I finally found you. Chapter 4. Where did I go wrong? Isn't it okay to change? The newcomer was none other than Su Li's close friend, Fong Qing. Upon spotting Chu Fei in the office, her eyes filled with confusion. Is this your new cleaner? Quite handsome. Isn't he? What a shame for him to be a cleaner. Chu Fei exploded at once at a cleaner. The world's top-tier lone combat king is mistaken for a mere cleaner. You are the cleaner. Your entire family are cleaners beside them. Su Li laughed uncontrollably. The cleaning position seems fitting for this guy, but that's enough. You may leave now. Chu Fei stifled his anger and stormed out of the office grimly. Fang Qing looked at Su Li, puzzled. My dear president, where did you find such a handsome young man? Name your price. I want to hire him as a model for my agency. With his looks and physique, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. That Su Li finally restrained her laughter and regained her composure. Her gaze turned complex as she looked toward the door, taking a deep breath. Do you recall what I told you this morning? He is the one. In that instant, Fang Qing's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. After a long pause, she stared at Su Li in disbelief. You can't be serious. Someone who could offer 10 billion to buy you would work as a cleaner? Su Li felt utterly helpless. She, too, was unsure why Chu Fei had sought her out, especially to be her personal bodyguard. His intentions toward her seemed devoid of ulterior motives. Perhaps the offer of money was merely an attempt to make amends for last night's unexpected incident. In reality, it was not I who sought him. He sought me. He stated he wanted to be my personal bodyguard, that he even demonstrated his strength by smashing an ashtray with his bare hands. Look, those glass shards in the trash are from the ashtray he broke with a single strike. Fang Qing leaned closer to the trash can, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do you think he might have fallen for you at first sight? Such scenarios often occur in dramas. Though they may be kitsch, they are not entirely absent from reality. Upon hearing Fang Qing's words, Su Li's eyes lit up. It is not impossible. In truth, Su Li did not harbor any aversion toward Chu Fei. On the contrary, she found herself inexplicably enjoying their banter, relishing the sight of his frustration. Surely, a wealthy young man like him could not possibly fall for me at first sight. What if it is not love? While speaking, she glanced down, feeling the weight of her chest. Such a burden, so heavy and cumbersome. What is impossible about that? Just think which wealthy tycoon would casually offer you 10 billion, especially at a time like this. Fang Qing's words were reasonable, causing Su Li to entertain a flicker of belief. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Fei remained oblivious to the fact that he was being viewed as a love-struck suitor. The money meant nothing to him. Why not invite him in to ask? Fang Qing's eyes twinkled with mischief, but Su Li quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. Forget it. Her expression darkened slightly as she continued. Perhaps he merely wishes to sever ties with me, especially since I am to be engaged to the Zhao family tonight. Although I possess this money now, even if I invest it into the company, Kuyao will still be powerless against the Zhao group. Furthermore, my parents would never agree to the cancellation of the wedding. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing fell silent. The Zhao group is one of the most prominent conglomerates in Jiangnan City. Few companies can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. If the Zhao group were to target Kuyao, it would not take 3 months for the company to collapse. This is the might and influence of the Zhao group. Most companies would choose not to oppose it. Shall I accompany you tonight? Fang Qing offered a word of comfort. I will go alone. I do not wish to drag you into this. That Su Li politely declined, not wanting to involve Fang Qing in her predicament. She had her own plan in mind and still held a trump card. Until the last moment, she did not intend to use it. Once it was played, there would be no place for her in Jiangnan. Very well. By the way, that wealthy man will accompany you, won't he? He might be of assistance. In Fang Qing's eyes, Chu Fei was a true tycoon, casually tossing out billions. No, I won't take him with me. Su Li shook her head, resolute in her decision not to involve anyone else in this matter. All right, your company must be quite busy. You should head back. Su Li composed herself and offered Fang Qing a faint smile. The latter understood that this woman intended to shoulder the burden alone. However, she truly had no right to interfere. Well then, I shall take my leave. That if anything arises, call me. With that, Fang Qing gathered her bag and exited the office, casting a lingering glance at Chu Fei before departing. Sensing Fang Qing's gaze, Chu Fei felt perplexed that he hadn't done anything wrong. Why did this woman regard him as if he were a villain? Meanwhile, Su Li sat in her office chair, lost in thought. What should she do? The day passed in a haze until 4 in the afternoon. That Su Li took a deep breath, shut down her computer, tidied her makeup, and opened the office door. Chu Fei had somehow managed to move 2 chairs and was now sprawled across them, fast asleep. But Su Li's expression darkened as she raised her leg and kicked the chair. Get up. Chu Fei lazily rose, stretching his body with a hearty yawn. Is it time to clock out? Let's go. With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Upon witnessing this, Su Li's expression darkened. Who is the boss here? You or me? Chu Fei paused momentarily, then stepped aside with a smile. After you, my esteemed. Su Li bit her lip, caught between laughter and sorrow. The thought of what awaited her that evening weighed heavily in her heart. Like an immense stone, suffocating her, arriving at the parking lot, Su Li tossed the keys to Chu Fei. You can drive, right? Chu Fei chuckled. Of course, just remember to buckle up. Settling into the passenger seat, Su Li leaned back. Her gaze distant and unfocused. Noticing her state, Chu Fei furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent as he drove. Half an hour later, as they approached an opulent estate, Su Li finally spoke. Wait! The car halted just a short distance from the entrance. Taking a deep breath, she declared, All right, you can go now. Chu Fei was taken aback. Where am I supposed to go? Just find somewhere to stay the night. Come back for me in the morning. This did not sit well with Chu Fei. Wait a minute. I'm your personal bodyguard, aren't I? You can't just leave me without a place to stay and expect me to sleep outside. What is the matter? Am I getting in the way of your romantic pursuits? The moment those words left his mouth, Su Li's eyes brimmed with tears. She turned to Chu Fei, her eyes glistening. Just leave. Don't ever come looking for me again, that I know you don't want any responsibility, and now it's perfect. You get your wish. Chu Fei, who couldn't stand to see a woman cry, felt his heart tighten. In his eyes, Su Li was always a strong-willed woman, and he never imagined she would break down like this. Caught off guard, he stammered, What did I do wrong? I can change. Just tell me, Chapter 5, what I said. No one can save him. Chu Fei genuinely could not fathom what this woman was thinking. It wasn't as if he had pursued her that evening. In fact, he had even compensated her. Why was she still crying? You can't change anything. Just leave. Su Li sobbed, her voice thick with emotion as she turned to walk toward the estate. Chu Fei was displeased and stepped forward, grasping her arm. Is there anything that cannot be changed? Stop right there. Who says you can't change? Just tell me, and I will. At last, Su Li managed to stop her tears, her body trembling slightly. Looking back at Chu Fei, her voice wavered. Actually, I came here for an engagement. The Zhao family is not someone to provoke lightly. Although we had a moment together, if Zhaoan finds out, you could be in danger, that I don't want to involve anyone else. So please, just go. Only then did she reveal the reason behind her distress, that it wasn't Chu Fei that angered her, but the thoughts of her impending life filled her with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing her words, Chu Fei let out a long sigh of relief. It wasn't because of him. You scared me. I thought I was the reason for your tears. But you're wrong about me being in danger. I am just a bodyguard. Why would they bother with me? Right? I promise to protect you, and I will. Let us go together. It's just an engagement. What is there to fear? It's a joyous occasion. In Chu Fei's eyes, Su Li's engagement was nothing to dread. After all, it had no bearing on him. A woman like her would bring misfortune to anyone who crossed her path. However, upon hearing his words, Su Li felt a pang of anger in her chest. Get lost. Chu Fei shrugged, pulling her back into the car and stepping on the gas, driving straight into the estate. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li wiped her tears, restoring her composure, though her reddened eyes betrayed that she had been crying. Inside the estate, luxury cars lined the driveway. Before the grand villa, numerous influential figures from Jiangnan gathered to congratulate the Zhao family on the engagement. Chu Fei parked and opened the car door for Su Li. Simultaneously, the guests' gazes converged upon her, appraising the woman renowned as Jiangnan's most beautiful. Zhaoan, standing at the entrance, lit up the moment he spotted Su Li. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. I'm going to fetch my fiancé. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, all well aware that the term fiancé merely referred to his possession. The women beside Zhaoan rarely lasted more than 3 days. As for Su Li, no matter her beauty, they estimated she would be lucky to last a week or two to Xiao Li. Zhaoan hurried over to Su Li, wearing a smile as he endeavored to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Su Li's expression remained frosty. She felt no joy at the prospect of her engagement. Before entering, she had already steeled herself for a worst-case scenario. Noticing her demeanor, Zhaoan's expression soured. As he reached to take her hand, Chu Fei stepped forward, gripping Zhaoan's wrist firmly. Please be courteous to our CEO, or else I'll have to teach you a lesson. Su Li's expression froze. Was this man out of his mind? Did he not realize he was facing Zhaoan? Zhaoan furrowed his brow, glancing at Chu Fei. Xiao Li, who is this? Irritated by the sudden appearance of Chu Fei, Zhaoan demanded, "Yes, my bodyguard." Chu Fei, release young Master Zhao. Su Li instructed that a bodyguard. Zhao An's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of mockery evident in his gaze. Chu Fei finally let go indeed. Honestly, the moment I laid eyes on Zhao, I could tell he was no good. His demeanor was frivolous, clearly a result of overindulgence that I couldn't understand why Su Li would choose such a man, risking a future devoid of fulfillment. Xiao Li, are you hiring a bodyguard to protect yourself from me? Or are you afraid I might do something to you? Zhaoan's tone dripped with dissatisfaction as he addressed Su Li. After tonight, we'll be engaged, and in truth, it wouldn't be inaccurate to call us husband and wife, as you will inevitably belong to me. Young Master Zhao, you've misunderstood that I simply think it's wise to have someone to protect me. Su Li replied, maintaining her icy facade and calm tone. Zhaoan said nothing more, walking side by side with Su Li toward the villa's grand hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhaoan turned to Chu Fei, saying, "You can leave now. Miss Su won't be returning tonight." Tonight, he intended to claim Su Li as his own. After waiting so long for this opportunity, he would not let it slip away easily. Hearing this, Su Li's heart trembled. She realized she could not escape. Clutching her belongings tightly, she yearned to reveal to everyone present that she had spent the previous day joyfully with another man, thus placing a monumental green hat atop Zhao An's head. "That I'm not your bodyguard. Who do you think you are to command me? Did your mother give you the courage to speak to me like this?" At these words, Su Li was taken aback. While she did not wish for Chu Fei to leave, she certainly did not want him to clash with Zhao, and this was Zhao An's estate. After all, even if he were skilled in combat, he would be outnumbered by the security team, which numbered at least 20 or 30. Moreover, he had just insulted Zhao An, who would undoubtedly seek to teach him a lesson. As expected, Zhao An's expression turned cold, his gaze fixing on Chu Fei as if he were viewing a corpse. "You have quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Out of respect for Xiao Li, I'll give you one chance. Leave, otherwise I'll break your legs." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei laughed. Most who dared to speak to him like this had already met their end. "Whether I'm audacious or not, your mother should know. You think you can break my legs? I must say, you're the most audacious cur I've ever encountered." At these words, Zhao An's fury ignited. Initially, he had considered sparing this insolent bodyguard for Su Li's sake, but now he was furious that this man dared to insult him to his face, that you're asking for death, security, in an instant. Several sharply dressed security personnel armed with batons appeared at the scene. Su Li's heart raced with panic as she implored, "Young Master Zhao, is this really necessary? He is just a bodyguard. Let him go." She then shot Chu Fei a look, urging him to leave quickly. She did not want him to suffer a lifetime of injury. Yet Chu Fei appeared oblivious, his gaze casually sweeping over the security personnel. Zhao seized Su Li's chin, his expression fierce. "That Su Li, listen. No one dares speak to me this way in Jiangnan. He is as good as dead. What I say, even Jesus cannot save him." Chapter 6. Killing a dog. I hope it doesn't disturb your enjoyment. Suddenly, the atmosphere became palpably tense, with several security guards gripping their weapons, ready to pounce. The Su Li's heart raced. "Zhao An, if you dare to touch him, I want to go through with this engagement." In a bold move for Chu Fei's safety, she was ready to risk it all. Even if the Koyo Corporation were to collapse, she wouldn't drag Chu Fei down with her. At that moment, Zhao An's expression darkened, his gaze towards Su Li icy, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "That Su Li, I cannot fathom why you are so concerned about a mere bodyguard. What, does he share a romantic connection with you? If that is indeed the case, then he certainly would not have made it out alive today." A shiver coursed through Su Li's heart. "That in truth, Zhao An's words held a kernel of truth. Yet, revealing such information publicly was out of the question." Just as she hesitated, Chu Fei interjected, casually digging into his ear before pointing at Zhao An. "You are quite right. You have not misjudged. President Su indeed shares a special relationship with me." That night, intoxicated and enraptured, President Su was quite the willing participant, and I must say, the experience was utterly delightful. Alas, you will never comprehend it. The look of sheer enjoyment on Chu Fei's face incited an immediate fury within Zhaoan. Although he recognized that the lad spoke merely to provoke him, he could not tolerate anyone speaking so brazenly about the woman he cherished. Meanwhile, Su Li's delicate visage flushed crimson for a fleeting moment before paling. As they were on Zhao's territory, she could not fathom why this audacious fellow would dare mention the events of the previous night in front of Zhaoan. Very well. You have successfully enraged me. Today, I shall enlighten you on who is to be trifled with in Jiangnan. Seize him, break his dog legs. With a sweeping gesture, Zhaoan commanded his bodyguards to charge forward with their clubs. In the next moment, Su Li stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Fei. The guard's club came crashing down upon her forehead. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Li felt something hot trickle down her face. Her head spinning slightly. When she wiped her brow, her fair palm was stained with bright red blood. Her body weakened, and she began to fall backward. Chu Fei, quick as lightning, caught her before she hit the ground. His expression turned icy in an instant that he had not anticipated that this fierce woman would shield him. The surrounding bodyguards, witnessing Su Li injured, hesitated to advance. Simultaneously, the business magnates inside heard the commotion and emerged one by one. Zhaoan, what is happening? A middle-aged man with a beard, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stepped out that he was Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao Group and Zhaoan's father. Zhaoan's expression darkened. His gaze fixated on Chu Fei. It's nothing, Dad. You and Uncle can continue your meal. I will join you shortly. Those around, observing the unfolding scene, quickly deduced what had transpired, falling into an uneasy silence. Everyone was acutely aware of the Zhao family's formidable reputation. Zhao Wei cast a cursory glance at the bleeding Su Li and the man supporting her, Chu Fei. Resolve this matter swiftly. Having said that, he turned to the other guests with a smile, addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. Let us return to our festivities. Upon hearing this, the crowd re-entered the hall, promptly shutting the door behind them. At this moment, Zhaoan's gaze fixated on Chu Fei. Boy, you shall pay dearly for your earlier words. Remove President Su from the equation and put an end to him. Zhaoan waved his hand, and several bodyguards prepared to advance once more. Yet this time, Chu Fei moved that he gently laid Su Li down on the ground before rising slowly. That as he faced the approaching bodyguards, a cold smile spread across his face. Those familiar with him would undoubtedly recognize this as a portent of his wrath, that a mere mortal's anger may spill blood over 5 steps. A king's fury can result in 1,000,000 corpses. When the Reaper is enraged, death is inevitable. Even the mightiest cannot intervene. Whoosh! A guard swung his club at Chu Fei's head. With a swift motion, Chu Fei blocked it, countering with a punch to the man's chest. Bang! A muffled groan escaped the guard as he was sent flying, his ribs shattered, lying on the ground, lifeless. The other guards, witnessing their comrade's defeat, charged in unison. But in mere seconds, all the bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, their anguished cries echoing in Zhaoan's ears. It was then that he realized Su Li's bodyguard was no ordinary protector. That as the adversary drew closer, Zhaoan began to panic, retreating step by step until he was pressed against the closed door. What do you intend to do? Chu Fei remained silent, suddenly lunging forward and grasping Zhaoan by the throat. You have too much to say. Slap. A resounding slap echoed, knocking out 2 of Zhaoan's teeth. Gripped by the throat, Zhaoan could not spit out his lost teeth, his eyes bulging in shock. Yet, this was not the end. Chu Fei raised his fist and struck Zhaoan in the abdomen. Released from his grasp, Zhaoan let out a scream, swallowing his own bloodied teeth. Gurgle! As Zhaoan collapsed to the floor, agony etched across his face, unable to even call out. Chu Fei then approached Su Li, gazing at the woman who had taken a blow for him, feeling somewhat helpless. Why must you be so fierce? Men fight. What business do women have in this? He then lifted Su Li into his arms. Facing the fallen Zhaoan, his gaze grew cold once more. Standing before him, he looked at the closed door and spoke with icy resolve. That in your next life, remember to be a good person. Zhaoan had yet to regain his composure when he heard those words. That he looked up abruptly, only to find Chu Fei standing before him. That indifferent gaze was akin to that reserved for the deceased. Before he could plead for mercy, Chu Fei delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The terrifying force was akin to a soccer kick. With a single blow, Zhao was sent crashing through the villa's door. In that instant, countless pairs of eyes in the hall turned to witness the scene. When they saw Zhao bloodied and sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, the entire hall fell into a chilling silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was utterly astounded. The young master of the Zhao family appeared to be dead. Chu Fei surveyed the assembly, his tone calm, that I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. I trust you won't mind if I eliminated a wild dog. Chapter 7. Would you like some ham sausage? Shaoan. In the crowd, Zhao Wei, upon seeing his son lying on the ground, struggled to maintain his composure. He hurried forward, attempting to lift Zhao, whose spine had been shattered. However, Zhao showed no signs of response, not even a breath. Zhao Wei trembled as he reached out to check for signs of life. Cold, he suddenly lifted his head to glare at the door. Chu Fei held Su Li in his arms, illuminated by the light, appearing quite touching. Yet compared to his son, who lay lifeless, Zhao Wei erupted in rage. You shall pay for this. He had only one son, the heir to the Zhao group, whom he had pampered excessively. Thus, even if Zhao provoked powerful families in Jiangnan, he would intervene to resolve the conflicts. But now his son lay dead. Bring him here. Instantly, 2 bodyguards clad in suits appeared beside Zhao Wei. He had hired these experts at a high price to ensure his own safety. Capture him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The 2 bodyguards wasted no breath, advancing step by step toward Chu Fei. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd remained silent, not daring to provoke the situation, fearing the flames of conflict might engulf them as well. As the 2 bodyguards approached, Chu Fei took a deep breath. That you've attacked the young one. Now the elder wishes to intervene. If you value your lives, I suggest you leave. His voice rang out. Echoing throughout the hall, the advancing bodyguards halted, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Just that one statement made it clear they were no match for this young man. Engaging him would likely result in either death or severe injury. That I'm out. Should you desire revenge, I welcome your challenge at any time. Chu Fei cradled Su Li and turned to leave. The 2 bodyguards remained frozen, as though ensnared by a spell. What are you dawdling for? Stop him. Zhao Wei roared at the 2 bodyguards, confused as to why they allowed Chu Fei to leave. One of them turned back, whispering, Boss, we are no match for him. Not just the 2 of them, but no one in Jiangnan could rival that man. The terrifying aura he exuded was that of a formidable warrior, one who would emerge from a sea of blood and corpses. Zhao Wei's expression darkened to an extreme. His son had been killed, and he was powerless to retaliate. Even the 2 bodyguards he had hired at great expense dared not act. His fury was palpable. Hospital Su Li slowly regained consciousness, her head bandaged, that a throbbing pain radiated from her forehead. Looking around, she found Chu Fei standing by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Fei, upon hearing Su Li's voice. He turned around. Seeing her awake, he breathed a sigh of relief. That a light chuckle escaped him. That I must say, you possess remarkable courage. You dared to take that blow. Did it hurt? Su Li shot him a glare. Exasperated, that my head is bleeding. Do you think it hurts? By the way, how did I get back? Interview. They were on Zhao's territory. It seemed nearly impossible to leave. She could not comprehend how Chu Fei had managed to bring her back. What are you talking about? I painstakingly carried you to the car and brought you to the hospital. Speak. How will you compensate me? At this moment, Chu Fei's gaze lingered on Su Li's delicate figure. The latter, clearly aware of his lewd stare, immediately darkened her charming face. Get lost. Don't even think about it. I was beaten because of you. Wasn't I? This is my affair, and I don't wish for you to be involved. However, I have returned. What about Zhao? Su Li expressed her concern that Zhao might seek trouble with Chu Fei. Given the Zhao family's influence, dealing with a single individual would be a trivial matter for them. She did not want to endanger Chu Fei because of her own issues. Are you worried about me, or that impotent fellow? Chu Fei tilted his head and chuckled. The color of Su Li's face shifted slightly, feeling a bit flustered. How self-important. Seeing her reaction, Chu Fei understood that she was indeed concerned about potential retaliation against him. With a light laugh, he reassured her, rest assured, that fellow will likely never bother you again in this lifetime. However, I must say, you can no longer marry him. That should be all right? Upon hearing this, Su Li frowned slightly. She sensed that there was more to Chu Fei's words than met the eye. The wedding with Zhao had been practically set in stone. unlikely to change. Yet this man was telling her that she could not marry him. Although she was somewhat afraid of Zhao family's revenge, at least for the time being, she would not be harassed by Zhaoan. Thank you, Su Li pondered for a moment before uttering those two words. Enough of this empty talk. I prefer tangible actions. Chu Fei replied with a cheeky grin as he stepped closer. Instinctively, Su Li covered her chest. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him. What are you trying to do? I warn you, this is a hospital. Chu Fei leaned in and playfully pinched her cheek. You truly are fierce. Su Li's face flushed from his actions, glaring at him angrily. You are the fierce one. Your entire family is fierce. In my eyes, you are nothing but a bandit from now on. I shall call you Bandit. Chu Fei shrugged indifferently. As long as you're happy. By the way, are you hungry? I have some ham sausages. Would you like some? Su Li instinctively thought of something inappropriate. Pooh, shameless. You really are a bandit. Chu Fei, however, retrieved 2 portions of fried rice and 2 ham sausages from the bedside cabinet. What is wrong with you? If you don't want to eat, then don't insult me. At that moment, Su Li finally realized what he meant, her face turning beet red. You meant that kind of ham sausage? Chu Fei looked at her in confusion. What else would it be? Su Li quickly shook her head. No, I meant that too. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Chapter 8. Morning attire? The following day, Su Li was discharged from the hospital. The wound on her forehead was not significant, and after being treated, there were no major issues. Chu Fei drove her to the company. As soon as she returned to her office, she received a call from her secretary. Xiao Yu, what is it? Su, General Manager, you have finally returned. The chairman has summoned you to the conference room. All major shareholders are present. The secretary's voice on the other end was urgent. Su Li's face paled. She guessed what had transpired. However, she could only brace herself to face the shareholders and her father. What happened? Chu Fei noticed her pale complexion and instinctively asked that it's nothing. I just need to attend a meeting. You can wait for me here. After saying that, Su Li headed toward the conference room. As she pushed open the door to the conference room, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices. The shareholders were in a heated argument, and she even heard some shareholders discussing selling their shares and withdrawing investments. When Su Li entered, the entire room fell silent. Seated at the head of the table was none other than her father. Su Wu, over 50 years old, his hair was beginning to show signs of gray. Greetings, chairman and esteemed shareholders. Su Li took her seat. Su Wu glanced at the bandage on Su Li's forehead, his brow furrowing slightly. What on earth happened at the Zhao family yesterday? I intended to arrive later. After all, it was my daughter's engagement, and I wanted to be present. Yet, to my astonishment, I was informed that Zhaoan was killed by your bodyguard. He was utterly stunned. Upon waking up this morning, he discovered that all investment firms had withdrawn their investments. Companies that had been collaborating with them were willing to terminate contracts, even at the cost of paying penalties. He understood that this was the Zhao family's retaliation against Qiyao Company. However, the company's latest drug development was at a critical stage, with only one last investment needed. Once successful, the profits would be several times the initial investment. At this crucial moment, they were missing the Zhao family's support. Su Li struggled to find words to explain, lowering her head in silence. The other shareholders, witnessing her demeanor, grew even more aggressive in their questioning. Su, General Manager, as the president of Qiyao Company, you hold a significant number of shares. Now that Zhaoan is dead, the Zhao Group is exerting tremendous pressure on our company. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing the first 2 statements, Su Li remained unresponsive. However, when she heard the third statement, her eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Zhaoan is dead. Observing Su Li's reaction, Su Wu interjected. You, the principal party involved, were unaware. That bodyguard you hired is quite the hero. Not only did he assault the Zhao family security, but he also killed Zhaoan and threatened Zhao Wei, indicating that retaliation could come at any time. Now that the Zhao family's revenge has arrived, how do you intend to resolve this? Su Li stood frozen in place. She had no idea that after her fainting, Chu Fei had committed such a significant act. No wonder he had told her in the hospital that she wouldn't have to deal with Zhao, and anymore. It turned out that Zhao had been killed by him. It's over. Su Li realized that Qiyao Company was now in dire straits. Within 3 months, it would likely face bankruptcy. The only solution was to utilize the funds Chu Fei had provided her to stabilize the situation. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. Chairman, esteemed shareholders, I still have some funds available to support the company's operations. That as soon as she finished speaking, she was met with derision from some shareholders. That as you general manager. Over the years, I have seen the company grow, and you have profited significantly. However, your funds amount to merely tens of millions. Is that truly sufficient for the company's operations? What can a few million accomplish? I have already decided to sell my shares. Let's see if anyone is willing to take over. If no one is interested, the company will have to buy them back. Indeed, I plan to sell as well. In an instant, several shareholders in the room voiced their intentions to sell their shares. Not to mention, the total value of their shares combined exceeded 100 million. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Su Wu also attempted to persuade them. Everyone, please remain calm. There must be a turning point in this matter. Before he could finish speaking, Su Li interjected, "Esteemed shareholders, you wish to sell your shares, correct? Very well. As the president of the company, I possess the authority to repurchase shares. That I will buy back your shares at today's opening price, settling the transactions on the spot. Are you all willing?" Su Li understood that these individuals were like fair-weather friends. When Kiao Company was thriving, they praised it to the skies. But once it faltered, they were ready to sell their shares. That SU general manager. "Do you have that much money?" "Exactly," the crowd chimed in, as they were well aware of the company's dividend distributions over the past 2 years. They knew precisely how much money each individual possessed. "You need not concern yourselves with that. Do you want to sell or not?" Su Li's face turned completely cold. Since they wished to leave, she would take this opportunity to consolidate all the company's shares. "This is absurd. I do not care whether you have that much money. What you need to do is plead with the Zhao family for mercy. As Zhao and's fiancé, you must go to Zhao's family to don mourning attire. Let me make it clear, the Zhao family is already preparing for the funeral. You are not permitted to go anywhere. I will personally take you to the Zhao family at noon." Meeting adjourned. Su Wu left the conference room with a stern expression, while Su Li's countenance darkened as she walked back to her office in a daze. Upon entering her office, she found Chu Fei lounging on the sofa, snacking on sunflower seeds with his legs crossed, which elicited a bitter smile from her. "You really are something. Zhao has been killed by you. And you kept me in the dark. You are truly remarkable." That in response to Su Li's sarcastic tone, Chu Fei appeared puzzled. "Did I not mention it to you last night?" Su Li ignored him and slumped into her office chair. "Do you know what? My father insists I go to the Zhao family to don mourning attire." Chapter 9. In truth, I am a top-tier rich second generation. Donning mourning attire? Upon hearing this phrase, Chu Fei's gaze was filled with confusion. That he found it strange that Zhao was already dead. So why would Su Li's father insist that she wear mourning attire? Did he genuinely wish to send his daughter into a prestigious family? Yet even if that were the case, would the Zhao family accept her? If it were him, he would never agree. That expressed his confusion, questioning why Su Li's father would act in such a manner. With a bitter smile, Su Li shook her head slightly. Is it not due to the Zhao family's substantial influence in Jiangnan? Almost no one dares to oppose them. Just this morning, all the corporate groups that had partnerships with our company abruptly terminated their contracts overnight. This has left the company in a state of panic, with many contemplating resignation. The Zhao Group's offensive has effectively shattered the morale at Kiao Company, and no one believes that we can withstand a prolonged confrontation with the Zhao family. Is not the termination of contracts a fortuitous event? With the compensation, we could have a chance for a resurgence. That my exposure to the intricacies of business within the family has shaped my perspective. I view the termination as not inherently negative, unless Kiao Company has bet all its chips on a final gamble. However, Su Li's words illuminated the dire situation at Kiao Company. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei shook his head. That it was evident that Kiao Company was teetering on the brink of disaster, just a step away from plunging into oblivion. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand these matters. That I am heading to the Zhao residence this afternoon, and you need not accompany me. Is that acceptable?" Despite their brief acquaintance, Su Li recognized that once Chu Fei set his mind on something, it was as if he were an immovable force. Accompanying her to the Zhao residence would only complicate matters further, and she wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. No. Chu Fei vehemently shook his head. "I promise to protect you closely. How can I not accompany you?" Su Li pursed her lips, remaining silent. Her expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. "I must say, how can someone as fierce as you shrink back at the slightest challenge? Lighten up. I assure you, no matter what happens today, I will stand by you. You need not doubt my capabilities." Upon hearing these words, Su Li's previously somber demeanor cracked into a smile. rolling her eyes at him playfully, that I truly wonder where you, a mere bodyguard, acquired such confidence. However, her curiosity was piqued. Where did you procure such a considerable sum of money? Are you truly willing to be my bodyguard? Su Li had always found Chu Fei's identity intriguing. In fact, she had even enlisted the help of her friends to investigate him, but the results yielded nothing, as if all records pertaining to him were non-existent. Actually, I am a top-tier rich heir. My family's estate encompasses thousands of acres, with a family ranked among the top 3 globally. A mere word from me could cripple the economies of small nations. Chu Fei boasted nonchalantly while reclining on the sofa. Su Li shot him an incredulous glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. A top-tier rich heir? No wonder you can casually produce 10 billion. I suppose your family's assets eclipse even your inventory, don't they? Chu Fei, not one to be easily fooled, understood her insinuation. You don't believe me? I assure you, I speak only the truth. Believe? Why would I not? You are a top-tier rich heir. Is that not sufficient? Chu Fei, feeling exasperated, realized that Su Li had taken him for a fool. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chu Fei promptly rose from the sofa, positioning himself beside Su Li. She regained her composure, coolly instructing, "Come in." As the door swung open, Su Wu entered, his expression icy. "Let us go. That I have already contacted the Zhao family." That Su Li's heart skipped a beat at his words, while Chu Fei furrowed his brow, eager to voice his concerns. Yet Su Li gently tugged at his sleeve. This subtle gesture did not escape Su Wu's notice, but he chose to remain silent, merely stating coldly, "This time, your bodyguard need not accompany you." He had caught wind of the Zhao family's preparations, which included deploying numerous security personnel to their estate, that if Chu Fei dared to show his face, it would be a perilous endeavor. That I shall go where I please. No one can deter me. Chu Fei, never one to back down from confrontation, shot back defiantly. You may leave. My daughter does not require a killer as her protector. Father, Su Li interjected, her voice breaking through. Could you refrain from saying more? She added, I will wait outside for 3 minutes. You may resolve this matter on your own. With that, Su Wu turned and exited the office, leaving only Chu Fei and Su Li behind. Their gazes locked, but it was Su Li who broke the silence first. Perhaps, she too did not wish for Chu Fei to take unnecessary risks. Even if she donned mourning attire, her life would not be in jeopardy. Surely, the Zhao family would not wish to humiliate her in front of the other esteemed elites of Jiangnan. I have told you, no matter what calamity befalls us, I will bear it for you. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we shall simply overturn the table. Observing his unwavering determination, Su Li realized her efforts to persuade him were futile. She softened her tone. You must refrain from acting impulsively. Follow my lead and act according to my cues. All right. Chu Fei met her gaze and nodded slowly. He then slowly reached out, intending to caress her cheek. Instinctively, she recoiled, but he swiftly encircled her neck. Hold still. You have something in your eye. Su Li shoved him away, her cheeks flushing crimson. You rogue. No need for your assistance. She hastily wiped the corner of her eye, finding nothing amiss. Are you deceiving me? Chu Fei chuckled mischievously. I merely wish to take advantage of the opportunity. That Su Li's expression darkened. Get lost. Their playful banter drew the attention of Su Wu, who had been waiting outside. Did I ask this amusing to you? Instantly, Su Li bowed her head, shooting a warning glance at Chu Fei, who promptly fell silent. After all, this was Su Li's father, and a modicum of respect was warranted, particularly given the nature of his daughter's teasing. You may proceed, but remember, regardless of what transpires, you must remain silent and refrain from using force. That I will ensure your safe return. Understood. Su Wu recognized that Chu Fei's presence was unavoidable. Reluctantly, he chose not to resist further. Understood, Chairman. The trio descended the elevator and drove straight to the Zhao residence, where white lanterns adorned the surroundings. Chapter 10. Your son can be fertilizer. The Zhao estate lay blanketed in white. The once vibrant villa hall had transformed into a grand mourning chamber, where a coffin of golden-threaded Nanmu wood rested solemnly at its center. Incense illuminated the room. That a gathering of mourners clad in mourning attire surrounded the coffin, their grief palpable. That a woman knelt on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Wei stood nearby, his expression a chilling mask of anger. Numerous guests, dressed in black suits, held bouquets of flowers, placing them beside the coffin before bowing in respect and exiting the hall for hushed conversations. Yet, the sole topic of discussion revolved around Zhao En's untimely demise. Only a few individuals had been present on that fateful day, and Zhao Wei had vowed to keep the circumstances of Zhao En's death a closely guarded secret. Thus, the others remained oblivious to the truth that as the guests lingered outside, smoking and speculating, a familiar license plate caught their attention. Most were aware that yesterday marked the engagement ceremony between Zhao En and Su Li, and many had received invitations to attend the celebration. However, before they could arrive, they were informed that the event was cancelled, and they were instead invited to Zhao En's funeral the following day. It was then that the shocking reality of Zhao En's death sank in, particularly as it occurred on the very day of his engagement. Who would dare to act against him? Naturally, suspicions fell upon the Su family. As Su Li's car entered the estate, many eyes turned in their direction. Moments later, they witnessed the driver disembarking and opening the door. But when Su Li and her father emerged, a collective shock swept over the onlookers. Su Wu appeared composed in a black suit, his demeanor grave, while Su Li was a striking contrast, dressed in a black dress and coat, holding a bouquet, clearly there to pay her respects to Zhao En. In the hall, Zhao Wei also noticed the Su family at the entrance. Yet his gaze did not linger on them. It fixated instead on Chu Fei, trailing behind them in that moment. His eyes blazed with fury. "You dare to show your face here, seeking death." Zhao Wei's furious shout startled everyone present, initially leading them to believe he was directing his ire at Su Li. They were momentarily bewildered, as it seemed only fitting for Zhao En's fiancée, Yi, to pay her respects. Why such rage towards her? However, they quickly realized that Zhao Wei's wrath was aimed at the figure behind Su Li and her father. Their shock deepened as they comprehended that the alleged killer had returned. Seemingly unafraid of the consequences, the last encounter had ended with his escape. But this time, Zhao Wei had fortified the estate with over 100 security personnel. Even the mightiest warrior could not triumph against overwhelming odds. Faced with 100 adversaries, no matter how skilled, one would inevitably concede to that moment. Su Wu intervened. "Chairman Zhao, today is not a day for violence. That I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events and have brought my daughter to offer her condolences." He continued, "As for the engagement, let us consider it null and void, if that is agreeable." When Su Wu spoke, he resembled a learned scholar. Beside him, Chu Fei listened, somewhat astonished that it was unexpected that Su Li's father possessed such eloquence. From his words, Chu Fei discerned that Su Wu must have a backup plan, as he dared to bring his daughter to this place, ensuring their safe passage out of Zhao's estate. "Su Wu, I can grant you face, but that scoundrel must pay for my son's death today." Zhao Wei clapped his hands, and in an instant, dozens of thugs wielding machetes surged forth from the surroundings. The once spacious hall became exceedingly crowded in a heartbeat. Outside, onlookers widened their eyes, deducing from Zhao Wei's words that the culprit was none other than the young man beside Su Wu. But how did this young man dare to act so boldly? "Chairman Zhao, this young man is under my protection. The incident yesterday was due to his lack of restraint. Today he has come for 2 reasons. First, to pay respects to your son, and second, to discuss the dissolution of the engagement. As for the third matter, it pertains to the discussion of compensation." Zhao Wei's laughter was tinged with anger upon hearing this. Yet before he could respond, the woman who had been kneeling and weeping suddenly rose. Her eyes ablaze as she glared at Chu Fei beside Su Li. "Did he kill Xiaoan?" Zhao Wei's expression darkened. "Yes." The woman beside him cried out in fury. "Then why are you wasting words? Attack him, kill him." She was Lu Sui, the mother of Xiaoan, the only female overlord of the underground in Jiangnan City, who had washed her hands of the past after marrying Zhao Wei. Though she no longer wielded the same power, many still remembered her name. While the Zhao family appeared to thrive under Zhao Wei's management, it was Lu Sui who dealt with formidable opponents. Together, they navigated the complexities of the Zhao group. Now, faced with the murderer of her son, her temper could hardly be restrained. As the thugs prepared to advance, Su Wu's expression darkened. "It seems you two are determined to draw blood?" Lu Sui paid no mind to Su Wu. She had no ties to him. "That I may disregard you both, but that young man must pay for my son's life." Su Wu's gaze fell upon Zhao Wei. "Chairman Zhao, do you not wish to negotiate?" Zhao Wei glanced at Su Wu, his face darkening. In truth, he was not afraid of Su Wu, but rather of the powerful figure behind him. Standing behind Su Wu was the second most influential person in Jiangnan City. While the nature of their relationship was unclear, if anything were to happen to Su Wu, that individual would undoubtedly intervene, potentially creating significant trouble for the Zhao group. Although Su Wu's benefactor did not engage in business rivalries or favor any side. If someone were to resort to underhanded tactics, they would not remain passive to Mr. Su. If you were in my position, what would you do? Su Wu inhaled deeply. What do you intend to do? Lu Sui's eyes were reddened. She understood the powerful figure behind Su Wu, which was why she had refrained from interrupting the conversation. Before Zhao Wei could finish speaking, Chu Fei could no longer contain himself. Was he merely a pawn to be manipulated? A tiger does not reveal its claws, and they truly mistook him for a mere kitten? He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Li. Chairman Zhao, is it? Initially, I intended to apologize for my heavy-handedness towards your son. But now, I see no need that a waste like your son is better off cremated, with his ashes scattered in the garden to serve as fertilizer. Upon uttering these words, an astonished silence enveloped the room. Even Su Wu gazed at Chu Fei in shock, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his sudden outburst. Did he think it wise to stoke Zhao Wei's ire further? I'll kill him. Lu Sui was utterly enraged. She could no longer restrain herself. This young man must die. Zhao Wei's breathing grew rapid as he snatched a machete from a nearby thug, ready to strike. The situation spiraled out of control. Su Wu cursed Chu Fei internally. Su Li was equally astounded. She had not expected Chu Fei to be so audacious. Just as everyone anticipated that this young man would meet a brutal end. A voice rang out from outside. What is all this commotion? Are blades being drawn? If someone gets hurt, that could be troublesome. The authoritative voice commanded the attention of everyone present that a middle-aged man, wearing glasses and a suit, approached the morning hall with a smile. Upon seeing him, the crowd parted, for he was none other than Jiang Ning, the most powerful figure in Jiangnan City. Cease all actions. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui shouted in unison. To act against the most influential person was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, this individual was impartial, neither siding with any enterprise nor individual. He conducted affairs with strict fairness, and even the mightiest corporations in Jiangnan would face dire consequences if they crossed him, unless they had an even greater power backing them. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? I apologize for not extending an invitation. Zhao Wei lowered his machete, signaling for the thugs to retreat. The once crowded morning hall regained a semblance of space. Su Wu stepped forward, saying, I heard of Chairman Zhao's son's unfortunate passing and came to pay my respects. I hope for your understanding regarding my uninvited presence. Zhao Wei felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead upon hearing this. The implication was clear. He had not invited Jiang Ning, a blatant disregard for his standing. Mr. Jiang, your presence brings honor to my son. If he were aware, he would be proud. Zhao Wei quickly replied with utmost respect. However, Lu Sui seized the opportunity to wail, Mr. Jiang, you must seek justice for my son. The murderer is here. You must ensure he is brought to justice. At her words, Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Indeed, with Jiang Ning present. Even if Su Wu invoked the second most powerful figure, it would be futile. The circumstances were clear, witnessed by many. With evidence and witnesses at hand, given Jiang Ning's temperament, this young man would either die or spend his life in prison. Mr. Jiang, my son was brutally murdered. You must uphold justice. Zhao Wei's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly kneeling in desperation. Meanwhile, Su Wu's expression darkened, as Jiang Ning's arrival was an unexpected complication that he was well aware of Jiang Ning's character. And as the most influential person, his authority surpassed even that of the second. Su Li's face paled, gripping Chu Fei's sleeve tightly. She looked up at him, guilt flooding her heart. If only she hadn't brought him along. This calamity might have been avoided. Such a matter exists. Since Chairman Zhao has spoken, I, as an official, must naturally uphold the law. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui's eyes gleamed upon hearing Jiang Ning's words. With his intervention, there was no escaping the consequences. As long as this young man was imprisoned, they had countless ways to ensure he met his end behind bars. It's him. Zhao Wei pointed at Chu Fei. In that moment, Su Li's grip on Chu Fei's sleeve tightened even more, fearing for his safety. Jiang Ning turned to look at Chu Fei, his expression calm, as though he was unfazed by the revelation of Chu Fei as the culprit. Su Wu could no longer hold back and interjected, "Mr. Jiang, this is a misunderstanding." Su Li added, "Mr. Jiang, my bodyguard acted in defense of my safety, which led to his excessive response resulting in Zhao En's death. Furthermore, they attacked me first, wounding me and prompting my bodyguard to retaliate." She pointed to her forehead, where a bandage stained with a hint of blood remained. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. "However, since the act of murder is confirmed, I must take him in for investigation, regardless of whether it was excessive self-defense that this." Su Li's heart sank, that if he were convicted, Chu Fei would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your fairness." Zhao Wei immediately bowed in gratitude. Jiang Ning waved his hand. "No need for thanks. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly." That he then approached the morning hall, lighting 3 incense sticks. That Su Wu understood that he could not prevent Jiang Ning from taking Chu Fei away today. He took a deep breath and, with a somewhat grim expression, said to Chu Fei, "Once at the station, remember to assert that they attacked first, and you were merely defending yourself, leading to excessive force. Even if convicted, it shouldn't be for too long, that I will find a way to get you out." Chu Fei shrugged nonchalantly. No worries. That Su Li, however, looked at him with teary eyes, speechless. Chu Fei smiled and ruffled her hair, signaling her not to worry. "What's the fuss? Who doesn't he have some connections? Perhaps this Mr. Jiang is a friend of my father's." Hearing this, Su Li shot him a disapproving glance. This guy boasted without any preparation. "All right, everyone, I shall not overstay my welcome. Chairman Zhao, please accept my condolences. I shall take my leave for now." Upon finishing his words, he turned to Chu Fei. "This brother, shall we go?" Chu Fei did not hesitate, promptly turning to follow Jiang Ning and his 2 secretaries. Observing Chu Fei being escorted away, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui felt a surge of relief. By the way, Director Su, you mentioned compensation earlier. Why don't we step inside and discuss it thoroughly? Also, we should converse about the marriage contract. Zhao Wei was not a man of benevolence, that he would not simply let this matter rest. With his son gone, someone must pay the price. Su Wu's expression darkened considerably, yet he found himself with no choice. With the number 1 figure already involved, the second figure behind him might not be of much help. This situation could only be resolved through negotiation with the opposing party. Before he could voice his thoughts, Su Li spoke up, her delicate face as cold as ice. "With a death, the marriage contract is naturally void. And as for compensation, there shall be none." Chapter 12. 1800 in salary, every day with a smile in an opulent private room of a CAF, Jiang Ning, a direct descendant of the Jiang family, greeted Chu Fei respectfully. That he bowed deeply to Chu Fei, who was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Chu Fei gestured for him to take a seat. Jiang Ning then sat down respectfully across from Chu Fei. From the moment Chu Fei laid eyes on Jiang Ning, he discerned that he was a member of the family, that he hadn't anticipated that someone from the family had managed to establish themselves as the number 1 figure in Jiangnan. Moreover, the family had swiftly received news of his arrival. Is there any recent news from the family? Upon hearing Chu Fei's inquiry, Jiang Ning's expression grew slightly grim. Noticing his demeanor, Chu Fei's brow furrowed in concern. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ning hesitated but ultimately spoke. "Young master, the family situation is currently stable and has not been significantly affected. The immortal phoenix and we are engaged in a business war, with both sides in a stalemate. The old master instructed me to convey to you that you should remain at ease in Jiangnan. He will handle matters overseas." Hearing this, Chu Fei's frown deepened. However, he realized he could not intervene in the business dispute. As long as the opposing side refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics, he could remain uninvolved. Yet if they employed sinister means, he would certainly not stand idly by. "I understand by the way, do you know anything about the Su family?" "The Su family?" Jiang Ning pondered for a few seconds before responding. "Young master, my knowledge of the Su family is rather limited. However, as far as I know, the Su family was once a minor clan with a small company. Under Su Wu's leadership, they gradually established the Qiao Company and even connected with the number 2 figure in Jiangnan. I find it hard to fathom how such a family managed to link up with the second figure." Jiang Ning was indeed curious. The Su family had no notable background, so why would the number 2 figure be willing to collaborate with them? Although they lacked substantial support, many were aware that the Su family had the backing of the second figure. That is quite peculiar. Chu Fei mused, sensing something amiss. "Master, why did you ask me to protect Su Li?" Why would a girl from an inconspicuous family warrant my personal protection? By the way, young master, there's one more thing the old master asked me to relay to you. Jiang Ning's expression turned slightly awkward as he spoke. What is it? Chu Fei asked, surprised. The old master wants you to go on a blind date. Jiang Ning then produced a document from his phone that IT displayed a photo of a strikingly beautiful woman in a uniform. Holding a small handbag, her figure elegant. Below the image was an address and name. Wang Xie, chairwoman of Juanhao Group. The Wang family? Is it that Wang family? Upon seeing the surname, Chu Fei was taken aback. It should be correct, Jiang Ning confirmed with a nod. The Wang family is considered a significant clan within the country, with family enterprises spread across the entire Great Xia. Not bad. I'll find time to meet her. Chu Fei replied with a nod. Jiang Ning, relieved that the young master did not refuse, felt at ease that IT was rare for someone of Chu Fei's caliber to take an interest in an ordinary girl. By the way, young master, would you like me to take action and issue a warning to the Zhao family? Jiang Ning was well aware of the immense power and authority that the sole heir of the family possessed. With just a word, he could make the entire Zhao family vanish from Jiangnan. However, the young master had grown accustomed to being low-key. Opponents like the Zhao family did not warrant his direct intervention. No need. They are merely a small family. You focus on your own matters. If I require assistance, I will seek you out. Jiang Ning nodded, offering his business card. Young master, here is my contact information that if you need anything, do not hesitate to call. I will certainly comply. Chu Fei waved his hand. You may return now. I will head back on my own shortly. Understood, young master. Jiang Ning then departed the CF with his entourage. After a 10-minute interval following Jiang Ning's departure, Chu Fei finally exited the CF. That he glanced at the information on his phone, feeling somewhat vexed. However, he realized that he could not seek out Su Li just yet. After all, it would seem rather childish to leave right after Jiang Ning had brought him out. Considering the document in his hand, he decided to meet this supposed blind date. After all, it was arranged by his father. He ought to show some respect that he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Juanhao Group. Upon arriving downstairs, he called the woman named Wang Xie. Hello. Who are you looking for? A cool voice answered on the other end of the line. Wang Xie, I'm your blind date. Do you have time? I'm downstairs at your company. I in the office on the top floor of Juanhao Group. Wang Xie listened to the man's voice on the phone, her brow furrowing. She had received a call from her father the day before, informing her of a blind date he had arranged, but he hadn't disclosed anything about the man's identity, simply insisting that she must consider him as her boyfriend. Wang Xie was puzzled. What family could possibly rival the Wang family? Men who sought to pursue her could circle the entire Jiangnan city. However, recalling her father's words, she ultimately did not decline. She was curious to see what this so-called blind date was all about. After hanging up, she took the elevator downstairs. As she reached the entrance, she spotted a man dressed in security attire squatting nearby, smoking a cigarette. Her brow furrowed. Could this man be her blind date? He appeared to be just a mere security guard. Was her father mistaken? Meanwhile, Chu Fei noticed Wang Xie and discarded his cigarette, but to his surprise, the woman was quite beautiful. Compared to Su Li, each had her own charm. Su Li seemed tough on the outside, but was rather fragile within. While this woman appeared aloof, he was curious about her inner self. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Fei. He extended his hand. Wang Xie suppressed her discomfort and shook his hand. Wang Xie. Their handshake was brief, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Shall we talk? Without uttering a word, Wang Xie merely nodded. The two then headed to a milk tea shop across the street, ordering 2 cups of milk tea. Let us get to the point. What is your background? I prefer directness and dislike beating around the bush. Wang Xie crossed her arms, regarding Chu Fei with a cold demeanor. From the very first glance, she felt no affinity for this man. To me, I'm just a lowly security guard without any benefits, earning a mere $1,800 a month, always smiling. Chapter 13. I sleep on the bed, you sleep on the floor. Chu Fei took a sip of his milk tea, chewing on the pearls within. Meanwhile, Wang Xie's frown deepened, her gaze fixed on Chu Fei, feeling as though he might be mentally unhinged. You find this amusing. If you are unwilling to share, I won't force you. Wang Xie held strong family values. For the honor and interest of her family, she would not mind marrying an unfamiliar stranger, regardless of his appearance. This was her mindset. What I said is the truth. I am not deceiving you. Chu Fei looked at her earnestly. Seeing this, Wang Xie stood up to leave. She saw no reason to continue wasting her time with him. Do you truly wish to know? As she took a step away, Chu Fei spoke again. Wang Xie turned to look at him. What do you think? Although she was unsure of the man's background, it was evident from her father's tone that this individual was of significant standing. Perhaps even surpassing the Wang family, that if this person could bring greater benefits to her family, she might consider engaging with him. Chu Fei smiled lightly. Then allow me to tell you, what benefits could there be? I shall be your girlfriend, Wang Xie stated without hesitation. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. This woman, was she not a bit deranged? After just one meeting, she wished to be his girlfriend? No. Then I can accompany you once. Glancing at Wang Xie's proud figure, Chu Fei found the offer quite appealing. However, he was not the kind of man who would settle for anything less and no need that if you wish to know my background. You might inquire with the higher-ups of your family that if they refuse to divulge, it simply means you are not yet entitled to know. Blind dates. I merely wish to go through the motions. You are not the type I am fond of. Chu Fei smiled faintly, taking a sip of his milk tea. To be frank, he did not harbor any affection for the present Wang Xie, solely due to her character. However, her figure was another matter entirely. In contrast, Su Li was much more to his taste. Although she had a fierce demeanor, she was undoubtedly more opinionated than the woman before him. Is that so? What type do you fancy? A mature woman? A lowly? Or perhaps a pure and innocent one? As long as you can articulate your preferences, I can adapt to your desires. Wang Xie was already aware in her heart that since her father had not disclosed the identity of this man, it implied that his background surpassed that of the Wang family, that if she could truly be with him, then nothing else would matter. I desire a riot of colors and allure. Can you fulfill that? Chu Fei's audacious words left Wang Xie momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally reacted. Are you doing this on purpose? Chu Fei smiled without replying. Did I guess it not obvious enough? Very well. When we meet next, you shall see. With that, Wang Xie turned on her heel and left, leaving Chu Fei in a state of bewilderment. That it seemed he had landed himself in a significant predicament. That a riot of colors and allure? What audacious words! Chu Fei shook his head slightly as he watched her exit the door. Fierce women are preferable. This woman is far too clingy. I cannot endure it. After settling the bill, he stepped outside the milk tea shop, only to receive a call from Su Li. After much hesitation, he answered. How are you? Are you all right? Su Li's worried voice came through the phone. That I'm fine. That person didn't seem like a bad guy. He merely gave me a brief lecture before letting me go. I'm on my way now. Upon hearing Chu Fei's response, Su Li let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. I'm at Prosper Street. That a little over 10 minutes later, Su Li arrived at the sign of Prosper Street. Boss, your personal presence to pick me up is truly flattering. As soon as he got in the car, Chu Fei switched to a rather boisterous mode. However, Su Li's expression was far from cheerful, and she had no desire to joke with him. What's wrong? As Su Li drove, she recounted the events that transpired at the Zhao family. Su's earlier conditions had been entirely rejected by Su Li. The Zhao family was thoroughly enraged and had launched a full-scale attack against Qiao Company. Most businesses in Jiangnan City had severed their partnerships with Qiao Company. Consequently, Qiao Company had plunged into a dark period that if they could recover, they would no longer need to heed the Zhao family. If they could not, they would remain in this plight indefinitely. Upon hearing Su Li's explanation, Chu Fei remained silent but had already formulated a plan in his mind. The Zhao family is quite formidable. Isn't it? What do you propose I do now? Su Li spoke with a face full of worry. Let it be. Moreover, you are not short on funds. The money I previously provided should sustain your company for several months. Right. Su Li shot him a glare at the thought of the money, which she had sacrificed for By the way, may I inquire what the new drug your company is researching targets? Su Li took a deep breath. That is confidential and cannot be disclosed. The drug's function is an absolute secret. Aside from the researchers, the president, and the chairman, none of the shareholders are privy to this information, let alone the other personnel within the company. However, I can tell you that if this drug is successfully developed, it will be introduced globally from our company. Its value could reach several hundred billion, or even more. It would elevate Qiao Company to one of the top companies in the entirety of Daxia. Chu Fei was taken aback upon hearing Su Li's words that a new drug could yield such immense benefits. If this were to leak, countless individuals would likely rush to acquire Qiao Company, or even bribe their researchers. Aren't you worried about your researchers being bought off? In response, Suli chuckled. Buy off my people? They don't even know where my research base is located. To be frank, more than half of the researchers in my institute haven't returned home in over a year. Even their communications with family are monitored by us. This was the one aspect Suli felt reassured about. At least she need not worry about her researchers being swayed by outsiders. Chu Fei understood that this fierce woman was meticulous. Having considered even this detail that as they conversed, they arrived at a villa. The villa was not large, occupying a little over 200 square meters. Aside from Su Li, there was no one else in the villa. After parking the car, Su Li, feeling somewhat fatigued, said to Chu Fei, "I'm going to my room for a nap. Find a room for yourself to settle in. Without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room. Understood? You ruffian." Unexpectedly, Chu Fei firmly declined. "Having promised to protect you closely, I must fulfill that responsibility. From now on, you sleep in the bed, and I'll take the floor." Get lost. Chapter 14. Invest 20 billion in Kiao. The next morning, that Suli had just awakened from her slumber when she caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, rubbing her still drowsy eyes. She opened her bedroom door. She found 2 bowls of steaming noodles on the dining table, topped with a poached egg. Chu Fei had just emerged from the kitchen. "You're awake. Hurry and wash up for breakfast." Suli pursed her lips. This was the first time a man had cooked for her. All right. She hurried downstairs to wash up and approached the dining table, gazing at the steaming bowl of noodles. She couldn't help but feel her appetite stir. "Who would have thought you could cook? I assumed you were just a wealthy second-generation heir." She chuckled lightly. "I possess many talents. Care to try?" Chu Fei's lips curled up as he gazed at Su Li. The latter instinctively covered her chest, a blush creeping on her face. "Go to hell, ruffian." Chu Fei laughed heartily, but said nothing further. After finishing breakfast and changing clothes, Chu Fei drove Su Li to the company. However, upon arrival, he was summoned to the chairman's conference room for a meeting. Before entering the conference room, he could hear the voices of the shareholders in heated dispute. Su Li, with a stern expression, pushed open the door to the conference room. "Esteemed shareholders, from the sounds of it, you intend to have the company repurchase the shares you hold, correct?" While standing outside, she had overheard the shareholders discussing whom to sell their shares to. Currently, nearly all companies, big and small, in Jiangnan City had ceased cooperation with them. The Zhao family had directly proclaimed an assault against Kiao Company. Companies affiliated with the Zhao family naturally severed ties without hesitation. Even those without direct relations chose to terminate their contracts as a courtesy to the Zhao family. Presently, Kiao Company found itself besieged on all sides at Su Zone, although I am unaware of how you and the chairman negotiated with the Zhao family. Given the current situation, we have no choice, unless you can enlighten us on what drug we are researching. Only then can we make an informed decision on whether to sell our shares or increase our investment. A shareholder with the surname Wang spoke up. He was one of the older shareholders of Kiao Company and one of its initial investors, that if he himself did not harbor confidence in the future of Kiao Company, it was needless to say that others would follow suit. Indeed, Su Zong. Thus far, we remain unaware of the direction of the company's latest research. How can we choose? Another shareholder chimed in that Suli sneered inwardly. Among these shareholders, she suspected that some had already been bought off by the Zhao family. Prior to researching the new drug, all shareholders had signed a contract prohibiting inquiries into the research direction and effects until the new drug was developed. This time, with so many speaking up, she could not rule out the possibility that some had become agents of the Zhao family. Since it has come to this, there is no choice left. Gentlemen, who among you intends to sell your shares? I will purchase them all at today's opening price. Recently, Kiao Company's stock price had plummeted. Some investors had already caught wind of the situation and sold off their shares. This morning, as soon as the market opened, the stock price had dropped by nearly 10%. Su Zone. Your statement seems somewhat unreasonable. Given the steep decline in stock prices, not only are you not buying at the original price, but you also expect us to sell at a loss. Such behavior is unbecoming of capitalists, is it not? A rather stout shareholder, wearing glasses, expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, with the stock price plummeting, they too would incur losses. So what do you all mean? Suli looked at the shareholders present, her expression icy. Today, her father was absent, likely aware of the situation here. It seemed to be intended for her to handle this matter. There was no other intention that we have reached a consensus. The company will buy back shares, and we will not take advantage of the situation. Just at yesterday's opening price, that Su Lee sneered that it appears that you esteemed shareholders had long made your plans. If that is the case, then you may keep your shares or seek out someone willing to take over outside. Given Kiao Company's current state, it is improbable that anyone would take over. Unless that person is a fool. Su Zong, your words are excessive, but we had previously agreed that if the company faced a crisis, it would buy back shares that in this moment. Words seem to carry little weight. After all, we have indeed signed a contract, have we not? Could it be that Su wishes for us to resort to legal action? Such a course of action would be rather unwise. The moment Mr. Wang spoke, the other shareholders present exchanged knowing smiles that in truth, Su Lee's suspicions were not unfounded. Every shareholder in attendance had already been compromised by the Zhao Group. Their purpose for this gathering was twofold: to divest themselves of their shares or to extract information regarding the research pharmaceuticals of Kiao Company. If they could manage to procure such information, each of them stood to gain a substantial sum. Moreover, the Zhao Group was willing to offer a high price for the shares they held. Alas, Su Lee's steadfast demeanor rendered them unable to pry anything from her lips. Indeed, we did sign the contract, but let us not forget that the agreement stipulates a repurchase at the opening price on that day. I trust all the shareholders have reviewed the contract. With this statement, Su Lee effectively closed off any avenues of retreat for several shareholders that Mr. Wang's expression darkened, as he had initially come to negotiate, only to find himself outmaneuvered by the opposing party. Should the shareholders wish to take action, they ought to act swiftly. Otherwise, should the company face bankruptcy, their shares would become worthless pieces of paper. With that, Su Lee turned and exited the conference room, leaving the major shareholders in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to her office, Su Lee's countenance was grim. These individuals were clearly bought off. Daring to attempt to extract the research pharmaceuticals from her, it seemed the company was due for a thorough restructuring. However, if she were to invest in purchasing the shares held by these shareholders, the remaining funds would not sustain her for long. The mere thought of this left her in a state of distress. That dear Seo, what troubles you? Do you require my assistance? Su Lee shook her head. It's nothing, just some concerns regarding the company. Chu Fei nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. Taking a seat, he pulled out his phone and sent a brief message, investing $2 billion in Jiangnan Kiao Company. Chapter 15. A wake-up slap at noon, Su Lee proposed. Would you accompany me for a leisurely stroll? No need to drive. Setting aside her work, she acknowledged that the company continued to operate smoothly. Despite a significant number of resignations, which had yet to affect the overall functioning of the business, this an invitation for a date. Chu Fei raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Su Lee. She shot him a playful glare. Think whatever you like. They left the company and strolled along the bustling streets. The September weather was neither hot nor cold, that a gentle breeze lifted Su Lee's spirits considerably. By the way, Bandit, do you have a girlfriend? The moment the words left her lips, she regretted the question, unsure of what prompted such an inquiry to know. Why do you ask? Are you interested in being my girlfriend? He replied teasingly, my standards for a girlfriend are quite high. Can you meet them? Forget it. Since you brought it up, I might as well reluctantly agree to let you be my boyfriend, Su Lee conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Chu Fei sighed dramatically, a hint of exasperation in his expression that Su Lee shot him a fierce look. Dream on. There are enough suitors for me to circle Jiangnan. Do you really think I would choose you? To which Chu Fei shrugged. Whether I am or not, you know in your heart. Can you have a little dignity? We're in public, she exclaimed, exasperated. Just as they were exchanging playful banter, Chu Fei suddenly felt a powerful sense of danger wash over him. Every hair on his body stood on end as he instinctively pulled Su Lee into his embrace and turned to look at a window on the third floor in the distance. Yet, the window was empty. Su Lee, however, misinterpreted his actions as an attempt to take advantage of her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pushed him away, indignantly exclaiming, Bandit, stop it. Chu Fei's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the third-floor window across the street. If his instincts were correct, that feeling of danger had emanated from that very spot. The brief moment it took for him to shield Su Lee and then look back had allowed whoever was there to evade detection, indicating they were not an ordinary adversary. Cradled in his arms, Su Lee's face burned as she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. As if nestled against this man, no danger could approach her. That it's all right now, Chu Fei gradually released her, but Su Li couldn't help feeling a tinge of disappointment. Coming back to her senses, she noticed her complexion had returned to normal. "What just happened?" she inquired. Chu Fei shook his head, grinning. "Nothing, just wanted to take advantage of you." That Su Li shot him a glare, dropped dead. Yet within Chu Fei's heart, a chill settled that he pondered whether the threat was directed at him or Su Li. If it was aimed at him, the assailant would likely reveal themselves. However, if it were directed at Su Li, the implications were uncertain. His mentor had instructed him to protect Su Li, indicating she was indeed in peril. Now that danger had arrived, it remained to be seen how they would respond at that moment. Su Li received a call from Fang Qing. "Hello. Xiao Qing. Xiao Su. Where are you? I'm feeling quite miserable. Would you come join me for a drink?" Fang Qing's slightly inebriated voice came through the line that "I'm at the Zue Yuqing bar." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Together with Chu Fei, they made their way to the bar. Upon entering, they spotted Fang Qing slumped on the sofa. Her condition far from ideal. She was intoxicated, struggling against a man who was making unwelcome advances that Su Li rushed over and forcefully pulled the man away. "Who do you think you are? What are you doing to my friend?" The man, clearly under the influence, reeked of alcohol. "Oh, another beauty has arrived. Come, gorgeous, have a drink with me." As he spoke, he reached out to encircle Su Li's neck, grabbing a bottle of liquor and preparing to force it to her lips. Chu Fei swiftly seized the man's wrist, his demeanor icy. "Get lost!" The man, irritated by the grip on his wrist, shouted. "Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you don't leave this place." Drunkenly, he shouted at Chu Fei, raising the bottle to strike him. The onlookers remained passive, unwilling to intervene, for the man was Su Hui, the son of a local bureau chief and a regular at the bar. Harassing staff and unfamiliar women was a common occurrence for him. Who would dare to confront him? Yet Chu Fei was not one to tolerate such behavior. Before the bottle could descend, he delivered a sharp slap to the man's face. The resounding crack of the slap stunned many present, including Su Hui, who was momentarily jolted awake. "Are you awake now?" Chu Fei released his grip, his expression cold as he stared down Su Hui. Su Hui shook his head, still somewhat dazed, his expression turning venomous as he glared at Chu Fei. "You dare to hit me?" No one had ever dared to challenge him in this bar before. He was incensed at being struck in his own territory. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out?" Chu Fei's tone remained calm, that Su Hui smirked, though it was a chilling smile. "Fine, if you have the guts, don't leave." With that, he staggered away, leaving the bar. Su Li then settled next to Fang Qing, gently patting her back. "Why did you drink so much?" Fang Qing burst into tears. "Wah, that scoundrel Lin Shui broke up with me. I'm heartbroken." She clung to Su Li, sobbing uncontrollably. That moment, the bar owner approached. "Ladies, you should leave quickly. That man is not someone you can afford to mess with. He's the son of the district's law enforcement bureau chief, that he has connections with many unsavory characters, that if you don't leave now, you might find it difficult to escape later." The owner was genuinely concerned. If these three didn't leave, his bar would likely face dire consequences. Seeing Fang Qing in such a state, Su Li knew they couldn't linger any longer. "Thank you, but we shall take our leave." She exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Fei, and together they helped Fang Qing exit. However, just as they reached the door, Su Hui returned, but this time he was not alone. Behind him stood at least a dozen thugs, sporting various dyed hairstyles, each puffing on a cigarette. "But that's him." Su Hui pointed at Chu Fei, his eyes brimming with malice. Upon witnessing this, Su Li instinctively took a step back, supporting Fang Qing. Chu Fei stepped forward, assessing the group of thugs before him. "Clearly, that slap didn't bring you to your senses. Would you care for another couple of slaps to ensure you're fully awake?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of the thugs shouted, "Hey, who do you think you're talking to, brothers? Take him down." Chapter 16. You play quite lavishly in an instant. The group of thugs charged at Chu Fei, fists flying. To Su Hui stood by, a cold smile on his face, relishing the thought of seeing Chu Fei get beaten. However, things rarely unfold as one expects. Those who rushed forward were swiftly taken down by Chu Fei, who dispatched them with a few well-placed punches and kicks. Leaving more than 10 sprawled on the floor. One by one, they lay on the ground, writhing in agony and howling in despair. But Su Hui had yet to comprehend the situation when the group he had summoned had already collapsed. If it weren't for the fact that these individuals had been accompanying him for quite some time, he would have suspected them to be hired actors. So fragile were they under duress. Given the current predicament, What could he possibly do? Run, of course. He was about to take flight when Chu Fei had already anticipated his move. Just as he lifted his leg, a tremendous force struck his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Did you not hear what I said earlier? Chu Fei stepped forward, crouching beside Su Hui with a smile that belied his menace. Do you know who I am? Let me enlighten you. My father is Su Lin. If you dare to strike me, do you believe I can have my father imprison you? Even at this juncture, Su Hui remained oblivious to the unfolding reality, foolishly attempting to intimidate the man before him with his father's name. Unfortunately for him, his threats held no weight with Chu Fei. That I'm so scared. The moment the words escaped his lips, Chu Fei delivered a resounding slap across Su Hui's face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Su Hui's visage flushed and marked with 5 distinct fingerprints. Do you understand your mistake now? Su Hui gritted his teeth, mumbling incoherently, damn you. Before he could complete his sentence, another slap landed. Oh, still cursing. Are we? How utterly uncouth. Su Hui's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. You dare. Another slap followed. You're still unmarried at such a young age. And here I am, yet to grow old. Who do you think you are? Chu Fei unleashed a flurry of slaps, and within mere minutes, Su Hui's face resembled that of a swollen pig. Not until he saw Su Hui lose consciousness did Chu Fei relent. Shaking his sore hand, he muttered, next time we meet, I'll slap you again. With that, he approached Suel. I gazed at Su Hui, now a grotesque sight on the floor, filled with sympathy. Why provoke someone like Chu Fei? Let us go. The three took a taxi, bringing Fong Qing back to the villa. After much effort, Su Li finally laid Fong Qing down on the bed, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Chu Fei meandered aimlessly in the living room. Are you that idle? Su Li snapped, her irritation flaring at Chu Fei's nonchalance. How about lending a hand? What do you suggest? As they spoke, Chu Fei wandered to a corner of the living room, pointing at the surveillance camera. Did you install that camera? Su Li glanced over. Yes, why? Chu Fei shook his head, indicating it was nothing. Yet he sensed something amiss. The unease he had felt earlier on the street might not have been directed at him, but rather aimed at Suel As for the reason he could not fathom. How many cameras do you have in your home, and where are they located? Chu Fei inquired further, leaning on the sofa. Su Li contemplated. For 2 outside, 1 in the living room, and 1 in the corridor. Why do you ask? She looked puzzled. Chu Fei remained silent, moving towards the location she mentioned. The 2 outdoor cameras showed no abnormalities, and the living room camera appeared normal as well. However, upon reaching the corridor, he noticed a small object emitting a red dot attached to the circular camera. Fetching a stool, he carefully removed the tiny device. Squinting slightly, a listening device. To his astonishment, it was indeed aimed at Su Li. Someone had installed a listening device in her home, hidden so discreetly that it would typically go unnoticed. It seemed this villa harbored more than one. With a firm grip, he crushed the listening device. What do you have in your hand? Chu Fei tossed the shattered device onto the table. A listening device. There should be more than one in your house. Upon hearing the words listening device, Su Li felt a chill run down her spine. Someone had infiltrated her home. She often checked the surveillance footage and had never seen anyone enter her villa. You can't be serious. How could this happen? Su Li's disbelief was palpable. Doi appeared to be joking. Chu Fei looked at her earnestly. She fell silent. Let me search for more. Perhaps there are additional devices. Chu Fei began scouring the house for listening devices. In the kitchen, he found one. Behind the television, another. Beneath the router, yet another. Half an hour later, he placed the crushed devices on the table. There were at least 6 or 7. And that was without searching the bedrooms. There might be even more within. Why are there so many? Su Li stared in shock at the pile of listening devices on the table. I have no idea. Now I must check your room for any others. Upon hearing Chu Fei's intention to enter her room, Su Li panicked. No. I'll go with you. For reasons unknown, anxiety washed over her. Chu Fei chuckled at her reaction. What? Is there something you wish to hide? Su Li's face flushed crimson. Of course not. They entered the room, where Fong Qing, heavily intoxicated, lay in a deep slumber, completely oblivious. This was Chu Fei's first time entering a woman's private chamber. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance. In the nearby white-patterned wardrobe hung various styles of clothing. Chu Fei opened the wardrobe and searched, finding a listening device atop the shelves. He then crouched by the nightstand, poised to open the drawer when Su Li suddenly exclaimed, "Don't move." Chu Fei turned back, puzzled. "What?" Su Li fought to suppress her embarrassment, shaking her head, her teeth biting down on her red lip. "It's nothing. Just go ahead and open it." With that, she swiftly turned away. Chu Fei clicked his tongue, then opened the wardrobe, but as he did so, he froze in place. Inside the wardrobe were 7 or 8 sets of intimate apparel, all delicately laced. White, black, red, purple. They even spotted a particularly revealing 3-piece set, and he could easily imagine how it would appear on Su Li. Regaining his composure, a smile spread across his face. "Who would have thought you were quite the seductress all by yourself?" Chapter 17. A sudden investment in the Zhao family manor. "What did you say? You haven't detained anyone named Chu Fei?" Zhao Wei's face darkened as he spoke coldly into the phone. He had assumed that with Jiang Ning's intervention, even if Chu Fei escaped death, he would at least be imprisoned. Yet, to his astonishment, after inquiring at every station in the city, he found no record of such an individual. "Director Zhao, I'm aware of your son's situation. You need to remind me that if there were any developments, I would have already taken action. However, we truly have not received any prisoner by that name." As Zhao Wei listened to the voice on the other end, his expression grew increasingly grim. "That I understand. Thank you, Director Wang, that I'll treat you to a meal next time." But he hung up, kicking a chair across the room. Damn it! Why would Jiang Ning give that little punk a free pass? He was baffled. Jiang Ning, known for his professionalism and unwavering integrity, should not have let a murderer like Chu Fei go free. Could it be that he was an illegitimate son? But upon reflection, the two bore no resemblance to each other, and Jiang Ning had maintained an impeccable record since assuming office. Surely, he wouldn't tarnish his reputation over a mere security guard. Zhao Wei was utterly perplexed. "What is going on?" Lu Sui entered the room, exhaustion etched on her face, deep circles under her eyes. After 2 sleepless nights, she had only managed to rest briefly following her son's burial that morning. "That little punk has been released by Jiang Ning." He scowled. "Released? Are you certain?" Lu Sui could hardly believe it that a murderer falling into Jiang Ning's hands would certainly face imprisonment or worse, yet here he was, free and unharmed. "That I've asked all the precincts in the city. Several chiefs confirmed they have not received anyone named Chu Fei, nor any orders from Jiang Ning. If that is not being released. What is?" Lu Sui fell silent. She could not allow her son's killer to roam free. "I will take my revenge." Her expression hardened. "That will start with Su Li. Isn't he your personal bodyguard? We can use Su Li to threaten him." After listening to her, Zhao Wei fell silent, considering the suggestion that it was indeed a feasible plan, but it required meticulous execution that if discovered, the repercussions would be dire. As Su Li's connections would not let the matter rest. Find someone and ensure it's done cleanly. That I in the villa. Chu Fei and Su Li sat on the sofa in the living room, their expressions grim as they stared at the pile of crushed listening devices on the table. "Have you provoked someone you shouldn't have?" Chu Fei mused. "The fact that they could infiltrate your home and install listening devices without a trace speaks volumes." His brow furrowed in concern that if they could bypass the surveillance and enter Su Li's room to plant devices, it was evident that these individuals were anything but ordinary. "Not at all. I haven't incurred anyone's wrath in Jiangnan, apart from the Zhao family. However, until Zhao Wen's demise, the Zhao family would not resort to such actions." That Su Li remained perplexed, questioning who could possibly be stirring trouble for her, even going so far as to install numerous listening devices within her own villa. "Do you recall that moment on the street?" Chu Fei suddenly interjected. That Su Li momentarily paused, her delicate face displaying a hint of confusion. "In truth, I did not intend to take advantage of you." Upon hearing this, she shot Chu Fei an exasperated glance. What could that possibly mean? She could not comprehend, if it were not for that. "Then what was the reason?" "As your personal bodyguard, my perception of danger is quite acute. When we were on the street, I sensed that someone was preparing to strike at you. Alas, by the time I checked, the assailant had already departed. Hence my failure to apprehend them." Su Li felt a wave of trepidation wash over her upon hearing Chu Fei's explanation. The fear of the unknown is something that haunts everyone. "Is what you say truly the case?" Chu Fei nodded slightly. "Why would I deceive you? Just to take advantage of you. It's not as if I haven't already." Su Li delivered a sharp kick towards Chu Fei, calling him a rogue. At that moment, Su Li received a phone call from the company's secretary. "Hello, General Manager Su. There is someone who wishes to." The secretary's tone was notably agitated, her words somewhat stammered. Su Li struggled to grasp the situation. What is it? Someone wants to invest in our company. The amount is 20 billion. They wish to arrange a meeting with you to discuss this. That Su Li abruptly sprang to her feet from the sofa, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had never anticipated that anyone would choose to invest in her company at such a time, and moreover, a staggering 20 billion. It was crucial to note that once this capital entered the company, Kia Company would be entirely self-sufficient and could even expand its existing facilities that in such a scenario. Even if companies from Jiangnan City chose not to collaborate with her, she could easily seek partnerships with major corporations from other districts, without having to spare any regard for the Zhao family's wishes. Is it for now? Su Li's tone brimmed with excitement. No. They specified 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon at the company. The secretary's words alleviated the tension that had been weighing on Su Li's heart. Although she was still unaware of which company intended to invest in hers, it was akin to a timely boon. That moment. Chu Fei doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Dante rejoiced too soon. You previously asserted that the shareholders of your company are not exactly virtuous. They were planning to sell their shares, weren't they? Call for a meeting tomorrow morning to see if they intend to sell. If they are willing, acquire all their shares outright. This way, should your company have a chance to rise again, you will no longer need to heed their opinions. Upon hearing Chu Fei's suggestion, Su Li's eyes sparkled with realization. This was an opportunity to consolidate shares that, if successful, Kia Company could experience a complete turnaround. I understand. Thank you, Rogue. Chu Fei merely smiled and remained silent. That a 20 billion investment meant little to him. Whether it could yield returns was of no consequence. He simply wished to avoid seeing this woman furrowed with worry over company matters, as that would only invite wrinkles. However, who would choose to invest in my company at such a time? Is the other party not in their right mind? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. Was she indirectly berating his intelligence? Nevertheless, he certainly would not reveal to this woman that it was he who had orchestrated the investment. Perhaps the other party is a fool. Chapter 18. Share repurchased the following morning. Fang Qing finally sobered up and bid farewell to Su Li and Chu Fei. Chu Fei then accompanied Su Li to the company to convene a shareholders' meeting, where Su Wu also made an appearance as he had heard of the impending investment. However, aside from the secretary, only Su Li, Chu Fei, and Su Wu were privy to this information. The major shareholders remained unaware that anyone was investing in Kia Company, much less the magnitude of the sum involved. How the esteemed shareholders deliberated. Are you planning to keep your shares to nurture them, or are you considering a repurchase by the company? Su Li's expression was frigid as she regarded the major shareholders present. The shareholders exchanged glances, realizing they were left with only two options: either sell their shares to the Zhao Group or repurchase them for the company. Clearly, the price would be nearly identical in either case. The Zhao Group is not foolish and would not offer them a price significantly above the market value. General Manager Su, you are aware of the current state of the company. Even if we wish to divest, do you have sufficient funds to take over? Chairman, what do you think? Although Su Wu was referred to as chairman, in reality, he had long entrusted the company's affairs to Su Li, wishing only to enjoy a peaceful retirement at home. The matter rests in your hands. That I have delegated all company matters to General Manager Su. Should anyone wish to sell their shares, I will not voice any objections. As Su Wu spoke, the major shareholders comprehended his intention. Clearly, Su Wu intended to assist Su Li in reclaiming the shares from their hands. That in that case, what price are we looking at, Director Wang? We shall not prolong the discussion. The Zhao Group has already contacted us, offering to purchase our shares at a price 10% above this month's peak value. The shareholder named Wang was forthright in his disclosure. Upon hearing this, both Su Wu and Su Li's expressions soured. That it was unexpected that the Zhao Group would play such a card against them. That it seemed the other party was resolute in their intention to consume Kia Company. We have been old friends for years and have reaped considerable benefits from the company. This ill-gotten gain, while enticing, is not worth pursuing. Selling the shares at this month's peak price to the company. What does General Manager Su think? Another shareholder chimed in. Just as Su Wu hesitated, Su Li spoke first. Certainly, Su Wu was taken aback. Where did this girl acquire such a substantial sum? It must be noted that the peak price of the shares occurred during the time of Su Li and Zhao En's engagement. At that period, Kia Company's stock price had seen an unprecedented rise. That if calculated at the peak price, the combined shares of these major shareholders would amount to at least 2 billion. General Manager Su, Are you jesting? Do you truly intend to proceed? The shareholder named Wang appeared skeptical. $0.2 billion in funds would necessitate selling off half of Kia Company. That deal, you think I am joking? Su Li maintained an expression of calm, showing no signs of jest. Thus, the major shareholders opted to sell their shares back to the company, and she received her portion of the funds. Consequently, all shares of the company now resided in the hands of Su Li and Su Wu. Su Li held 60% individually, while Su Wu possessed 30%. The remaining 10% belonged to various shareholders. In Su Li's office, Chu Fei received a phone call. Hello? Who is this? Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he was unsure who would be calling him. Have you forgotten me so soon? Where are you? I am coming to find you. Hearing the soft yet slightly alluring voice on the other end of the line, Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. That wasn't this the blind date his father had arranged for him? Why would she be calling him? Given her aloof demeanor, he had thought she would regard him as just another passerby. It's you. Is there something you need? If not, perhaps it would be best if you did not come over. It's not very convenient for me. Chu Fei glanced at the phone, politely declining. The presence of this aloof woman was bound to bring no good tidings. Don't you want to see me? You said you were seeking a vibrant and colorful experience. I believe I currently possess the flavor you desire. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei nearly choked on his drink. What on earth does vibrant and colorful mean? Did he ever say such a thing? He pondered for a moment, recalling that he might have mentioned it. However, he never expected this woman would take it to heart. Wait a moment, let me gather myself. Chu Fei quickly replied before hanging up the phone. Taking a deep breath, he still felt that he could not allow this woman to come over. However, before he could make a call, Su Li returned, her face alight with a smile. That it's settled now. All the major shareholder shares have been reclaimed. We just await the meeting with the investor this afternoon. Do you think they will invest? Su Li was filled with joy, yet also a bit anxious. What if the other party was unaware of the current state of the company and chose not to invest? Rest assured, they will certainly invest. Chu Fei replied with a smile. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Su Li's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Just then, Chu Fei's phone rang. Hello, where are you? I've been waiting for your response for several minutes. Chu Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, I just received a phone call. Su Li had indeed heard the woman's voice from the other end of the line. Her previously beaming smile faded into a calm expression. Chu Fei, oblivious to any awkwardness, left the office and stepped outside. What exactly do you want? He felt somewhat vexed. Could it be that this blind date genuinely wanted him as her boyfriend? I mentioned that I possess the kind of feeling you desire. You yourself said that. Where are you? I will come to find you right now. Observing the other person's demeanor, Chu Fei realized that this woman would not rest until she saw him. I am downstairs at Kishin Company. You may come. After hanging up the phone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then walked into the office and said to his boss, I'm going downstairs to meet a friend. I'll be back shortly. As you wish. Su Li replied coldly, without even lifting her gaze. Chu Fei wondered to himself why she was acting so frosty, as he had not provoked her in any way. However, after Chu Fei descended the stairs, Su Li stood by the office's floor-to-ceiling window, watching him below. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. The friend he mentioned might very well be a girlfriend. What kind of woman could he possibly be interested in? Just then, she noticed a luxurious red Ferrari pulling up outside the company. A woman clad in leggings and a tight red outfit emerged from the car. The attire tightly embraced her perfect figure, accentuating her alluring curves. As Chu Fei spotted Wang Xie stepping out of the car, his eyes widened in disbelief. The transformation in this woman was simply astonishing. With such an outfit, she could enchant countless men. That's so. How do you find my outfit? If I were your girlfriend, you could do whatever you wish with me, Wang Xie said with a sultry gaze as she approached and linked her arm through his. Su Li, watching from above, could hardly bear the bitter taste in her heart. She never anticipated that he would be attracted to such a woman. Turning away, she tried to avert her eyes. Yet a voice in her mind urged her to keep watching. Cautiously, she turned back to observe the scene below. Wait. You're making it seem as if I'm merely captivated by your beauty. You know I'm not that kind of person, Chu Fei exclaimed. Breaking free from Wang Xie's grip and stepping aside, his face a mask of helplessness. Why was this woman so clingy, like a stubborn piece of gum? What do you want then? Perhaps we should be more straightforward. I have my ID with me, although it's broad daylight if it pleases you. Wang Xie suggested without a hint of embarrassment, leaving Chu Fei utterly taken aback. Was this woman mad? Was she truly willing to sacrifice herself for a stranger in the name of family? All right, I'll lay my cards on the table that I'm just a lowly security guard. You shouldn't pursue me further, we're simply not suited for each other. With that, Chu Fei turned to leave. However, she swiftly caught his arm. How can we know if we are suited unless we try? Just like the compatibility of shades. Isn't that perfect? Her words left Chu Fei utterly stunned. Where on earth did you learn such audacious phrases? As a respectable young lady, speaking like that could lead to misunderstandings. Wang Xie's expression darkened. What do you want from me? I've already dressed to impress. Now you're dissatisfied. Tell me, what style do you prefer? Wang Xie was not the kind of woman to be easily swayed. Not just anyone could evoke such a reaction from her. Yet, Chu Fei was genuinely different. Despite not fully understanding what drew her to him, she felt she had done enough for him to know. Let's be clear, I never said I liked you, right? You should head back. A woman of the world is not suited for me. Chu Fei shook his head slightly and began to walk towards the building. Just a few steps later, he turned back to by the way, do you have any investment interest? This company is short on funds. Perhaps if you invest, I might consider. With that, he departed. Wang Xie gazed at the towering building, her brow slightly furrowed. Kexin Company? Isn't that the small company being targeted by the Zhao Group? The entire Jiangnan was aware of the Zhao Group's aggressive business maneuvers against Kexin Company. However, her Juanhao Group was not involved. She had no need to consider the favor of any company. Nevertheless, since this man had suggested investing in it, it might hold some value. Immediately, she took out her phone and called her secretary. Xiao Gu, arrange a 500 million investment for Kexin Company. Yes, Ms. Wang. As she watched Chu Fei's retreating figure, a faint smile graced her lips. Since you work as a security guard at this company, I want Tini to call you next time. With that, she turned and drove away, leaving the scene behind. Upstairs, Su Li regarded the unfolding drama with a complex expression. Lost in thought, she sat at her desk, pondering something unknown. Boss, I'm back. That Su Li did not raise her head, merely responding with a soft Boss, what is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital? Seeing Su Li's lackluster demeanor, Chu Fei commented, You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. Scoundrel. Enraged, Su Li erupted in a tirade. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. Wait. Let us be reasonable. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why are you calling me a scoundrel? I don't believe I've done anything to deserve that. Su Li ignored him, engrossed in company matters, while Chu Fei, unwilling to make a fool of himself, sat on the sofa and occupied himself with his phone. As noon approached, Chu Fei received a text message. Young master, I've arrived in Jiangnan. Would you like to meet? Recognizing the sender, Chu Fei understood that he needed to meet with his butler. Some matters were better known to the butler than to Jiang Ning. Boss, may I take half a day off? Do as you please. Go wherever you wish. It's best if you never return. Scoundrel. Pa Su Li replied harshly, clearly still agitated by the earlier incident. With a frown, Chu Fei protested. What makes me a scoundrel? If I were truly one, would I have given you so much money? If you insist on calling me a scoundrel, then return the money. I'm nearly broke and can't even afford a new outfit. In your dreams, not a chance. Su Li remembered his words that I have something to take care of. I'll be back shortly. By the way, don't leave the company if nothing urgent arises. Chu Fei instructed before departing. Since someone was secretly targeting Su Li, she certainly should not venture out carelessly that if danger arose while he was not there. It could lead to unforeseen consequences. Mind your own business. Get lost, Su Li snapped back. With that, Chu Fei left, driving Su Li's car hastily towards the airport. Meanwhile, Su Li checked the time. It was lunchtime. She still had a meeting with investors in the afternoon, so she decided not to return home. After some thought, she resolved to grab a quick bite at a nearby noodle shop. Being so close. Just across the street, she felt nothing could go awry as she descended the stairs. The sun shone brightly, not too hot. However, the moment she stepped outside, she found herself under scrutiny from a nearby black car. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on her. Boss, the target has appeared. It's just her. Shall we proceed? A deep voice came through the phone. Proceed, but remember, be swift. In a luxurious restaurant, young master, after many years, you remain as handsome as ever. Before Chu Fei stood a man whose hair had begun to gray, appearing to be around 50. That this was Chu Kai, the butler from his family's estate. I've always been this dashing. However, I'm quite curious as to why you've come personally. Has something happened in the family? Initially, Chu Fei had not intended to summon Chu Kai. He merely wished for someone from the family to come and invest in Su Li's company. Yet unexpectedly, it was Chu Kai who arrived. The family has encountered some troubles recently. However, the head of the family and several elders are preparing, so there shouldn't be any issues in the short term. You needn't worry about that. This time, the head of the family said you might need to be more vigilant, that it seems the immortal bird has sent someone into the Great Xia. Hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold aura emanating from him. The immortal bird was a powerful family abroad, wielding the most formidable secret forces in the world, comprising exceptionally strong individuals skilled in dark methods against rival families. However, he had not anticipated that they would dare to enter the Great Xia. Were they here for me, or targeting other members of the family? Chu Kai shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Given the current situation, he too was unclear about their intentions. Even the family's intelligence network was temporarily unable to ascertain anything. That I understand that if you receive any news, be sure to inform me. Understood, young master. By the way, young master, the elder also asked me to inquire if you have any romantic interests. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened immediately. That a romantic interest. Someone like Wang Xia, just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. This woman's thoughts were far too convoluted. He could only keep his distance from such a person. None. I'm still quite young. If he is eager for grandchildren, he'll have to wait a few more years. Upon hearing Chu Fei's response, Chu Kai could only smile wryly and remain silent. That moment, Chu Fei's phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he furrowed his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer button. Hello, a deep male voice came from the other end. Is this Chu Fei? The unfamiliar voice left Chu Fei puzzled. Chu Fei. Next, he heard Su Li's voice, laced with tears. Instantly, Chu Fei stood up, his demeanor turning icy. Have you understood? You should be familiar with this, right? Your boss has been kidnapped by me. Now, you have two choices. Either come alone to the old factory in the south of the city, or call the police, and I will kill her. Upon hearing these words, Chu Fei realized that the target was himself. Not Su Li. Don't harm her. I'm coming over now. Since the target was not Su Li, it meant she was temporarily safe. I do enjoy dealing with smart individuals. The call was abruptly disconnected, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Fei's eyes. Coming for me. Is it someone from the Phoenix? If so, their intelligence network is impressively strong. However, he couldn't fathom how trouble had arisen in less than half an hour since he had stepped out. Hadn't he instructed her not to leave the company? Young master, what's wrong? Noticing Chu Fei's unusual expression, Chu Kai inquired that I came to have a meal with you, but my protection target has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Chu Kai's forehead. Having a meal with him led to the young master's target being abducted. This clearly implied an indirect connection to him. Young master, rest assured, I will contact our people in Jiangnan immediately. I will spare no effort to rescue your target. Given the Chu family's capabilities, rescuing a kidnapped individual would be a mere trifle. There's no need for that. The target is me. I can handle it myself. Chu Fei stood up and left the restaurant. Once he departed, Chu Kai let out a sigh of relief, then hastily took out his phone to call Jiang Ning. That moment, Jiang Ning was in his office, sipping tea and perusing the latest news. With his current status, he often enjoyed leisure time, that he would only become busy if a significant upheaval occurred in Jiangnan. Just then, a call came through to his personal phone. Seeing the number, he quickly stood up. Butler Kai? What brings you to call me? It was rare for the young master's butler to personally reach out. Something significant must have happened. You are already aware of the young master's situation in Jiangnan. Correct? He is a protection target. You know? Jiang Ning's expression turned serious, that he was indeed aware of this matter, having been well informed about the meeting with the young master. His protection target was Su Li, the president of Kiao Corporation. However, the young master had stated he wouldn't intervene in business battles. That I know. What is the matter, Butler Kai? Did something happen to the young master? His heart raced with anxiety. If something were to happen to the young master in Jiangnan, he wouldn't be able to maintain his status as the #1 figure there. Not quite. It's the young master's target who is in trouble. She's been kidnapped. You need to use all your connections to investigate their movements immediately. Chu Kai's words allowed Jiang Ning to breathe a sigh of relief, though he remained tense. After all, the young master's target was 100 times more important than himself. Understood. I will begin the investigation right away. Meanwhile, Chu Fei was already driving straight toward the southern part of the city. The southern area was once the old industrial district of Jiangnan City, home to numerous factories before the city was fully developed. At the behest of the government, all factories had been relocated to the outskirts to protect air quality. Consequently, the old district was now in a preparatory phase for development, though no real estate companies had yet taken over. This area had become a gathering place for various petty gangs and factions. That as Chu Fei made his way south, another group had already arrived there. Who are these people? On the rooftop of an old building in the south, 3 burly men stood by the railing, gazing into the distance. That at their feet lay a heavy black duffel bag. I don't know, wasn't this girl supposed to be our target? Could it be that the boss sent someone else? One of the men, sporting a scarred face, looked perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. However, it's strange that the guy isn't here this time. Last time he almost discovered us. That kid is terrifying. Chapter 21. Shots fired. Why don't you go ask what is going on? Old Black? I see these guys don't seem very capable. They shouldn't be from the boss's side. The speaker was the leader of the trio, Old Wu. They had received orders from higher-ups to kidnap Su Li, the president of Kiao Corporation, preferably alive, as she was of great value. However, they hadn't anticipated that a skilled protector would be by her side. Old Wu had initially thought he could easily subdue her, but hadn't expected the other side to detect his presence so quickly. For the past few days, they had been searching for an opportunity. They finally waited until the protector had business elsewhere, and Su Li ventured out alone. Before they could act, they witnessed her being abducted into a vehicle. The 3 had followed the car all the way to the south. And oh wait, why should it be me? Can't you see those guys over there with knives? I am too scrawny to withstand a few stabs. The one speaking was Old Black, whose name belied his slender appearance. Despite his frail look, the trio had gained a fearsome reputation on the battlefield of the South Tower. The number of petty leaders who had fallen to their hands was countless. As for the big bosses, they were beyond their reach. Given their strength, dealing with the local thugs below wouldn't even require firearms. Why don't we all go take a look? These few thugs should be easy to handle, like swatting flies. Old Su chimed in. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They then set off towards the old factory, carrying the black duffel bag. Inside the old factory, Su Li was bound to a chair, her eyes covered with a rag. Nearby, several thugs were engrossed in playing cards. Point 3. Royal Flush. Do you even know how to play? I have a 3, and you go with a royal flush? I'm doing as I please. What is wrong with that? The thugs were enjoying themselves immensely. Meanwhile, a bald man with a knife in hand was swinging it back and forth atop a pile of discarded machinery. A long scar ran across his head, indicating he was a ruthless character. Known as Scar in Jiangnan City, he often did dirty work for the Zhao family and was a fierce soldier under Lu Sui. Generally, Lu Sui wouldn't deploy him unless necessary. Everyone, pay attention. It's about time. That kid should be arriving soon. That I've heard he is quite the martial artist, so don't get cocky. Just stab him to death. The knife glinted in Scar's hand as he spoke coldly. Bound to the chair, Su Li could not see, but could hear everything. She listened carefully to Scar's words, her heart racing with anxiety. What would she do if Chu Fei actually came? She found herself torn between hoping he wouldn't come and wishing he would arrive soon. This conflicting thought swirled endlessly in her mind. Just then, 3 strangers appeared at the entrance of the old factory. Instantly, everyone paused their actions, snatching up the large knives left nearby. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this place is occupied. One of Scar's subordinates pointed a machete at the approaching trio. Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask one question that we'll leave right after. I assure you. Old Wu chuckled as he tossed a thick stack of cash towards them. Scar furrowed his brow upon seeing the money. These 3 seemed to know the score. Ask away, but make it quick. The trio exchanged glances. Are you here on behalf of Brother Yi? Brother Yi, Scar's expression changed. No, you've got the wrong person. You should leave. He waved his hand, urging them to depart immediately. However, the expressions of Old Wu and his companions turned cold. If they weren't sent by Brother Yi, then they were likely enemies of the woman. Yet, to dare to snatch their prey was to underestimate them. That if not, then please leave. This woman is a designated target of our boss. If you don't want trouble, I advise you to leave quickly." As he spoke, Old Black and his companion set down their duffel bag. Scar's demeanor shifted as he regarded the bag with apprehension, but he knew exactly what it contained. "Gentlemen, this action may not be wise." As he spoke, he had already drawn a black pistol from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the three men. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to such a weapon, for it was prohibited for ordinary citizens to possess arms in Xia, save for certain specialized departments. Yet he deemed it prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Little did he expect to find himself in this predicament. "Brother, are you certain you wish to proceed?" In that moment, Lao He set down his bag and raised both hands high, seemingly signaling his intent to surrender. However, unnoticed by anyone, a blade was clasped between his fingers. "You may leave now, and we shall pretend this never occurred. Should you fire your weapon, it is likely that you will not escape unscathed." Lao He wore a broad grin, seemingly unfazed by the gun pointed at him. Lao Wu and Lao Su similarly raised their hands, their expressions devoid of emotion. "Are you attempting to intimidate me? I am well aware of what lies within that bag o not push me, or one among you shall surely fall." And no sooner had the words left his lips than Lao He suddenly flicked his wrist. Scarface, an old hand in the underworld, had survived long enough not by mere luck. The instant he perceived the movement of his adversary's wrist, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The blade pierced Scarface's throat, blood gushing forth in torrents. His eyes locked onto the three before him. Simultaneously, Lao He was not faring any better. Upon initiating his attack, he desperately twisted his body. Yet, even the swiftest movements could not outrun a bullet. The projectile tore through his arm, blood flowing freely. Attack! Upon witnessing their leader fall, Scarface's underlings went berserk, recklessly charging at Lao He and the others that in that moment. Lao He no longer needed to intervene. Just the 10 or so ruffians were more than enough for Lao Wu and Lao Su to handle. Meanwhile, not far from the factory, Chu Fei pressed the accelerator, racing towards the scene. Upon hearing the gunshot, a jolt of alarm surged through him. What is happening? Why is there gunfire? Chapter 22. I apologize for my late arrival minutes later. Within the old factory, several bodies lay strewn about haphazardly. Lao Wu and Lao Su shook their wrists, discarding their bloodied knives. Lao He stepped forward, a look of grievance on his face. "That I told you. My slight frame cannot withstand this. You simply would not believe me. Had I come down alone, you two would certainly have had to retrieve my body." Lao Wu shot him a glance that you'd be better off not boasting. "My friend. All right, Lao Su, take that woman and return to report." Bound to a chair, Su Li trembled slightly, still shaken by the recent gunfire. The heavy scent of blood in the air churned her stomach, as her sensitivity to such odors was heightened due to her profession as a medical researcher. "Let us not tarry. This place is bound to be discovered soon." Lao He chimed in. Just as Lao Su approached Su Li, a sudden screech of tires echoed through the air. The three turned to the entrance, where, unbeknownst to them, Chu Fei had already arrived. His expression darkened upon seeing the bodies on the ground. He then turned his gaze to the trio. Confusion etched across his features. What transpired here? What exactly happened? The moment Lao Wu laid eyes on Chu Fei, his countenance shifted. "It's him." He recognized the man who had discovered him last time. "I never anticipated he would show up." "Who are you?" Chu Fei inched closer to the three. Lao Wu, regaining his composure, regarded him with a brooding expression. "Brother, this matter does not concern you. Allow us to depart. And name your terms." He was acutely aware of the man's capabilities. After all, he was merely the bodyguard of the woman. As long as he was offered sufficient terms, it was entirely feasible to sway him. A direct confrontation would not be a wise choice, for even combined, the three of them might not best him. That's so. Do you realize she is the one I am sworn to protect? Lao Su, standing beside Su Li, narrowed his eyes. "Brother, I am aware of your exceptional strength. However, I trust you would not wish to witness this woman perish before your eyes." Unbeknownst to them, a dagger appeared in Lao Su's hand. Pressed against Su Li's neck, the sharp blade grazed her fair skin, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Should Chu Fei dare to make a move, he would not hesitate to sever Su Li's carotid artery. Chu Fei halted, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the trio before him. "Whom do you serve? You must be the ones responsible for the deaths of these individuals, correct?" He found it peculiar. The slain appeared to have no affiliation with the three, and their target was evidently Su Li. while the deceased may have been after him. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier incident when he and Su Li encountered danger on the street. That sudden feeling of peril had most likely stemmed from these three individuals. Their objective was Su Li, not himself. As for the kidnappers of Su Li, they had aimed for him. Indeed. However, we are not acquainted with them. They abducted our intended target, and when they refused to comply, we had no choice but to act. You arrived a moment too late. Lao Wu inhaled deeply, his hand inching towards his waist. Though they had yet to engage, the aura emanating from Chu Fei suggested he was no ordinary foe. Upon hearing the other's words, Chu Fei deduced the situation. A misunderstanding had transpired between the two factions. However, this was fortuitous, as it alleviated some of his troubles. Yet, as he observed the other's hand reaching for his waist, his expression grew increasingly grave. The man was undoubtedly armed, at such close range. Even if he could evade, Su Li remained in their grasp. Should he take action, her life would be in jeopardy. Gentlemen, let us discuss this. What price has your employer offered you? I will double it. The sole option remaining was to maintain composure while seeking an opportunity to act. Lao Wu chuckled, though he dared not let his guard down. Brother, are you jesting? Money holds little value for us. You understand, in our line of work, credibility is paramount. Should we lose our credibility, no one would seek our services again. Therefore, I suggest you take your leave. Lao Wu's words caused Chu Fei's eyes to harden, a terrifying killing intent surging forth from him. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. The moment they sensed Chu Fei's overwhelming aura of menace. The expressions of Lao Wu and his companions shifted dramatically. This man was extraordinary. He was undoubtedly a formidable force, having emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, forged through trials of fire. No one could achieve such prowess without years of bloodshed. The three had cooperated for 5 or 6 years, yet even their combined strength could not rival that of the man before them. Brother, do not resort to violence. Do you wish to watch her die? Lao Su interjected, pressing the dagger closer to Su Li's throat, blood oozing slowly down the blade. You are courting death. Chu Fei was utterly enraged. With a swift motion, he launched a stone from his hand. Whoosh! The stone flew through the air like a bullet, striking Lao Su's wrist. Lao Su instinctively attempted to defend himself, but his reaction was too slow. Thud! The stone pierced his wrist, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Lao Wu and Lao He exchanged a fierce glance, drawing their guns to fire at Chu Fei. Bang, bang, bang! A series of shots rang out. Yet Chu Fei evaded them with ease, in a swift roll. He appeared before Lao Su, raising his fist to strike. Lao Su, reacting instinctively, raised his hands to block. However, this was merely a feint. Chu Fei abruptly retracted his fist, driving his elbow forcefully into Lao Su's chest. The 8 extremes burst. Bang! Lao Su was launched backward like a cannonball, his ribs likely shattered beyond count, lying on the ground, unaware of his fate. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Fei grasped the chair binding Su Li and with a fierce pull, shattered it. He then sheltered Su Li behind a derelict machine. Let us go. Lao Wu and Lao He understood the gravity of Chu Fei's capabilities. As for Lao Su, they had no time to spare for him. That last move had likely sealed Lao Su's fate. The two fled the scene, not daring to look back. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. Slowly removing the blindfold from Su Li's eyes, tears welled in her gaze, her body trembling uncontrollably. I apologize for my late arrival, Chu Fei expressed, his face etched with remorse. Had it not been for him, Su Li would not have found herself in such peril. Su Li clung tightly to Chu Fei, unwilling to release her grip for even a moment. Chapter 23. The Wrath of Chu Fei. 2 hours later, Chu Fei returned to the villa with Su Li. The events of the day had left her deeply shaken. Once home, she lay down on her bed to rest. Meanwhile, Chu Fei sat in the living room, his expression dark and brooding. He took out his phone and dialed Chu Kai. Have you gathered any information? Chu Kai inhaled deeply. Young master, the situation is somewhat troublesome. However, it is not insurmountable. Hearing this, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. What do you mean? 2 factions with differing targets. Point 1 is after you, while the other is after Su Li. A misunderstanding has led to a violent confrontation between them. Young master, we have identified those targeting you. They are under loose sway of the Zhao group. Perhaps it is due to previous events that one might contemplate the abduction of Miss Su as a means to threaten you. As for the other group, their identities are rather intricate. Tio put it simply, their target is Miss Su, yet their origins lie not within the Great Xia, but rather with individuals returning from the South Tower. As for whose subordinates they truly are, we are still in the midst of our investigation. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. It is no wonder that during encounters with these individuals, he sensed they were not ordinary adversaries. They are indeed the ones returning from the South Tower. That place has been embroiled in conflict for years, with fatalities occurring almost every moment. Chu Fei had also executed missions there. Although the tasks were not exceedingly challenging, the individuals encountered were utterly ruthless and reckless that I understand. Please inform me as soon as you have any updates. Regarding the Zhao family, you should take the lead in resolving the matter. With that, Chu Fei ended the call, that he gently approached the door of Su Li's room, pushed it open, and gazed at the slumbering Su Li, a flicker of tenderness illuminating his eyes that he murmured to himself, I apologize. It shall not happen again. At this moment, within the Zhao family's villa, Lu Sui's complexion turned pale upon receiving news from her subordinates. What did you say? All of Scar's men are dead. How can that be? Scar is her most formidable warrior, a seasoned fighter. He could easily take on 5 opponents without breaking a sweat, and he could wield a dagger with remarkable finesse. Moreover, with over 10 underlings at his disposal, they were unable to subdue a mere bodyguard. Big sister, this is the truth. The authorities have become involved, and they are currently investigating. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui's expression darkened. I understand. I will transfer a sum to your accounts shortly. For the time being, it would be wise for you to keep a low profile until the storm passes. After hanging up, Lu Sui sank onto the sofa, helplessly staring at the ceiling. Just then, Zhao Wei emerged from his room. Having just concluded a call with company personnel, he confirmed the recent developments. Noticing his wife's distressed demeanor, he inquired, What is the matter? Lu Sui shook her head, expressing defeat. That man managed to rescue his people, and all my men are dead. The higher-ups have already begun their inquiries. Hearing this, Zhao Wei's expression shifted slightly. How can this be? Is that young man invincible? I recall that Scar possessed black fire. Did he not? The so-called black fire refers to firearms acquired through special means. That To possess firearms, yet still be defeated by the enemy, is utterly inconceivable. I cannot explain it, but it is the reality we face. That I have instructed my subordinates to remain hidden. They should not be traceable for the foreseeable future. Just as the two were discussing, an urgent phone call interrupted their conversation. Answering the phone, Zhao Wei expressed his displeasure. Provide me with a reason that will keep me from losing my temper. He had just finished a call with his company's secretary, only to receive another call moments later. Chairman, we have a major issue. Mr. Jiang has sent people to seal off our factory, and they have taken the general manager and CEO with them, claiming they need their cooperation in an investigation. The rationale is that our group is suspected of infringing upon others' property, employing illegal methods in corporate warfare, and that our products contain hazardous materials. This news struck Zhao Wei like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Did he specify how long the sealing would last? Given the current scale of our group, halting operations for a single day would result in losses exceeding 10 million. Not to mention the impact on our collaborations with major companies. That if this drags on, we may also face penalties for breach of contract. That no, he merely stated that the seal would be lifted once the investigation is complete. Zhao Wei sank onto the sofa, utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Is this a form of retaliation against the Zhao family? Yet, could the Su family possess the power to command Jiangning? He could hardly believe it. However, this was merely the beginning. Just after concluding his call with the secretary, he received yet another call from the heads of other companies. Chairman Zhao, my apologies for the interruption. I believe we may need to dissolve our partnership with your esteemed group. Rest assured, we will honor the breach of contract penalties. Before Zhao Wei could respond, the caller had already hung up. One call after another caught Zhao Wei off guard. Each conversation bore the grim news of companies terminating their contracts, often without granting him the opportunity for inquiry. That IT continued until the last call. Old Zhao, you have truly stirred up a tremendous amount of trouble. Sigh. On the other end of the line was Zhao Wei's old friend, the chairman of the family group. They had collaborated for many years and shared a close friendship. Olden, could you please elaborate? I am at a loss as to whom I have offended to bring such repercussions upon the Zhao family group, to the extent that even Jiang Ning has turned against me. Zhao Wei could not comprehend why someone of Jiang Ning's stature would take action against him, leading him to wonder just how formidable the person he had offended truly was. Old Zhao. To be honest, I am also unclear. However, the higher-ups have decreed that no company in Jiangnan City is permitted to collaborate with you. All companies with existing partnerships must terminate their agreements within 3 days, or they shall bear the consequences. You know as well as I do that when the higher-ups speak, we mere mortals must comply. These words fell upon Zhao Wei's ears like an aging spell, leaving him feeling decades older, that he had worked tirelessly to build the Zhao family group to its current stature, yet he was powerless against the utterance of those in high positions, that he could not even discern whom he had provoked. Thank you, I understand now. After hanging up, Zhao Wei sat in a daze on the stool, that I asked the Zhao family group truly facing its demise. The fruits of his labor, established with great effort, are to vanish just like that? At that moment, the butler entered the hall. Sir, several individuals have arrived outside, and the leader claims to wish to speak with you. They appear to be officials. Chapter 24. You are not qualified to know officials? Zhao Wei and Lu Sui exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in each other's eyes. The Zhao family group had just suffered pressure from the authorities, and now, within mere minutes, officials had come knocking at their door. The speed was astonishingly swift. It is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and one cannot evade fate. They could only hope that the officials would not deliver a fatal blow to the Zhao family group. Otherwise, they would be left with no chance for a comeback. Please, do invite them in. Zhao Wei waved his hand, signaling the butler to usher them in promptly. 2 minutes later, Chu Kai entered the villa, accompanied by Jiang Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Zhao Wei's expression soured. That it turned out to be Mr. Jiang. Please, take a seat. However, Jiang Ning did not respond, but instead gestured for Chu Kai to sit down. At that moment, Zhao Wei noticed an elderly gentleman beside Jiang Ning, who must have an astonishing background to receive such a gesture from Jiang Ning, the paramount figure of Jiangnan City. Lu Sui, not one to be underestimated, turned pale at this sight. To Mr. Jiang, may I inquire as to who this gentleman is? Zhao Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, softly asking. The arrival of such a significant figure in his home was undoubtedly alarming. Jiang Ning merely cast a disinterested glance at him, stating, You are not qualified to know. With those words, Zhao Wei's carefully prepared flattery was swallowed back down. Chu Kai settled onto the sofa, while Jiang Ning stood beside him, devoid of the imposing presence one might expect from a paramount figure. May I ask what brings you here today? What offense have I, a mere mortal, committed against you? Zhao Wei displayed visible nervousness, refraining from raising his voice. Chu Kai casually crossed his legs and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Observing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly produced a lighter to light it for Chu Kai. This scene struck Zhao Wei and Lu Sui like a thunderclap, the paramount figure personally lighting a cigarette for someone. The implications of such a connection were enough to terrify anyone at that moment. Zhao Wei had no desire to inquire about the origins of this mysterious man. What would it matter? Did he dare to act against an individual of such stature? That would be tantamount to courting death. You are Zhao Wei, chairman of the Zhao family group, correct? Jiang Ning remained standing, leaving Zhao Wei no choice but to stand as well. That he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am indeed the chairman of the Zhao family group. Chu Kai took a deep drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. Very well. I am here today to address a rather trivial matter. You are presented with 2 options. I will offer you 10 million in exchange for all the shares of the Zhao family group, and you and the rest of the Zhao family shall never again set foot in Jiangnan. The second option, well, you may serve time in prison. 20 to 30 years should suffice, not too long. Choose. The 2 choices left Zhao Wei rooted to the spot in astonishment. 10 million. In terms of the current Zhao family group, even if every company ceased collaboration, the total value would still exceed 30 billion. To propose a mere 10 million for the acquisition of the entire Zhao family group is ludicrous. As for the second option, Zhao Wei dared not even entertain the thought. May I inquire, esteemed sir, where have I offended you? If I have erred in any way, please let me know, and I shall offer my sincere apologies. However, to demand that I sell the entirety of the Zhao family group shares for a mere 10 million, is that not somewhat excessive? He refused to choose either option. He exerted every ounce of effort to bring the Zhao group to its current standing. A mere 10 million is something he wouldn't even glance at. Beside him, Jiang Ning shook his head. Director Zhao, some matters are beyond your purview. Chu Kai raised his hand, signaling Jiang Ning to refrain from speaking. Jiang Ning immediately fell silent, realizing he had overstepped his bounds. That IT seems Director Zhao is displeased. Very well, how about 5 million? If you refuse, then prepare for imprisonment. As he spoke, Chu Kai gestured, and Jiang Ning quickly understood. Retrieving a stack of documents from his briefcase and tossing them onto the table, Zhao Wei hastily picked up the papers, and upon reading them, his face turned ashen. Lu Sui beside him couldn't help but glance as well, and upon seeing the contents, she froze in shock. The documents were filled with the nefarious deeds the two had committed. One company president, having refused to collaborate with the Zhao group, subsequently succumbed to depression and jumped to his death. Another company general manager, after an altercation with Zhao Wei at a banquet, was later found dead in his home. Such incidents spanned over 20 entries. The subsequent page detailed the criminal exploits orchestrated by the two, with every word meticulously documented. Zhao Wei collapsed onto the sofa, realizing that many of these events had occurred over a decade ago. However, he never anticipated that the other party would possess such formidable capabilities to unearth them. Is this sufficient leverage? Director Zhao, opportunity knocks, but once that I have brought the contract. If you are willing, you may sign it now. If not, these documents will be handed over to Jiang. Chu Kai wore a smile. Yet everyone understood the sinister implications behind it. The contents of these documents could condemn the two men countless times over. I will sign. Zhao Wei could never have imagined that his once promising ascent would be derailed by such a trivial matter. After signing the contract, he felt as if he had aged a decade, slumping helplessly on the sofa. Could you enlighten me on how I have offended you? He asked, bewildered. He had merely targeted Su Li and her insignificant bodyguard. Surely, the Su family, no matter how influential, could not enlist such a formidable figure to intervene on their behalf, let alone that minor bodyguard. You have provoked someone you should not have, such as Su Li. You must be familiar with her, right? Su Li? Zhao Wei let out a bitter laugh. Now he comprehended. Was it because he had kidnapped Su Li that he now faced these dire consequences? I see. Chu Kai extinguished his cigarette, then stood to gather his belongings. Leave from this day forward. There is no place for you in Jiangnan. Remember, if you dare set foot in Jiangnan again, I will make you regret it. With that, he departed with Jiang Ning. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's despair, and no one had anticipated that a powerhouse like the Zhao family would vanish overnight. Whispers spread throughout Jiangnan City that the Zhao family had provoked an exceedingly terrifying figure. Chapter 25. The Zhao group rebranded as Chu Men after a day of rest. Su Li emerged from her room the following morning, still somewhat dazed. Chu Fei, wearing an apron, was preparing breakfast, spotting Su Li in the hallway. He waved, awake? I've made some pumpkin porridge for you. Hurry and wash up. It's time to eat. Su Li obediently changed her clothes and, after freshening up, joined him downstairs. The fragrant pumpkin porridge warmed her, easing her previously tense demeanor. Her beautiful eyes observed Chu Fei as he sipped porridge and munched on buns. Noticing her gaze, Chu Fei paused his actions. What? Do I have something on my face? Su Li smirked. No, I just suddenly find you quite handsome. For a fleeting moment, she felt Chu Fei was a man worth relying on. Yet, recalling their previous encounter at the company where he was seen with another woman, that feeling dissipated instantly. Was I not handsome before? He joked, I have enough women wanting to chase me to circle Jiangnan. Chu Fei's boast was quite unrepentant, and in truth, many women would gladly vie for his attention, but he was not one to settle for just anyone. Su Li rolled her eyes, taking a couple of spoonfuls of porridge before inquiring, the girl in the Ferrari at the company, is she your girlfriend? Immediately regretting her question, she chastised herself for prying into his affairs. No. Chu Fei shook his head firmly. Girlfriend? I've never had one in my life. Women only slow me down. Really? Su Li felt a surge of happiness, her tone now tinged with excitement. What, do you wish to be my boyfriend? Chu Fei chuckled, but was met with a dismissive glare from Su L. I in your dreams. Even if you were the last man on earth, I wouldn't choose you. Though she said this, Su Li sensed that she might very well succumb to this man's charm before that ever came to pass. If I were the last man on earth, do you think I would choose you? His retort nearly made Su Li spit out her porridge. You, Chu Fei laughed heartily, with your level of banter. You think you can spar with me? Just eat your porridge. After breakfast, Su Li instinctively felt the urge to check on the company. The pressure from the Zhao group was mounting, and given that she had been kidnapped yesterday, the investors who were expecting a 20 billion deal would surely be furious at her failure to appear, that if they withdrew their investment, the Kia company would face dire consequences. But Chu Fei interjected. It's Saturday today. Why are you heading to the company? Working overtime? At that moment, Su Li remembered it was indeed Saturday. With so many worries on her mind, she had completely forgotten about the day. All right, she sighed, a hint of worry crossing her face. Pulling out her phone, she began scrolling through the latest news. Suddenly, she froze, and after a long pause, she let out a shriek. Something big has happened. Chu Fei, in the kitchen washing dishes, rushed out upon hearing her scream that what's going on so early in the morning. Su Li, her face alight with astonishment, handed her phone to Chu Fei. The news headline blared that the Zhao group was undergoing a complete liquidation. Taken over by a mysterious tycoon and rebranded as Chu Min, with the specifics of the takeover price undisclosed. This news implied that the Zhao group was no longer under Zhao Wei's control, suggesting that the Kia company still had a chance. That I thought it was something serious. Just this. You're wasting my dishwashing time. Seriously. Chu Fei retorted dismissively that in truth, he had already received a call from Chu Kai the previous afternoon, informing him that the Zhao group had been acquired. Chu Fei was now the new chairman of the Zhao group, wielding absolute authority, with 95% of the shares under his control, while the remaining shares were held by various retail investors. However, he had no time to manage a company, so he entrusted it to Chu Kai, asking him to find someone from their family to oversee the Zhao group and rename it Chu Min. This is fantastic news for our company. With the Zhao group out of the picture, the pressure on Kia company will be alleviated that we can resume our research efforts. Su Li was overjoyed, her beautiful eyes narrowing in delight. Chu Fei smiled silently, thinking how naive she was. Let us go. Today, since my sister is in a good mood, I will take you out shopping. That you've been here long enough with just those two outfits. Today, I'll pamper you with a makeover. That in truth. Chu Fei had no particular standards regarding his attire. As long as it was simple and fitted, that sufficed. Whether it looked good was a different matter altogether. He was completely uninterested in shopping, as few men enjoyed such activities. Yet, for the sake of Su Li's safety, he felt compelled to accompany her, playing the role of a bag carrier. Meanwhile, in a nondescript motel room that required no registration, a conversation took place. Have you figured out how to explain things to Brother Yi? The speaker was Lao He, with bandages wrapped around his arm, his complexion pale. Following the failure of their operation and the death of Lao Su, he was certain to face organizational repercussions. To be honest, Lao Wu's expression was particularly grim. That in truth, he had not anticipated that the bodyguard accompanying the woman would be so formidable, capable of rescuing her from their grasp. The disparity in strength between the two parties was stark. It was akin to a robust man wielding a large knife against three toddlers just learning to walk. That it seems that way. But I am puzzled. Given their strength, why would they protect such a woman? I've looked into her background. She is merely the president of a small company. How could she afford such a skilled protector? Lao Hei's confusion was evident. Based on the information they had gathered, coupled with their own investigations, the woman seemed to lack any substantial background. How should I know? After this, that guy will undoubtedly stick to her like glue. Any chance of another attempt will be virtually impossible. Moreover, the listening device we installed in that woman's residence should have been discovered by him as well. The two exchanged a glance, enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, Old Wu finally spoke. Let me explain to Brother Yi. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Yi. A somewhat hoarse voice emanated from the other end of the line. Has the task been accomplished? Old Wu lowered his voice, indicating that the mission had failed. Chapter 26, Bodyguard Model. Amidst the bustling commercial street. How does this set look? Su Li was assisting Chu Fei in selecting a well-fitted outfit. A blue suit, a white shirt, and a blue tie. Not bad. Chu Fei was utterly drained from accompanying this woman on her shopping spree. They had been meandering for several hours, and she had already amassed 7 or 8 sets of clothing. All for herself. Even if she changed outfits every day, it would hardly be this rapid. Lacking in taste. This outfit does not suit you. Does Su Li return the garment to its original place? Isn't that enough? With so many clothes, it should suffice. Chu Fei felt that even facing the battlefield in valiant combat would be less arduous. Shopping with a woman was an absolute torment. That IT took 1 or 2 hours just to select a single outfit. Fine, let us head home, then Su Li, noticing the burden of 7 or 8 sets of clothes in Chu Fei's hands, was astonished that she had purchased so many for him. This was her first time buying clothes for a man. Just as they settled into the car, they received a call from Fong Qing. Dear Sue, it's Saturday. Why don't you come to my company for a visit? After a few days of rest. Fong Qing's mood had lightened considerably. Sure. Chu Fei and I are shopping right now, though we've just finished, so we can come over now. After finally managing to relax, Su Li was reluctant to return home so soon. She made a U-turn towards the supermodel agency. Chu Fei felt immensely frustrated. Why couldn't they just stay home? What was so amusing about going out? Nonetheless, who could argue with Su Li being the boss? Thus, he drove them to the entrance of Fong Qing's company. The receptionist was not unfamiliar with Su Li. Hello, Miss Su. Yes. Is Manager Fong upstairs? The receptionist nodded, confirming that she was in her office. Su Li led Chu Fei straight to Fong Qing's office. At that moment, inside Fong Qing's office. What? Zhang Yu, you want to resign? Was my treatment not satisfactory? Fong Qing looked at the male model, Zhang Yu, in utter confusion. This was one of the more renowned companies, offering a salary in the 6 figures monthly. However, she never anticipated he would choose to resign. With the shooting set to begin soon, finding a replacement at this juncture would be challenging. Manager Fong. I am terribly sorry that I'll forego this month's salary and have submitted my resignation. To be honest, a large corporation has offered me a high-paying position. You know, in this industry, it's all about the money. I'll follow whoever pays more. So, I apologize. After finishing his statement, Zhang Yu turned to leave the office. Just then, Su Li and Chu Fei entered, pushing the door open. Bang. The heavy glass door slammed into Zhang Yu's nose. Instantly, blood gushed from his nose, leaving a cut that oozed a small amount of blood. Zhang Yu crouched on the floor, clutching his nose, tears streaming down his face. Who is it? Can't you see where you're going? Su Li and Chu Fei stepped into the room, observing Zhang Yu, who had just been struck. Apologies. Little Zhang, I didn't mean to bump into you. Are you all right? Only then did Zhang Yu look up to see the nearly flawless Su Li. Rubbing his nose vigorously, he tore off a few tissues from Fong Qing's desk to wipe his bleeding nostrils. Oh, it's Miss Su. I'm fine. I'll be on my way. Zhang Yu hadn't even considered the possibility of entangling with someone of Su Li's stature, let alone any thoughts of compensation. Even though he was a relatively famous model in Jiangnan City, facing the CEO of a major company was a different matter entirely. Zhang Yu, don't you reconsider? Fong Qing called out to Zhang Yu's retreating figure, but he paid no heed and continued on his way. What is going on? Noticing Fong Qing's unusual expression, Su Li stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Fong Qing's neck. Don't mention it. I suspect Zhang Yu has been poached by my ex-boyfriend's company. I only recently learned that he has teamed up with another woman to establish a modeling agency and has already lured several people away from me. Fong Qing's face was filled with frustration. It was one thing to break up with her ex, but to have him poach her talents was utterly infuriating. Furthermore, he was offering substantially higher wages than her agency. Many were unable to resist the allure and flocked to her ex-boyfriend's company. Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression turned to one of fury. How outrageous! Breaking up is one matter, but to poach your talents is simply unacceptable. The next time I see him, I will definitely give him a good thrashing. With that, she raised her delicate fist in indignation. Fong Qing, looking dejected, grabbed Su Li's hand. You see, I'm about to start shooting, and the clothes are already prepared. Where am I supposed to find replacements? Chu Fei sat on the sofa, boredly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he felt 2 unfriendly gazes fixated upon him. Looking up, he found Su Li and Fong Qing staring intently at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Fong Qing's eyes sparkled. In truth, Chu Fei was in no way inferior to Zhang Yu, whether it was physique or appearance. He could easily transform into a standout model with a bit of makeup and styling. Chu, great handsome, could you do us a favor? Chu Fei, perplexed, asked what favor? Su Li and Fong Qing exchanged glances, rising to lead Chu Fei toward the makeup room. Half an hour later, when Chu Fei emerged from the makeup room, he was unrecognizable. With flowing hair, trendy attire, and perfectly sculpted muscles, he exuded an air of sophistication. Upon his entrance, several models outside gawked in awe. Wow, is this our company's new model? He much more handsome than Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was just a scoundrel. He couldn't compare to this newcomer at all. Even Su Li and Fong Qing gazed at Chu Fei with newfound admiration. They hadn't expected that with a bit of styling, Chu Fei could transform into such a dashing figure. Fong Qing playfully patted Su Li's rear, saying, "My dear sister, why not let him be mine? He's just your bodyguard. Having him as my boyfriend would be a win-win situation." Su Li immediately bristled. "Who is your sister? This is non-negotiable. After all the effort I put into finding a bodyguard like him, I want to let him be taken away." Fong Qing was momentarily stunned, finally realizing, "Screw you. You're the pig." The two women began to playfully tussle, while Chu Fei stood to the side with a darkened expression. Here he was, a capable warrior, yet he was being treated as a mere model. After a while, their playful banter subsided, and Fong Qing approached with a beaming smile that "I didn't expect you to be so handsome." "Chu, the term tall, rich, and handsome must have been coined for someone like you." "Right." As she spoke, Fong Qing playfully pinched Chu Fei's backside. Chapter 27. Targeting Su Li after leaving Fong Qing's modeling agency. Chu Fei wore a thoroughly dark expression that don't ask. He had been subjected to unwanted advances from beginning to end, and he couldn't fathom why a group of young women were so fixated on him. A rough man that was one thing to flirt. It was another to be so forward. Was a person's appearance truly that significant? He admitted he was handsome, but that wasn't his fault. "What is going on? Time to drive home." Su Li's expression was no better. Seeing Chu Fei being harassed by a group of girls left her feeling helpless. She couldn't possibly intervene while they groped him. Although she was the first to take the plunge, she had been too intoxicated that night to remember how it felt. If she had to describe one feeling, it would be simply pained. "Oh, is the big boss angry? Jealous, perhaps?" Chu Fei turned on the car, teasing her. Surprisingly, in recent days, he had noticed Su Li's tendency to get jealous. Ever since meeting Wang Xie, she had become increasingly protective of him, especially when he interacted closely with other women, including her close friend Fong Qing. "Who's jealous? You're insane." "I'm not." Su Li, stubborn as ever, turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Chu Fei's teasing. Chu Fei chuckled and remained silent. Women were just so complicated. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already afternoon. After a long day of shopping, Su Li was exhausted and retreated to her room for a rest. Meanwhile, Chu Fei settled in the living room. Engrossed in his phone, that wasn't yet time for sleep. Just as he was about to call Chu Kai to inquire about any leads on the mastermind targeting Su Li, he was surprised when Chu Kai called him first. "Young master, are you resting?" Chu Kai asked quietly. "Not yet. Do you have news?" Chu Fei leaned back on the sofa, awaiting Chu Kai's response. "Yes. However, this matter is rather delicate for us to interfere with." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei frowned slightly. Delicate to interfere? Could it be that the organization targeting Su Li is more formidable than expected? That shouldn't be the case. Their family's influence spans the nation. Even if the opposing force is powerful, they should have sufficient strength to intervene, right? "Speak." Chu Kai took a deep breath and slowly explained. "Young master, after our intelligence organization's investigation, we discovered that the individual you dealt with was affiliated with the military. Moreover, this person had returned to the building under special orders. The targeting of Miss Su is likely connected to her latest research on a particular drug. Young master, I am not quite clear on what exactly Miss Su's company is developing that could attract the military's attention." Chu Kai was perplexed that a small company like Qixiao could only be researching common special medicines or drugs for specific diseases, yet to garner such military interest and direct action was beyond his comprehension. Military personnel? It seemed implausible. Given my intelligence connections within the military, I would certainly be aware of such significant movements, he thought. Chu Fei was equally puzzled. His status within the military placed him just below the top. Yet many tasks proceeded without his consent, but there were regulations prohibiting anyone from targeting civilians or companies, thus preventing the abuse of power. In the current situation, it was evident that someone had violated those regulations. "You know, the family seldom interferes with military affairs, so I am powerless in this matter," Chu Kai lamented. The family had long since issued orders forbidding any interference or involvement in military operations, with the sole exception being Chu Fei. As he was a member of the military himself, "I understand. I'll make a call to inquire," he said, ending the conversation. Leaning back on the sofa, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. The military's actions against Su Li, was it merely over a trivial drug? Surely the drug Su Li was researching couldn't be a biochemical agent, could it? If that were the case, the military's interest in Su Li would be justified. Yet, if that were true, why would the master have instructed him to protect Su Li? After contemplating for some time, he took a deep breath and dialed a familiar number. After 3 rings, a male voice answered. "Who is this?" "Xiao Yu, it's me." Chu Fei replied, his tone somewhat frosty. "Fei Go, why are you calling me? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission?" The man named Xiao Yu sounded puzzled. Typically, one was not allowed to communicate with others in the military before completing their mission. A measure of confidentiality. However, this rule did not apply to Chu Fei. Just a minor issue. I wanted to ask if there have been any movements from the military. Xiao Yu paused in surprise. After a few seconds, he replied, "No, we haven't had any missions recently. We're just resting at the camp." "Fei Go, what is going on that would prompt you to call personally?" Xiao Yu was part of a special intelligence organization under Chu Fei, encompassing military matters and international affairs. "Nothing much. No movements from the military recently?" Chu Fei expressed skepticism that if there were truly no actions, how could military personnel be involved in targeting Su Li? Well, to be fair, there was some commotion with EAO, but he didn't mobilize military personnel, that we didn't pursue it further, Xiao Yu explained. "Fei Go, what is happening?" Chu Fei's expression turned icy at the mention of EAO. He was a peer, equal in both status and strength. Furthermore, during his time in the military, EAO had often engaged in questionable activities. However, Chu Fei was unsure if this incident related to him. If it did, he would not hesitate to confront him. "Understood. Keep a close watch on EAO and report any findings directly to me," he instructed, ending the call. Chu Fei continued to frown. It seemed time to confront Su Li and determine what exactly her company was researching. If it was indeed a biochemical agent, it would make sense why she was being targeted. After all, such research would require governmental approval, and any unauthorized investigation could lead to severe consequences that if not, it would indicate a deliberate targeting of Su Li. Yet to fixate on the owner of a small company seemed excessively petty. Chu Fei also considered another possibility: Su Li's identity, aside from being the company president. He knew little about her family's background, and it was entirely possible that the target was not Su Li herself, but rather those behind her. The next day, "Are you ready yet?" "Hurry up." Downstairs, Chu Fei was waiting for Su Li. It was the weekend, and she was heading home for a family gathering. Chu Fei was accompanying her to meet her family. He had been with Su Li for some time now, but had yet to meet anyone from her family other than Su Wu. "What is the rush? Don't you know women take time to get ready?" Su Li emerged from the makeup room, clad in a simple white knee-length dress, paired with a light jacket, her makeup enhancing her poised appearance. "Let us go." The two drove toward another villa district in the city. "Did I end the car?" Chu Fei asked. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Su Li replied, adjusting her makeup in the passenger seat, slightly dissatisfied. "Honestly, tell me, what is the latest drug your company is researching?" Upon hearing this, Su Li paused her actions, her gaze fixed on him, contemplating her response that if it weren't for the time we've spent together, I might suspect you were sent by someone else to spy on my company. The details of the latest drug were confidential, and she had previously informed Chu Fei of this. His repeated inquiry clearly indicated a problem. "Do you know why you were kidnapped?" Chu Fei's words were startling. That Su Li furrowed her brows, looking at him in confusion. Previously, Chu Fei had told her that her kidnapping was orchestrated by the Zhao family, likely to uncover her company's secrets. However, with the topic resurfacing, it felt unusually significant. "What do you mean?" Chu Fei's gaze was fixed ahead as he pressed the brakes at a red light. "It means what I said. You are being targeted, likely for your company's secrets. Those behind it are not from the Zhao group, and they have since been replaced. Do you understand what I mean?" At his words, Su Li fell silent. The change within the Zhao group was entirely unexpected. While it was favorable for Xiao, Chu Fei's tone suggested a deeper conspiracy against her. "Do you truly wish to know what our company is researching?" "I can tell you, but you must promise not to disclose it." Su Li was acutely aware of the value of her company's latest research. However, she felt inclined to share it with Chu Fei, trusting he would keep it confidential. "Wait, let me guess. You're not researching some sort of biochemical virus, are you? If so, I'd be intrigued." In truth, Chu Fei's comment was deliberately provocative, aimed at gauging Su Li's reaction. He wanted to see if any signs of distress crossed her face. "What nonsense. I'm not a terrorist. Why would I study something like that?" Su Li shot him a glare, observing her reaction. Chu Fei secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, she wasn't involved in such research. Otherwise, he would struggle to protect her. Actually, our company has been researching a drug that increases the division frequency of telomerase in humans. This is an endeavor that no other company has successfully accomplished. Chu Fei was perplexed, unable to comprehend her explanation. Noticing his confusion, Su Li elaborated, "It's simple. Considering the current global average lifespan exceeds 80 years. Human telomerase can divide only 26 times to reach this age, that if I succeed in my research, increasing the division frequency of telomerase to 30 times or more could potentially extend human lifespan to 100 years or beyond. Moreover, this drug could also provide resistance against certain viruses, such as cancer cells." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei was utterly astonished. This was essentially a longevity drug. If such a product were developed, it would surely incite a frenzy worldwide. After all, aging and death are beyond human control, and anyone would desire to prolong their life if given the chance. Now, he understood why there were forces targeting Su Li. Her research was extraordinarily perilous. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could effectively grip the throats of the wealthy, who among the affluent wouldn't wish to live a bit longer. It was easy to imagine that once developed, a single dose of this drug could be valued in the millions or even billions. So, now you understand why this information is classified, right? Su Li felt a surge of anxiety that no one could predict the changes such a discovery could bring to the world. The premise is that she must be able to conduct research. You truly are a fierce woman. To dare to explore such matters, you are indeed formidable. Chu Fei smirked, at a loss for words. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the Tianhao Villa area. In front of an opulent villa, Chu Fei parked the car in the designated spot. "Let us go." Upon reaching the door, he knocked lightly. The door swung open, revealing Su Wu standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Chu Fei behind Su Li, his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased. However, he refrained from voicing any further comments. "Come in. Your mother is still cooking. Go and chat with your grandmother." After speaking, he ushered the two inside. Chu Fei followed Su Li into the grand hall. Inside, beside Su Wu, there was an elderly lady in her 70s, Su Li's grandmother. Jiang Taiying. Leaning on a cane, her hair had long turned white. Her somewhat wrinkled face, though appearing a bit pale, still bore traces of the beauty she once possessed in her youth. That it was no wonder that Su Li was so strikingly beautiful. "My dear granddaughter, it's been so long since you last visited your grandmother." That Su Li set down her bag and sat beside Jiang Taiying, intertwining her arm with the elders. "Grandmother, I've come to see you." "Haven Ti," Jiang Taiying patted her little hand, her gaze shifting to Chu Fei. She appraised him from head to toe, her face breaking into a broad smile. "Is this your boyfriend?" "Not bad at all. He seems quite robust. Being an old lady, I would love to hold my great-grandson." Su Li's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted shyly, "Grandmother, what are you saying? I'm still young. I don't want to get married." Jiang Taiying chuckled as she stroked her hair. "Silly girl, what young lady doesn't marry? You're already 24, not a child anymore. Back in my day, I was just 15 when I followed your grandfather. And it's been over 50 years in the blink of an eye." Chapter 29. The background of the Su family grandmother. "You've mentioned that grandfather has been missing for so many years. Where could he be?" Su Li asked curiously. In truth, she had never met her grandfather since her birth. Even her father was a figure she had only seen until she was 10, after which he disappeared from her life. At the mention of this topic, a flicker of tears welled up in Jiang Taiying's eyes. "Perhaps he has already perished on the battlefield, that if he were still alive, he would surely want to come and see you." "My dear granddaughter, perished on the battlefield." Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of surprise crossed Chu Fei's eyes. It was evident that Jiang Taiying's husband had been a soldier. "Grandmother, are you saying that grandfather was a soldier?" "I actually spent some time in the military myself." "What was his name?" "Perhaps I have heard of him," he interjected. Instantly, the attention of the three family members shifted to him. "You spent time in the military?" Su Wu's brow furrowed as he regarded Chu Fei with newfound interest. If initially he had been indifferent, a hint of favor now colored his gaze. "Yes, I served 3 years in the military. But due to certain matters, I chose not to continue advancing." Chu Fei nodded, though he withheld the full extent of his military experience, which far exceeded 3 years, but he simply wished to avoid any misunderstandings. "Young man, what is your name?" Jiang Taiying rubbed her tear-filled eyes. looking at Chu Fei. Grandmother, his name is Chu Fei. He is the bodyguard I hired. He is truly remarkable, capable of breaking stones with his chest and chopping bricks with his bare hands. Su Li chimed in with a mischievous smile. Chu Fei felt utterly helpless. What nonsense was this? You silly girl. He has spent 3 years in the military. That's mere childish play. Your grandfather had long mastered such feats. A smile spread across Jiang Taiying's face as she gently ruffled Su Li's hair. Chu Fei. Is it? What a lovely name. From now on, I shall call you Little F. I don't know wonder. I thought you quite impressive upon your entrance. It turns out you are also from the military. Jiang Taiying waved her hand, inviting Chu Fei to sit beside her. Chu Fei found it difficult to refuse the kind gesture of an elder and settled down beside Jiang Taiying. Little Fei, your grandfather's name is Su Jinghua. I wonder if you've ever heard of this name during your time in the military. Upon hearing her response, Chu Fei contemplated for a moment. Since joining the military, he had encountered numerous officers. According to the grandmother, Su Li's grandfather had been in the military for at least over 30 years. If he hadn't perished, he would likely have reached the rank of general. However, in Chu Fei's recollection, he had met many soldiers with the surname Su, yet none bore the name Su Jinghua. Grandmother, among the people I know, there are indeed several with the surname Su, but I have not heard of the name you mentioned. Besides, grandfather should be in his 70s, right? In that age bracket, there are only 3 that if I were to speculate based on their ages, one is named Su Kaigua, another Su Yuquan, and the last one is my mentor. Su Nianying, out of the first 2, one is a chef in the kitchen, and the other is the head of the arts department, both around 70 years old. As for my mentor, he is already graying. Though aged, his prowess is undeniable. Among the 13 members of the Dragon team, only 5 could last through 3 rounds with him, and only I have managed to spar with him. Perhaps he has already passed away. Jiang Taiying lowered her gaze, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her murky eyes, that Su Li grasped her hand, offering quiet comfort. Grandmother, don't be sad. Even if grandfather is no longer with us, seeing you in such good health must surely bring him joy. Jiang Taiying lifted her wrinkled hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, smiling as she said, My greatest wish now is to hold my great-grandson. No sooner had she spoken than Su Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Grandmother Jiang Taiying turned her gaze back to Chu Fei. Little Fei, I assume you are still unmarried. What do you think of my granddaughter Su Li? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei was at a loss for how to respond. It seemed that Grandmother Jiang was trying to play matchmaker. If she knew that he and Su Li had already shared a marital bond, she would surely be overjoyed. Grandmother. He is nothing but a rogue. He has the thickest skin. Su Li remarked somewhat indignantly. One must have thick skin to earn a living. Those with thin skin will go hungry. Jiang Taiying did not side with her granddaughter, but instead spoke well of Chu Fei. Chu Fei could only sit awkwardly beside them, unsure of how to respond. Dinner is ready. Su Li's mother, Zhang Qinglian, entered with a bowl of fish soup, as white as milk, placing it on the table. Come on, grandmother, let us eat. Don't mind him. Su Li assisted Jiang Taiying toward the dining table. As a bodyguard, Chu Fei would not partake in the family meal. However, within this household, it was Jiang Taiying who held the authority. Little Fei, we won't be able to finish all this food. Come and eat with us. Jiang Taiying invited, and Su Wu dared not oppose. Though he felt a tinge of reluctance, the old lady seemed quite fond of this young man. Indeed, a guest should be treated with hospitality. Su Li, how could you forget to invite little Fei to join us? You are quite grown up yet still lack understanding. Zhang Qinglian playfully scolded, loosening her apron as she served the others. The family dinner concluded amidst laughter, and J.O.Y.S. night approached. Su Li bid farewell to Jiang Taiying and the others that I in the car. Su Li turned to Chu Fei. So, you really spent 3 years in the military? I had no idea. She looked at him curiously. Previously, Chu Fei had never mentioned this to her. Should I disclose the color of my underwear to you as well? At this, Su Li shot him a fierce glare. You rogue. You only know how to act shamelessly all day long. Chu Fei pondered for a moment, and then continued, I'll call my friends in the military to inquire about your grandfather. Perhaps he is still alive. Speaking of her grandfather, Su Li felt a flicker of hope. Having never met him, she longed for the experience of friends whose grandfathers took them out to play when they were children. Yes, if grandmother knew, she would surely be delighted. Thank you, great rogue. Chapter 30. Being followed every Monday marked the beginning of a busy week for workers, and Su Li was no exception. Early in the morning, She arrived at the company to commence her day's work. As the CEO, her workload was relatively light. Yet today, in addition to handling some company affairs, she needed to visit the Research Institute to check on the latest developments in pharmaceutical research. At 9 in the morning, a knock echoed from outside her office. "Come in." Su Li paused her work, glancing at the entering secretary. "President Su, the president of Juanhao Group wishes to discuss a collaboration with you." Standing nearby, Chu Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Juanhao Group? Isn't that Wang Xia's company? Could it be that she is genuinely considering an investment?" After all, he had merely made a passing comment last time. Su Li, on the other hand, wore a bewildered expression, her eyes reflecting confusion. Juanhao Group is one of the few neutral enterprises in Jiangnan City, and its scale is not much smaller than the former Zhao Group. "Quickly, please, and tidy up the VIP conference room in preparation for our guest." Su Li hurriedly rose to her feet. Since the other party had taken the initiative to visit, she had to extend the necessary courtesy. However, there was a hint of difficulty on the secretary's face. "Mr. Su, this time it is not only the Juanhao Group that has come, but also the Chumin Group. This." Su Li was taken aback. Since the Zhao Group had been transformed into Chumin, there had been no rumors at all. Tio think they would come knocking at her door now. What was the Chumin Group all about? She found it perplexing why this Chumin Group would be interested in her modest company. They claimed to wish to discuss a potential collaboration and explicitly stated that the investment amount would not be less than 2 billion. In an instant, Su Li grasped the implication. The company that had acquired the Zhao Group was indeed Chumin. The mysterious investor who had previously expressed interest in her company, offering 20 billion, was likely associated with the Chumin Group. "Quickly, please." "No, I will go myself." With that, Su Li hurriedly tidied her appearance and accompanied Chu Fei downstairs. In the lobby below, Chu Kai was seated on the sofa with two assistants, awaiting the arrival of Chu Fei and Su Li. On another sofa, Wang Xia was elegantly sipping coffee brewed by the receptionist, her long legs crossed, while a bespectacled female assistant stood nearby. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, Su Li and Chu Fei finally arrived. "I apologize for keeping you both waiting, esteemed executives. Shall we move to the VIP room?" Su Li had heard of Wang Xia's name and had seen her photographs, but she was unfamiliar with Chu Kai, so she could only refer to them as executives. Today being Monday, Mr. Su must be rather busy, and no worries. Let us discuss in the VIP room. Chu Kai replied with a chuckle, adjusting his suit. Wang Xia also rose from the sofa. Nodding slightly to Mr. Su, "I have long heard of your reputation, and indeed, today I see you are a remarkable woman." Su Li smiled faintly. "You flatter me, Mr. Wang. You are the true embodiment of a remarkable woman, in your presence. I am merely the owner of a small company." For some reason, Su Li felt an odd sense of familiarity with Wang Xia, yet she could not recall where she had seen her before. "Mr. Su, you are too modest. Let us proceed to the VIP room." As they spoke, the group took the elevator to the top floor VIP room. Within half an hour, the discussions were concluded. The Chumin Group would invest 2 billion, acquiring 30% of Kia Company, while the Juanhao Group would invest 8 billion for 12%. After accounting for the shares held by both parties, Kia Company would still remain under Su Li's control. Wang Xia's investment of 8 billion caught Chu Fei off guard. Although he had previously told her that 5 billion would suffice, she had come in with a much larger sum this time. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Chu, tonight I shall host a banquet for you esteemed guests. After several years as president, one should possess such awareness, especially since this investment was the largest she had ever encountered. Mr. Su, you are too kind. However, I must clarify something to you, that I am merely the agent for the company. The chairman has yet to assume office. This." Su Li was taken aback that an investment of 2 billion, and the chairman does not even make an appearance. Wang Xia was also curious. What kind of entity was the Chumin Group, investing such a substantial amount without batting an eyelash? The only reason she was investing in Kia Company was out of consideration for Chu Fei. However, she had privately researched Kia's trajectory and reports, concluding that the company's future achievements might be significant. Yet, the Chumin Group had only recently taken over the Zhao Group, and here they were, investing 2 billion. It was hard for her to believe that the mysterious chairman had no connection to Su Li. "Mr. Chu, let us keep our accounts clear. This time, I am inviting Mr. Wang and Mr. Chu. When the chairman arrives next time, I shall extend my invitation." Then Su Li smiled and shook hands with the two. Chu Kai nodded slightly, remaining silent. Little did this young lady know that the chairman of Chu Min was none other than Chu Fei, who stood behind her. Before leaving, Wang Xie did not forget to cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Fei, as if to say, "I have accomplished what you asked of me," with a darkened expression. Chu Fei found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After they departed, Su Li was elated. "Bandit, what do you think? Why would the Juanhao Group invest in us? Their scale could easily rival that of Chu Min. Do they not fear making a loss by investing in my small company?" In the office, Su Li wore a radiant smile. "Perhaps they see potential in your company's future trajectory, as for Chu Min. They might also share that perspective. Well, with so much capital, the funds will be in our accounts by tomorrow, allowing the company to embark on a new phase of expansion." Su Li nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed part of her considerations. With the Zhao Group gone, the pressure was lifted. Expanding the company was a certainty, but the key was in selecting a location. Let us tidy up and head to the research institute, that I wish to check on the recent research status. After contemplating for a moment, Su Li decided to bring Chu Fei along, as she had already disclosed company secrets to him, making it inconsequential to take him with her. Chu Fei was also curious to discover what was concealed within the research institute. The two drove out of the city, but just as they exited, Chu Fei sensed something amiss. That a black car had been tailing them since they left the company, maintaining a distance of no more than 100 meters even after they had exited the city. Initially, he thought it was merely coincidental, but after half an hour on the road, it became evident that the other vehicle had followed their route precisely. Whenever he changed lanes, the car behind would do the same. "Interesting. I am curious to see who you really are." Chapter 31. A life-and-death struggle? On the broad street, two black cars were engaged in a chase, one in front and the other behind. "Could you slow down a bit?" "Why the rush?" Su Li clung tightly to her seat, fear etched across her face at this moment. Their speed had reached 120 miles per hour. This was not a highway. It was merely a relatively spacious ring road around the city. A slight mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences. "Have you not noticed that a car has been following us?" Chu Fei's gaze turned icy as he accelerated again. It was only then that Su Li realized it was not Chu Fei's desire for speed, but rather the fact that they were being pursued. As Chu Fei sped up, the car behind them did as well. Through the rearview mirror, Su Li saw someone leaning halfway out of the back seat of the pursuing car, holding something dark in their hand. Upon closer inspection, her complexion paled. "Bandit! They have guns!" No sooner had she spoken than a loud bang pierced the air. Fortunately, Su Li's vehicle was no ordinary car. It was a Maybach. The glass was more resilient than that of standard vehicles. Although the bullet shattered a section of the glass, it did not penetrate through. Chu Fei's expression turned frigid. He had not anticipated that the assailants would resort to gunfire in broad daylight. A flagrant violation of the rules, seeking death. Chu Fei pressed the accelerator to the floor, catapulting their speed from 120 to 160 miles per hour. However, the black car behind them managed to stay right on their tail. Clearly, the pursuing vehicle had also been modified. Otherwise, it would not have been able to keep up. "I am eager to discover who you truly are." With one hand on the wheel, he pulled out his phone. Seeing this, Su Li was already terrified. "Are you insane, driving with one hand? Do you think you are a race car driver?" They were now speeding at 160 miles per hour. Any slip could lead them to meet Yama, the king of the underworld. Yet Chu Fei paid her no mind. "This is a Maybach. Even if a tank were to come, I would still push the accelerator to the floor." "Hello. Is this a good time?" On the top floor of the Chu Min Group, Chu Kai had yet to return. With family members absent for the past few days, he was temporarily in charge of the Chu Min Group. Hearing the call from Chu Fei, he immediately responded, "Young master, I have time." "What is it?" Chu Fei's tone was chilling as he glanced at the map on his device. "I am currently en route to Qingnan Road, and I am being pursued by someone with a gun. I need you to send help immediately. Remember, they must be taken alive." With that, he hung up. Chu Kai was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing those words. Someone is pursuing the young master with a gun? What kind of international joke is this? If the young master were to meet with misfortune, it would cost the lives of countless people. Without regard for his location, he needed to scramble to ensure the young master's safety. He quickly dialed a number, reaching the Jiangnan Combat Zones branch. "Hello? Connect me to General Zhao Dajuan. Immediately." The operator on the other end was startled. It was evident that anyone capable of calling in directly was no ordinary individual. Yes, the call was swiftly transferred to Zhao Dajuan's office. Zhao Dajuan was in the midst of handling minor matters when the desk phone rang. Without thinking, he answered, "Hello, Zhao Dajuan. This is Chu Kai." Upon hearing Chu Kai's name, Zhao Dajuan's expression shifted, and his tone became noticeably more respectful. "Chu Kai, what can I do for you?" Younger Master Chu is currently being pursued by armed assailants on Qingnan Road. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation. Dispatch personnel immediately. Remember, the young master demands them alive. The brief conversation concluded abruptly, the line severed. Zhao Dajuan stood frozen in place. "Chu Fei, the young master, this is disastrous. Someone has truly crossed the line." Chu Fei is not merely the heir of the Chu family. He is also the captain of the Dragon Squad. Should anything transpire, the safety of my own head would be in jeopardy. Damn. Which fool dares to hunt down the young master? They've gone mad. Bring forth 3 combat helicopters to Qingnan Road. I shall take matters into my own hands. Meanwhile, on Qingbei Road, Chu Fei was fervently evading the bullets that pursued him. That it was not that he refrained from retaliating. Rather, the assailants wielded submachine guns. Clearly, their intention was to eliminate both him and his companion. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire echoed across the desolate road. At this moment, the glass of the Maybach had shattered, and the vehicle bore several bullet holes. Fortunately, the steel used in its construction was of high hardness, temporarily preventing the bullets from penetrating. Had they breached it, both would have been rendered as mere sieves by now. As they approached the intersection leading to Qingnan Road, Chu Fei accelerated once more. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the 12-cylinder engine trembled violently. However, the fuel gauge plummeted alarmingly. Oh no! The fuel tank has been breached. Chu Fei's expression shifted drastically. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw the ground littered with clear 98-octane gasoline. The vehicle behind them. Accelerate. They cannot escape. The driver was Old Hay, while the gunman was Old W. In the back seat. 2 men brandishing submachine guns accompanied them. These 2 were dispatched to assist them. Their objective this time was to deal with the woman, Su Li. Chu Fei steered the car, but after only a few hundred meters, the speed abruptly declined. Halting precisely at the Qingnan Road sign. "Get out!" Seizing the opportunity before the pursuers could catch up, Chu Fei kicked Su Li out of the passenger seat. Subsequently, the 2 of them leaped from the vehicle, sprinting towards a slope by the roadside. Merely 10 seconds had passed when Old Hay and his companions rushed over. 4 men exited their vehicle, each wielding a submachine gun. As they approached slowly, they realized the adversaries had long since abandoned their vehicle. Old Wu's gaze turned icy as he observed the clear footprints along the slope. "Pursue them!" Chu Fei and Su Li dashed into the adjacent rice field. Disregarding the muddy soil beneath their feet, in the golden autumn season, the rice stalks had matured but had yet to be harvested, providing the perfect hiding spot for the pair. They concealed themselves among the towering rice plants, scarcely daring to breathe. Chu Fei fervently hoped that Chu Kai and the others would arrive swiftly. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to fight to the death against the pursuers. Chapter 32. Su Li is injured. Enraged in the vast fields, a sea of golden rice greeted the eye. "Old Hay, you go that way. Xiao Air and Xiao San, head in that direction. Remember, shoot on sight. That kid is no ordinary foe. Do not underestimate him." On the ridges, the group split up, each heading towards different rice paddies. Old Wu also made his way towards the rice field where Chu Fei and Su Li were hiding, firmly clutching his submachine gun. Chu Fei could sense the footsteps drawing nearer, yet he possessed no suitable weapon. With a heavy heart, he gently plucked a blade of rice from the stalks. The edge of the rice leaf bore sharp serrations. At sufficient speed, it could easily slice through flesh. Chu Fei raised a finger to Su Li, signaling her to remain silent. Su Li, anxious, crouched within the rice field, her legs growing numb, yet she dared not move. Meanwhile, Chu Fei crouched low, inching towards the enemy's position nearby. Initially, his plan was to circle around and silently eliminate the adversary to seize their weapon. However, it seemed his intentions were misguided, and no sooner had he taken a few steps than a barrage of gunfire erupted towards his location. With the sound of gunfire ringing in his ears, Chu Fei had no choice but to drop to the muddy ground, allowing the damp earth to soil him entirely. The rice plants fluttered, clumps falling upon him. His expression hardened as he crawled forward through the rice field, acutely aware of the enemy's footsteps merely 2 meters ahead, that he mentally calculated his speed against their reaction time. Drawing a deep breath, he scooped up a handful of dirt. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Chu Fei sprang up, hurling the dirt towards Old Wu. Old Wu reacted swiftly, but as he saw the flying dirt, he fired instinctively. However, when he realized it was merely a handful of soil, dread washed over him. Oh no! At that moment, Chu Fei had charged straight into his path. The rice leaf in his hand sliced into Old Wu's neck, followed by a powerful elbow strike to his head. Blood gushed forth from the wound as his finger involuntarily squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, but Old Wu's body crumpled into the rice field. Chu Fei crouched low, seizing the submachine gun from Old Wu's grasp. Upon inspecting the magazine, he found only 2 rounds remaining. 2. He searched Old Wu's body but found no extra magazines. Meanwhile, Old He, Xiao Er, and Xiao San, who had been searching elsewhere, sensed something amiss. The 3 rushed towards the area where Old Wu had fallen, unleashing a hail of gunfire in that direction. Bang, bang, bang. The series of gunshots pinned Chu Fei to the ground beside Old Wu, leaving him no choice but to remain hidden. To rise would be to present himself as a target. Just as Chu Fei contemplated how to eliminate the 3 assailants, the sky resonated with a thunderous roar. Buzz! 3 combat helicopters had arrived. Zhao Dajuan sat beside the Gatling gun on one of the helicopters, and upon seeing 3 individuals firing into the rice field, he immediately deduced that the young master must be hidden within. Damn it. Seeking death, he squeezed the trigger, and the Gatling gun unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles upon the trio. Bang, bang, bang. 2 of them were instantly reduced to mangled remains, blood and flesh scattering. The sole survivor was Old He. How can this be? He could hardly fathom the adversary's might. How could they have summoned combat helicopters? This was entirely different from what Yi Ge had described. Cursing under his breath, Old He turned to flee. This time, Zhao Dajuan refrained from firing. Instead, he retrieved an M99B sniper rifle from behind him. Run, I won't let you escape. He adjusted the scope, aiming at Old He's fleeing knee. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as Old He's lower leg was obliterated by the shot. This was the power of the M99B. A shot to the head would cause one skull to explode like a watermelon. Realizing Old He was no longer capable of escape, Zhao Dajuan set down the sniper rifle. Descend, capture him alive. He then slid down from the helicopter, gripping a rope with one hand. This moment, Chu Fei noticed that reinforcements had arrived. He exhaled a long sigh of relief and called out to Su Li, still hidden in the rice field, that it's safe now. Come out. Yet several seconds passed, and Su Li remained unmoved. In that moment, Chu Fei sensed that something was amiss. That he rushed towards her position. As he parted the rice stalks, he found Su Li lying in the field, blood staining the water around her. Blood continued to flow from her calf, and she appeared to have fainted from the pain. Chu Fei hurriedly cradled her in his arms. Tiger girl, wake up! But Su Li showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan had also dashed to his side. Just as he began to speak, he caught sight of Su Li cradled in Chu Fei's embrace, blood saturating her white dress. Medics, quickly! He was also concerned that, should Chu Fei be injured, there might still be a chance to save him. 2 medics carrying medical kits rushed over without delay. Chu Fei gently laid Su Li down on a nearby patch of ground, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He swiftly withdrew the military knife from Zhao Dajuan's grasp and strode towards Old He. That moment, the medics were tending to Old He's wounds. After all, he could not be allowed to die just yet. Zhao Dajuan bellowed at the medics. If you fail to stabilize him, I will have your heads. With that, he pursued after Chu Fei. Old He lay on the ground, his face contorted with pain, having been disarmed. He was now akin to a rabbit trapped in a cage, unable to flee. Chu Fei approached him, his expression icy. Crouching down, he plunged the knife into Old He's wrist tendon. Crack! The tendon severed, intensifying the agony etched upon Old He's face. Stem the bleeding. The medics hastily produced medication and bandages to staunch the flow of blood. Do you wish for a swift end or a prolonged suffering? At that moment, Chu Fei's gaze was devoid of warmth. Standing by was Zhao Dajuan, who dared not breathe. He had witnessed Chu Fei's wrath once before, and the memory of the fate that befell their enemies was not one he could easily recall. Dream on if you think I'll speak. Old He sneered. But Chu Fei's response was to sever the tendon in his other hand. The excruciating pain sent Old He into tremors, his teeth clenched tightly. I prefer not to respond. I have ample time to wait for your words. Bring him along. Return to the regional battle division. I will personally interrogate him. Chapter 33. There is still a chance to try again. In the detention room of the Jiangnan Battle Division, Chu Fei sat on a stool, a cigarette held between his fingers, surrounded by swirling smoke. Beside him, beside Zhao Dajuan, Chu Kai had also arrived. The Su Li had been sent to the battle zone hospital, and, for the time being, would not suffer any significant issues. The doctor stated that the bullet had not damaged any bones, so there would be no lasting effects across from him on a steel bed. Lao He lay bound, his limbs wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Young master, how should we deal with him? Looking at the figure on the bed, Chu Kai's eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. How dare he lay hands on a member of the Chu family? He could not fathom the audacity of his opponent. That I can handle this myself. Dajuan, fetch a basin of water and bring a towel. Chu Fei discarded the cigarette butt, his tone icy. After being detained for several hours, this fellow hadn't uttered a single word, and no wonder he was a desperate fugitive returned from Nant Tower. His resolve was formidable. Understood. Zhao Dajuan, the commander of the battle division, was one of the few who could issue commands to him. Yet in the presence of Chu Fei, he was merely a minor character. Not only would he fetch the water, but if ordered to charge into battle, he would lead the way. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan returned, carrying a basin of water, a white towel draped over his shoulder. Captain Chu, I'm here. He set the basin down and handed the towel to Chu Fei. Accepting the towel, Chu Fei slowly rose, casting a glance at the meditating Lao He, a cold smile gracing his lips. You still have a chance to speak. In a moment, I shall not grant you that opportunity. Yet, Lao He, with his eyes closed, seemed oblivious, completely ignoring him. Chu Kai watched, his frustration boiling over, wishing he could kick this ignorant fool to death. However, with the young master present, he dared not act. That I admire your tenacity. Chu Fei continued. During my time in the Dragon Squad, there were many like you. Yet, none could endure. He hoped this one would prove an exception. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon team, Lao He visibly trembled. His eyes shot open, fixing a penetrating gaze on Chu Fei. You are one of the Dragon Squad. He could hardly believe that the man before him was a member of such an elite group. If that were true, it would explain why Yi Ge could not uncover his identity, as the identities of Dragon Squad members were strictly confidential. Aside from the highest-ranking commanders, very few could access the information of the Dragon Squad. You are mistaken. The one before you is not an ordinary member of the Dragon Squad. Zhao Dajuan attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Chu Fei. For a man on the brink of death, whether he spoke or remained silent was inconsequential. Zhao Dajuan fell silent, yet his gaze towards Lao He was filled with pity. This fool had provoked the likes of Captain Chu, reflecting on his own time in the Dragon Squad. When he had been a mere errand boy, he recalled that Chu Fei had already been a captain back then. Years had passed, and Chu Fei's strength had grown exponentially. Who exactly are you? Lao He attempted to rise but found his hands bound to the steel bed, utterly immobile. Having had his tendons severed, he was now a mere shell of a man. Want to know? I shan't tell you. As he spoke, Chu Fei plunged the towel into the basin of water. Lao He regarded the soaked towel with disdain. Water torture, a clever method, but ineffective against me. Chu Fei remained silent, merely shaking his head. If it were merely a simple water torture, it would indeed be ineffective for many fugitives. However, he had long since modified the technique. Dajuan, find a straw or a small bamboo tube. Zhao Dajuan, somewhat bewildered, did not grasp his intent. Nevertheless, complying with Chu Fei's request, he hastily exited the detention room. Meanwhile, Lao He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting his punishment. Chu Fei approached and placed the soaked towel over Lao He's body. In that instant, Lao He felt a sudden constriction in his breathing. Chu Fei, sitting beside him, lit another cigarette. Chu Kai, observing, wore a puzzled expression. Young master, what are you doing? He could not comprehend that this would merely lead to suffocation. Once a certain time elapsed, this fellow would surely perish. Just watch closely. There is time. Go home and inform the old man that if we capture some unwilling individuals, we shall employ this method. It is unfailingly effective. For Lao He, 2 minutes posed no pressure, as they had all undergone special training, capable of holding their breath for at least 5 minutes. That as 3 minutes passed, Zhao Dajuan returned. Captain Chu, I found a straw. He extended a straw he had just retrieved from a milk carton. Chu Fei's expression darkened upon seeing the bent straw. Noting Chu Fei's disapproval, Zhao Dajuan appeared confused. That is this not suitable? Chu Fei raised his eyes to meet his. What do you think? He then scanned the area before extracting a pen from the pen holder, removing the ink cartridge and cap that a pen transformed into a hollow tube, resembling a milk tea straw. As time ticked away, Lao Hei's breathing grew weaker, and his body began to thrash in desperation. Chu Fei remained silent, merely dousing the towel with more water. This act plunged Lao Hei into further despair. Suffocation sent his mind spiraling, and his heartbeat raced uncontrollably. Both Zhao Dajuan and Chu Kai exchanged bewildered glances. If this continued, the man would surely perish. After 6 minutes, Lao Hei's struggles ceased. Yet, Chu Fei moved. He approached, his gaze icy. With a swift motion, he tore away the towel and thrust the hollow pen tube towards Lao Hei's breathing passage. Following that, he delivered a powerful blow to Lao Hei's heart. The heartbeat that had ceased now revived, air rushing into his lungs through the hollow pen tube. Ha! Ha! Lao Hei's eyes flew open, gasping for breath. Did I end that moment? He had felt the terror of death. He had even sensed that he was dead, only to be pulled back by Chu Fei. Now, he looked at Chu Fei with eyes filled with fear, a primal fear of death that penetrated to the core. Can you speak now? If you remain silent, we can repeat this experience. Such sensations, I believe, are quite exquisite. Chapter 34, Identity Upgrade. Having just faced the terror of death, Lao Hei was utterly broken that he no longer wished to experience that fear again. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything you wish to know. Trembling, Lao Hei slowly began to divulge. Chu Fei then took a seat, silently observing him. Who sent you? Why target Su Li? What are your objectives? The 3 questions left Lao Hei in deep contemplation for an extended period. After a long pause, he finally replied that I don't know the name of our sender. We simply refer to him as Ego. We are responsible for executing tasks for payment. As for the objectives, we are unaware. For this operation, the individual known as Ego summoned us back from Nant Tower, offering each of us 10 million in compensation for capturing her alive. However, after you thwarted us last time, he mentioned that bringing back a corpse would suffice. This was all he knew. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. That it was evident that these 3 were merely hired assassins, unaware of the identity of their orchestrator. Have you seen him? Lao Hei nodded. That we saw him once. However, that guy was always facing away from us, so we couldn't discern his features, only that he bore a long scar on his neck. Lao Hei had shared all he knew. Whether he lived or died, he was well aware of his fate. Do you know anything else? In response to Chu Fei's inquiry, Lao Hei shook his head. Now it was Chu Fei's turn to be perplexed. Without a name, possessing only a single characteristic in a vast land like Daxia, who could say if he would be found? Chu Fei rose and exited the detention room, turning to Zhao Dajuan before leaving. Take care of it properly. Outside the detention room, Chu Kai cautiously asked, Young master, should I have the family investigate? It was apparent that the young master was genuinely angry. If anything were to happen to him, the old man would surely make the heavens tremble. Forget it for now, that I'll find someone to investigate. Chu Fei was not yet inclined to rely on family connections, as he had not returned home, and those who knew of his identity were few. Many high-ranking officials only knew he was a member of the Dragon Squad, yet were unaware of his true identity. Young master, the family's personnel assigned to manage the company will arrive tomorrow. Do you have any messages for the old man? I can relay them. Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was nothing to convey. However, once you return, do remember to seek out those sycophants of the Phoenix family for me. Seize an opportunity, for I shall deal with them. As he spoke, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Chu Fei's gaze. Understood. I will take my leave now, young master, as it is rather inconvenient for me to remain here. After all, this is a military district, and the presence of a family member here could stir up complications if certain individuals were to notice. You may go, Chu Fei replied, inhaling deeply and nodding. After Chu Kai departed, Zhao Dajuan emerged from the holding room. Captain Chu, it's all sorted. Chu Fei turned and patted Zhao Dajuan's shoulder. That you'd best ensure that your subordinates keep their mouths shut about my appearance. There are matters I cannot afford to address directly. Do you understand? We are being targeted, and the enemy remains oblivious. Although this is a military district and no one would dare to storm it armed. Should that hidden enemy turn out to be someone from the upper echelons, it would spell disaster. Then I understand that. Captain Chu, you can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei nodded. All right, find someone to escort me to the military hospital. Meanwhile, in the specialized ward of the military hospital, Su Li lay on the bed with her calf wrapped in thick bandages, sipping on congee. Gazing out at the setting sun, her eyes were filled with complexity. She could not comprehend why there were always those who conspired against her from the shadows. This time, she and Chu Fei had nearly been killed on the road if it weren't for Chu Fei. She truly could not fathom what her fate would have been. Thankfully, she had not dismissed this fellow as her personal bodyguard. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the door to the ward swung open. Chu Fei stepped in, a grin spreading across his face upon seeing that Su Li had regained consciousness. Does it still hurt? He approached and sat at the edge of her bed. Su Li's eyes instantly welled with tears. She had been unconscious and was utterly unaware of what had transpired afterward. When she came to, she found herself in the hospital. After inquiring with the nurse who had bandaged her wounds, she learned only that she had been brought in by 2 medics, with no further information. Instinctively, she feared that something had happened to Chu Fei. You wretched bandit. She reached out and embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. In her heart, she had long regarded Chu Fei as her own. Why are you crying? I'm fine, aren't I? Chu Fei felt somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to hold her or let her hold him. You scoundrel, Su Li exclaimed angrily, her frail body trembling slightly. All right, stop crying. You're crushing me. Chu Fei's words startled Su Li. She released her grip, her tear-streaked face flushing crimson in an instant that moment. Chu Fei lifted his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. That I was just joking. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, Su Li's mood gradually softened. After all, those 2 lumps of flesh merely carried a certain weight. The next remark nearly provoked Su Li to slap him. You shameless lout. Calling you a bandit is truly fitting. This fellow had an uncanny ability to utter words that stirred one's ire unintentionally. Although they had been acquainted for about 10 days, his remarks could still ignite her temper. That I'm not wrong, am I? Chu Fei chuckled. Just then a nurse entered the ward, holding a piece of paper. Miss Su Li, is that you? The female nurse wore a smile, as if she had good news to share with them. That's me. What's the matter? After glancing at her notes, the nurse exclaimed. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations? To us? Chu Fei and Su Li were momentarily taken aback. Congratulations for Su Li being injured. That can't be right. Could you clarify? Su Li was filled with confusion. She could not comprehend what the nurse was trying to convey. Chu Fei also appeared bewildered, utterly lost. Congratulations to both of you for leveling up. You will now be called Mom and Dad. Chapter 35. Incident at the Research Institute. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had struck their heads. Mom and Dad? They exchanged incredulous glances, both exclaiming simultaneously, Impossible. This is just a joke. That night, it was only the first time. Although we lacked protection, it couldn't possibly result in pregnancy so soon, ladies and gentlemen. Our tests at the military hospital yield no false results. Here is your blood test report. With that, the nurse stepped forward and handed the report to Su Li. She hesitated to take it, while Chu Fei, upon receiving it, glanced at the document. However, he could not decipher it, so he pulled out his phone to search for the values listed on the report. After a flurry of results, he eventually confirmed that Su Li was indeed pregnant. He turned back, his expression stiff, to look at the dazed Su Li. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, the nurse said before exiting the ward, leaving the 2 in silence. They did not know how long the quiet lasted until Chu Fei finally broke it. The seed you planted, you must bear the responsibility. So, what do you think? Su Li turned to face him. I want to strangle you. Is that permissible? Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Well, it seems my father's wishes have been fulfilled, that I found a wife and am set to be a grandfather. Albeit it's a case of getting on board before paying the fare. The air fell silent once more. They exchanged glances, both uncertain how such fortune had befallen them. So, what do you think? Chu Fei asked, to be honest. This was the first time he contemplated growing old with a woman. Perhaps it was due to Su Li's pregnancy, or perhaps after spending time together, he found her quite appealing. However, Su Li merely regarded him, biting her lip in silence, seemingly deep in thought. That I'm still. Before she could finish, Chu Fei covered her mouth. "That I understand your intentions, but let me be clear. If it comes to that, I will take responsibility." This marked Chu Fei's first firm declaration that Su Li remained silent, simply leaning against his shoulder, relishing the moment of tranquility. By the way, we didn't make it to the research institute today. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Chu Fei recalled that their original intent was to visit the research institute of Xiao Company. However, the unfolding events had delayed their plans. That Su Li suddenly jolted awake. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Please retrieve my phone from my bag. I need to call the administrator at the research institute, Xiao Bei, to inquire about the situation, given today's unexpected turn of events." She couldn't attend. That if there were issues with the research and she, the director, was absent, what would happen to the staff? Chu Fei handed her the phone from her bag, and she quickly dialed the number for the research institute's administrator. Beep! After more than 10 seconds, a panicked voice came through. "Sue, why haven't you arrived yet? If you delay any longer, something serious will happen." Hearing Xiao Bei's anxious tone, Su Li immediately sensed that there was trouble at the research institute. "What is going on? Take your time and explain." Only then did Xiao Bei start to elaborate. It turned out that since Su Li had left the research institute, nearly half a month had passed without her presence. Coupled with the rumors surrounding the Zhao group targeting Xiao Company, many felt a sense of impending crisis. This indirectly led to a shift in the mindset of several researchers, with multiple employees contemplating resigning. Resigning? We all signed confidentiality agreements. Once they resign, they cannot seek employment in pharmaceutical research for 3 years. If they breach the contract, the penalties are substantial. Su Li was perplexed. Initially, everyone had signed confidentiality contracts with her. The contracts clearly stated that should they breach the agreement, they would be barred from employment in related fields for 3 years. That if they defaulted, they would owe her significant compensation for both the payments made and the principal of the research project costs. For ordinary researchers, that was an astronomical sum. Would they dare to breach the contract? I've informed them about this, yet they seem resolute in their decision to resign. This includes Professor Yang. Upon hearing Professor Yang's name, Su Li's expression shifted slightly. He was a key figure in their current research project. If he resigned, their work would face considerable delays, possibly even abandonment. How could this be? Professor Yang is resigning too? She felt a surge of disbelief. Yes. So, since you haven't shown up today, everyone is on the verge of chaos. Hearing this, Su Li's face darkened. Then I understand. I will see if I can come by tomorrow. For now, this will have to do. After hanging up, Su Li leaned back against the pillow, her eyes reflecting disbelief. When she had discussed the project with Professor Yang, he had made it quite clear that he would not step out of the research institute until the project was completed. Yet, in just a year, he was contemplating resignation, leaving Su Li perplexed. Has something happened? Chu Fei noticed her troubled expression and inquired. Yes, a multitude of individuals at the research institute have expressed their intention to resign, including a professor whom I had recruited with a substantial salary. Should this project proceed without his involvement, even with my personal efforts, it would take an extensive amount of time to regain lost progress. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei remained silent, yet his mind began to churn with thoughts. Generally, people do not resign without just cause. They are not fresh graduates who would abandon their posts at the slightest dissatisfaction. Regarding remuneration, he firmly believed that Su Li was not a miser, at least not in this regard. That if the issue did not pertain to compensation, he suspected that someone might be covertly enticing his colleagues away. However, the true nature of this situation remained uncertain for the time being. No, I must visit the research institute tomorrow. This project cannot be halted. Su Li felt that even if she had to lean on crutches, she needed to ascertain the circumstances at the institute. Come on, given your current condition, it will be at least 2 days before you can be discharged. Moreover, after your discharge, you won't be able to move freely for at least half a month. How about this? Tomorrow, I will go to the research institute in your stead. Su Li was acutely aware of her own situation. She was utterly incapable of getting out of bed. Nevertheless, she could not simply disregard the matters at the institute. Upon hearing that Chu Fei intended to go in her place, she was momentarily taken aback. Can you manage it? Chu Fei flashed a grin. Can I manage it? You ought to know the answer to that. Chapter 36. The reasons for resignation. The following noon, Chu Fei sought out Zhao Dajuan and requested that he arrange a vehicle for him that he drove to the research institute following the address provided by Su Li. He never anticipated that this girl had executed her concealment so adeptly. placing the institute in a rural area that a normal person would likely never think of it. The location he found himself in was an exceedingly small village. Home to just over a dozen families nestled on a hillside to acquire this land, Su Li had expended nearly 10 million, relocating all these families to the city. Subsequently, she had undertaken significant renovations of the existing dilapidated houses and even constructed a basement. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted a bespectacled girl anxiously awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Chu Fei, she waved her hand eagerly. "Secretary Chu, this is Xiao Bei, the administrator of the Research Institute, and one of the project leaders." "You must be Xiao Bei?" Xiao Bei adjusted her glasses. "Yes. By the way, what has prompted President Su's absence?" Over the phone, Su Li had not disclosed her reasons for not attending, merely stating that her new secretary, Chu Fei, would address the issues at hand. "President Su has been feeling unwell and is currently hospitalized, thus unable to come. That I have already familiarized myself with the issues here. Those planning to resign have yet to commence work." "Correct. They are all waiting for me." Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, Xiao Bei nodded. Indeed, in truth, Xiao Bei harbored some doubts. The newly appointed secretary appeared to be merely in his early 20s, quite young. Could he genuinely resolve the matters at hand? Deep down, she did not believe it. "Then let us proceed," that a smile graced Chu Fei's face. Seeing this, Xiao Bei could only follow behind him. This way. A few minutes later, they arrived at a reception room that had been converted from a residential dwelling. Inside sat several individuals who appeared to be in their 30s, with a middle-aged man who looked to be over 40 seated in the center. "Secretary Chu, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Yang." Xiao Bei stepped forward to facilitate the introduction. Yang Chenghua regarded Chu Fei with a hint of disdain. President Su did not come herself, and instead sent a mere boy. "Is she so dismissive of us?" The moment these words were spoken, they were met with agreement from others present. "Indeed, President Su doesn't even bother to show up, sending a secretary in her place. What does that imply? Does she look down on us?" Their remarks transformed the atmosphere into one of palpable awkwardness. Nonetheless, they were all aware of the underlying dynamics. This group of individuals intending to resign was closely aligned with Yang Chenghua. Xiao Bei was about to offer an explanation, but Chu Fei raised a hand to silence her. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you resolute in your decision to resign? Have you thoroughly reviewed the terms of your contracts? All funding for this project requires compensation from you. I wonder if you possess the means to resign. If so, then by all means, please proceed." Chu Fei's words effectively blocked their exit, as they all understood that if Su Li insisted on compensation, it would inevitably lead to a protracted legal battle. However, given their current level of expertise and the ongoing research progress, they were more than capable of developing the drug. Once completed, the patent would belong to them. While Su Li's company would be unable to continue the research, the profits earned would sufficiently cover any compensation owed. Yet their true intent was to seek a raise, as they felt the project had demanded significant effort from them, and they were reluctant to invest additional time in redeveloping it. So, according to Secretary Chu, "We are now unable to resign without compensating the company for its losses." "Correct." Yang Chenghua picked up a cigarette from the table, about to light it only to have it swatted away by Chu Fei's hand. "My apologies. This is company property. Since you intend to resign, you needn't smoke." Chu Fei's action startled Xiao Bei in the Research Institute. No one dared to treat Professor Yang with such disrespect. This new secretary seemed to possess an audacity that was quite remarkable. She wondered how Su Li could have chosen such a man as her secretary. "You are merely a lowly secretary, while I am a professor at this Research Institute. Without me, the institute will falter. Does President Su know of your actions?" Yang Chenhua's gaze turned icy as it fixed on Chu Fei. He believed that this was merely Chu Fei's individual act, and as for Su Li, he doubted she would dare to confront him in such a manner. Whether or not President Su is aware is irrelevant. "Prior to my arrival, she entrusted me with full authority here. Should you wish to resign, that is certainly your prerogative, provided you compensate for the losses incurred by the company, until the funds are settled. I suggest you remain here." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, as this effectively amounted to a form of imprisonment, preventing them from leaving, even if someone outside offered them a higher salary. "Secretary Chu, what you are doing is illegal. You cannot imprison us, you possess that authority." Yang Chenhua's face darkened as he abruptly rose from the sofa. However, Chu Fei merely smiled coldly, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I trust that you have all signed confidentiality agreements, that I believe the reasons for your resignations need not be reiterated, that I now present you with two choices. Either remain here and work diligently, or pay the compensation. And I shall permit your departure, that I suspect that the individual attempting to lure you away has yet to transfer any funds to you. Chu Fei's statement effectively laid bare the situation for all to see. Everyone understood the implications, yet none dared to speak up. Even Yang Chenghua fell silent. However, Xiao Bei, being young and impassioned, immediately grasped the meaning of Chu Fei's words and expressed her anger, directing a scathing remark at Yang Chenghua. Professor Yang, you should be well aware of how President Su has treated us. When your wife was gravely ill and in need of funds, President Su did not hesitate to provide you with $2 million for her treatment. Now, you intend to abandon this project for money. You truly are a despicable individual. Yang Chenhua's countenance darkened at Xiao Bei's rebuke. Secretary Chu, while I am unaware of how you came to hear rumors of someone attempting to undermine us, I assure you, my motivations are not financial. Chapter 37. Is there a traitor among us? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, that if their motivations were not financial, then what could possibly compel so many individuals to resign en masse? He considered a troubling possibility. The identities of the researchers at the Institute might have been compromised. The hidden figure pulling the strings could be threatening these researchers with harm to their families, all while promising them lucrative rewards. Although he could not ascertain the accuracy of his suspicions, he resolved to have a private conversation with Yang Chenghua. Professor Yang, shall we converse privately? Yang Chenghua nodded in agreement. Chu Fei took a cigarette from the table, leading him outside, that I must apologize for any discomfort caused. Professor Yang, that as they spoke, he produced a cigarette and offered it to Yang Chenghua, lighting it for him. Yang Chenghua remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing his reticence, Chu Fei chose not to press him further. They stood quietly at the entrance for a good 10 minutes before Yang Chenghua finally spoke. Resignation is inevitable to AS for the reason. It pertains to my family that I cannot elaborate further, but I hope President Su will consider my dedication and let this matter rest. Apart from myself, those researchers had no intention of resigning. They merely sought to secure a modest increase in their remuneration. There is no fault in that. After all, anyone who has remained in this place for over a year without venturing out would undoubtedly feel a sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei grasped the situation. His assumptions were confirmed. What if I could ensure the safety of your family? Chu Fei discarded the cigarette but in his hand and gazed intently at Yang Chenghua, who appeared somewhat incredulous, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This young man seemed to comprehend his words. However, he shook his head. Now that they are aware of my identity, they will undoubtedly keep a close watch. Even if you can provide temporary safety for them, there are no guarantees for the future. Hearing this, Chu Fei sensed an opportunity. Rest assured, I can guarantee that your family will face no peril until the completion of this project. Yang Chenghua then regarded Chu Fei with newfound seriousness that he was uncertain of the source of Chu Fei's confidence in making such a claim. How can I trust you? This question left Chu Fei in a predicament. The most challenging task in the world is to earn the trust of a stranger. You can take a gamble. If you lose, I shall accompany you to the grave. If you win, we shall all rejoice. Chu Fei looked at him earnestly. Yang Chenghua felt a jolt of surprise, his eyes betraying disbelief. This young man seemed different from anyone he had encountered before, since you have put it this way. Very well, I shall take that gamble with you. Tomorrow is the day for the researchers to contact their families, and that individual will reach out to me that I hope to speak with my family, not them. This is the only way I can trust you. Chu Fei nodded excellent. Upon their return to the reception room, Yang Chenhua's previously melancholic countenance had brightened considerably. Ladies and gentlemen, after discussions with Professor Yang, I am pleased to announce an increase of 5,000 yuan in your salaries. Additionally, upon the project's success, each person's bonus will not be less than 500,000. This condition was proposed by Chu Fei himself. As for Su Li, a mere mention would suffice. Given the clarity of their current relationship, upon hearing this announcement, everyone present, with the exception of Professor Yang, exhibited palpable excitement. This was indeed a substantial sum. Very well. The terms have been agreed upon, that shouldn't everyone return to their work now? Chu Fei smiled gently, looking at the crowd. Professor Yang then spoke. Let us proceed. We have already delayed for 2 days. We must expedite our research to ensure everyone receives their bonuses. As he spoke, everyone immediately rose and headed toward the research institute. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei gazed at Chu Fei in astonishment. Did I ask that all it took? I can hardly believe that I in my experience. Even if President Su were here, it would take at least a couple of hours to reach such an agreement. Secretary Xiao, was this condition prearranged with President Su? Chu Fei shook his head. No. This is my own proposal. Ah, Xiao Bei's face was one of shock. And how do you plan to explain this to President Su? You've promised such a substantial offer without her consent. If she declines, the entire research institute will be in an uproar. Explain? I do not need to explain. Chu Fei flashed a mysterious smile at Xiao Bei, who looked utterly perplexed. Very well. You carry on. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bei, Chu Fei exited the research institute. Upon returning to the military hospital, he found Su Li still lying on the hospital bed. She hastily inquired about the situation. What happened? You didn't agree to their resignations, did you? Chu Fei shot her a sidelong glance. Do you think your husband is foolish? Hearing him refer to himself as her husband, Su Li shot him a fierce glare. Do not say that. I am not yet married to you. Do not get ahead of yourself. Chu Fei's expression darkened immediately, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon her. You wretched woman, I warn you. If you dare marry someone else, I shall break your legs. Upon witnessing his theatrics, Su Li chuckled softly. Trying to scare me? Break my legs? Go ahead and try. Do you believe I would not retaliate? Chu Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to intimidate her, but ended up being outmaneuvered. That it was reminiscent of their first encounter, where she had him firmly in her grasp. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. What is the status? Chu Fei composed himself and recounted the entire situation to Su Li. The conditions are reasonable. They are what they are owed. However, do you have any means regarding Professor Yang's family? Su Li had not anticipated that trouble would arise concerning Professor Yang's family. That it was a miscalculation on her part. You need not worry about that. I have my methods. However, I am pondering who could have discovered Professor Yang's identity information and also known he worked at your research institute. Upon hearing this, Su Li wore a puzzled expression. Many people knew Professor Yang, but few had interacted with him closely, and even fewer were aware of his employment at our institute. What do you think? After pondering for a while, Su Li could not arrive at a conclusion. Chu Fei took a deep breath. I suspect there may be an insider. Someone has likely sold the list of personnel at the research institute. Within the company, aside from you and your father. Who else is privy to the list of researchers at the institute? Chapter 38. Open the door, check the water meter and insider. Surely not. Su Li appeared skeptical. Those who could access the list of researchers were typically high-ranking officials within the company. At least at the level of general manager, that if there truly was an insider, it would spell serious trouble for the company. That if there is no insider, who else would be aware of the researchers at your company? There shouldn't be anyone. Chu Fei reasoned clearly. Without an insider, such a situation would be impossible. After hearing this explanation, Su Li fell silent. The presence of an insider would indicate her negligence. However, it was still uncertain who that might be. She would have to wait until she returned to the company to convene a meeting with the senior staff. What do you plan to do next? Su Li was unable to go to the company and could only focus on her recovery. Many matters had to be delegated to her secretary or managed via her phone. That I might not be able to stay with you tonight. That I need to check on Professor Yang's home. Tomorrow is the day for the researchers to contact their families. I must ensure their safety. Hearing this, Su Li's concern deepened. Why not report it to the police? Chu Fei shook his head. That will not do. Reporting now would be tantamount to alerting the enemy that we do not know if those individuals have accomplices. That if they do, notifying the police would risk tipping them off, and they might relocate. It would then be difficult to trace them. However, before Su Li could voice her thoughts, Chu Fei cupped her delicate face in his hands and pressed his lips against hers. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but her body soon relaxed. After a deep kiss, Chu Fei wiped his mouth, satisfied. Not bad. Quite sweet. That Su Li's face flushed crimson as she glared at him fiercely. You filthy bandit. Do you believe I would not retaliate against your son? Chu Fei stood and chuckled. Go ahead and try. Su Li raised her hand, but quickly lowered it, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at him. You must prioritize your safety. You know my capabilities. Do you not? Rest assured I shall take my leave now. Remember to send me Professor Yang's address. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei exited the hospital room. He took out his phone and called Zhao Dajuan. "Hello, Dajuan. Do you have any capable hands available?" "Captain Chu." "Why do you ask?" Zhao Dajuan sounded puzzled, knowing that Chu Fei's skills made him nearly invincible. "No time for chatter. I am waiting for you at the entrance of the military hospital. Bring 2 people over. It's urgent." With that, he hung up the phone. In less than 10 minutes, a black Jeep pulled up at the entrance of the hospital. As Chu Fei observed the 2 individuals in casual attire stepping out. A smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that Zhao Dajuan understood the situation well, ensuring that the 2 were appropriately dressed for the task at hand. "Captain Chu?" The 2 who disembarked did not recognize Chu Fei. But the fact that even General Zhao addressed this young man as Captain Chu indicated the strength of his capabilities. "Get in the car. We are heading to Qinghua Courtyard." During the drive, Chu Fei learned the names of the 2, Yang Jingheng and Long Quan. 40 minutes later, as dusk approached, the trio arrived at Qinghua Courtyard. According to the address provided by Su Li, it was Unit 1608. "Let us go." Instead of taking the elevator, the 3 ascended the stairs to the 16th floor. Along the way, Chu Fei changed into a set of electrician's attire. "You 2 will guard at the stairwell. If anyone comes down, stop them." Xiao Long and Xiao Heng nodded. Since they had accompanied Chu Fei, they understood there were tasks awaiting them. Chu Fei arrived at the door of Unit 1608 and took a deep breath. He lightly knocked on the door. No response came after the first knock. He knocked again, yet still there was no answer. After 3 knocks, the door creaked open. A man with a somewhat fierce countenance revealed half of his face. Inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" "Apologies for my tardiness. I am here to check the water and electricity meters," Chu Fei replied, his expression one of sincere regret, though his gaze drifted into the room. He was acutely aware that this menacing figure was not related to Professor Yang. The professor's son was studying at a university in Beijing, and aside from his parents, only his wife remained at home. This man's age seemed to suggest he was merely in his 30s, making it improbable that he was the professor's father. "Wasn't this checked just yesterday?" the man retorted, his eyes glinting with a hint of hostility. In truth, no one had come to inspect the water meters the previous day. Yet, he sensed that the man before him, claiming to be a meter reader, was not genuinely here for that purpose. "That's impossible. Yesterday, we examined the meters at the neighboring Qingjiang Garden community," Chu Fei replied, his face a mask of confusion, uncertain whether this man was merely attempting to intimidate him. Upon hearing this, the man visibly relaxed. It seemed this individual was not here to stir trouble, but was indeed just checking the meters. "Come in, but remember, do not wander about," he instructed, stepping aside to allow Chu Fei entry. Once inside, Chu Fei noted that the living room was devoid of people. However, he could discern movement from within the rooms. Given the circumstances, it was impossible for him to take action without alerting the occupants. He made his way to the bathroom, briefly inspecting the water meter before proceeding to the hallway to check the electricity meter, with the man trailing closely behind. When he reached the balcony, he attempted to peer through the drawn curtains to gauge the situation inside, but the curtains were tightly shut, allowing him only a narrow glimpse of 3 figures seated on the bed, one of whom was pacing the room. What lay beyond his line of sight remained a mystery. "But don't look around." A cold voice emanated from behind him, laced with discontent. "Understood," Chu Fei muttered submissively, feigning interest in the electricity meter before turning to leave. The man followed silently behind him, his demeanor tense. Just as they neared the door, Chu Fei sprang into action, but he whirled around and delivered a powerful punch to the man's throat, striking decisively and denying him any chance to resist. The man could only watch in horror as Chu Fei acted, unable to react in time. Gently, Chu Fei lowered the man's body to the ground. Striving to make no sound, he then opened the door and closed it quietly behind him. With a soft click, the door shut, and sounds emerged from within the room. "Old Gua, let's order takeout. I'm starving," a voice echoed from inside, seemingly unaware that their comrade had just been dispatched by Chu Fei. Chu Fei remained silent, stepping outside the room to await the emergence of the others. "Old Gua, where the hell are you?" came the call again, tinged with impatience. Minutes passed, yet no one appeared. The occupants of the room slowly began to realize that something was amiss. None dared to predict what was transpiring outside. Inside, Professor Yang's parents and wife were bound to the bed, unable to move or speak, fearing the 2 burly men who held knives in their hands. They had endured this harrowing existence for an entire week, living in constant trepidation, hoping someone would discover their plight. Yet a week had passed with no one raising the alarm, leaving them steeped in despair. Crucially, the three captors seemed not to be motivated by ransom. They provided food daily and occasionally offered fruit. Aside from their confinement, their situation was bearable. However, they were oblivious to the unfolding events in the living room, having not received a response since the door was open for the supposed meter reader. "You, go check," one of the men gestured toward Ding Lei, Professor Yang's wife. Having spoken, they untied her bonds. Fear filled Ding Lei's eyes. She was reluctant to step outside. However, the alternative was to face violence, compelling her to steel herself as she approached the door and gingerly turned the handle. Outside, Chu Fei pressed himself against the wall, his expression growing increasingly cold as he heard the handle turn, his fists clenched and poised for action. As the door swung fully open, he prepared to strike. Yet a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, halting his movement, that a man would not possess such a scent. Indeed, the moment Ding Lei stepped out, her gaze fell upon the fallen thug, and instinctively, she stifled a scream. However, she quickly noticed Chu Fei standing nearby. Her pupils dilated in shock, but he raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Ding Lei, not lacking in awareness, understood that this young man was likely her savior. Trembling, she addressed the remaining captors in the room. "He is dead. The living room is empty." Upon hearing those words, the two thugs exchanged glances, astonished. Old Guo is dead. How could this happen so soon after that meter reader entered? And without a sound? "Go check." They nodded at each other, stepping cautiously toward the door. Meanwhile, Ding Lei slipped to the side, granting Chu Fei the space he needed to act. With an icy demeanor, Chu Fei braced for combat. The moment the two thugs emerged from the room, he wasted no time. He swiftly kicked the first thug, sending him sprawling. The second thug, witnessing his companion's fall, lunged at Chu Fei with his knife. Although they were formidable adversaries, they were no match for Chu Fei, that he deftly sidestepped the attack, countering with a powerful punch that dislocated the thug's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Chu Fei incapacitated the man's hands, the sharp crack of bones echoing in the air, sending shivers down Ding Lei's spine. She could hardly fathom the true nature of the man who had come to rescue them. The two assailants were not dead, but rendered incapable of further aggression. After securing the situation, Chu Fei turned to Ding Lei. "Hello, you must be Professor Yang's wife that I was sent by him. He is aware of the situation at home. Rest assured, we will resolve this matter." Ding Lei exhaled a long breath of relief, her eyes glistening with tears. With a choked voice, she called out to her parents-in-law, "Mom, Dad, you can come out now. It's safe." As the elderly couple slowly emerged from the room, trembling with fear at the sight of the fallen men, Chu Fei called out into the hallway, "Xiaolong, you can come up now." Xiaolong and Xiaoheng, stationed at the stairwell, exchanged glances before hastening to the door. Upon seeing the incapacitated thugs, they immediately grasped what had transpired. "Captain Chu, take them back to the residential quarters nearby for a while. Ensure their safety, and remember to post guards that if anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable." With that, he turned his attention back to Ding Lei and Professor Yang's parents. "To Mrs. Yang, please accompany them back for now. I will handle matters here." Still shaken, Ding Lei nodded, quickly gathering her things before supporting Professor Yang's parents as they followed Xiaolong and Xiaoheng out. Once they had all departed, Chu Fei settled onto the sofa, gazing at the two groaning men sprawled on the floor. "Stop feigning death," he said slowly at his command. The two men, pale and trembling, rose to sit on the ground. With their arms broken, they were now devoid of any means to resist. "Who are you? Do you understand the consequences of thwarting our plans?" one of them questioned, his voice laced with urgency. Before Chu Fei could respond, with a calm smile, Chu Fei replied, "I cannot predict the consequences. But I assure you, if you remain silent, the outcome will not be favorable for you." Their expressions shifted, unease flickering in their eyes. The power he wielded was formidable enough to place him at the pinnacle of their organization. They could not fathom how a mere professor could summon such a person to confront them. Yet, they were acutely aware of the repercussions of betraying their organization. Death awaited not only them, but their entire families as well. "Go ahead, do what you must, we will not speak," they declared defiantly, their eyes filled with resignation. Failure of the mission means only one path remains, death, they concluded, knowing the organization's rules. "Your resolve is commendable," that I suspect your superior, known as Brother Yi, is behind this. Chu Fei observed them calmly. This revelation, their expressions shifted further, disbelief mingling with fear. They could not comprehend how he knew of Brother Ye's existence. Perhaps they recalled their previous mission, which had ended in catastrophe. All 5 operatives dispatched had perished, and one had been captured by the war zone forces. It seemed that individual had exposed Brother Ye's identity, that by sheer misfortune. The news of their capture had reached Brother Yi, leading to the brutal elimination of their families. That I've spoken. Do what you will. We will not divulge anything. One of them declared. It is better for one to die than for the entire family to perish. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this individual, referred to as Brother Yi, was indeed quite ruthless in his actions. Task failure would result in the annihilation of an entire family. Chapter 40. Unable to intervene. Hello? Jiang Ning, seated in his office, immediately stood up upon recognizing the familiar voice that he had nearly botched the last incident, and with the young master personally calling him this time. It was evident that there was a matter requiring his attention. Young master, it's me. What are your instructions? Chu Fei glanced at the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground and slowly spoke. I am at Building 1, Room 1608 in Qinghua Garden. I have neutralized 3 assailants. You know what to do, right? 3 assailants? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning instinctively considered Chu Fei's current predicament. Yes, I understand that I will dispatch personnel immediately to handle it. Rest assured. With Jiang Ning's assurance, Chu Fei ended the call. Leaving Professor Yang's residence, he furrowed his brow slightly. These 2 individuals had remarkably sturdy bones, as they had not divulged the identity of their backer, even in death. However, based on previous observations, it was evident that the one orchestrating the attacks against Su Li was indeed Brother Yi. Chu Fei was perplexed as to what kind of identity could cultivate such an organization. Just as he exited Qinghua Garden, he received a phone call. To his surprise, it was Xiao Yu. Fei go. Xiao Yu's voice came through the line. It's me. What is the matter? Chu Fei stepped over to the bus stop and lit a cigarette. Weren't you asking me to keep an eye on Yi Ao's situation? I have received some news. Chu Fei was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Yu's words. Go ahead. After a brief pause, Xiao Yu continued. Recently, Yi Ao seems to be getting close to some business figures, and he has often been absent from the military department. However, his subordinates have not made any moves. Yet, from the information we have gathered, it appears he is secretly cultivating a group of individuals, though we are unclear about their exact location. This news caused Chu Fei's brow to furrow. Cultivating an organization privately? This was explicitly prohibited by the team. If discovered, not only would one lose all current positions, but they could also be imprisoned for life. Is the information reliable? Absolutely. Our own people have verified it. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. If that were the case, it could indeed pose some trouble. I understand. By the way, could you use some of your authority to help me look into a person named Su Zhenghua? He should be associated with the military. See if you can find any identity information on him, and let me know if you do. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Chu Fei pondered. If there was indeed a person named Su Zhenghua within the military, then information about him should be obtainable, whether he was alive or dead. Having promised Su Li to investigate, it was a way of fulfilling his commitment. However, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Recent events had become rather overwhelming that he looked at the number on his phone and decided to dial it. There were certain matters he wished to clarify with his master. Before long, a robust voice answered the call. You rascal, what brings you to call me at this time? Seeking a favor? The hearty laughter emanated from the voice, which belied the age of the speaker, who was well over 70. Master, have you made a decision regarding your retirement? What do those individuals say? Will it be decided by a vote? In truth, Sun Yin had surpassed 70 and was no longer suitable to lead the Dragon Group. The leader of the Dragon Group was second only to the highest authority. However, there were only 2 young candidates who were fit for the role. One was Chu Fei, and the other was Yi Ao. It was not only a matter of remarkable strength, but also the ability to handle emergencies adeptly. After listening to Chu Fei's inquiry, Sun Yin remained silent for a few seconds. It will be determined by a vote. Yi Ao has already begun to win over supporters. I cannot assist you in this matter. You will have to rely on yourself. Hearing this, Chu Fei's expression grew cold. He was not keen on becoming the leader. Rather, It was because Yi Ao was unfit for the role that he was willing to sacrifice teammates for the sake of personal gain and mission completion, and Chu Fei vehemently opposed such a person leading the dragon group. Is there truly no way for you, Master? Chu Fei asked, perplexed that by all accounts, his master had been in the dragon group for many years and surely possessed significant connections. Yet it was strange that so few were willing to step forward to support him. Let me put it this way. I agree to your ascension as the leader of the dragon group, but you will still need 11% of the votes in your favor. My endorsement only accounts for 40%. Considering the current situation, even if he opposed Yi Ao, if the remaining individuals supported him, that position would still belong to Yi Ao.Su. Nian's explanation left Chu Fei with a clearer understanding. It was no wonder Xiaoyu had informed him that Yi Ao was engaging with certain business figures. It seemed to be a preparation for his master's retirement. What if he were secretly cultivating an organization? Chu Fei relayed the information Xiaoyu had provided. He expected his master to explode in fury or even confront high-ranking officials within the military. However, his master's reaction surprised him further. I am aware of this matter. However, there are others backing him that I cannot intervene, that Yi Ao has backing. Even his master could not intervene. How was that possible? If the individual behind Yi Ao were the highest authority, Chu Fei would not press the issue, but it was clear that the person his master referred to was not the highest authority. Xiao Fei, this is a game of strategy that it is up to you to decide whether you wish to be a mere pawn or a player. The individuals backing Yi Ao were not to be underestimated compared to the Chu family. Do you understand my meaning? Chu Fei's expression turned frosty. His master was well aware of his identity. The fact that his master had acknowledged this suggested that the power behind Yi Ao was indeed formidable enough to rival the Chu family, that it was no wonder that his master could not intervene. Master, does the opposing party not fear provoking the highest authority? Sun Yin sighed deeply at this. That individual is currently unaware. However, I can assure you that even if he becomes aware, he will merely turn a blind eye. Their objective is not to target the state, and that alone is sufficient. Chapter 41. A Holiday. After concluding the call with his master, Chu Fei's expression was far from pleasant, but he had gleaned some insights regarding Yi Ao from his master. This individual had once been an orphan, carefully nurtured and subsequently placed into the dragon group, making him, in a sense, Chu Fei's senior. Yet in Chu Fei's eyes, this fellow was nothing short of ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. As for the person who had facilitated his entry into the dragon group, even his master was unaware of their identity. All that was known was that Yi Ao had single-handedly defeated 5 members of the team, all of whom had been personally trained by his master and were undoubtedly formidable. The fact that Yi Ao could triumph over 5 adversaries spoke volumes of his strength. Moreover, Yi Ao possessed a letter of introduction. The contents of the letter were straightforward. It requested that Sun Yin accept Yi Ao. There was no signature, merely a symbol resembling a dragon. Even after years of experience in the battlefield, Sun Yin had never encountered such a symbol and had dispatched individuals to investigate its origins. Yet, none had returned with any conclusive information, and some had even vanished mysteriously. This alone indicated that the person who had brought Yi Ao to the dragon group was no ordinary figure. In the days that followed, Chu Fei remained at the military hospital, keeping company with Su Li. During this time, Su Li's father had called to inquire, and Su Li had skillfully evaded his questions. Not wanting to alarm her family about her safety, it was not until Friday that they were finally discharged. Upon returning to the villa, Su Li collapsed onto the sofa with a sigh of relief. After spending a week in the hospital, I think I'm going mad. A week without a shower. I feel like I'm covered in mold. Though it wasn't summer, the autumn weather was still rather warm. Going a day without a shower felt unbearable, especially after a week in the hospital, where she felt sticky and uncomfortable, almost to the point of driving her insane. Your leg cannot come into contact with water just yet. It could easily become inflamed. Chu Fei interjected unexpectedly. Su Li shot him a glare. I don't care. I must take a shower today. Even the King of Heaven couldn't stop me. With that, she stood up and headed toward the bathroom. However, Chu Fei swiftly scooped her up in his arms. Taking a shower isn't that difficult, you know? I'll help you. At this, Su Li's face flushed crimson. Go to hell. No. Yet Chu Fei disregarded her protests and carried her into the bathroom. As the saying goes, when a girl says no, it often means yes. Nearly an hour later, Chu Fei finally assisted Su Li out of the bathroom. whether it was due to the weather or the circumstances. Her entire face was flushed bright red. Chu Fei, on the other hand, remained unfazed. "Ugh, you're nothing but a bandit," Su Li exclaimed indignantly. Perhaps after the two individuals pierced through that thin veil of misunderstanding, their relationship became significantly closer than before. A man is not bad. A woman does not love. This timeless truth remains unchanged. I in the living room. As Chu Fei was about to light a cigarette, Su Li's countenance turned icy, smoking upon hearing this. The latter hastily stowed the cigarette back into its box. After all, Su Li was no longer alone. She had a little one growing within her. Chu Fei could only manage an awkward smile, declaring, "No smoking, no smoking. I shall quit from now on. You should change into something else. We will head to the company shortly." Did I feel uneasy with the mole within the company still at large? Su Li's expression grew increasingly frosty. Following the previous incident, the safety of the Research Institute personnel's families could no longer be guaranteed. That no one could confidently assert whether other members within the institute would be threatened. Chu Fei nodded, turning to his room to change into a fresh outfit. The two then took a taxi to the entrance of Qiyao Company. After the Maybach was damaged, Su Li was left without a vehicle. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at Qiyao Company, General Manager Li Fei lounged leisurely in his executive chair, sipping coffee and squinting his eyes in relaxation. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, as if everything were so casual. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Come in." A female assistant entered. "Mr. Li, the president has returned. Summon all senior executives above the manager level to the conference room for a meeting." Upon hearing the assistant's words, Li Fei paused his actions. "The president has returned? Understood. You may get back to your duties." Li Fei waved his hand, then furrowed his brow. The president had not been in the company for the entire week. Citing personal matters to attend to recently, the chairman had been in charge, but even he only visited occasionally for inspections, and nothing significant had occurred. Yet, now that the president was back, there was urgency in summoning all senior executives for a meeting. Could it be that something had been uncovered? With this thought, Li Fei's expression turned somewhat tense, but he quickly regained his composure, and he wouldn't believe that the president was aware of his scrutiny of the research personnel's list. After all, there were many within the company who had access to that information. With a heart filled with trepidation, he entered the conference room. Su Li sat at the head of the table, while Chu Fei stood beside her. Within 10 minutes, everyone had arrived. Su Li's gaze swept over the assembly, and she offered a faint smile. "Everyone, I appreciate your hard work during my absence from the company." This initial greeting warmed the hearts of many present. "You are too kind, Su General Manager. It is our duty." "Indeed. The company is currently experiencing rapid growth, and we must strive to contribute." Hearing the collective sentiments, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. "In light of your hard work during this time, I have decided to grant a 3-day holiday starting from the general manager down to the managerial level. Everyone should take this time to rest." Upon hearing the announcement of a holiday, the conference room filled with an atmosphere of jubilation. "The president is magnanimous." "Wonderful. Many have been working overtime lately, and with the increasing business, their bonuses had also multiplied. Having 3 days off for rest was indeed a delightful prospect." However, Li Fei's expression turned grim. He had just received word to closely monitor Qiyao Company during this period. Should any significant decisions or changes arise, immediate notification was required. Yet with the holiday, he would receive no information. "President, I believe this course of action is rather improper. The company is at a pivotal moment of growth. We cannot afford to hinder its development for the sake of a holiday." Li Fei was the first to voice his dissent. Chu Fei's gaze fell upon him. "What is wrong with taking a holiday? Is the company your home? Is it even possible?" Chapter 42. Becoming Notable. Mr. Li's selflessness for the company's sake is truly admirable. How about this? I shall take a week off, with paid leave. What does everyone think? Su Li directed her gaze at the others. In their eyes, the position of general manager was not only crucial within the company, but also involved a greater array of responsibilities. Granting Li Fei a week off with pay did not seem unreasonable to them. Absolutely. Mr. Li has been working tirelessly lately. Just look at those dark circles under his eyes. He certainly needs a proper rest. The others chimed in, collectively overwhelming Li Fei with their unexpected support. Initially, He had thought his statement would persuade the president to allow him to work diligently in the company, to his astonishment. She proposed he take a week of paid leave. If it weren't for the exorbitant offer he had received, Li Fei would have considered his employment at Qiao Company a stroke of fortune. President, that wasn't my intention, that I merely wish to contribute meaningfully to the company. Therefore, I do not require any time off. That Li Fei adopted a righteous demeanor, prompting the other senior executives to applaud his stance. Individuals like Li are exemplary figures for us to emulate, the vice president remarked, unable to contain his admiration. The others nodded in agreement, lauding Li as a model for their own conduct. That I have witnessed Mr. Li's dedication firsthand. Therefore, please do not be polite with me. Su Li was not naive. She understood precisely what Li Fei sought, that I end the workplace. Everyone was there to earn a living, apart from a select few who were willing to contribute for promotions or financial gain. Who would refuse paid leave? Li Fei's unwillingness to take a holiday, even expressing a desire to remain and work overtime, raised suspicion. President, before Li Fei could finish, Su Li waved her hand. All right, it is decided. I will take a week off, while the rest will have 3 days. The meeting is dismissed. With that, Su Li turned and exited the conference room. Upon returning to her office, Su Li's expression reflected some pain as she sat in her chair. She struggled to maintain a facade of composure before others, almost causing her wound to reopen. What's wrong? Did the wound reopen? Noticing her discomfort, Chu Fei hurriedly approached and lifted a corner of her skirt to inspect the bandaged area. The pristine white bandage was already tinged with faint traces of blood, but fortunately, it was not too serious. That it's nothing, just a bit of blood seeping from the wound. That a few days of proper rest should suffice. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, the office door swung open. As Fong Qing entered, she was greeted with the sight of Chu Fei crouched beneath Su Li's skirt, his head tilted upward. She froze in place, her mouth slightly agape. What are you two doing? Her mind conjured a vivid image. Had she not barged in at that moment, perhaps they would have already commenced something. Fong Qing regretted her timing, thinking that if she had waited just 2 more minutes, she might have avoided this awkward interruption. Chu Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, simply replied, "We weren't doing anything." Meanwhile, Su Li's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. "Did you not knock before entering?" Fong Qing grinned at her, her eyes glimmering with understanding. Who would have thought that the esteemed president would have a day when she could not contain herself? In the office, upon hearing this, Su Li immediately flared up. "Be quiet. It is not what you think." Fong Qing laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Chu Fei on the shoulder. "Chu bodyguard, does the president have a salty flavor? Is it reminiscent of the sea?" Chu Fei licked his lips. "Would you like to sample?" Fong Qing shot him a look of disdain. "Get lost." She then walked over to Su Li's side. "Are you feeling better?" In truth, she was aware of Su Li's injury. Her earlier remarks were merely playful teasing. "Much better. I can manage to walk. By the way, what brings you here?" Su Li inquired, curious about Fong Qing's presence. Given that she had been preoccupied with matters concerning her modeling agency, during Su Li's hospitalization, they had frequently engaged in long phone conversations. From Fong Qing, she learned that her ex-boyfriend's company had begun aggressively poaching models from hers. Many promising talents had been lured away with high offers, and her agency was now facing a crisis, with very few collaborations remaining. "That I came to share some good news." Fong Qing leaned in closer to whisper a few words into Su Li's ear. Upon hearing, Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't be joking. Is that really true?" Fong Qing nodded emphatically. "That of course, it's true." The two women then turned their gazes toward Chu Fei in that moment. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Su Li smiled gently. "Chu handsome, do you know how much impact the series of model photographs you took at Xiao Qing's agency had?" Chu Fei, puzzled, replied, "It was just a series of photos. How much impact could it possibly have? Moreover, my body is riddled with scars. Who would want to see such photos?" He inquired with a hint of curiosity. Fong Qing began to explain, "The outfits you wore during the shoot have seen a dramatic surge in sales. The businesses that previously collaborated with us are eager to produce them in bulk, and they have even sent over new styles recently." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened considerably. "It turns out that Fong Qing's purpose for coming here was to persuade him to become a model?" "Absolutely not. She isn't even offering me any compensation. Day in and day out, I'm being taken advantage of. How absurd." Fong Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. You want money? Do you truly lack that little bit? In her eyes, Chu Fei was nothing short of a top-tier rich second generation. Indeed, I am single-handedly managing the workload of 3, acting as a bodyguard, a secretary, and even a caretaker. Not to mention, I occasionally have to warm the bed. Yet, there is no remuneration. Do you think this is easy for me? Chu Fei's words nearly sent Su Li into a frenzy. What are you saying? When have I ever asked you to warm my bed? Stop making wild claims. However, Fong Qing found the situation amusing. Did I ask that the kind of treatment you receive? Why not come work with me? Not only will you get paid, but quite handsomely. Chu Fei resolutely shook his head, stating, I refuse to engage in any unlawful activities. I am a law-abiding citizen. Fong Qing shot him a fierce glare. You are truly something else. Come on, sister, let us go. Ignore him, but your car is broken, right? Let us go buy a new one. For Su Li, purchasing a car held little allure. Yet, the lack of one was inconvenient, so she promptly contacted the manager of the Mercedes-Benz dealership to arrange for a new top-spec Maybach. As for her choice of brand, Su Li could only assert that this brand of vehicle could withstand rough treatment. The trio then arrived at Fong Qing's modeling agency, hoping to persuade Chu Fei to take a few more sets of model photos. However, it seemed they had arrived at an inopportune moment that in the company's lobby, a man and a woman sat on the sofa. The man was reasonably attractive, resembling a pretty boy, casually smoking while lounging. Beside him sat a woman who appeared to be much older, at least in her 40s, her face plastered with foundation that resembled a coat of whitewash, looking rather ghastly as she idly played on her phone. Before them were several fairly good-looking female models that I assure you, if you join my company, your monthly salary will double. And let me inform you, my agency has received numerous orders that if you are willing to switch companies, I guarantee your career will flourish 100 times more than it would at this small agency. The abrasive remarks made Fong Qing's face turn ashen. She never dreamed that her ex-boyfriend Lin Shui would dare to show up at her company, let alone attempt to poach her models. Was he really trying to defecate on her head? Lin Shui. Fong Qing stormed into the lobby, her face flushed with anger that Su Li and Chu Fei stood silently behind her, observing. Upon hearing someone call his name, Lin Shui turned around, and his face instantly brightened at the sight of Fong Qing. Xiao Qing, you're back. Perfect timing. I wanted to discuss something important with you today. The woman beside him, noticing Fong Qing, put down her phone. So, you must be the esteemed Fong. Huh. Not much to look at. I must say that I really don't understand how my dear Lin ever took a liking to you. Their exchange only served to further darken Fong Qing's countenance. Suppressing her fury, she declared, You are not welcome here. Please leave. Yet Lin Shui seemed disinclined to depart. Instead, he smiled and said, Xiao Qing, that is rather unkind of you. After all, we built this place together. Although we've parted ways now, I still have feelings for you. Today, I've come to discuss the terms for acquiring your company. Listening to their conversation, Su Li furrowed her brow. Such a scoundrel. This was utterly unheard of. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, People have their dignity, and trees have their bark. A person without dignity is invincible, but a tree without bark is doomed to die. It was evident that her words were directed at Lin Shui. He turned to see Su Li and Chu Fei standing not far away, and a cold smile crept across his face. If it isn't Miss Su, my apologies that I didn't realize you were here to have Xiao Qing take some photos. But you can come to me too. I can offer you a free shoot. The implication was clear to everyone. Get lost, leave immediately, or I will call security. Fong Qing, wanting to shield Su Li from humiliation, became incensed. Lin Shui merely sneered. In his view, Fong Qing's agency no longer had any noteworthy models left. The owners of the brands would surely not choose a struggling modeling agency to represent their clothing. His own company, albeit established later, had secured numerous orders thanks to the relentless efforts of his current girlfriend. Fong Qing, all your top models have been poached by me. What do you have left to contend with? Now I offer you 2 options. Either sell your company to me, and for the sake of our past, I will give you a position as general manager, or you can watch your company vanish before your eyes. Fong Qing found herself at a loss for words, with several of her top models taken by Lin Shui. The remaining few were only staying due to their high salaries. Otherwise, they would have been poached long ago. Where did these fleas come from, jumping so high? Chu Fei frowned slightly. he had initially been disinterested in interfering. However, Fong Qing was after all Su Li's close friend, and since this fellow had just insulted Su Li, if he didn't speak up, others might think he was merely living off others' wealth. At this moment, Lin Xue's gaze fell upon Chu Fei, and he furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity. Then, as if recalling something, he looked at Chu Fei in surprise. "You are the new model that Fong Qing hired." "Quite impressive. Last week at Fashion Week, you were selected for the cover of the men's magazine. With that look and physique, you've become a heartthrob for many young women." That he also knew that this model had come from Fong Qing's agency. "Brother, name your price. Come work at my agency, and I assure you the benefits will be twice as good as you have here." Lin Xue exuded an air of superiority, convinced that all models were motivated by money. As long as he offered enough, anything could be arranged. He completely disregarded Chu Fei's recent remarks. "You wish to recruit me?" Chu Fei chuckled upon hearing this, while Fong Qing and Su Li remained silent. Competing with this top-tier rich second generation in terms of wealth, few could rival him. "Indeed. Name your price." Upon hearing this, Lin Xue sensed an opportunity. His agency's top models earned around 200,000 a month. As long as Chu Fei didn't ask for more than 300,000, he could accommodate. Given that it was feasible, the price, I'm just a newcomer, not very knowledgeable. Whatever you say is fine. Chu Fei feigned innocence, leaving Fong Qing and Su Li stunned. This guy is a newcomer? A newcomer. Lin Xue was equally taken aback that he had assumed Chu Fei was an experienced model from out of town, not realizing he was a novice, that if he managed to recruit him, it would be a tremendous gain. With that thought, Lin Xue's eyes lit up. 50,000. That's a considerable amount. If you join me, I guarantee your salary will reach at least 100,000 within 3 months. For a newcomer, that's an exceptional offer. An modeling agency would extend such an offer to a novice. However, Chu Fei was different. His debut had already landed him on the cover of a modeling magazine, indicating immense potential. 50,000. That seems rather low. How about 100,000? Chu Fei pondered for a few seconds before stating his price. Lin Xue merely contemplated briefly before agreeing. 100,000 a month. All right, I'll accept that. Yet, Chu Fei looked at him with surprise. "That I think you've misunderstood something, that I meant 100,000 per minute." Upon hearing this, everyone froze in disbelief. It took Lin Xue several seconds to process what he just heard, his expression darkening. "Are you mocking me? 100,000 per minute. Is that even feasible? In the entire world, how many people could achieve such a price?" "You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there is no reward for that." Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly that if it weren't a public setting, he wouldn't mind giving Lin Xue a good beating. Not for any particular reason, just because he found him irritating. "Kid, you have quite the audacity." Lin Xue's expression turned particularly grim, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Chu Fei. To be humiliated in front of so many people was a significant blow to his pride. "But I'll give you a chance to apologize. If not, I'll make sure you don't even have time to kneel." Chu Fei's tone suddenly turned icy, causing Su Li to feel a twinge of anxiety. Having spent enough time with him, she understood his temperament. Such a tone indicated that he was genuinely angry. "What? You think you can hit me? I'm standing right here. Go ahead and try it. I'm curious to see if you have what it takes." Lin Xue wore a disdainful expression, although he had little power in Jiangnan. He had the backing of his current girlfriend. With her support, while he might not be able to dominate Jiangnan, any company owner would surely acknowledge him. At that moment, the woman beside Lin Xue also slowly rose to her feet. With a casual flick of her hair, which was meticulously styled, she bore an expression of haughty disdain upon her fully made-up visage. "Enough. I shall not waste my breath on you today." It was Fong Qing. "Correct? In my capacity as the general manager of Juanhao Group, I wish to discuss matters concerning an acquisition with you. If you are amenable, we can have a thorough conversation. If not, the days ahead for your company may prove quite difficult." Before Fong Qing could utter a word, Chu Fei took 2 steps forward, positioning himself beside Lin Xue. The moment the woman finished speaking, he delivered a resounding slap to Lin Xue's face. The sharp crack of the slap startled many present, particularly the models who had yet to depart. These young ladies had previously witnessed Chu Fei's flawless physique. To them, he was a man brimming with intriguing stories. Yet this incident shifted their perception dramatically. He was not merely a man of stories, but one of decisive action, striking without hesitation or ambiguity. The force of the slap nearly toppled Lin Xue, leaving him dazed. the fiery sting on his face a stark reminder of the reality he faced. "You dare strike my man, seeking death." Upon witnessing Lin Shui's assault, the woman hurriedly shielded him behind her. Chu Fei, shaking his hand, remarked, "What a thick skin you have. My hand aches from the effort." Nearby, Su Li and Fong Qing stifled laughter. The sight of Lin Shui's humiliation brought them considerable satisfaction. That a slap is merely a slap. I never claimed I wouldn't hit a woman. Some people simply ask for it. However, a woman like you is unworthy of my hands. After all, your foundation is excessively thick. This comment elicited laughter from those present, as it was undeniably outrageous, yet not entirely untrue. With her already matronly appearance further marred by layers of heavy makeup, she had become quite the spectacle. "I say, madam, are you not taking your pretty boy away?" Fong Qing interjected, delivering a cutting remark. This time, the woman's composure shattered entirely, her body trembling with rage as she supported Lin Shui and stormed out of the company. "Fine, fine, Fong Qing. I shall remember you. You will come to know that I, Zhu Yin, am not to be trifled with." Once the two departed the hall, Fong Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Her gaze fell upon the other models, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. "Since you are all here, I shall refrain from further remarks that if you wish to leave, I will not impede you till we all seek our own benefits. If other companies offer higher salaries, I cannot compete, and you are free to choose your path." Her words prompted several female models to exchange glances, lowering their heads in uncertainty. After half a minute, one finally spoke. "I'm sorry, Qing Jie. My father's health has not been good, and his treatments are costly." She did not finish her thought, but Fong Qing understood her implication. "To go ahead. This month's wages will be deposited into your accounts as scheduled." With the first to depart, the others soon followed that of the 6 models. Only 2 remained. "Are you not leaving as well?" The 2 exchanged glances, for they too harbored thoughts of departure. Yet, the reasons had been exhausted by their predecessors. "Qing Jiahui." Fong Qing waved her hand. "If you wish to depart, then do so." They exchanged one last look before hastily exiting the company. Consequently, apart from the daily staff and those responsible for photography, the entire modeling contingent had vanished. Now, Fong Qing was left with the daunting task of finding replacements. During this interval, the company would be unable to operate. Fong Qing's expression darkened as she sat on the sofa. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. "No worries, don't fret. If it comes to it, I can help you find some models that be by the way. What exactly is Juanhao Group? From what they implied, it seems they are somewhat antagonistic towards you." Regarding the words of that woman named Zhu Yin, Su Li listened intently. The general manager of Juanhao Group did not pique her interest, but the group itself was a different matter. She vividly recalled that among the last investors was Wang Xie, the president of Juanhao Group. Juanhao Group was not merely a local enterprise. It was significantly more formidable than the former Zhao Group. This conglomerate was provincial, encompassing numerous companies and boasting considerable size. The group based in Jiangnan City was merely a branch of a much larger entity. The modeling agency was merely a casual investment made by that woman for Lin Shui, posing little impact on their core operations. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes widened with astonishment. She had assumed Juanhao Group to be a local business, only to discover it was a provincial powerhouse with substantial reach. That if that is the case, does it mean your company is now a target? Fong Qing smiled wryly and nodded. "Indeed, it appears so." Listening to their conversation, Chu Fei interjected, "Juanhao Group, why does that name sound so familiar?" Chapter 45. Meeting the Parents. Juanhao Group. Chu Fei felt an inkling of recognition, but could not place it to AT that moment. Su Li provided a reminder. "It wasn't the president of Juanhao Group, Mr. Wang, among the investors who visited our company last time?" As soon as Su Li mentioned this, Chu Fei's memory clicked into place. No wonder it sounded so familiar. It was indeed Wang Xie's company. This made matters much simpler. All he needed to do was speak to Wang Xie. As for this so-called general manager, he regarded her as a mere minor character. With a word from Wang Xie, she could easily be dismissed. The challenge lay in figuring out how to enlist Wang Xie's assistance. "Do you know anyone from their company?" Seeing Chu Fei's demeanor, Su Li could not help but inquire that I suppose you could say that. "Though my position is rather modest," Chu Fei replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, both women exchanged knowing glances. "Actually, Chu Handsome, I am genuinely curious about your identity. Would you care to enlighten us? They had previously discussed this topic when Su Li was injured. Yet they remained puzzled about why Chu Fei had come to be by Su Li's side, that if it was solely for her, it seemed unnecessarily extravagant that a man of his wealth would not need to go to such lengths for a single woman. I have stated it plainly. My true identity is that of a top-tier rich second-generation. That MY family has no influential connections. That Tio put it simply, I am merely a nouveau riche. That MY family received a windfall from a redevelopment project, resulting in a fortune of several hundred billion. That upon hearing this, both women could not suppress their eye rolls. Such claims were hardly believable, and no need to elaborate. We are not particularly interested, they remarked as they resumed their casual conversation in the hall. Just as Chu Fei intended to take a seat and rest, he received a phone call. Noticing a familiar number, he turned to Su Li and said, I will step outside to take this call. Feel free to continue your discussion. Seeing that neither of them acknowledged him, he exited the hall. Once outside, he pressed the answer button. Xiaoyu. What is it? The voice on the other end belonged to Xiaoyu. Fei Ge, I have a bit of news regarding the person you asked me to investigate. However, due to my limited access, I cannot view all the details. That I can confirm that this Su Jinghua is still alive and remains within our military. As for his exact position, I cannot ascertain. Hearing this, Chu Fei was somewhat taken aback that Su Jinghua was still alive. This suggested that Su Li's grandfather was likely a significant figure within the military. After all, at over 70 years of age, and having spent so many years in the military, he must at least hold the rank of a major general. If he were to rise further, he could attain an even higher rank. Yet in Chu Fei's memory, he could not recall any individual named Su Jinghua, from the lowest soldier to the highest general. To be by the way, Fei Ge, it seems Su Jinghua has changed his name. The information I accessed was prior to his name change, that I am unable to view his identity post-change. Perhaps only with your access can you retrieve his information. This revelation left Chu Fei feeling somewhat frustrated. A name change complicates matters significantly. That I in the military, there are countless personnel, and if he has been assigned to a different combat zone or stationed at the border, finding him would prove nearly impossible. All right, I appreciate the update. Is there anything else? Chu Fei casually inquired. As anticipated, Xiaoyu had more to share. Fei Ge, what I wish to discuss is the recent developments concerning Yao. The headquarters of the combat zone convened a small meeting recently. Many participants, excluding you, were in attendance, including Luo Ge. The primary topic was the retirement of the group leader and who should succeed him. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Had they begun deliberating on this matter so soon? It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to return to the capital. He could not allow others to pull his strings indefinitely. Understood. He has not made any further movements, has he? After a few seconds of hesitation, Xiaoyu slowly spoke. There is something, but I do not know if it concerns you. Chu Fei frowned. What is it? I heard that Yao's subordinates seem to be taking action against a small company. I am not clear on which company. It is that a small company? Chu Fei instinctively thought of Su Li's Kuyao company, but upon reflection, that did not seem right. Given Yao's status, dealing with a minor company like Su Li's would be a trivial matter. Moreover, if he truly intended to target Su Li's company, I would surely be able to uncover some clues that if I caught him, he would not have an easy time. All right, I understand that if there is nothing else, I will hang up. With that, Chu Fei ended the call. Returning to the hall, Fang Qing and Su Li were still engaged in conversation. Upon seeing him enter, Su Li waved him over. Come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. During the time Chu Fei was away, the two had been conversing about the topic of pregnancy. It was astonishing to learn that when Su Li mentioned her pregnancy, Fang Qing was completely taken aback, taking a long time to process the news. You tell me, when shall we meet the parents? In truth, Su Li had not anticipated meeting Chu Fei's parents so soon. However, her belly was growing day by day. It would not do to meet them months later with a noticeable pregnancy. That would leave a poor impression and could tarnish her family's reputation. Upon hearing Su Li's question, Chu Fei was momentarily frozen in place. Meeting the parents was a first for him as well, that he knew this was not something to be delayed. As the saying goes, one may not have eaten pork, but one has certainly seen pigs run, right? Though he had never been married, he had certainly seen weddings on television. The necessary procedures must be followed. At that moment, Chu Fei was at a loss for words. Hey, I say, Chu Dashing, don't think your good looks give you free rein. I am warning you, if you dare abandon my sister, I will have someone cut you off and toss your remains down the drain. Seeing Chu Fei's silence, Fong Qing immediately spoke up. Chu Fei's face turned crimson with embarrassment. That will never happen. It's just that I am unsure how to explain this to my family. You know my situation is somewhat unique. The truth is, it is not that Chu Fei does not want to take her home. The current circumstances at home are rather unclear, and they are in the midst of a conflict with the immortal bird family. If they were to discover Su Li's identity, they might selectively target her. It does not matter if they go after him, but if they target Su Li, should anything happen to her, it would be disastrous. Chu Fei, I must tell you my sister is already showing, and we have a baby now. You must meet the parents, whether you like it or not. Just tell me when we can make it happen. The words from Fong Qing put Chu Fei in a difficult position that he could not guarantee that he could take Su Li back right now. If he did, he could assure her that troubles would follow in quick succession. Can we wait a bit longer? I promise that as soon as this critical period passes, I will definitely take you home. This statement was directed more at Su Li than at Fong Qing. However, he did not realize that his words left Su Li feeling a tinge of disappointment. Every girl wishes to marry into a good family, though she may not have considered it before. Now that she carries a child, such matters cannot be delayed. Hearing these words from Chu Fei, it would be disingenuous to say she was not disappointed that it's alright. Waiting a while is fine too. Su Li forced a smile, her disappointment unmistakably evident in her eyes. Chu Fei knew that Su Li was feeling troubled, but at this moment, he too felt powerless. Chu Fei, I must warn you that if you dare to abandon my good sister like those scoundrels, I will go to great lengths to find you and break your legs. Fong Qing's face was filled with anger, clearly disapproving of Chu Fei's words. Chu Fei nodded heavily, raising 3 fingers that I swear. I will never abandon you. I will give you the most perfect wedding in the world Chu Fei, keep my promises. If I fail to do so, let thunder strike me that he had never sworn to anyone nor promised a future. But for Su Li, he was willing to change, even if not immediately. All right. As long as you have that intention, it suffices that Su Li felt uneasy hearing Chu Fei say such things and could not help but intervene. However, Fong Qing chimed in with a teasing remark. Just be careful you don't walk down the street one day and get struck by lightning, scaring you to death. Though she said this, Fong Qing's face was adorned with a smile. Seeing her dear friend find a good place to belong was the best outcome. Let us go. I am eagerly awaiting those photos of your outfits. If next week's model magazine features you, you could truly become famous. Fong Qing looked at Chu Fei with a mischievous grin. Chu Fei's expression darkened, but for Su Li's sake, he had to comply. He realized he had fallen into the hands of these 2 women. That'd be by the time they returned from Fong Qing's modeling company to the villa. It was already 8 in the evening. As for dinner, Fong Qing had already treated them at a restaurant, claiming it was a reward for Chu Fei. After all, her modeling business had been completed, and Chu Fei was the only external aid she had. It was thanks to him that her company could barely hold on for a while longer. In the bedroom, Su Li sat on the edge of the bed. Chu Fei was crouched beside her, holding fresh gauze, alcohol, and ointment. The hem of her long skirt had lifted slightly, revealing a circle of gauze wrapped around her snow-white calf, stained with what appeared to be dried blood, that might hurt a little. Bear with me, I'll finish up quickly. Chu Fei was familiar with basic care, that he had sustained injuries during missions before to stop the bleeding. He often resorted to makeshift methods, using tobacco or gunpowder to cauterize wounds. Since he could not carry gauze and hemostatic medicine with him, he had to manage with whatever was available. After completing a mission, he needed to tend to the wound as quickly as possible. The longer he waited, the higher the risk of inflammation and infection. Su Li nodded gently, her gaze fixed on his chiseled face. Chu Fei remained oblivious to her stare, slowly unwrapping her gauze, until he was almost finished. Su Li did not make a sound. However, her delicate face had already turned pale from the pain. When Chu Fei finally removed the gauze and began disinfecting her with alcohol, Su Li could not help but let out a muffled groan. The pain was becoming unbearable, like countless needles pricking at her wound. Does it hurt? Chu Fei looked up, noticing a layer of fine sweat on her small face. It's fine. Just keep going. Su Li bit her lip, suppressing her cries. Seeing her stubborn expression, Chu Fei felt a pang of heartache. I'm sorry. I won't let you get hurt again. He silently vowed in his heart. He quickly applied the medicine and rewrapped the gauze. All done. Rest well, and in a few days, once the wound scabs over, it will be fine. Good night. Chu Fei lifted his hand to wipe away the sweat on her forehead and leaned down to plant a kiss on her rosy lips. However, Su Li wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with affectionate eyes that I want you to stay with me. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with longing as she looked at Chu Fei. He was no fool. He understood her intentions. But let me make one thing clear. You must not move. You have an injury on your foot." Before he could finish speaking, Su Li had already toppled him over. Meanwhile, in a booth at Houting Bar, "Brother Shui, what is wrong with you? You look troubled. If there is anything, just tell me, and I'll help you sort it out." If Chu Fei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the young man speaking as Su Hui, the one he had slapped several times at the bar previously. Don't mention it. I got slapped today, and couldn't even fight back. That I'm holding back a lot of frustration. Lin Shui downed a large gulp of alcohol, feeling miserable in front of his ex-girlfriend. He had been slapped by a small model, and with the ridicule he faced, he could not release his pent-up anger. Thus, he sought out Su Hui to drink at the bar. "Damn. How dare someone hit my brother Shui? They must be tired of living. Brother Shui, tell me who he is, and I'll help you teach him a lesson and get your revenge." Su Hui abruptly stood up, ready to defend Lin Shui. Lin Shui shook his head and patted his shoulder. "Let it go. He is one of Kuyao Company's people, in Lin Shui's eyes." Kuyao Company was indeed a significant company, far larger than his modeling agency. So what? I'm not targeting his company. I just simply dislike him and want to beat him up. This should be easy. "Brother Shui, do you have a picture of that guy? I'll wait for them to get to work and then go down to their company to deal with him." Hearing Su Hui's words, Lin Shui, fueled by alcohol, replied, "All right, little Hui, it's good to have you as a brother. As for the photograph, I indeed possess one." With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened an image. It was the cover of this week's Model Weekly. However, when Su Hui caught sight of the man depicted, he stood frozen in place. "Brother Hui, the person you mentioned, it can't possibly be him, right?" Lin Shui, perplexed by Su Hui's reaction, inquired, "What? Do you know him?" At this question, Su Hui's face flushed with embarrassment, as memories of that day surged back, accompanied by the lingering sting of humiliation he could hardly forget. To him, that individual was certainly no ordinary person. Provoking such a character could only lead to dire consequences, a notion that was evidently true. Nevertheless, in Lin Shui's presence, he would not show any signs of trepidation. "Shui, go. I'm not exaggerating. I've encountered this brat before. Last time at the lounge, we even had a scuffle, and I managed to subdue him. Though I sustained considerable injuries myself, he undoubtedly suffered as well." Su Hui boasted, portraying himself as one who had thoroughly bested him. Lin Shui, however, was unaware and wore a look of astonishment. "Really? Now I'm relieved. Xiao Hui, come on, let us drink. Tonight, I must find a few lovely ladies to keep you company. But remember, when it's time to take action, include me. I want to see that brat kneel and apologize." Upon hearing this, Su Hui broke into a cold sweat that Tio make that fellow kneel, unless he was seeking a death wish. However, it was certain that the man was not present. "Next time I encounter him, I will indeed ensure he kneels to apologize to you. Come, let us drink." Chapter 47. The Four Prominent Families the following morning. When Chu Fei awoke from his slumber, Su Li was still asleep, her arms wrapped around his. After gently extricating his arm, he washed up quickly and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Su Li. After all, it was not just Su Li who was eating. There was also a little one in her belly. Once the breakfast was ready, he carried the plate into the room. "The sun is shining on your behind. It is time to rise for breakfast," he called softly. That Su Li mumbled groggily, "No, I want to sleep a little longer." Seeing she showed no signs of waking, Chu Fei decided against pressing further and softly closed the door behind him. In the courtyard, he took out his phone and contemplated the number displayed on the screen. After a long moment, he finally pressed the call button. Before long, a boisterous voice came through the line. "You little rascal, finally decided to call me. What is up? Speak quickly. I'm busy here, no time to dally." Hearing his father Chu Tianquang's words, Chu Fei's expression darkened. After all the effort to call, it sounded as if he was the one desperately seeking his father's attention. Chu Tianquang chuckled heartily. "All right, the moment you prance around, I know you've got something cooking. What trouble have you stirred up this time?" To him, it was rare for Chu Fei to call unless he found himself in a predicament or was unable to resolve an issue on his own. "Dad, I wanted to ask, is there truly no one from our family in the military?" Upon hearing this question, Chu Tianquang fell silent for a few seconds before responding slowly. "You know the ancestral rules cannot be broken. Although there are no direct family members in the military, Many have benefited from our family in the past, so seeking assistance from them is not the same as having no one. Why the sudden inquiry? The Chu family's rule was that any direct descendants were prohibited from entering the national military. Any violation would incur severe familial consequences. As for Chu Fei, he initially joined the dragon team merely to learn from his master. Once he acquired the necessary skills, he intended to withdraw. Nothing. There's a guy in our dragon team named Yao, and his background seems quite impressive. His family appears capable of standing toe-to-toe with ours. So, I wanted to inquire about his origins. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingguang's tone shifted slightly. Families that can stand against us are few and far between. The four prominent families of Da Xiaofeng, Long, Yun, and Han. Only they possess such capability. Are you suggesting that someone is backing this Yao fellow? Chu Fei did not deny it, and simply acknowledged, fine, I'll look into it later. Those four families are barely sufficient to be adversaries. If it comes to blows, they still fall short. Since his son was seeking assistance, Chu Qingguang certainly would not refuse. He would discreetly investigate the matter. By the way, Dad, what is the situation with the immortal bird family? Chu Fei asked once more. The immortal bird family had been at odds with theirs for many years, with no resolution in sight. Although most conflicts were commercial in nature, both sides had sacrificed their fair share of capable individuals. They mobilized quite a few people, planning to systematically eliminate our presence in the upper echelons domestically. That I've also dispatched several of our own to counter their schemes. You need not concern yourself with this. Focus on your task, then I'm looking forward to your return to take over. Oh, by the way, how did it go with that girl from the Wong family I found for you? Is she decent? Have you made any progress? Chu Qingguang jested, eager for his son to mature and understand the world. The sooner he returned, the more he would learn, ensuring he could remain composed should anything untoward arise. I am still young, not particularly interested in family affairs. That I asked for that girl from the Wong family. She is just all right. I haven't delved deeply into it. Besides, I don't intend to pursue anything with her. Speaking of Wang Xie, Chu Fei almost forgot about yesterday's events. He still needed her assistance. You little rascal. I'll tell you this. Several of my old friends have become grandfathers. That if you let me down, I'll break your legs. For a moment, Chu Fei was at a loss for words. Revealing to his father that he already had a girlfriend and was soon to become a grandfather was daunting. He feared that with his father's temperament, he might fly back from overseas just to meet this future daughter-in-law. Well, I've got something to attend to, so I'll hang up now with that. Chu Fei ended the call. However, as a father, Chu Qingguang could easily discern that his son was withholding something. Speak. I know you've got more to say. Listening to the roar on the other end of the line. Chu Fei could only brace himself to explain that I'll tell you, but you absolutely must not let Mom and Grandpa know. Otherwise, I won't say a word. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingguang was momentarily taken aback. When did his son become so hesitant and secretive? Was it something nefarious? Just tell me. Chu Qingguang, assuming it was something significant, adopted a more serious tone. Actually, I have a girlfriend now that I in just over 9 months. You should be able to hold your grandchild with that. He hung up, denying his father any opportunity to respond. After ending the call, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on an island, in a luxurious courtyard, Chu Qingguang stared at his phone, somewhat bewildered. The words Chu Fei had just spoken echoed in his mind. After several seconds, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Today I am truly delighted. His thunderous laughter resonated throughout the courtyard. The two guards stationed at the entrance were momentarily stunned by the uproarious sound. Hey, how long has it been since the master laughed like that? Counting the time, it must be 7 or 8 years. Ever since the young master left, the master rarely smiles. That it seems the young master's call brought him such joy, and it must be for good reason. Chapter 48. Grave Consequences upon returning to the villa. Chu Fei found Su Li already awake, slowly descending the stairs with a tray in hand. Each step appearing to be a struggle, her delicate face glistening with beads of cold sweat that don't move. Allow me. Chu Fei hurried forward to support Su Li, taking the tray from her. Who were you on the phone with just now? Su Li inquired out of curiosity. After all, it was quite unusual for Chu Fei to make a call so early in the morning. Who else could it be? Of course, it was family. Chu Fei replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone, that he had no choice but to inform his father about the matter, given his father's propensity for gossip. It was likely the entire household was already abuzz with excitement. He could easily envision his mother and grandparents celebrating with glee at home. possibly even planning a trip to Jiangnan at any moment. You told your family? Su Li felt a surge of uncertainty. After all, she was not entirely prepared for this. Although she often mentioned wanting to meet Chu Fei as parents, the thought of it made her somewhat timid. Yes, but don't worry, I assured them that they wouldn't be coming over for a while. They'll likely wait until they resolve matters at home before visiting. By the way, isn't today Saturday? You should be heading home for the family banquet, right? Every Saturday was a family gathering day for Su Li's family, and today was no exception. The primary concern is how to explain to his family the incident involving Su Li's injury. Well, let us tidy up a bit. We should be on our way. The two of them quickly organized their belongings and drove to Su's family villa. Upon seeing Chu Fei, Su Li's grandmother warmly invited him to take a seat. They engaged in casual conversation, and she even expressed her intention to introduce Su Li to Chu Fei. Xiao Fei, you're not so young anymore, then why little Li is also growing up that I see a good match between you two. Why not give it a try? Jiang Taiying's wrinkled face was adorned with a gentle smile that Su Li, sitting beside them, felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Grandma, she playfully protested. Jiang Taiying chuckled softly and patted her hand gently. With such a wonderful young man by your side, you should count your blessings that he has been caring for you ever since your injury. Where else could you find a boy like him? The two of them concocted a small lie about the reason for Su Li's injury, claiming she had accidentally cut herself with a knife. Realizing they could not evade this topic, Chu Fei finally spoke up. Grandma, last time you asked me to help find news about Grandpa, that I had a friend inquire a little, and it appears Grandpa, Su Jinghua, is still alive. But Grandma, did he change his name? Upon hearing the first two sentences, Jiang Taiying's cloudy eyes immediately turned to Chu Fei, filled with disbelief. Even Su Li's gaze towards Chu Fei shifted, that Su Wu, who had been watching the news nearby, suddenly stood up, staring at him. What did you say? The old man is still alive. Jiang Taiying seemed almost hesitant to believe it, yet her eyes were already glistening with tears, raising her aged hand. She wiped away the tears streaming down her cheek. Bandit, are you telling the truth? Su Li too found it hard to accept. After all, Grandpa had been missing for decades, and there had been no news of him until now. She couldn't believe he was still alive. Chu Fei, are you sure you are not joking? Su Wu's expression grew cold, that he suspected that this young man was merely trying to please the elderly lady. Chu Fei nodded earnestly. Grandma, I truly asked my friend. There is indeed a person named Su Jinghua in the military, and he is alive, but he later changed his name. That my friend lacks the authority to access more comprehensive information. You know that some things are not accessible to the average person. This was not a lie on Chu Fei's part. It was indeed the case. With Xiaoyu's level of access, it was impossible to locate Su Li's grandfather's real information. All they could see were outdated records, which merely confirmed that Su Li's grandfather was still alive, with no further details available. Only when he had the opportunity to return to the capital would he be able to utilize his own privileges to search for more information. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. Jiang Taiying's tears flowed freely, as though she had waited many years to hear this. Seeing her grandmother in tears, Su Li felt a pang in her heart. Her eyes turning Su Wu sat silently beside them. It was clear that Chu Fei was not lying to at least their father was still alive. However, what he was doing in the military remained unknown. Perhaps he held a high-ranking position, or maybe he worked in the shadows, unable to reveal his identity. The years without contact, without a single phone call, might have been to prevent any disturbance to their lives. The atmosphere of the family dinner was now weighed down with a somber gravity, lacking its usual joy. After dinner, in the courtyard, Xiao Fei, could you please help me with something? If possible, could you find a way to contact Xiao Li's grandfather? Or if your friend sees him, could you ask him to send a letter home? Gazing into the elderly woman's hopeful eyes, Chu Fei found it difficult to refuse. All right. If I can, I will certainly have him bring you a letter. He could only grit his teeth and agree that as for whether he could find or meet Su Li's grandfather, that was another matter entirely. By the way, Grandma, did Grandpa really not change his name? Or does he have any nicknames? If so, please let me know. That might increase my chances of finding him. Jiang Taiying pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head that no. Hearing this response, Chu Fei could only sigh inwardly. The difficulty of this task was extraordinary. With so many military districts and countless individuals, searching for someone who had changed their name was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, with his privileges, he could look into it further when he had time. Grandma, please do not be too sorrowful. I believe Grandpa will definitely come back to see you. Su Li gently grasped Jiang Taiying's hand, offering her comfort. Jiang Taiying remained silent, only nodding, though her cloudy eyes were still filled with tears. After sitting in the courtyard for over 10 minutes, the two finally drove back home. On the way, Su Li pondered aloud. If my grandfather is still alive, why hasn't he come back to see Grandma? She could not comprehend why, if Grandpa was indeed alive and working in the military. There had been no phone call or letter. You don't understand. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't. Once their identity is exposed, it could lead to targeting by others, jeopardizing the safety of their family. That is why they dare not contact their relatives. Chu Fei shook his head slightly. Those working in some special departments of the military, it's not just a matter of avoiding phone calls. Going years without seeing sunlight is normal. This is not only for their own safety, but also for the safety of their loved ones. The identities of those in special departments are classified at the highest level. Only a select few can access this information, and anyone lacking the necessary clearance attempting to do so would be apprehended for questioning. Perhaps Su Li's grandfather is one of those working in a special department. Yet he found it hard to fathom why, at over 70 years of age, even if in good health, he would still be working in the military. But could he truly endure the longing of his family without reaching out? Su Li could not grasp how a mere phone call could threaten the safety of their family. Enduring is the only way to avoid trouble. The consequences of not enduring are only two: death or treason. Which do you think you would choose? Chapter 49. She has provoked my wife, understand. Death, treason. Su Li fell silent for a moment, taken aback. She had never considered that a simple phone call could lead to such grave consequences. Regardless of which outcome, neither was a choice one could make. The only option was to sever contact with family until retirement. By that time, everything would likely have changed, and I understand that Su Li could only nod helplessly. Chu Fei remained silent, knowing there was another choice. Having a powerful family as a backing, one that no one would dare to easily confront. Clearly, the Su family was not in such a position. Perhaps this was also why Su Li's grandfather refrained from contacting them. The next afternoon, after lunch with Su Li, Chu Fei received a call from Wang Xie, my handsome boyfriend. Where are you? I want to take you out on a date. Hearing the flirtatious tone from the other end of the line, Chu Fei's expression darkened. The timing of this call was far from ideal, especially with Su Li sitting right beside him. Who is that? Asking you out on a date. Su Li wore a cold smirk, her small hand already gripping Chu Fei's ear. Their relationship was now clear, yet Chu Fei seemed to have another girlfriend that wasn't that akin to straddling two boats. For any woman, such a situation was intolerable. Hold on, I'll call you back in a bit. With that, Chu Fei hung up the phone and looked helplessly at Su Li's frosty countenance. Well, she is a blind date arranged by my family. I never liked her, that it's just that she insists on clinging to me. Moreover, you are not a stranger to her. Upon hearing the initial part of the explanation, Su Li found it somewhat acceptable. After all, given Chu Fei's affluent background, it was understandable for his family to set up blind dates. However, the last sentence left her somewhat stunned. That I know her. Oh, she did not know many people. The president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie. Chu Fei spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Yet Su Li stared at him in shock. President Wang, are you joking with me? What status does President Wang hold to be set up on a blind date with you? And still cling to you? Last time, Fang Qing had mentioned that Juanhao Group was a provincial enterprise group, its status far beyond that of an ordinary company. The Jiangnan branch of Juanhao Group was merely a subsidiary. I am telling the truth that if you don't believe me, why not come with me? Seeing Su Li's skepticism, Chu Fei planned to take her along to meet Wang Xie, as well as inform her that he had a girlfriend now, and to ask her to stop pursuing him. After all, there would be no outcome from this, that he was not a fickle person and would not straddle two boats. That Su Li's gaze was filled with doubt. But in the end, she waved her hand. You go ahead, that I want to accompany you. Although she was the president of Juanhao Group, it was best not to get involved with her. Otherwise, I shall have Xiaoqing find someone to castrate you. Observing Su Li's foolish demeanor, Chu Fei smiled faintly. Rest assured, in truth, my relationship with her is purely one of collaboration. She has certain matters she wishes for my assistance with, and conversely, I also have issues for which I require her help. Hence, our communication. Upon hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li nodded in understanding. You may go. Return early. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei drove off. While en route, he placed a call to Wang Xie to arrange their meeting point. A half-hour later, he arrived at an opulent Western restaurant. Observing Wang Xie seated on the sofa, Chu Fei felt a twinge of confusion that he approached and plopped down beside her. "You can't possibly intend to ask me out on a date, can you?" The dining table was adorned with a bottle of red wine and 2 freshly cooked, medium-rare prime steaks, alongside 2 bouquets of roses. The scene resembled that of a romantic rendezvous. What else could it be? Wang Xie replied with a seductive smile, her foot gently brushing against Chu Fei's calf beneath the table. "Come on. We all understand each other, that if there is something you need, just say it." This woman was no fool. If it were merely a date, there would be no need for such ostentatious displays. She was not one to be swayed by material possessions, for she had all that she needed. "You truly are impressive. Young Master Chu, a man such as yourself always incites in me a desire to conquer you. Alas, I, a mere mortal woman, am hardly worthy of your attention." This remark elicited a slight smile from Chu Fei. It seemed Wang Xie was already aware of her own standing, though he was not surprised. After all, with the Wang family status, uncovering his identity was hardly a challenge. The Wang family had numerous enterprises overseas, and they had some economic dealings with his own family. "Recently, I do have a matter for which I wish to request your assistance. However, this issue may require you to utilize your influence." Wang Xie's words caused Chu Fei to furrow his brow. Utilizing his influence? This matter must be significant. Furthermore, it was imperative that his identity remained undisclosed, that I'm afraid that one to be possible, that he contemplated for less than 2 seconds before politely declining. Wang Xie shot him an exasperated glance. "I'm not referring to your identity as young Master Chu, but rather your position as the chairman of the Chu Min Group, that if I were to require you to utilize your identity as young Master Chu, the Chu family would surely have me skinned alive." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei finally exhaled in relief. "You nearly gave me a fright. That it's clear that Wang Xie is well aware of the affairs under my name." He continued to cut into his steak, savoring each bite. Several prominent businessmen have come down from the capital, likely affiliated with the 4 great families. They intend to develop some business in Jiangnan and are hosting a large commercial gathering. Numerous companies have been invited, yet I suspect their intentions are far from simple. The businesses they aim to involve encompass many, including your company, Koyo. At this revelation, Chu Fei set down his cutlery. Koyo was also on their list? It was worth noting that Koyo was merely a third-rate company in Jiangnan and would not have been worthy of mention before the drug was developed. However, Wang Xie asserted that Koyo was indeed included in their plans. He sensed that their motives were anything but straightforward. "What are your thoughts?" Chu Fei's gaze fell upon Wang Xie. "Quite simple. They wish to intervene in Jiangnan, which would disrupt the plans I have meticulously arranged for so long. Thus, I propose a collaboration to ensure they leave empty-handed." Wang Xie took a sip of red wine, speaking nonchalantly. "Our family has been establishing a foothold in Jiangnan for 2 years now, and we are already halfway through our plans. Many enterprises in Jiangnan hold shares in Juanhao Group. Though the stakes may be small, we are undeniably stakeholders that if the 4 great families seek to intervene, they are essentially attempting to usurp our livelihood. This is something I will not permit, as our family strategy is to seize control of all enterprises in Jiangnan." "Very well. What is in it for me?" Chu Fei slowly lifted his gaze. Lighting a cigarette. "What do you desire?" Wang Xie leaned closer, her neckline revealing a glimpse of alluring skin, which caught Chu Fei's attention. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, fixated on her for several seconds before averting his gaze. "The attire is quite ample and white. It's acceptable for the terms. We shall discuss them once I have given it further thought. For now, I shall agree to assist you. By the way, your company as general manager is to be dismissed. I find her quite displeasing, having angered my wife. You understand?" Chapter 50. "If you wish to lay hands on my wife, you must consult me first." "Wife?" Wang Xie gazed at Chu Fei's departing figure, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The wife he referred to could not possibly be Su Li, the president of Koyo, could it? If that were the case, would his family approve? How could a mere president of a small company marry into the Chu family? Wang Xie found it hard to believe, as a woman without status or significant standing like Su Li seemed unlikely to ascend into the Chu family's ranks. Yet she could not dismiss the possibility that Chu Fei simply favored Su Li. Wang Xie glanced at her own enviable figure, pondering why Chu Fei might not be attracted to her instead. She could not comprehend it. However, recalling Chu Fei's words before leaving, she decided to call her secretary. President, a gentle voice came through the phone. Please be informed that the general manager of the company has been replaced. The vice president will take over. The general manager is stepping down. Upon hearing Wang Xie's words, the secretary did not inquire further. After all, the president's directives were always regarded as the most authoritative. Understood. I shall notify her immediately and follow up with an email. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated apartment within a residential community, Lin Shui leaned against the wall as he emerged from a room. The sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. His face was pale, as if he could hardly endure any longer. Engaging in such fervent activity during the day was proving to be too much for him. Were it not for Zhu Yin's assistance in resurrecting his modeling agency, he would not have wished to remain for even a moment longer. As the saying goes, women at 30 are like wolves, and at 40 like tigers. Zhu Yin was in her 40s, nearing 50. Wasn't he that akin to being a bottomless pit? Who could withstand such a trial? Day in and day out, her incessant demands for vigorous exercise left even the strongest man weakened, let alone someone of his modest constitution. Just as he prepared to light a cigarette and take a moment to relax, the phone on the table rang. However, it was not Lin Shui's phone that rang, but Zhu Yin's. Darling, you have a call. The contact is noted as the president's secretary. Shall I answer it for you? Lin Shui glanced at the screen, feeling a pang of envy. The position of the president's secretary at Junhao Group was far superior to that of a general manager. Moreover, being close to the president while not wielding much power still afforded one the ability to whisper suggestions that could deter ordinary employees from crossing paths. The president's secretary. I'm coming out now. Zhu Yin unabashedly opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Lin Shui instinctively lowered his gaze, unwilling to make eye contact. That it wasn't that he wished to avoid looking at her. Rather, he simply found it unbearable. Her once firm figure had long since sagged, and her skin had lost the smoothness that characterized a woman, resembling coarse cloth instead. Zhu Yin, oblivious to his discomfort, took the call from the president's secretary. Certain it was a matter of importance. Hello. Is this Secretary Zhang? This is Zhu Yin on the other end of the line. Secretary Zhang's voice was cold and unyielding. Are you Manager Zhu? The president's office informs you that you have been dismissed. Please come in tomorrow to collect your personal belongings and complete your handover. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin was left utterly dumbfounded, her eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. She could hardly believe it. Stammering, Secretary Zhang, there must be some mistake. I've been dismissed. I am Zhu Yin, the general manager of the company. Yet Secretary Zhang's response was unwavering. Indeed, it is you, General Manager ZHU.AN. Email will be sent to your inbox shortly. Please check for it. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhu Yin sank into the sofa, the dampness from her skin soaking through the fabric. Lin Shui, beside her, stared at her in astonishment. Darling, did you just say you've been dismissed? It can't be true, can it? The general manager of Junhao Group? That position isn't one that could be relinquished so easily. However, judging by their earlier conversation, it was evident that this was no prank. It seemed so. Zhu Yin remained in a daze, still unsure why she had been dismissed, as she believed she had committed no violations against company policy. Everything she had done was in consideration of the company's interests. Beep. As her phone chimed, she opened it to find an email notification that it contained her dismissal notice, complete with the company's seal. Upon reading it, she realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, she was still reluctant to accept it. Hastily, she dialed the president's number. That moment, Wang Xie was driving back to her villa. Hearing her phone ring, she pressed the Bluetooth button to answer. President, I am General Manager Zhu Yin. May I ask why I have been dismissed? Have I committed any wrongdoing? Upon hearing Zhu Yin's words, Wang Xie merely replied nonchalantly, You have merely provoked the wrong person. Hence your dismissal. With that statement, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhu Yin stared blankly at her phone, now disconnected, as she sat dazed on the sofa. Lin Shui, observing her disheartened demeanor, tentatively inquired, Is this true? In a fit of rage, Zhu Yin retaliated with a resounding slap across his face. It's all your fault. You brought this calamity upon me, leading to my dismissal. Although she was oblivious to who she had offended, her frustration had to be vented somewhere, and Lin Shui, the pampered lackey she had funded, became her outlet. Lin Shui, momentarily stunned by the slap, soon found himself on the receiving end of more blows. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the living room. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had returned to the villa. Upon entering, he found Su Li just finishing a phone call. Her face instantly lit up with a smile upon seeing him. "Guess what? I just received a phone call." Noticing her excitement, Chu Fei shook his head. "What good news do you have?" "I just got a call from the president of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, inviting me to a business banquet next Saturday. That I must tell you, this banquet is not an event that just any company can attend. Attending such gatherings and getting to know several company owners will be beneficial for the growth of our business. It seems that Kiyao Company is about to rise." Observing Su Li's elation, Chu Fei felt reluctant to shatter her dreams, that he feared the purpose of this business banquet was directly aimed at Su Li's company. Just recently, his father had informed him that Yao was likely backed by one of the four prominent families. It hadn't been long since that revelation, and now the opposing party was hosting a business banquet in Jiangnan. Such a direct approach was rather brazen, that if he were not present, that foolish Su Li would undoubtedly fall into their trap. However, a chill flickered in the depths of Chu Fei's eyes that if they wished to target my wife, they would first have to contend with me. Chapter 51. Just pretend for a while, don't play for real. After a period of rest, Su Li's injuries had nearly healed. The wounds had scabbed over, allowing her to move freely. The two arrived at the company early in the morning. However, upon their arrival, the secretary came to report. "President, the general manager has come to work." Work? Su Li's expression visibly darkened. She had granted him a week off. Now he was back after only 2 days. There were still 5 days remaining until the end of the work week. Not counting Saturday and the weekend, giving him a full week of rest, that I understand. Inform him to come to my office. After the secretary left, Chu Fei spoke up. If all goes as expected, the list of researchers must have been leaked by him. Last time, I gathered the senior executives for a meeting and gave them all time off to see if any of them would betray the company. Now, the most suspicious one is General Manager Li Fei. He chose not to enjoy a perfectly good holiday and instead returned to work. Something is certainly amiss. What do you plan to do? Will you dismiss him, or... Chu Fei wanted to inquire how Su Li intended to handle this traitor. Dismissing him would bring no benefit to the company, that I want to gather evidence and take him down. Moreover, I aim to catch the person behind this, that Su Li displayed remarkable courage, though she was uncertain of who was targeting her company. They had already crossed the line by bullying her, and she could not simply swallow her anger as for capturing the person behind this. That was not an immediate concern, since they could bribe the general manager of her company. They must have already planned their escape route. Chu Fei was well aware that uncovering the identity of the mysterious individual targeting Su Li's company would not be an easy task. Even for him, he had only managed to grasp a few faint clues, and digging deeper would be impossible. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "President, it's me." Upon hearing the voice, the two ceased their conversation. "Come in." That Su Li looked toward the door. Li Fei entered with an awkward smile. "President, what do you need from me?" Su Li smiled gently. "General Manager Li, you seem to have forgotten something. During the last meeting, I granted you a week off, and it has only been 2 days. Why have you returned?" Li Fei paused momentarily, then chuckled. "President, my memory seems to have slipped. I didn't even realize I was still on leave. However, there are many matters I must attend to at the company, and for its sake, I am willing to dedicate myself wholeheartedly. That let's just forget about the vacation, shall we?" Su Li merely gazed at Li Fei in silence. Feeling the weight of her stare, Li Fei suddenly found himself at a loss for words, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "President, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." He turned to exit the office, but Chu Fei swiftly blocked his path. "General Manager Li, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The president wishes to have a word with you." "Please, have a seat." That Li Fei understood that Chu Fei was Su Li's bodyguard and secretary. Given his own stature, as long as Chu Fei prevented him from leaving, he had no choice but to stay. "Oh, all right." He raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Li slowly stood and paced around the office. "General Manager Li, I believe I have treated you fairly since your arrival at the company. Haven't I? Whether in terms of performance bonuses, rewards, or commissions, you have received them all. Your salary is also quite high compared to other general managers in similar companies. That deal, you know how many years one might face in prison for selling company secrets once the amount reaches a certain threshold?" Chu Fei enlightened him that Su Li stood with her back to Li Fei, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. while Chu Fei spoke slowly. Once the amount exceeds 1 million, the maximum sentence can be 7 years. Li Fei was taken aback by this statement and quickly rose. President, are you suspecting me of betraying the company? Su Li turned to face Li Fei, a light laugh escaping her lips. General Manager Li. What are you saying? How could I suspect you? It's just that the company hasn't been very stable lately, and someone is secretly selling information. Therefore, I intend to conduct a thorough investigation. You are among my most trusted senior executives, and I believe none of you would betray the company for trivial gains. Hearing this, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not drawn her suspicion. If it were discovered that he had accessed the list of researchers, he would have no way to defend himself. Yet Su Li had not finished speaking. Her tone shifted abruptly, turning cold. General Manager Li, I would like to know why you sought access to the list of researchers that I recall informing all senior executives that any request to view the list must be approved by me. Why did you check the list without permission? With these words, Li Fei's previously relaxed demeanor tightened in an instant. He hurriedly explained, President, I merely glanced at it. I had no intention of betraying the company. Please don't heed the slander of petty individuals. Unexpectedly, Su Li had indeed checked the records. There was no way to conceal his access to the list of researchers. However, Li Fei thought that Su Li had no concrete evidence against him. General Manager Li, I know you would not betray the company, that I mentioned that only for the sake of the company. You may return now and take some time to rest after your holiday ends. Please resume work. That Su Li offered a smile that concealed any trace of her earlier words. Very well. I shall return to rest. Li Fei quickly exited the office, leaving without a backward glance. After his departure, Su Li and Chu Fei exchanged glances, both convinced that Li Fei was indeed the one who had leaked the list of researchers. The priority now was to gather evidence of his betrayal. It seemed they would have to enlist the help of friends at the bank. That Su Li took a deep breath. Since Li Fei had sold the secrets, he must have received a substantial sum of money. That money would serve as evidence. Yet ordinary individuals lack the qualifications to investigate another's financial transactions. Presently, her only option was to seek assistance from someone working at the bank. By the way, Chu Fei, please go to the small supermarket downstairs and buy some cigarettes and fruits. Today we need to visit the Research Institute to bring some items for Professor Yang and the others, as well as check on the progress of the research. Su Li rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat agitated. Understood. Chu Fei descended to procure the necessary items from the small supermarket across the street. Meanwhile, in a 7-seater van parked nearby, Su Hui was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Shui, are we really going to make a move now? It's broad daylight. It doesn't seem advisable. Observing Lin Shui, whose face resembled that of a swollen pig, he couldn't help but wonder what had transpired to leave him in such a state. Lin Shui's expression was filled with malice as he fixated on Chu Fei emerging from the Qiyao building, yearning to strike him with a few punches. The fiery sting on his face was far from forgotten. Zhuyin was dismissed. Pouring all his fury upon himself, he delivered over 100 resounding slaps to his own face, almost rendering himself a fool. Yet, who could blame him when that woman possessed considerable wealth? Currently, his company required her support to continue its operations. Should she choose to withdraw her backing, the firm would inevitably collapse. Lacking a suitable outlet for his rage, he could only redirect it towards Chu Fei. Without administering a sound thrashing to Chu Fei, he could not alleviate the bitterness festering within his heart. Whatever transpired, he would bear the consequences. There are 2 million involved. Consider it a token of gratitude for my brothers that he beheld the bank card being handed over. Su Hui genuinely hesitated to accept it. He simply did not possess the courage to confront that individual. Engaging him would be akin to courting disaster. However, having made such bold proclamations earlier, he felt compelled to act. That if he refrained from taking action, where would his dignity reside? At worst, he would merely endure another beating. Fine, since Brother Shui has spoken, failing to act would render me untrustworthy. Brothers, disembark. Chu Fei, poised across the street while awaiting the traffic light, caught sight of a business vehicle across the way. Its doors swinging open as Su Hui and several lackeys descended from the car, each glaring at him with malevolence, as if he had slain their kin. He was taken aback. This fellow had not learned his lesson. How audacious to seek him out once more. Yet, soon enough, he noticed Lin Shui trailing behind the crowd. Had he not possessed a keen memory, he might have struggled to recognize this individual. What had transpired? His face was swollen to the size of a pig's head. Surely, his slap could not have wielded such immense power that as the green light illuminated. Chu Fei remained still, quietly awaiting Su Hui and his entourage to approach. Seconds later, they stood before him. Lin Shui pushed his way to the front, his fierce gaze fixed upon Chu Fei. You, if you have the guts. Shall we step into the alley and settle this? He pointed towards a nearby alleyway. Chu Fei dismissed him with indifference, redirecting his attention to Su Hui. He was somewhat surprised to discover that Lin Shui was acquainted with this fellow. It appeared Su Hui had been summoned by Lin Shui to confront him. Su Hui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nervously uttering, If you have the courage, let us step into the alley and settle this. His gaze, however, dared not meet Chu Fei's. Chu Fei smiled. Very well, he proclaimed, striding towards the alley, much to Lin Shui's astonishment. Let us go. Lin Shui was incensed. This fellow possessed an extraordinary amount of audacity that if he did not teach him a proper lesson today, he could not consider himself a man. Observing Lin Shui trailing after Chu Fei, Su Hui felt his heart leap to his throat. This fool. He vowed never to associate with him again. Why provoke anyone else when it had to be this calamity? Were they truly capable of confronting him? Casting a glance at Lin Shui, who was several meters ahead, Su Hui whispered to his companions, Brothers, just pretend to put on a show. Do not engage for real. Chapter 52. Do not forget. I am a top-tier wealthy heir within the alleyway. Chu Fei leisurely extracted a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, inhaling deeply. The thick smoke wafted away with the wind. Lin Shui advanced, confronting Chu Fei, a cruel smile spreading across his puffy face. You kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I will show mercy and spare you. Otherwise, you won't even have the opportunity to kneel later. Ironically, these words echoed from Lin Shui's lips. Chu Fei shook his head with a smile, his gaze shifting to Su Hui amidst the crowd. That is he the one who emboldened you to speak to me in such a manner? Come forth. As he spoke, he beckoned Su Hui with a finger to Su Hui. Mustering his courage, stepped forward, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor. It's me. So what? Let me tell you, this is Brother Shui. His wife is the general manager of Juanhao Group. Cross Brother Shui, and you will not fare well. Su Hui, however, noticed his voice trembling as he spoke. The memory of their last encounter still lingered vividly, and his cheek still ached slightly. Before Chu Fei could respond, Lin Shui could no longer contain himself. Seizing an iron rod from one of his lackeys, he pointed it at Chu Fei. Xiao Hui, why waste words with him? Just subdue him, with Lin Shui's command. Su Hui's brothers were poised to act. Yet Su Hui remained silent, and none dared to make a move. They exchanged glances, rooted in place, while only Lin Shui foolishly charged forward, intent on confronting Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly discarded his cigarette, but, exhaling a plume of smoke, Lin Shui lunged at him. He raised his leg and delivered a kick to Lin Shui's abdomen. That I ask you, with your current state. How dare you trouble me? Is the lesson from last time still insufficient? Lin Shui tumbled to the ground, expecting Su Hui and the others to rush in and deliver a beating to Chu Fei. Yet he soon realized that Su Hui and his companions remained frozen in their previous positions, motionless. Xiao Hui, he was baffled. They had agreed to act together, so why was he the only one being struck? Only then did Su Hui, with a forced grin, step forward, looking at Chu Fei sheepishly. Big brother, could you go easy on me? I have a dinner party tonight. Lin Shui, witnessing Su Hui's demeanor, was utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the same arrogant young master? Why was he showing such deference to a mere model? Chu Fei had no intention of confronting Su Hui. The lad appeared somewhat sensible, refraining from joining Lin Shui's assault. Otherwise, he would have dealt with him as well. Gently patting Su Hui's face, he remarked, You are quite sensible. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. But Su Hui, taken aback, felt a mixture of surprise and gratitude. This trip was far from wasted. Not only had he gained a formidable brother, but one who also possessed martial prowess. Should he encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, having his brother's support would surely be a breeze. Yes, big brother. Witnessing Su Hui's flattery, Lin Shui felt as though he were dreaming. This could not be real. Xiao Hui, his eyes brimmed with confusion as he gazed at Su Hui. However, Su Hui disregarded him entirely. Turning to Chu Fei, Big brother, shouldn't we teach him a lesson? He was the one who incited us to confront you. Chu Fei glanced at Lin Shui, who lay on the ground, his face a picture of misery. Enough, he has suffered enough. He drinks goji berries daily to recover and still endures beatings. Sigh. I'm off now. By the way, my number is 13. Call me if you need anything. With that, Chu Fei departed. Big brother. Take care. Su Hui watched as Chu Fei exited the alley, vanishing from sight, before he heaved a long sigh of relief. Brother Shui, it's not that I'm unwilling to assist you. This person is beyond my capabilities. As he spoke, he reached out to help Lin Shui rise, but the latter angrily swatted his hand away, glaring at him with resentment. Su Hui, I will remember this incident today. From now on, consider me a stranger. With that, he limped towards the other exit of the alley. Watching Lin Shui depart, Su Hui scoffed at a pretty boy. How tough could he really be? If not for my recent financial struggles, I wouldn't even bother with him. Brothers, let us go drink. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had successfully purchased the items, neatly stowing them in the trunk of his SUV had just exited her company, and together they drove straight to the research institute. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the institute. In the reception area, Yang Chenghua, Xiao Bei, and several key researchers awaited them. Professor Yang, how is the research progressing? Su Li inquired, her primary concern that IT had been over a year. And with funding now secured, the pace should have accelerated significantly. The progress should be at least 90%. However, our one shortcoming is the lack of experimental subjects. Without them, this research faces formidable challenges. Yang Chenhua's words left Su Li in a quandary. The emergence of a new drug necessitated numerous experimental subjects. Moreover, this particular drug could not be tested on small animals, requiring trials on living humans. Yet, such practices were strictly prohibited in Daxia. Even without life-threatening risks, human experimentation was forbidden. Now that they had reached this stage, Su Li was unsure of how to proceed. I will do my best to find a solution. After all, this requires stringent scrutiny. Su Li's expression darkened, her brows knitted in concern. Meanwhile, Chu Fei was somewhat astonished that they had progressed to the stage of human experimentation. Upon hearing this, everyone in attendance fell silent. As researchers, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, that a minor misstep could trigger a catastrophe, warranting extremely rigorous examinations. Professor Yang, I am curious. Does this experiment pose any life-threatening risks to humans? Upon hearing Chu Fei's question, Yang Chenghua shook his head. To be honest, the new drug is only beneficial for the human body, with no adverse effects. However, as you know, all medications carry some risk. It is improbable that there are absolutely no drawbacks. We cannot ascertain what side effects may occur. We can only guarantee that there will be no life-threatening issues. But beyond that, we cannot make any assurances. Yang Chenghua articulated, once the drug entered the body. Aside from the absence of life-threatening dangers, all other outcomes remained unpredictable. Perhaps it may lead to paralysis, or perhaps render one deaf and mute, or even make one foolish. The outcome remains an uncertainty. By the way, Secretary Chu, I must extend my gratitude for your assistance during the previous incident. When Chu Fei visited last time, I assured him of my family's safety. Indeed, when I called my family the following day, it was my wife who answered. This indicates that my family is safe, allowing me to focus on my research without worry and no need for thanks. It was my duty. Chu Fei chuckled, yet he pondered internally whether he should enlist a few mercenaries from home or perhaps recruit some death row inmates as experimental subjects. Should it succeed, the first beneficiaries would undoubtedly be his family. After all, Su Li is effectively his wife, thus not a stranger. Why not give it a try? Chu Fei suddenly blurted out as soon as the words left his mouth. Everyone present was taken aback. What kind of absurd joke is this? Absolutely not. Su Li immediately rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. She could not bear the thought of Chu Fei putting himself at risk. She would rather see the experiment end than allow any misfortune to befall him. Professor Yang had already stated that there was no danger to life, that I'll try it. It won't kill me. Chu Fei grinned, that he was unaware of how many times he had escaped from the gates of death. A mere experiment. What could possibly go wrong? Secretary Chu, this is unacceptable. Although our most significant side effect might only result in partial paralysis, we cannot bear the responsibility should something unforeseen occur to your family. Yang Chenghua also rejected Chu Fei's proposal. Don't even think about it. Su Li suddenly stood up. Professor Yang, I will find a way regarding the experimental subjects. We'll take our leave now. You all can manage here. With that, she dragged Chu Fei toward the parking area. Are you out of your mind? You want to be a test subject. Have you considered the consequences? Do you wish for our child to be born without a father? Su Li scolded Chu Fei vehemently, her eyes reddening. Chu Fei fell silent, realizing he had indeed overlooked this aspect and had forgotten Su Li's feelings. In the past, he had lived alone, indifferent to life and death. But now, everything had changed. He not only had a wife, but also a child on the way. It felt as though an additional weight of responsibility had settled on his shoulders. I am sorry. I neglected your feelings. Did it want to happen again? And no sooner had the words left his lips than Su Li threw herself into his embrace, sobbing softly. Chu Fei gently patted her back, reassuring her, it's all right. It's my fault. That Su Li clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. After a moment, Chu Fei spoke again. Could you please stop squeezing me? I can hardly breathe. It's too tight. Hearing this, Su Li immediately released him, her face flushed crimson. She shot him a fierce glare, spitting, you rogue. All you know is to be lewd. Chu Fei laughed heartily, finding solace in her silly demeanor. Being with Su Li always allowed him to relieve the pressures he carried. By the way, you need not worry about the experimental subjects. I will handle it. That Su Li frowned slightly. What plan do you have? Are you considering putting yourself at risk? Let me tell you, if you dare to conduct an experiment in secret, I will terminate the pregnancy. Chu Fei chuckled as he pinched her smooth cheek. Why are you so foolish? Don't forget, I am a top-tier wealthy heir. How many problems in this world can't be solved with money? Chapter 53. Congratulations. You were fired by the time they returned to the city from the research institute. It was already 6 in the evening. Suddenly, Su Li turned to Chu Fei, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. How about we go for a Western meal? Consider it a date between us. You see, we have skipped all the formalities of being together. As a woman, she wished to experience a sweet romance, to savor its joys and sorrows. However, she had bypassed the dating phase and proceeded directly to cohabitation, and with a child already on the way, a romantic relationship seemed improbable. Yet, that did not preclude them from walking the necessary path. All right, I agree. Chu Fei had no reason to refuse Su Li's request. Perhaps it was also a way to make up for the romance they had missed. They drove to the renowned Western restaurant in Jiangnan City, the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant. Diners here were typically affluent. Ordinary folks could scarcely afford it. That a single meal could cost thousands, equivalent to a common person's monthly salary. Hand in hand, they entered the restaurant, greeted by a smiling waiter. May I ask if you two prefer a table in the hall or a private room? We still have one VIP room available for Su Li and Chu Fei. A private room was preferable. Before they could respond, a mocking voice interrupted from behind. Excuse me, make way. Good dogs don't block the path. The arrogant tone made Chu Fei frown slightly. Turning around, he saw a portly, bald man accompanied by a young woman in her 20s approaching them. What are you staring at? Never seen a wealthy person before? Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't block the entrance. Noticing Chu Fei's gaze, the man continued, his eyes filled with derision. Have you eaten dung without brushing your teeth? Why do you speak so foully? Chu Fei retorted without hesitation. The man sneered, sizing Chu Fei up and down. Someone like you dares to dine here. Such a beautiful woman wasted on you. That a meal here likely costs more than your monthly salary. Then, addressing Su Li directly, he added, Beauty, would you be interested in dining with me? I have a VIP room. He unabashedly attempted to woo Su Li right in front of Chu Fei. Any man would find such behavior intolerable. After speaking, he pulled out a restaurant membership card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. Upon seeing the man's membership card, the waiter's attitude shifted to one of respect. Sir, please step inside, that you've arrived just in time. Our last VIP room is still available. That he then turned to Chu Fei and Su Li. You two, I'll arrange a table for you in the hall. Please don't linger here at the entrance. Hearing this, Su Li was both angry and amused. She had a membership card for this restaurant as well. She used to come here frequently with Fong Qing for steak and had obtained a membership card for convenience. What? Can your restaurant allow queue jumping? A VIP room, you say? I want it with that. She retrieved her membership card from her bag and handed it over. The waiter looked at the 2 membership cards in his hand, his face turning awkward. Now, this is a dilemma. Both members want the private room. But there is only one available, and no matter whom he chose, the other would be displeased. Just then, the restaurant manager seemed to notice the situation. Upon spotting the portly bald man, he hurried over. Oh, isn't this Manager Lu? Please, come in. Xiao Li, what are you waiting for? Hurry and arrange a room for Manager Lu. The manager, seeing the waiter hesitating, reprimanded him sharply. Meanwhile, Su Li frowned. She did not recognize this manager, suggesting he was new. The previous manager might have already resigned. However, manager, both have membership cards. After speaking, she complicatedly handed over the membership cards. Only then did the manager realize that both wished to reserve a private room. However, he was well aware of whom to favor, and I'm terribly sorry, but this room was indeed reserved by Manager Lu in advance. How about I arrange a window-side table for the two of you? The manager smiled at Chu Fei and Su Li. Typically, in such situations, ordinary patrons would understand that this so-called Manager Lu was likely a high-ranking executive at a significant company. They might choose to step back or settle for a table in the hall. I am sorry that we arrived first, so I have reserved this private room. Chu Fei's tone was calm, merely stating it matter-of-factly. The bald man scoffed. First come, first served? Kid, do you think having a membership card entitles you to a private room? Let me tell you, status and identity are what truly matter. I am Lu Kai, manager of the Chu Men Group. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently sit in the hall. This meal is on me, that if you don't get the hint, Lu Kai did not finish his sentence, but wore a mocking smile as he looked at Chu F. Su Li furrowed her brow slightly. The manager of the Chu Men Group? That was no lowly position. Moreover, the Chu Men Group had business dealings with her company. It would be unwise to create a rift over such a trivial matter. She gently tugged at Chu Fei's sleeve. How about we just sit in the hall? But Chu Fei remained unfazed. Since this was the manager of his own group, it was manageable. The manager of the Chu Men Group. How impressive. Hearing this, the manager assumed Chu Fei had conceded. He then smiled broadly as he invited Lu Kai to the private room. Manager Lu, please. However, Chu Fei spoke again, that I said, I want this private room. Manager, are you incapable of understanding human speech? Chu Fei's gaze gradually turned cold. Su Li, standing beside him, gently tugged at his hand, signaling Chu Fei with her eyes to refrain from causing a scene. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's eyes flared with anger. Kid, do you have any idea what the consequences of provoking me are? If you have the guts, name your company, and I'll ensure you can't survive in Jiangnan City. With the current development of Chu Men Group, it won't be long before many companies opt to collaborate with us. All major corporations must tread carefully around Chu Men Group, and as a manager, my influence is not to be underestimated. Generally, company owners must heed the whims of Chu Men Group. That in my view, Chu Fei is merely a supervisor at best, and this woman is likely just a lowly employee. With such status, how could he possibly stand on equal footing with me? With a single word, I could have Chu Fei's superior or boss dismiss him. Did I ask that so? I'm quite curious to see how you intend to make my life difficult in Jiangnan. Manager of Chu Men Group, Lu Kai, right? Congratulations, you're fired. These words left Su Li momentarily stunned, while the restaurant manager and Lu Kai stood in disbelief. Then, they burst into laughter, for dismissing a manager typically requires the approval of the highest authorities. Only the president or chairman has such power. Kid, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Who do you think you are, the chairman of Chu Men? You can't just fire me on a whim. Chu Fei remained silent, merely pulling out his phone to make a call. Su Li watched him quietly, knowing he wasn't one to boast that if he claimed he could have this person dismissed, he would undoubtedly follow through. Moments later, the call connected. There's a manager named Lu Kai. Right? Fire him immediately. After saying this, Chu Fei hung up. Lu Kai watched in silence, his expression a mix of disbelief and stifled laughter, as if he had held it in for far too long. Ultimately, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kid, some things shouldn't be pretended. I'm just going to sit back and watch you try to act tough. If you actually manage to get me fired, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. Chu Fei regarded him with a calm expression. That I'm sorry, but I have no unfilial grandsons like you to at this. Lu Kai's face turned a deep shade of anger. This kid had a stubborn mouth. Fine kid. Just as he was about to continue, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically. That he lifted his gaze to Chu Fei, confusion and doubt evident in his eyes. Could it be that this kid truly had the power to have him dismissed? That seemed impossible. Su Li also looked at Chu Fei with some confusion, uncertain of whom he had called. But from his tone, it sounded like he was speaking to a subordinate. What's the matter? Afraid to answer. Chu Fei smiled slightly, maintaining his gaze on Lu Kai. Furrowing his brows, Lu Kai pressed the answer button. The phone's volume was low, yet the words were crystal clear to everyone present. This manager Lu Kai. You are fired. Please return to the company to collect your personal belongings and complete the handover. Upon hearing the voice of the president's secretary from the other end, Lu Kai froze in place. The restaurant manager turned pale with shock. One simple command had resulted in a manager's dismissal. Who on earth was this young man? Suli gazed at Chu Fei, her eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Just one word from him had led to the firing of a manager from Chu Men. Wasn't his status on par with that of the president? Perhaps even higher? Who are you? Lu Kai's eyes no longer held their previous arrogance, but were now filled with trepidation. That I'm merely a small fry. Manager Lu? Chu Fei replied nonchalantly. Please take your leave. With that, he looked up at the restaurant manager. So, may I have the private room now? At this point, the restaurant manager dared not offend Chu Fei. He had worked hard to attain his current position and had no desire to be dismissed over a private room. Yes, sir, please, this way. In the private room of the Western restaurant, steaks and red wine had already been served. Perhaps due to the wine, Su Li's cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Then aren't you going to explain what just happened? Su Li inquired, her curiosity piqued. How could Chu Fei possess the authority to dismiss a manager from Chu Men Group? I told you, I'm a top-tier rich second generation, acquainted with several influential individuals. Nothing out of the ordinary. Right? The president of Chu Men Group was once a subordinate of mine. Did I make a call? And he obediently fires the person. Chu Fei feigned a look of helplessness, spreading his hands as if to say he hadn't wished for it to unfold this way. Su Li shot him a disapproving glance. She was well aware that he had used this excuse numerous times before. However, it seemed to be quite effective. After all, given Chu Fei's capabilities, it wasn't unreasonable for him to claim to be a top-tier rich second generation, capable of producing billions with ease. Yet Su Li still felt something was amiss. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. All right, let us eat, I'm starving. With that, she unapologetically cut a large piece of steak and stuffed it into her mouth. To be frank, Chu Fei was not accustomed to Western cuisine. That was not only unsatisfying, but also exceedingly expensive. Even a couple of simple dishes from a roadside stall would taste better. Noticing his demeanor, Su Li chose not to press further. That if Chu Fei was unwilling to share, he had his reasons. His wife. She needed to be understanding. Some matters would eventually come to light. After finishing their meal and exiting the restaurant, Chu Fei suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no. We've both had wine. We can't drive. The rule is no drinking and driving. It's simple. We could just call for a chauffeur. Indeed, there were plenty of chauffeurs nearby, as few patrons dining at a Western restaurant abstained from alcohol. Although it wasn't white liquor, red wine was still alcoholic. Chauffeur, Su Li called out to a nearby chauffeur. Instantly, 3 chauffeurs approached. However, upon spotting the brand-new Maybach parked nearby, 2 of them promptly backed out. A slight mishap could cost them a month's worth of wages and repairs. The last remaining chauffeur, however, remained silent. Driver, can you take us? We're heading to the Huaran Villa area. The chauffeur merely nodded, then packed his folding bicycle into the trunk before taking a seat in the passenger side. Chu Fei and Su Li settled into the back seat. Yet, Chu Fei's gaze remained fixed on the chauffeur. It wasn't due to the man's appearance, but rather the faint aura of menace he exuded. The chauffeur's eyes were unlike those of an ordinary individual. They resembled those of a seasoned general who had fought on the battlefield. Just a glance was enough to instill fear. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Wake me when we arrive, Su Li murmured. Probably due to the red wine, or perhaps because she was pregnant, as she often felt sleepy. Chu Fei remained calm, unaffected by the alcohol that him. That small amount of wine was akin to drinking water. He leaned back casually but was always poised to eliminate the chauffeur if necessary. The journey was uneventful until they reached the villa's entrance, where Su Li had already fallen asleep, emitting soft snores. As the chauffeur exited the vehicle, Chu Fei followed suit. The moment he stepped out, a sharp killing intent surged toward him. Instinctively, he turned his head, narrowly avoiding the blade that sliced through the air beside his neck. But that was merely the beginning. Almost immediately, a fierce kick was aimed at Chu Fei's abdomen. He crossed his arms in front of him to shield himself. A muted thud resounded as he staggered back 2 steps. Gradually regaining his footing, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the chauffeur. Not bad. The chauffeur merely smiled coldly. Killing you will be easy, as he spoke. He lunged forward again, a dagger aimed at Chu Fei's vital spots. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes. This individual was no ordinary person. Every strike was lethal, clearly intent on taking his life. Given this, there was no need for him to show any mercy with a sudden jolt. He evaded the deadly stab, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow to the chauffeur's chest. The impact sent the man staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. In that moment, he looked at Chu Fei with newfound astonishment. Seemingly taken aback by his strength, it appeared there was a slight discrepancy between what he had been informed and the reality before him. Dusting off his chest, Chu Fei remarked, "Your strength is decent, but you want to be able to kill me." The man moved quickly, rushing forward once more. Chu Fei stood his ground, motionless, yet his gaze remained fixed on the man's movements. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, Chu Fei made his move, he suddenly stepped back, using the momentum to launch a kick. It was at that moment the man realized he had been outsmarted. However, it was already too late to react. He raised his arm to shield his throat. However, Chu Fei's astonishing strength surpassed all expectations. Bang! A heavy kick sent him crashing to the ground, in an instant. Darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Before he could rise, Chu Fei had already lunged before him, crouching down with one leg pressing firmly against the man's neck. His fist was clenched tightly, the knuckle of his middle finger protruding, aimed squarely at the man's temple. The man had no doubt that should he dare to move, Chu Fei would deliver a blow that would send him to the underworld. "You are formidable. Go ahead and strike," he conceded, abandoning his struggle. For failing his mission meant death. He had anticipated all possible outcomes before arriving. Was that so-called Brother Yi again? Wasn't he it? The man trembled slightly but remained silent. "It seems you are quite persistent," Chu Fei remarked just as he delivered a punch to the man's neck, rendering him unconscious. He then turned the man over, deftly dislocating his arms with a gentle motion, before tossing him into the trunk of the car. Once this was accomplished, he calmly opened the car door, carried Su Li back to the room, and tucked her under the covers before returning to the garage. Opening the trunk, he found the man still in a state of unconsciousness. He retrieved a bottle of icy water from the car's backseat fridge and splashed it over the man's head. The man jolted awake, instinctively attempting to move, only to realize that his hands had been dislocated, leaving only his feet capable of motion. With one hand, Chu Fei yanked the man from the trunk and flung him onto the ground. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. "Will you speak, or shall I assist you?" The man looked at Chu Fei in silence. The methods of torture held no sway over him. Having dared to come, he was prepared for death. "Not going to talk? That's perfectly fine." Chu Fei chose not to torment him further, simply stating, "Since you are here, you must be aware that Kiao Corporation is researching some new drugs. Conveniently, we are in need of live subjects for testing. Unfortunately for you, you have come seeking death." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes betrayed his growing fear. He had been fortunate enough to visit certain special laboratories in various countries, where many death row inmates were subjected to various drugs, ultimately transforming them into grotesque abominations. That he had witnessed firsthand a man injected with a peculiar substance, whose skin was literally torn off, leaving him drenched in blood. Most horrifyingly, that individual had not perished but could only howl madly within his cage. That image haunted him still. "Who are you?" he demanded, bewildered as to why someone like Chu Fei would protect such a woman. "I ask, you answer. Once you are done, I will grant you a swift end, provided you do not wish to become an experiment." After a few moments of silence, the man slowly nodded. "Your benefactor is Brother Yi, correct? Is he Yao?" The man shook his head slightly, indicating otherwise. He knew who Yao was, but this was indeed not him. Not him. Chu Fei furrowed his brow, that if it wasn't Yao, then who could it be? "How many others like you has your organization sent to Jiangnan?" When asked this, the man paused for a moment before responding, "At least a dozen." "Dozen?" Chu Fei's expression shifted slightly. It seemed he would need to keep a close watch on the girl, Su Li. "Aside from targeting Su Li, do you have other objectives?" The man nodded, adding, "In addition to Su Li, there are her parents." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression changed dramatically. They're also targeting Su Li's parents. Su Li's parents lack adequate protection. Although the Su family villa has its share of security, it would be as nothing against someone of this man's caliber. If this is the case, When will the operation take place? The man lifted his head, revealing a smile to Chu Fei. Tonight. At this revelation, Chu Fei lost his composure. Tonight? That means, meanwhile, within the Su family villa. Four masked men effortlessly scaled the high walls and severed the camera wires. One of the masked individuals gestured to the other three, raising his hands to point in different directions. The other three nodded and proceeded to their respective positions. In the security room at the villa's entrance, a security guard found it odd that two cameras had suddenly malfunctioned. Opening the door, flashlight in hand, he prepared to investigate. However, as soon as the door swung open, he felt a chill at his neck. Standing before him was a masked man wielding a sharp dagger, which plunged into his throat. Blood erupted forth like a gushing spring. Did I end the garage of the villa? Chu Fei gazed coldly at the lifeless body of the man on the ground. It was already 9 in the evening, and if they were indeed planning to act tonight, they had likely already begun. He could not leave Su Li alone. If he were to go and danger befell her, it would be a monumental headache. After some contemplation, he decided to call Zhang Dajuan. Hello, Dajuan. Are you still awake? Upon hearing Chu Fei's voice, Zhang Dajuan, who had been reading in bed, immediately sat up. Captain Chu, what is the matter? Chu Fei took a deep breath, instructing, gather a few capable hands, including yourself, equip yourselves with weapons, and head to XX Villa Area Number 6, that there has been an incident. Move quickly. Understanding the gravity of the situation upon hearing this, Zhang Dajuan knew that if Captain Chu was personally reaching out, the occupants of that villa were likely not ordinary individuals. Understood. I'm on it. After ending the call, Zhang Dajuan wasted no time gathering a few skilled allies and drove straight to the villa area mentioned by Chu Fei. Meanwhile, Chu Fei called Jiang Ning to have him send officers to deal with the situation. More than 10 minutes later, the officers arrived, led by Su Lin, the chief of the nearby precinct, upon seeing Chu Fei. The chief respectfully greeted, Mr. Chu, good day. I am Su Lin, the precinct chief. Chu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, please take care of this. That Su Lin's brow furrowed as he surveyed the body on the ground. There were no visible external wounds. Only the slight protrusion of bones in the back, that he recognized immediately that this man had been killed with a single punch. What kind of strength would that require? The average person could deliver a punch with a maximum force of about 100 kilograms. While professional boxers could achieve 300 to 400, that this punch must have possessed a force of at least 500 kilograms, equivalent to being struck by a vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour. Moreover, the force was concentrated on a single point. Terrifying. The only thought that crossed Su Lin's mind was this, that he then signaled to two officers, who promptly lifted the body and placed it into their vehicle's trunk. Mr. Chu, unless there is anything else, we shall take our leave, Su Lin stated, preparing to depart. Chu Fei paused, calling out to stop Su Lin from leaving. By the way, send someone to guard the entrance of XX Villa area. If anything suspicious occurs, or if there are unidentified individuals, apprehend them immediately. That Su Lin, intrigued, replied, but that villa area is one of the most luxurious in Jiangnan, with generally high security. We typically wouldn't patrol there since the security personnel are quite capable. Nevertheless, this was a specific request from Chu Fei, and they could only comply, considering the high status of Mr. Chu, who had personally reached out. Understood. I will send someone there right away. After Su Lin departed, Chu Fei returned to the villa. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he frowned, awaiting news from Zhang Dajuan and his team. Nearly an hour later, Chu Fei received a call from Zhang Dajuan. Captain, there has been a situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Continue. After a brief silence, Zhang Dajuan slowly spoke. All 6 security personnel at this villa have been killed. One strike, instant death. Realizing that Su Li's parents were likely in grave danger, Chu Fei felt a knot form in his chest. How many people are inside this villa? Zhang Dajuan cautiously inquired. 3. A couple and an elderly individual. Why? A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Fei. When we arrived, the perpetrators had already fled. It seems they left not long ago. But given the number of people you mentioned, there must be fatalities within the villa. Hearing this, Chu Fei's heart sank. Who is it? He could already envision the turmoil Su Li would experience upon receiving this news. Even now, he felt a heavy weight in his heart that it was the elderly person. Chu Fei's fists clenched tightly. His eyes suddenly filled with a bloodshot rage. Damn it. I understand now. Mobilize every available officer in the city. Search every inch until you find those bastards. Ending the call, Chu Fei could hardly believe that these people would dare to target Su Li's family, especially her grandmother, a kind and gentle soul. How could such scum lay a hand on her? After contemplating, he pulled out his phone to call Jiang Ning once more. Young master. What is it? Jiang Ning asked, puzzled by the sudden urgency, as it had not been long since their last conversation. Mobilize all city police force. All vehicles departing from the XX Villa district must be traced within the hour. Do you understand? The chilling tone made Jiang Ning shudder. This is it. The young master is furious. Who could have caused such a stir to incite his wrath? Understood. I will take immediate action. Jiang Ning, unable to even close his eyes in slumber, leapt from his bed and began calling the heads of various precincts and the main bureau, instructing them to mobilize all available police forces to scour the city for clues. Meanwhile, Chu Fei arrived at Su Li's room. As he gently opened the door, he found Su Li sitting on the bed, her eyes red with tears. Seeing her in such a state, Chu Fei approached her. What's wrong? Upon seeing Chu Fei enter, Su Li threw her arms around him. Bandit, I had a terrible nightmare. I dreamt that something had happened to Grandma. Sob. Su Li leaned into his embrace, softly weeping. Chu Fei's heart trembled violently. Is this the bond of blood? As soon as an incident occurred over there, Su Li woke up. I have something important to tell you as well. Chu Fei held her tightly and spoke softly. What is it? Su Li clung to him, unwilling to let go. Chu Fei gritted his teeth, uncertain how to begin. Finally, he slowly said, Please, you must remain calm. All right. At this moment, Su Li had ceased her sobbing. To her, the earlier episode was merely a nightmare. Yet Chu Fei's words inexplicably filled her with unease. What exactly do you want to say? Chu Fei clenched his fists, bowing his head. I'm sorry. I just received news that something has happened to your family. Boom. It felt like a thunderbolt striking Su Li's mind. Are you joking with me? How could anything happen to my family? She forced a smile, yet disbelief clouded her expression. Chu Fei reached out, pulling her tightly into his arms. I just got a call from a friend. Something has indeed happened to your family. Grandma may no longer be with us. With those words, Su Li abruptly broke free from his embrace. Her beautiful eyes reddened as tears welled up. You're lying to me. Aren't you? This is just a dream, right? Wake up, please wake up. Su Li even raised her hand to slap herself, as if trying to awaken from the nightmare. Chu Fei swiftly caught her hand. That's Su Li. Su Li could no longer contain herself and threw herself back into Chu Fei's embrace. Why? Tell me this isn't true. Chu Fei was at a loss for words, only able to hold her tightly. Minutes passed, and Su Li, with tear-streaked eyes, gazed at him. I want to see Grandma. Chu Fei nodded and drove straight to the Su family villa. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the neighborhood where the Su family villa was located. However, the entire area was now enveloped in flickering blue and red lights. Countless people stood beyond the cordon, murmuring amongst themselves. Chu Fei led Su Li toward the inner perimeter of the cordon. Zhao Dajuan, anticipating Chu Fei's arrival, stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Fei, he quickly signaled the guards to let them through. Team leader Zhao Dajuan greeted him, his gaze falling upon Su Li. If he was not mistaken, the villa in question belonged to this girl's family. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, Su Li spotted bloodstains on the ground and 7 bodies covered with white cloth nearby, trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such a situation, a scenario that most ordinary people would never face in their lifetime. Chu Fei looked up at Zhao Dajuan, who conveyed with his eyes that the last body was that of the elderly woman. Su Li bit her lip so hard that it drew blood. Oblivious to the pain, blood trickled down her chin, mingling with the tears on her cheeks. Which one is it? Her voice quivered. Chu Fei brought her to the first body on the left, holding her tightly as he slowly crouched down. Can you not look? He gently asked. But Su Li stubbornly shook her head. I want to see Grandma one last time. With that, she trembled as she reached out to lift the white cloth. The moment she beheld her grandmother's serene face, Su Li could no longer hold it together, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down her face. She clutched Chu Fei's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Chu Fei felt no pain, for the girl's anguish surpassed his own. Meanwhile, far away in the command headquarters in the capital, within a room in the Dragon Group's living quarters, Su Nian sat on a stool. holding a photograph of a young woman. If Su Li were present, she would recognize that the woman in the photograph was her grandmother in her youth, smiling. Xiaoying, soon I shall return, that I wonder how you have fared over the years. He murmured to himself. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Su Yanning quickly concealed his smile, tucking the photograph into his pocket. Come in. However, upon seeing the person who entered, his expression shifted dramatically. There has been an incident at home. Your wife is deceased. Chapter 56. I will unleash a bloodbath upon hearing the last two words. Su Yanning sprang up from his seat, his icy gaze fixated on the man before him. At the Su family, he had personnel specifically monitoring that area. Should anything occur, he would be promptly informed. Who did this? A terrifying killing intent erupted from him, rendering the man standing before Su Yanning as if trapped in an ice cellar. This was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying side of the leader. IT is still under investigation. Team Leader Chu has already mobilized a majority of the personnel from the Jiangnan Division to thoroughly investigate the culprit. Currently, no information has been relayed back. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Yanning could no longer contain his fury. That I do not care who is behind this. Find them, and I will make them pay in blood. Su Yanning's frigid voice echoed in the room. The man stood by, too afraid to speak, that no one would have imagined that someone would dare to target the leader's family. If they were not caught, it would be one thing, but if they were discovered, regardless of who was behind them, they would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. You may leave. Su Yanning's aura gradually softened. The man left the room, trembling, and cautiously closed the door behind him. Once the man departed, Su Yanning took out the photograph from his pocket. Looking at the familiar face, his eyes grew misty. I am sorry. It was my fault. This time, I will not choose to back down, that I will ensure those responsible accompany you in death. He murmured to himself a few words before pulling out a lighter and incinerating the photograph completely. This was the person he cherished most in his heart, yet she had departed before him. Now, it was time for him to step forward. He took out his phone and dialed Chu Fei, who was currently in Giant AT that moment. Chu Fei and Su Li were in the sea. Su Li's beautiful eyes were already swollen from crying, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Fei watched, his heart aching. The instant the phone rang, he thought it might be news, but upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his master. After glancing at the screen for 3 seconds, he turned to Su Li. I need to take this call. With that, he opened the car door and stepped outside to answer. Master. Chu Fei's tone was somewhat heavy. Similarly, Su Yanning's voice was cold. That I am aware of the situation. I may be coming down to Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei was utterly shocked. His master was actually coming to Jiangnan for Su Li's grandmother. It seemed improbable to him, for the two did not appear to be closely connected. Master, Unity questioned, perplexed. Do you know why I asked you to protect Su Li? Do you understand why my name is Su Yanning? Are you aware of your grandmother's name? 3 consecutive questions detonated in Chu Fei's mind. After pondering for half a minute, he fell silent. That Su Yanning? Jiang Taiying. Doesn't T that mean to Miss Su Li's grandmother? How did he not realize that Su Li's grandfather was actually his master? No wonder his master wanted him to protect Su Li. It turned out that she was his master's granddaughter. Master, I understand now that at that moment, Chu Fei finally comprehended why Su Li had repeatedly been targeted. The true target was not Su Li herself, but rather a means to threaten his master. The recent attack on his master's family was likely a ploy to coerce him. Xiao Fei. Before I return to Jiangnan, I still have one thing to do. Until I return, I hope you can protect this girl, Su Li.as, for her parents. Do your best. Su Yanning was acutely aware that the abduction of his son and daughter-in-law was likely a strategy to intimidate him. A crucial point was that their intention was probably to compel him to yield to Yao. However, he could neither do so nor would he ever. Hearing the tone of self-sacrifice in his master's voice, Chu Fei's heart sank. Master, where are you going? Why not take someone with you? Chu Fei understood that his master rarely spoke in such a manner. This time, the destination his master intended to visit would likely be fraught with peril. Moreover, it appears that the master has no intention of bringing anyone along. Therefore, it is unnecessary that I shall go alone. Take good care of my granddaughter. If I have not returned in 3 days, she will be entrusted to you. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. When Chu Fei attempted to call again, the line was already disconnected. He hastily dialed Xiao Yu's number. Xiao Yu, quickly check if the team leader is still in the dormitory. Hearing Chu Fei's urgent tone, Xiao Yu immediately leapt from his bed and rushed to the leader's quarters. Upon arriving, he found the place deserted. Fei Guo, the leader, is missing. Realizing this, Chu Fei understood the master's intentions. If the master wished to hide, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to locate him. I see. You should return and rest. And keep a close watch on Yao. If there is any movement, inform me immediately that if he attempts to seize control of the dragon team during the leader's absence, I shall be the first to eliminate him. Once he hung up, Chu Fei's expression had turned as cold as ice. Everything had fallen into place. The underhanded tactics of the adversary spoke volumes. Back in the car, Chu Fei gazed at the dazed Su Li and gently embraced her. It's all right. I believe that uncle and aunt will be safeguarded by fate. Su Li remained silent, merely curling up in Chu Fei's arms and softly sobbing that a sleepless night ensued. Chu Fei had already returned with Su Li to the villa. The girl's eyes were swollen from crying, having nearly fainted multiple times from her distress. Now, the Su couple was also missing, and the entire city was on the hunt for clues regarding the culprits. Yet, as the night passed, the perpetrators seemed to have vanished without a trace. Observing Su Li's red-rimmed eyes, Chu Fei felt a pang of sympathy. You should rest for a while, that if any leads arise, I will call for you. Lying in bed, Su Li clutched the blanket tightly. The anguish of losing loved ones is an experience that those who have not endured it will never comprehend. It's fine, that I just want to wait for news about my parents. Seeing her stubbornness, Chu Fei could only offer her a few words of comfort. The priority now was to locate the whereabouts of those individuals. Just as Chu Fei was about to call to June for an update, Su Li's phone rang. In a flurry, she answered, initially thinking it was her parents calling, only to discover an unfamiliar number on the screen. Who is it? Su Li shook her head and then pressed the answer button. A chilling voice came through the line. May I ask, is this Miss Su? Hello, your parents are currently in our custody. Perhaps we could have a proper discussion. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. With so many people searching, it was evident that the assailants had not yet left Jiangnan. Furthermore, their audacity to call Su Li indicated they were confident in evading pursuit. Who are you? What have you done to my parents? Su Li urgently demanded to know the status of her parents. However, the man on the other end merely chuckled softly. Miss Su, your parents are not in immediate danger, but the future remains uncertain. If you cooperate, they will safely meet you. If you refuse, then I'm afraid it will not end well for them. The threat was evident. Chu Fei took out his phone, noted the number, and sent a text to Zhao Dejun. Track the location of this number. Zhao Dejun, who had been monitoring the surveillance at the military district, had not slept a wink all night. However, he was not about to doze off. The sound of his phone chimed, jolting him. Upon checking, he saw a brief message. Find the location of number 158, quickly. Zhao Dejun immediately instructed his subordinates to utilize satellite tracking to pinpoint the number's location. Meanwhile, in the villa, Su Li exclaimed, What do you want? I can give you anything I have. Flustered, she was willing to trade anything to ensure her parents' safety. Miss Su, such cooperation is commendable. Now, please come alone to the Nanchi Industrial Zone. Remember, come alone, that if there are any extra people or if that bodyguard of yours accompanies you, do not blame us for being merciless. With that, the man ended the call. Simultaneously, Chu Fei received Zhao Dejun's location information. The adversaries were situated in the Nanchi Industrial Zone, though their precise whereabouts remained unknown for now. Taking a deep breath, Chu Fei instructed, Stay at home, that I will bring uncle and aunt back. And no sooner had he spoken than Su Li protested. No, I will go myself. If they find out you are coming too, they will surely harm my parents. Su Li's sole desire was to see her parents as soon as possible. Only then would she feel at ease. Su Li, what use is it for you to go? You are not alone. Do you understand? Chu Fei was acutely aware that the adversary's aim was to leverage Su Li's parents to coerce her into submission. If Su Li went, she would become their bargaining chip against the master. The master had just last night instructed him to take care of Su Li, and he would never allow her to take such a risk. Especially considering the child she carried, that I must go. With tears in her eyes, Su Li attempted to push past Chu Fei. However, he gently struck her neck with just the right amount of force to render her unconscious. I am sorry, silly girl, but I cannot allow you to take such risks. That he then took out his phone and called Zhao Dejun send someone to guard Miss Su's villa area, that if any suspicious individuals are spotted, apprehend them immediately, that if they resist, eliminate them on the spot. Equip yourselves with heavy weaponry and bring 3 men. Come and pick me up. I intend to unleash a massacre. Chapter 57. Captain of the First Team. King of Hell. 40 minutes later, Zhao Dejun arrived at the villa area with a contingent of soldiers. With a single command, the entire villa was surrounded tightly. The residents of the other villas were left in shock. They were all aware that the person residing in this villa was Su Li, the president of Qiyao Company. However, no one had anticipated that Su Li would hold such a status, with so many military personnel guarding the villa. What could have possibly occurred? Many were still oblivious to the events of the previous night and remained in a state of confusion. Captain Chu! Zhao Dejun saluted Chu Fei, with several young soldiers standing at attention beside him. At this moment, Chu Fei had changed into a black outfit. Let us move out. Chu Fei settled into the back seat of a military green jeep, his cold demeanor causing Zhao Dejun and the soldier driving, as well as the one in the passenger seat, to feel an icy chill within the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a damp factory within the Nanchi industrial zone, the establishment had long been abandoned, and no one would be visiting anytime soon. The Su couple was bound to a massive stone pillar, injected with sedatives, and still unconscious. 4 masked men, armed and seated beside the equipment. We're in discussion. Do you think that woman will come alone? One man wearing a monkey mask suddenly spoke up. Is it even possible? Replied a bodyguard beside him. That person is no ordinary individual. He commands the military district's personnel, which implies a significant status. Another man donning a pig mask chuckled disdainfully. They already gathered all necessary information about this area before arriving. If it weren't for the organization's insistence on completing this mission, we wouldn't even need to be here. Why are we just sitting here? We should just kill them. At that moment, the man wearing a tiger mask glanced at the unconscious Su couple. In their eyes, these two were expendable. After all, the target was merely Su Li. Killing them was certainly an option, but the higher-ups had stated that it was best not to, and if it became unavoidable, then it could be done later. The man in the lion mask scoffed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. The man wearing the monkey mask checked his watch and said, "It's about time. Let us go." As they spoke, the men untied the ropes binding the Su couple and proceeded towards the factory's back entrance. They intended to change their location, knowing that their position would be determined once the call was made. With time running out, they planned to use another phone to call Su Li, instructing her to go to a different location. Meanwhile, they would intercept her during her transit to this alternate location, thus fulfilling their mission. Just as they departed, Chu Fei and Zhao Dejun arrived at the industrial zone. The desolate area was already deserted. Yet Chu Fei remained unhurried. Holding Su Li's phone, he was certain that the adversaries would contact her. Stay vigilant. If you spot any suspicious individuals, act immediately. The driver and the soldier in the passenger seat exited the vehicle to begin surveying the area. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Zhao Dejun remained in the car, awaiting the moment the phone would ring. Within 10 minutes, the phone rang again, but on this occasion, the note displayed above was from Su Li's father. Zhao Dejun, standing nearby, immediately comprehended the situation and hastily retrieved his laptop to track the location of the phone number. Within mere seconds, the location was confirmed. The individual had long since departed from the area and had moved to the mountain path behind the industrial zone, approximately southwest at a bearing of 90 degrees. Upon receiving Zhao Dejun's response, Chu Fei took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Hello? You are the bodyguard accompanying Miss Su, correct?" Hearing the words from the other end, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that they were well aware he would never allow Su Li to come alone. I find myself curious. Who exactly do you serve? Have you considered the consequences? Chu Fei's tone was remarkably calm, yet he opened the car door, hefted an M99 sniper rifle from the vehicle, and strode towards a nearby abandoned civilian building. Since we dare to come, we have already prepared for death. However, whether you can locate us is another matter altogether. Are you certain you wish to gamble? As the words left the other's lips, Chu Fei's expression gradually turned frigid. It was evident that there were 4 individuals involved, and they were not gathered in one place. Even if he were to eliminate the one who had called him, he would remain oblivious to the positions of the other 3. Furthermore, Su Li's parents were also in jeopardy. You have indeed exceeded my expectations, yet I fail to comprehend. Do you genuinely consider the outcome of opposing me? Chu Fei had not encountered such a formidable adversary in quite some time. It seemed that this time they were thoroughly prepared to entangle him in conflict. In fact, I am also quite intrigued by your identity. Why not share it with me? If your background instills fear in me, I may choose to release that woman's parents. On the mountain path behind the industrial zone, a man wearing a monkey mask sat upon a stone, calmly conversing with Chu Fei. According to the intelligence they had on him, the bodyguard accompanying that woman was a high-ranking individual with considerable prowess. Their true identity remained unclear, even to the organization backing them. Chu Fei merely smiled quietly. You wish to know my identity? Perhaps a meeting would be more enlightening? Wouldn't it be better to discuss it face to face? As he spoke, Zhao Dajuan had already sped towards the distant mountain path with his team, while Chu Fei had ascended to the rooftop, setting up the M99 sniper rifle. This heavy sniper rifle possessed firepower rivaling the world-renowned Barrett. And in certain aspects, it even surpassed it. Within a kilometer, a single shot could obliterate a target, rendering them unrecognizable. Such weaponry could penetrate the steel plating of a tank, illustrating its terrifying might. Heh, I presumed that while you were speaking, your men were already on their way here, armed to the teeth. However, I must apologize. I'm merely one man, but that woman's parents are in peril. Chu Fei's expression darkened considerably. It seemed that his plans had been completely seen through. Moreover, the whereabouts of the other assailants remained unknown. Most critically, Su Li's parents were still in their grasp. Very well. You have indeed considered this quite thoroughly, since you were so eager to know my identity. Allow me to enlighten you. I am Chu Fei, the captain of Dragon Team 1, known as the King of Hell. This time, Chu Fei revealed his military identity without reservation. Upon hearing this declaration, the other party fell silent. The man in the monkey mask could never have imagined that he was speaking to Chu Fei, the captain of Dragon Team 1, that the terror associated with this individual, renowned globally as the King of Hell, was evident from his history alone that he had single-handedly penetrated the South Tower military zone, eliminating the highest-ranking commander and escaping unscathed. That he had infiltrated the Yama Death Zone, destroying an enemy biochemical research facility and dispatching 72 enemy soldiers, including 3 high-ranking leaders, returning with injuries. Such harrowing achievements were sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of all. Those marked by him knew only dread. Are you satisfied? Chu Fei inquired as the other party remained silent. King of Hell, you are indeed formidable. Were it not for necessity, I would prefer not to be your enemy. However, I have my reasons for acting as I must. After this statement, the call was abruptly disconnected. Chu Fei glared at his phone, which had been hung up, and struck the wall in frustration, creating a deep dent as debris scattered. Damn it! It was evident that the other party knew his identity, yet chose to oppose him, indicating that they had leverage over these individuals, compelling them to serve their organization. The monkey had already vacated the area and, concealed within the underbrush, spotted a jeep racing towards him. After a few minutes of maneuvering, he met up with Tiger and the others. That woman didn't come, did she? As Tiger spoke, he aimed his submachine gun at Su Wu's head. That moment, Su Wu had regained consciousness and stared coldly at the 4 masked men before him. Fully aware that escape was impossible, she didn't come. The monkey shook his head. Tiger instinctively prepared to pull the trigger and send Su Wu and his wife on their way. However, the monkey intervened, blocking him. Do you know who our opponent is? The monkey removed his mask, gazing steadily at the 4 men. The others were taken aback, knowing that under no circumstances should they remove their masks, as doing so signified certain death for their mission. Seeing the monkey unmask, Tiger, Lion, and Pighead followed suit. The monkey took a deep breath, looking at the 3 that the man accompanying that woman is the King of Hell. Upon hearing this, the trio was momentarily stunned. Then their eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. You're not referring to that King of Hell, are you? The monkey forced a bitter smile. Who else could it be? Instantly, all fell silent, and if their opponent truly was the King of Hell, then even if they eliminated Su Wu and his wife, their fate was sealed. There would be no escape. Damn it. The man wearing the pig mask slammed it onto the ground in fury. They didn't even inform us who our opponent was. Now look, we really are going to meet the King of Hell. Crap. The monkey regarded the enraged Pighead with a wry smile that he was the one who informed me. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious. Now, we have only 2 options. Either betray the organization and negotiate with the King of Hell, or die. Let's vote. To all the esteemed readers, could you kindly take a moment to encourage your humble author with a vote for updates and a favorable review? Thank you. Another chapter is being diligently typed. Chapter 58. The King of Hell did not promise you mercy. The monkey looked at the three men, taking a deep breath. Those who choose to negotiate. Raise your hands. With that, he himself raised his hand. The remaining three exchanged glances, then each raised their hands in agreement that a unanimous decision to negotiate had been reached. Since everyone was in accord, it indicated a desire for survival. The world is vast. The organization cannot possibly find us, and I'll make the call. As he spoke, the monkey exchanged knowing glances with Tiger and Pighead, who understood immediately and approached Su Wu and his wife, delivering a swift strike that rendered them unconscious. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the abandoned building, Chu Fei pondered how to lure the opposing team out when his phone rang again. It was still the same number. King of Hell, let us negotiate. The condition is that we leave Da Xiao alive, and we release the two of them. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei slowly exhaled a breath of resignation, since the other party chose to negotiate. There remained a glimmer of hope. Agreed, clearly, upon hearing Chu Fei's affirmation, the monkey also breathed a sigh of relief, signaling an okay gesture to the other three that they immediately understood and began to gather their belongings. Have your men remove the roadblocks nearby. Once we leave, I will send you the location of that woman's parents. Rest assured, I will not harm a hair on them. Hearing this, Chu Fei paused for several seconds in silence. All right, give me 2 minutes. After hanging up, Chu Fei contacted Dajuan and Jiang Ning, instructing them to dismantle the checkpoints at all city exits. Once this was completed, Chu Fei set up his sniper rifle, surveying all vehicles in the vicinity, that he understood that the other party would only call him with the location of Su Wu and his wife once they had exited the city. However, he was resolute in not allowing them to leave Da Xiao alive, for their hands were already stained with his master's blood. This vendetta must be avenged. As vehicles passed through his scope, he noticed something amiss with one of them. Through the sniper scope, he saw a black car containing 5 men, and the driver's eyes were filled with terror. It was clear that they had abducted this driver to facilitate their escape from the city. Observing their direction of departure, Chu Fei immediately called Zhao Dajuan, who was en route. Dajuan, come here immediately. Hurry. 5 minutes later, the jeep arrived at the base of the residential building. Captain Chu Fei climbed into the vehicle, his voice cold. Southwest exit now. Meanwhile, at the southwest exit of the city, a monkey struck the small vehicle's driver with a powerful punch, casting him aside with ease. Let us go, commanded the pig-headed driver, pressing the accelerator all the way down. Meanwhile, the monkey composed a text message informing the couple, Chu Fei and Su Wu, of their captor's location. Upon completing this task, he nonchalantly discarded the phone into a roadside drainage ditch. Phew, it seems I have survived at last. Several kilometers behind them, Chu Fei received the message and promptly forwarded it to Jiang Ning, instructing him to fetch Su Li's parents to AS for himself. He had to ensure the 4 of them remained. For certain individuals, there was no need to adhere to any rules. Death was their most fitting destination, in the opulence of a luxurious villa in the capital. A middle-aged man in his 50s lounged on the sofa. A fine cigar pinched between his fingers. There's still no news? He inquired. Not yet. Should I call their leader to check on the situation? Replied a young man in his mid-20s standing beside him. If Chu Fei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this young man as his formidable rival. Yao, ask them. If we fail again this time, you know the consequences. The middle-aged man exhaled a plume of smoke, his heavy brows casting an imposing shadow over his features. Rest assured, Uncle Gang, this time we will surely succeed. Yao's demeanor was exceedingly respectful as he retrieved his phone to make a call. On the other end, a respectful voice responded, Brother, what is the matter? Xiaoqi, how goes the mission? Any updates? To cultivate his own power, he had adopted numerous orphans, pitting them against one another in fierce competition. Only Yi Chi had managed to emerge victorious from the throng of hundreds, and Yao regarded him as his younger brother. He was also the leader of Yao's private organization, known as Brother Yi. Previous assignments had been delegated to Yi Chi, yet all had ended in failure. This time, he had dispatched his most trusted subordinates, insisting they complete the task at hand. Brother, I haven't heard back from them. Should I call them again? Yao's expression darkened. Hand me the phone. I will call myself. Yes. Moments later, the phone number was transmitted to Yao's device. However, when he called, no one picked up. His face fell, his brows knitting in concern. Calling again, he was met with the line being abruptly disconnected. Alarmed, he dialed once more, only to find the phone had been switched off. "What's wrong?" the man known as Uncle Gang queried. Noticing Yi Ao's distress, "The phone's off." It seems deliberate that Yi Ao's countenance darkened further. He could not fathom why Yi Chi's subordinates would switch off their phones. Had the mission failed? That seemed improbable. His plan had been meticulously crafted. And even though Su Li had a skilled protector, the 4 subordinates dispatched by Yi Chi were undoubtedly experts, only subordinate to Yi Chi himself. Humph. Uncle Gang scoffed, his tone laced with anger. The Yeao's expression shifted. "Uncle Gang, rest assured, I will make contact with them." With that, he dialed Yi Chi's number again. "Where are they?" "Why won't they answer?" Startled by Yeao's outburst, Yi Chi replied, "Brother, I will reach out to them right now." He promptly ended the call. Within 2 minutes, Yeao's phone rang again. "Brother, I can't get in touch with them either." Upon hearing this, Yeao's face turned pale with anxiety. Uncle Gang seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Crushing his cigar into the ground, that if this matter is mishandled, I will report to the family, and have you recalled that Yeao grew anxious at Uncle Gang's words. "Uncle Gang, I assure you, it won't fail. They may very well be in the midst of action, that he had worked hard to ascend to this position, relishing privileges unknown to many. The power to control the fates of countless lives had become an intoxicating obsession. This time, he had proactively sought the family's endorsement to assume the role of Dragon Group leader, which would enable him to yield even greater benefits for the family. After deliberation, the family had decided to support his rise. However, the immediate issue to resolve was Su Nianying. As long as he acquiesced, all would be well. Unfortunately, this old man had consistently refused, insisting on Chu Fei taking his place. Unbeknownst to him, prior to his intended retirement, Chu Fei had been dispatched on a mission, granting Yeao ample opportunity to seize control of the Dragon Group. Currently, 2/3 of the Dragon Group members supported his ascension. He merely needed Su Nianying's approval to solidify his position. Regrettably, this old man remained obstinate. Thus, Yeao had resolved to leverage Su Nianying's family to coerce him into stepping down. However, repeated failures had left the family disillusioned with him. "Once you succeed, inform me," Uncle Gang stated before preparing to leave. Yet just then, his phone rang. Upon hearing the caller's words, his expression shifted dramatically. "What? He went alone? How dare he?" The shock on his face rendered Yeao incredulous that he had never seen Uncle Gang display such a reaction since their acquaintance began. "All right, I understand. I will return immediately." Uncle Gang hung up, inhaling deeply before delivering a sharp slap to Yeao's face. Stunned, Yeao was momentarily bewildered. "Uncle Gang, he attempted to explain, but was interrupted. "This is your doing. Threatening his family, and you thought it would end well? Your men even dared to kill his wife. Impressive indeed. Now, Su Nianying has arrived at the family's doorstep. If the family suffers significant losses this time, be prepared for the consequences." With that, Uncle Gang turned and strode out of the villa, leaving Yeao rooted in place, the fiery sting of shame on his cheek reminding him of the gravity of his missteps. He had never anticipated that his subordinates would go so far as to murder Su Nianying's wife, that on the road from Jiangnan City to Zhongbei City, the monkey and his companions discreetly disposed of their phones. They had received 2 consecutive calls moments ago, yet now they had betrayed the organization, and no longer part of it. They were free men. The world was their oyster. Wherever they wished to go, they could. The tiger let out a long sigh of relief, and the other 3 burst into laughter, their voices filled with a sense of liberation. They had longed to escape the prison-like purgatory that had haunted their dreams. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. However, a vehicle in pursuit caught the pig-headed driver's attention. "Monkey, someone is following us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted. They turned to see a jeep rapidly closing in on them. Fear flickered in their eyes. Could it be that their pursuer was not one to be trifled with? The lion's voice trembled slightly. Meanwhile, in the pursuing jeep, Chu Fei coldly retrieved a rocket launcher from the trunk. "Open the sunroof," commanded the soldier at the wheel, pressing the button to comply. Chu Fei hoisted the rocket launcher, exposing half of his body. "I can spare your lives. But the King of Hell shows no mercy." With a deafening explosion, the small vehicle was obliterated, reducing the 4 individuals to nothingness. Chu Fei sheathed his weapon and returned to the vehicle, his expression icy. Back to the villa. Zhao Dajuan, observing the burning wreckage of the vehicle ahead, initiated a call to arrange for the scene's cleanup. Otherwise, the media would undoubtedly catch wind of the incident. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Fei and his companions returned to the villa. You all may leave for now. I can handle things here. Zhao Dajuan nodded and led his team away. As Chu Fei approached the entrance, he heard the sounds of weeping emanating from the living room. His expression grew somber, and he hesitated before pushing the door open. Instead, he quietly made his way to the pavilion in the courtyard, lighting a cigarette and taking deep drags that he knew he had to make those behind this pay dearly. Although the murderer was dead, the puppet master still thrived. There was no telling when they might resurface. Until he unearthed the mastermind, Chu Fei would feel as if a thorn was lodged in his back. As for today's operation, the adversary had anticipated every one of his feasible strategies. Had those chosen not to negotiate, Su Li's parents might not have escaped. After smoking numerous cigarettes, nearly half an hour passed before the sobs in the living room gradually subsided. Extinguishing his cigarette and discarding it in a nearby trash bin, he finally stood and entered the living room. Su Li and her parents sat together, their eyes red from tears, while Su Wu wore a furrowed brow, his face heavy with concern. Upon noticing Chu Fei's entrance, Su Wu spoke. Let us go. We need to talk. Chu Fei glanced at the grief-stricken Su Li and nodded slightly. He followed Su Wu to the pavilion in the courtyard. Care for a smoke? Su Wu offered, producing a cigarette from his pocket. Chu Fei accepted it without hesitation. Thank you for today. He understood that without Chu Fei, their family might have perished and owned need for gratitude. This is merely my obligation. Safeguarding Su Li's safety is my responsibility. Perhaps in the past, Chu Fei was merely a bodyguard for Su Li. However, the circumstances have changed. The relationship between the two has now been laid bare. Her affairs are now my own. Although I am uncertain why you chose to protect Xiao Li, there are certain words I wish to convey. I am grateful for your intervention that saved both my wife and me. Whatever compensation you seek, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your demands. Nonetheless, I hope that from this day forth, you will distance yourself from Su Wu's words left Chu Fei somewhat perplexed. He could not comprehend the meaning behind Su Wu's statement. Had it not been for him, they might have already been apprehended. Ever since you entered my daughter's life, she has encountered one misfortune after another. And now our entire family is entangled in this situation. Even her grandmother has perished due to these events. If you truly cared for her, you would have already distanced yourself. Consider this my earnest plea. Su Wu's weathered eyes remained fixed on Chu Fei. His thoughts were simple. All these troubles stemmed from Chu Fei. Without him, perhaps there would not have been so many calamities as long as Chu Fei departed. Their family could live in peace. Upon hearing his explanation, Chu Fei smiled. Did he really believe that his departure would resolve the issues? Would those individuals truly spare his master's family? Not to mention, it is currently impossible for him to leave. Uncle Su, may I address you as such? I wonder if you recall my previous mention of having news about Su Li's grandfather. I can now unequivocally inform you that it was Su Li's grandfather who entrusted me with her protection. Even if I were to leave, you would not be safe. Moreover, I have no intention of leaving. Upon hearing this, Su Wu's eyes unmistakably widened with shock that he seemed unable to believe Chu Fei's words. His father had been missing for decades. For all these years, there had been no news in his heart. He had long regarded his father as deceased. Only a few days ago, when Chu Fei spoke of his father still being alive, he felt incredulous. You are not jesting, are you? It was my father who sent you to protect Xiao Li. Faced with Su Wu's inquiry, Chu Fei could only nod. Indeed, given the gravity of the situation. Uncle Su, I have no need to deceive you. Su Li's grandfather is, in fact, my mentor. He fears that someone might attempt to use you to coerce him. Hence my assignment to protect Xiao Li. However, Chu Fei did not continue. Su Wu understood the implication of Chu Fei's words. With his mother gone, what did it matter how high his father rose in authority if he could not even protect his own family? I comprehend now. Henceforth, I entrust Xiao Li's care to you. After my mother's funeral, I shall transfer all company assets to Xiao Li. I intend to take her mother out for a time. Chu Fei hastily interjected. My mentor plans to return in a few days. Uncle Su, do you not wish to meet him? Su Wu scoffed, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, if he cannot even safeguard his own wife. What right does he have to be called my father? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei fell silent, that it was evident that Su Wu had become disillusioned with his mentor regarding the passing of Su Li's grandmother. Very well. Return now that I know that this girl, Xiao Li, has taken quite a liking to you that if possible, I hope you two can be together. At this point, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Chu Fei's face. He was uncertain whether to divulge this matter to Su Wu, but now was not the moment. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner near the coast of the capital, a sound akin to a blade piercing flesh echoed. Su Nianying, wielding a sharp tang knife, was drenched in blood. Behind him lay more than a dozen bodies sprawled haphazardly. Blood had soaked the ground around him. Bring out the head of the Long family. He bellowed, if I do not receive an explanation today, either I shall perish, or I will ensure that none of you dare to step outside. He had always known that Yao was supported by the Long family. After all, they were one of the four prominent families of the Great X, as long as they did not harm his family. There was still room for negotiation. However, now that his wife was dead, and he had no idea of the whereabouts of his son and daughter-in-law, he could only thank Chu Fei for protecting his sole granddaughter from peril. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the lengths to which they would go for his position. The guards responsible for the manor's entrance had already been dispatched, and someone was on their way to notify the upper echelons of the Long family. No one understood why the leader of the dragon group had suddenly gone on a rampage. It was known that he had once been among the elite. Few could contend with him. There was no trash among the Long family subordinates, yet no one could withstand this man, known as Three Knives. Within 3 strikes, blood would surely be shed. That Su Lao, are you being overly arrogant? The Long family is not a place you can enter and exit as you please, after killing so many of my men. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? A man with a commanding presence emerged from the opulent villa, casting a grim gaze upon Su Nianying. He was the only one in the household capable of conversing with Su Nianying, for none other had that privilege. Long Xiao, you are not worthy to converse with me. Bring out Long Quang. Long Xiao's expression darkened. The by seniority, he was on the same level as Su Nianying's father. He was merely a junior, wholly unqualified to negotiate with him. Yet, currently, he was the only one in the Long family with authority. His father and the others were still en route. Should they fail to return soon, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal force. However, even with firearms, he dared not go all out. The cost of opening fire against someone of Su Nianying's stature would be far greater than the loss of a few guards. My father is on his way. Long Xiao interjected that if Su Lao does not mind. Before he could finish, Su Nianying had already kicked the heavy iron gate open. The massive door flew through the air and crashed down before Long Xiao. The latter's expression turned exceptionally grim, yet he dared not protest. The guards nearby could only watch in silence, unable to act. All of them combined were insufficient to withstand Su Nianying's might, despite being over 70. His combat prowess remained formidable that if they attempted to engage him, they would merely exhaust his energy, while they themselves would meet their end at his blade point 10 minutes. If Long Quang has not returned by then, prepare to collect your corpses. The icy voice of Su Nianying cut through the air. Long Xiao felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead. He had no doubt that Su Nianying would carry out his threat. In such circumstances, all notions of status were rendered meaningless. Only the weapons in their hands held true significance. The only one who could save him was either an elder from his family or his older brother upon their return. Long Xiao remained rooted in place, unable to move, anxiously awaiting his father's arrival. Otherwise, he might very well find himself at the mercy of Su Nianying's blade. The minutes passed agonizingly slowly, and Long Xiao's forehead was slick with sweat as he anxiously glanced at his expensive watch. 9 minutes had already elapsed since Su Nianying's ultimatum, and if his father did not return soon, he feared he might not make it out alive. He could already sense the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Su Nianying, an aura only born from countless battles. The bodyguard surrounding him would scarcely hold off Su Nianying for even a minute. You have 30 seconds left. Speak your last words. I will relay them to your father. Su Nianying's expression remained unyielding as he gripped the tang knife tightly, the bloodstains on it appearing to have dried. He lifted it and casually wiped it against his clothing, erasing the evidence of his previous actions. Witnessing this, Long Xiao could no longer contain himself. Su Lao, I truly do not comprehend why you are so enraged. Could you not consider your own standing? The only course of action left for him was to pacify Su Nianying's wrath as best he could. Yet he was unaware that the fury stemming from the abduction of a beloved wife would not easily be quelled. Even killing him would not alleviate that rage. You have 10 seconds. Su Nianying's arm fell naturally, the tip of his blade aimed directly at the ground. Meanwhile, several of Long Zhao's skilled fighters quietly positioned themselves before him. Their sole goal was to buy as much time as possible. 3, 2, 1, the moment had arrived. With a swift motion, Su Nianying's blade sliced through a bodyguard's throat before the man even realized what had transpired. The remaining guards, undaunted, rushed forward. Long Zhao, however, made a break for the exit. Driven solely by the desire to survive, that in merely a few brief seconds, the adept fighters surrounding Long Zhao had all been dispatched. The bloodstains on Su Nianying's garments were vivid, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Casting a glance back at Long Zhao, who had sprinted 100 meters away, he took off in pursuit. The target of his wrath was one whom no one could impede. However, just as he was about to exit the main gate, a convoy of luxury vehicles appeared at the intersection. Su Nianying halted, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the cars ahead. They came to a stop not far from him, and several middle-aged men, along with an elder who appeared to be of similar age to Su Nianying, emerged from the vehicles. This elder was none other than the head of the Long family, Long Quang. Long time no see. Old Su, Long Quang remarked. Despite having crossed the threshold of 70 years, his physical prowess was still comparable to that of Su Nianying. All relevant individuals must be handed over. Let this matter pass. Otherwise, one of us shall surely perish. And no sooner had he spoken than his eldest son, Long Zhun, interjected. Su Nianying, do you still fancy yourself the person you once were? The current you is but a flickering candle in the wind. If you seek an opponent, I am at your service. Long Zhun's strength ranked second only to Long Quang within the Long family, and he had already mastered all of his father's skills. In his 40s, he was at the pinnacle of his capabilities. Even Long Quang would not claim to be able to surpass his eldest son. That a smile crept across Su Nianying's face as he raised his Tang Dao. Its tip directed at Long Zhun. Very well. It shall be you, just right. I will use you, the prodigy of the Long family, as my sacrificial blade. Furious at this remark, Long Zhun was about to advance to settle their differences when Long Quang restrained him with a hand. Old Su, this matter is one I have only just learned of. Since you have spoken, I shall grant you this courtesy. Bring them to me. At Long Quang's command, a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s were brought forth to his side. Upon seeing the two individuals, Su Nianying's expression darkened. Are you attempting to dismiss me with just these two? When I mentioned relevant individuals, I did not mean merely a steward and the leader of an organization. Upon hearing this, Long Quang's countenance also shifted to one of displeasure. The two brought forth were none other than Long Gang and Yi Qi. Long Gang had not anticipated being summoned back so soon after leaving Yao's villa, especially alongside Yi Qi, the leader of the organization nurtured by Yao. Initially, he had thought this might be a reckoning, a punishment for their actions, but he never expected to be made a scapegoat. Old Su, what more do you desire? Do you wish for my son to accompany you to the grave? The moment those words left his mouth, Long Li's expression changed drastically from within the crowd. He was the originator of this affair. It was he who had wished for Yao to ascend to the position of leader of the Long group. Yet, he believed his actions were for the greater good of the family. Though there were personal motives, ultimately, his intentions were beneficial to the clan. That I have lost my wife. Is it too much to take your son in exchange? A frigid smile graced Su Nianying's lips as he lightly brushed the edge of his Tang Dao against his attire. Su Nianying, must you proceed with this? Do you truly believe you can withstand our numbers alone? Without a doubt, Long Zhun alone was more than sufficient to confront Su Nianying, let alone the numerous experts by their side. Capturing Su Nianying would be a simple matter. Let us see then. Killing one is no loss, and killing two is a gain. Long Quang's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this. That it became clear that their adversary had come with a resolve to die. If that were the case, they might not be able to stop Su Nianying from taking a life. Are you truly set on this course of action? Long Quang, still somewhat reluctant, contemplated negotiation. Yet, he had underestimated Su Nianying's determination and the adversary's murderous intent. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Nianying struck. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 61. Hello, father? 2 days later, in Jiangnan City, the Su family villa was adorned with white lanterns. The living room had been transformed into a mourning hall, where a high-quality coffin lay at its center. Su Wu and others gathered by the coffin, burning paper money, while Chu Fei stood behind them, clad in a black suit, his face somber. Su Li's eyes were swollen from weeping. Today marked the final day of the funeral, with the hearse set to transport the coffin to the cemetery for burial in the afternoon. In the courtyard stood numerous local business owners from Jiangnan. They were already aware of the events that transpired 3 days prior, though it remained unclear whether the perpetrator had been apprehended. With the support of the Chu Min Group and the Junhao Group, Curson Company was on the rise, prompting many company heads to come to pay their respects. Wang Xie was also among the crowd, though she found it peculiar that someone would dare to act against those under Chu Fei's protection. Did they not know of his connections within the military? If they were aware, their actions would be a deliberate affront to Chu Fei. To satisfy her curiosity, she had inquired with her family about the matter, only to be told to mind her business and focus on commercial affairs. This only deepened her intrigue, and she resolved to ask Chu Fei about it at a later time. Everyone mourned. An elderly man, wrapped in blood-stained bandages, entered the courtyard. That moment, all eyes turned towards him, astonished. What kind of injury could have inflicted such harm upon this man? Yet, remarkably, he was still able to walk. Any other man would likely have succumbed to bed rest by now. Moreover, keen-eyed observers noted the faint bloodstains left in his wake. Was that blood? A gasp arose from the crowd. Instantly, all gazes shifted to the path the old man had traversed, a trail marked by blood. Many women covered their mouths, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Wang Xie's beautiful eyes widened in shock, but if her memory served her correctly, she had seen this man once in her childhood. That time, he had shared a table with her father, indicating his high status and identity. However, she had never expected to see this elder here. Her gaze fell upon the coffin in the morning hall, and a chilling thought took root in her mind. The previously crowded gathering parted to make way for the injured elder. It was clear that they were compelled to pay their respects out of respect for his injuries. Chu Fei was the first to notice the dispersing crowd, staring in disbelief at his master emerging from the throng. What on earth had transpired? How could his master be so gravely wounded? Just as he was about to step forward, Su Nianying's piercing gaze halted him. Su Wu and his companions also recognized the bloodied elder. Su Wu's tall figure trembled slightly as childhood memories flooded back. The familiar visage of his father began to merge with that of the elder before him. In that moment, tears filled Su Wu's eyes. Furiously, he surged forward, ready to strike Su Nianying. Many spectators gasped in surprise at this scene. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Su Nianying, Su Wu halted. "What are you doing here? At our mother's funeral. You are unworthy to be present. In my mother's heart, you have long been dead. Do you understand? Dead." Su Wu shouted at Su Nianying, tears streaming down his face. Without uttering a word, Su Nianying stepped past Su Wu, trembling as he approached the coffin, gazing down at Jiang Taiying within. He smiled. "Forgive me, I have returned too late." His words sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. This man was none other than the husband of Elder Jiang. After all these years of absence, he had not anticipated that she would depart before him. "But it is all right. Wait for me on the road, for I shall soon follow. It will not be long. Just wait for me." Su Nianying leaned beside the coffin, murmuring softly. Chu Fei observed in silence, realizing that perhaps the person his master had wronged most in this life was his wife. Meanwhile, Su Li beheld her grandfather for the first time. As she witnessed the bloodied bandages and crimson footprints staining the floor, she bit her lip, suppressing her cries. What had her grandfather done? Why was he so grievously injured? She was not alone in her curiosity. Chu Fei wished to know as well. But now was not the time for him to speak. Su Wu had returned to kneel by the coffin. Upon seeing his father's injuries, all resentment within him dissipated. Now, he merely wished to honor his mother in her final journey to At2 in the afternoon. At the cemetery, the attendees watched as the coffin was slowly lowered into the ground, heads bowed in silent tribute. Once the earth had been laid upon the coffin, Su Wu turned to the gathering and bowed deeply. "Thank you all for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend my mother's funeral. I am truly grateful." The assembled guests nodded in response before gradually dispersing. After they had departed, Su Nianying could no longer maintain his composure and fell backward. Chu Fei, quick to react, rushed to support him. "Master!" Su Wu, noticing, exclaimed, "Quick, to the hospital." 2 hours later, the surgeon emerged from the operating room, observing the anxious faces of Chu Fei and the others at the door. He began to speak slowly. "Who is the direct relative of the patient?" Su Wu stepped forward. "I am his son." The doctor glanced at Su Wu and led him to a nearby office. 10 minutes later, Su Wu emerged with a pallid countenance. Upon seeing Su Wu in such a state, Chu Fei's heart was plagued by an unsettling thought. "Uncle Su, how is my master?" Su Wu looked at Chu Fei, his voice heavy with sorrow that he has lost too much blood. Most of his bones are fractured, and his brain has suffered severe trauma that if he receives medical attention within a day, there may still be hope. However, now, he may have only 2 days left. Chu Fei was momentarily frozen in place. "Master, does he truly have only 2 days to live? What on earth has happened?" Su Li, too, was in a panic, having finally reunited with her long-dreamed-of grandfather. Only 2 days to spend together, and in a hospital no less. Just after grandmother departed, was grandfather about to leave as well? The composure Su Li had barely managed to regain crumbled once more, her eyes brimming with tears. "Uncle Su, I need to step outside to make a call." Chu Fei's expression hardened as he strode towards the staircase. Upon reaching the stairwell, he took out his phone and dialed Xiao Yu. Within mere seconds, Xiao Yu's somber voice resonated from the other end. "Fei Guo, has the master arrived in Jiangnan?" It seemed that the members of their group were already aware of the situation. What exactly happened? How could the master sustain such grave injuries? Chu Fei nearly shouted. Xiao Yu, hearing Chu Fei's outburst, calmly replied. After leaving that night, the master ventured alone into Long family manor. The affairs in Jiangnan are connected to the Long family. In a fit of rage, the master stormed into the Long family's domain. Ultimately, the head of the Long family, Long Quang, along with his 3 sons, confronted him. To avenge his wife, the master clashed violently with the Long family. In the end, he managed to slay Long Quang's second son, Long Li, but sustained grievous injuries himself. Just as he was on the brink of death, a high-ranking individual arrived and rescued the master from the Long family's grasp. Despite his severe injuries, the master endured 2 days of rudimentary treatment and insisted on returning to Jiangnan. We could not stop him. The Long family. Chu Fei's eyes blazed with fury. What cunning tactics they employ to elevate someone to power. What a formidable Long family. With his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, he seethed with rage. "Fei Guo, please do not act impulsively. The high-ranking individual instructed me to convey that we cannot move against the Long family at this moment. It would be wise for you to refrain from taking action, and especially avoid involving the military." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei let out a cold laugh. "That I understand. I will not use my military position against the Long family." Yet, another thought lingered unspoken. He would seek vengeance for his master through his own means. After ending the call, Chu Fei grasped his phone once more. "Hello, old man. I wish to take a life." Target: the Long family of Daxia. He resolved to write 2 additional chapters and strive to produce another. Dear readers, I'm giving it my all. Feel free to indulge. Chapter 62. Secrets unveiled on a distant island overseas. Chu Tian Quang received a call from his son, his expression one of surprise. "What has transpired? If you wish to act against the Long family, you must consider it carefully that if it is merely a matter of targeting an individual, I can dispatch Shadow and the others to handle it. However, if you seek to annihilate the Long family entirely, that presents a considerable challenge. The thought of taking a life, especially that of someone from the Long family, was not to be taken lightly. While the Long family was not particularly formidable to the Chu family, they resided within the borders of Daxia, complicating matters. Had the Long family been overseas, he would have dispatched forces long ago. The master is in dire straits. It was the work of the Long family." The brevity of these words darkened Chu Tian Quang's expression. "What is going on?" Sun Yining was his older brother. Despite their significant age difference, Chu Tian Quang had received considerable assistance from Sun Yining in the past. That is why he entrusted his son to Su Dege for guidance. Yet, in just a few short years, he learned that Su Dege was on the brink of death. Chu Fei recounted the entire sequence of events to his father, fully aware of the bond between his father and the master. He understood that his father would not let this matter rest lightly. The Long family must be eradicated. Very well. This Long family truly wields considerable influence. You need not involve yourself. I will handle it personally. Chu Fei wished to say more, but the call was already terminated. That he knew well that given his father's temperament, the members of the Long family would be fortunate to escape their own threshold. After concluding all of this, Chu Fei returned to the corridor, only to find that Su Li and the others were nowhere to be seen. Upon inquiry, he discovered they had gone to the hospital to visit the still unconscious master. Gently pushing open the door to the hospital room, he beheld the master, once resounding in voice, now appearing frail. His body, marred by injuries, was connected to various medical apparatuses. The heart rate monitor beside him emitted a continuous beeping sound. Su Wu and the others stood silently by, gazing at him. In that moment, Su Wu's eyes reflected no resentment, only hope, a hope that his father would survive, for he could not bear to lose the two most important family members in such a brief span of days. Perhaps from the moment Su Nianying had fought desperately to return and bid farewell to Jiang Taiying, Su Wu had already forgiven this unfit father, that I will stay here today. Qing Lian and Xiao Li, you all should leave. Zhang Qing Lian, upon witnessing this, fell silent, that Su Li understood that her father likely had much to say to her grandfather, and she was also quite understanding. Chu Fei intended to remain and care for the master, but upon Su Wu's insistence, he could only follow Su Li back. The three returned to the Su family's villa, since starting work at the company. Su Li had seldom returned home to stay. Convenience and the desire for independence motivated her absence. Xiao Fei, make yourself comfortable. I will go wash some fruit. Zhang Qing Lian rose to wash the fruit. But Chu Fei quickly gestured for her to stop. And Zhang, it's unnecessary that Su Li interjected, Mom. You should take a rest. You've had a long day. Observing her mother's fatigued demeanor, Su Li felt a pang of sympathy. Her mother was such a pure and kind-hearted person. Although she did not work, she managed everything at home impeccably. Well, you two young ones should have a chat that I'll retire for a bit. Zhang Qing Lian headed back to her room, while Su Li led Chu Fei to the third-floor room that in her childhood. She had always resided in this room, though she hadn't lived there for quite some time. It remained tidy and clean, and on the desk lay a family photograph. Gazing at her grandmother's image, Su Li felt her eyes welling with tears again. Chu Fei, noticing, gently embraced her, that it's all right, don't be sad. Grandmother in the heavens, surely wouldn't want to see you cry so sorrowfully that Su Li merely pursed her lips. Relishing the warmth of Chu Fei's embrace that in his arms, she felt a sense of security. Sleep now. I will watch over you. Chu Fei guided her to the bedside, gently laying her down and covering her with a blanket. Su Li grasped Chu Fei's hand, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Bandit, do you think our child will be a boy or a girl? Chu Fei smiled slightly. Why not twins? Moreover, it's high time for you to have a checkup at the hospital. You haven't properly rested these past few days. And the child surely hasn't either. Get some sleep. Tomorrow morning we'll visit the master and have a check up. Su Li nodded gently, drifting into a drowsy slumber. The following morning, when Su Li awoke, Chu Fei had already vanished. After getting dressed and washing up, she made her way downstairs. Chu Fei had prepared breakfast, and upon seeing Su Li, he greeted her with a smile that you're awake, come down for breakfast. At that moment, Zhang Qing Lian emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of red date porridge. Come eat. Soon I shall take breakfast to your father. The company called you today, but your phone was off. So they contacted your father, and he asked me to relay that there are matters at the company requiring your attention. During breakfast, Su Li sensed her mother's gaze on her incessantly. Mom, what are you doing? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Su Li queried, puzzled as she sipped her red date porridge. You must learn to cherish those around you, that you're not a child anymore. Zhang Qing Lian implied clearly, wishing to bring Chu Fei and Su Li together. This morning, she had intended to prepare breakfast for the two, but unexpectedly, Chu Fei had risen before her and was already cooking. She approached to assist, thus learning more about Chu Fei in her eyes. Chu Fei's character and temperament were quite satisfactory, that if her daughter could marry him, she would be pleased. Mom, it's still too early for that. Besides, he's just my bodyguard, that Su Li pouted, casting an indignant glare at Chu Fei. She feared that Chu Fei had spoken to her mother about something. What of being a bodyguard? Our family does not judge by status. What matters is the character. I must say, I am quite pleased with Xiao Fei, that if you were to bring someone else home to meet me, my attitude would be quite different. Zhang Qing Lian feigned anger, prompting Su Li to shoot another fierce look at Chu Fei. That I understand. Chu Fei remained silent, not uttering a word. After breakfast, he drove Su Li to the company. She had been absent for several days, and there were numerous documents awaiting her approval and signature. However, as soon as she entered her office, the secretary arrived. Su Zong, You have finally returned. In recent days, for reasons unbeknownst to her, numerous companies have expressed a desire to collaborate with us. And the investment amounts are substantial, predominantly exceeding 100 million. That upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes brimmed with skepticism. That 100 million in investment. When did Jiangnan have such companies eager to partner with us? Which companies are involved? Only then did the secretary open the folder, reciting the names of those firms one by one. That after listening, Su Li furrowed her brows. Companies that have no connection whatsoever are seeking collaboration with us? A significant portion of the companies mentioned by the secretary have no ties to the pharmaceutical industry, including those in timber, seafood, real estate, infrastructure, and more. She found it peculiar why these companies would wish to collaborate with them. What benefits could they possibly derive? I too find it strange. Shall we arrange a meeting? Su Li pondered for a moment, intending to meet with the heads of these companies, when Chu Fei interjected. It might be best not to. The moment Chu Fei spoke, Su Li sensed the complexity of the situation. She gestured to the secretary. You may leave for now. The secretary cast a surprised glance at Chu Fei before exiting the office. Why? Su Li queried, her expression one of confusion. Chu Fei inhaled deeply. I suspect that the secrets of our company's research have been exposed. How could this be? Su Li's eyes were filled with disbelief. The company's research has always been confidential, with very few privy to its details. Even if Li Fei were a traitor who accessed the list of researchers, he could never know the specifics of the drugs under investigation. If that were not the case, why would so many companies choose to invest in your company? Just think about it. Prior to Zhao's group's departure, how many companies opted to terminate their contracts? Now, with so many eager to collaborate with you, there are only two motivations: your identity and the prospect of profit. Chu Fei elucidated clearly. Recent events may have allowed numerous business owners in Jiangnan to glimpse the impressive background of QE Company. They likely wish to seize this opportunity to invest and strengthen ties. However, it would be illogical for companies outside the industry to seek collaboration, as it would offer them no advantage, unless it is for Su Li's identity and background. It must be for profit. They are eyeing QE Company's future, hoping to secure a portion of shares in advance. Once QE Company rises to prominence, their shares will become invaluable, a mere fraction of the prior investments. Yet, Su Li remained perplexed. Who could have leaked the company's secrets? Only a handful are aware, and the researchers had no opportunity to disclose such matters. Who could it be? We can only wait for tomorrow's business banquet. Chu Fei remarked, At the banquet, representatives from the 4 prominent families will be present. Perhaps they have caught wind of some information and wish to stake their claim on the market. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, Su Li received a call from her father. Are you and Xiao Fei at the company? Is everything settled? Come to the hospital. Your grandfather wishes to speak with Xiao Fei. Upon hearing this, Su Li's heart tightened. All right, we will head over immediately. After hanging up, she turned to Chu Fei. My grandfather wishes to speak with you. We are going to the hospital. Chu Fei's expression turned tense at her words. The two drove to the hospital. Gently pushing open the door to the ward, Su Nianying was awake, able to speak with some difficulty. Though his injuries remained severe, his voice lacking the deep resonance it once had. Su Nianying beheld Chu Fei and Su Li entering the room together. A faint smile graced his aged face, as if this moment was his greatest desire. Yet in Chu Fei's eyes, the once formidable master had transformed into an ordinary old man, his proud demeanor diminished. His features weathered and his gaze clouded. Master. Chu Fei whispered gently. Su Li gazed at her grandfather on the bed and softly uttered, Grandfather. Only then did Su Nianying nod in satisfaction. Ah, my dear granddaughter. Come closer, so I may see you well. Su Li approached his side. As he scrutinized her from head to toe, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the daughter of the Su family. If that rascal Chu Fei dares to bully you, do not hesitate to give him a thrashing. No need for courtesy, do you understand? Su Nianying nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with warmth. Meanwhile, Su Li remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Enough, my child. You and your father should step outside for a moment, that I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Fei. Su Nianying spoke slowly. Observing this, Su Wu guided Su Li out of the ward. In that moment, only Chu Fei and Su Nianying remained. You rascal, come over here. Su Nianying called out to Chu Fei. Chu Fei hurried to his side, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Old man, do not push yourself. Focus on recuperating. You can teach me a lesson once you recover. Su Nianying attempted to raise his hand to deliver a playful slap, but his arm would not cooperate, so he relented. Did I know my own injuries? I have only a few days left. I have already cast my vote for the position of Dragon Team leader in favor of you. However, whether the others will choose you is beyond my knowledge. I do not wish for this position to fall into the hands of another. Even if you return home in the future, it must be passed to someone you trust. That Su Nianying's words felt like a final testament. Should the Dragon Team fall under the control of any one of the 4 families, its power would surpass that of the other 3, disrupting the delicate balance. The situation within the country would undoubtedly deteriorate. The highest authorities do not wish for such an outcome, yet they cannot intervene directly. In truth, those at the summit have known of this matter long before, but only approached as Su Nianying neared death, which explains their timing. Chu Fei listened in silence, and seeing him quiet, Su Nianying also refrained from speaking. After a prolonged silence, he finally broke the stillness. By the way, I entrust my granddaughter to you from now on. Do not mistreat her, understand? Chu Fei, well aware of his master's intentions, had surmised that since learning of Su Nianying's relation to Su Li, the old man undoubtedly aimed to unite them. However, he had not anticipated that they would already be bound by fate without the need for matchmaking. I swear I will not. Upon hearing this, Su Nianying appeared slightly taken aback. This rascal had never been so agreeable. Had he known that the old man had deliberately assigned him to protect a girl, he would have likely protested. Now, however, he seemed all too willing. You rascal, you haven't already won over my granddaughter, have you? Chu Fei scratched his head awkwardly at this. That it was purely coincidental. Coincidental. Su Nianying's eyes widened. But he quickly regained his composure. This is for the best. If you dare abandon my granddaughter, when I pass, I will haunt you. Upon uttering these words, both fell into silence. After several seconds, Chu Fei finally spoke up. Rest assured, you will be fine. Su Nianying's expression suddenly grew somber. Before I die, I have one last wish unfulfilled. This. Chu Fei lifted his head to look at him. What is it? I will certainly fulfill it. Su Nianying gazed at the ceiling. It's not a grand matter. I merely wish to hear you call me grandfather. Chu Fei was taken aback, his face a picture of disbelief. No. To be fair, master, you are brothers with my father. Who calls you elder brother? Did I call you master? That is acceptable. But asking me to call you grandfather would confuse the generational order. To his surprise, Su Nianying shot him a reproachful glare. You understand this now. Yet when you were pursuing my granddaughter, you said nothing to by rights. You should be considered an uncle, right? Where's your face? With that, Chu Fei found himself speechless. It seemed that, on calculation, he indeed had a point. Fine, I will call you that. Just listen to Su Nianying lay on the bed, closing his eyes in anticipation of Chu Fei's utterance of grandfather. Chu Fei looked at the frail figure of Su Nianying, steeling himself to call out, Grandfather! Should my father learn that I referred to my master as grandfather, would he not be furious? Su Nianying's eyes flew open, a broad smile illuminating his face. My dear grandson-in-law. However, as Chu Fei stepped closer, he whispered something into Su Nianying's ear. The next moment, Su Nianying was ready to spring from the bed to give him a good thrashing, but his body would not permit it. His gaze remained fixed on Chu Fei, intense and unwavering. Very well, you rascal. You truly have done well. Chu Fei was taken aback. You silently managed to give me a great-grandchild. Chu Fei observed Su Nianying's exuberance, wanting to laugh, but unable to, ultimately forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. I merely wish to provide you with a pleasant surprise. After struggling for a moment, Su Nianying settled back onto the bed, his eyes calmly fixed on the pristine white ceiling. In this manner, I can consider my life to be complete. That rascal, I have seen little Li's grandmother waving to me. I long to apologize to her in person. Amidst the frantic beeping of the instruments, Chu Fei grew anxious. Doctor, doctor, he shouted toward the outside. Within mere seconds, several doctors in white coats rushed into the ward. Prepare for surgery. Quickly! The doctors wheeled the already unconscious Su Nianying into the operating room. Meanwhile, Su Wu and Su Li stood at the door, looking bewildered as they watched Su Nianying being taken away. Chu Fei stared blankly at the retreating figures of the doctors, a glimmer of tears flashing in his eyes. Little Fei, my father. Chu Fei pressed his lips together, yearning to say something, yet feeling utterly powerless. His master had mentioned seeing little Li's grandmother beckoning to him. Upon hearing this, both Su Wu and Su Li fell silent. This time in the operating room, no one knew whether Su Nianying would emerge alive. Chapter 64. The little wine god within a luxurious manor in the capital. A private jet descended gracefully onto the helipad. On board, a man clad in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses descended the aircraft, accompanied by a woman in a qipao, who elegantly linked her arm with his. The manor steward had already received notice and had been waiting for approximately half an hour. Upon seeing the guests, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "Master, madam." Chu Qingguang slowly removed his sunglasses, a hint of coldness etched upon his sharply defined features. "Has the movements of the Long family been thoroughly investigated?" The steward nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, master, we have ascertained their movements." Upon hearing this, a chilling glint flickered in Chu Qingguang's eyes. "Excellent. Await my command." With that, he and the woman beside him entered the villa. "I am so exhausted. How many years has it been since I returned? I never expected such a transformation." Chu Qingguang reminisced about the time he left. Back then, this area was devoid of such opulent villas at that time. It was merely an undeveloped region. After hearing that luxurious villas had been built here, he arranged for the purchase of a top-tier estate to facilitate his eventual return for retirement. After all, this land was where he had been nurtured. Although he had left for safety reasons, there were now scarcely any threats to him within the Great Xia. Indeed, when I left with you, little Fei was merely 6 months old. I cannot believe that in the blink of an eye, he is already 23. The woman beside Chu Qingguang was none other than Chu Fei's mother, Yin, whose figure and beauty belied her age of over 40. "Ah, 23, is it? I thought he was still 22. Chu Qingguang exclaimed, somewhat taken aback as he gazed at his wife. The latter promptly tugged at his ear, scolding, "With your memory, you can't even keep track of your own son's age. What else can I expect from you?" The steward, observing the exchange, suppressed a chuckle, lowering his head to maintain decorum. "There are others present. Show me some respect," Chu Qingguang said, somewhat embarrassed as he removed his wife's hand. He then addressed the steward. "You may leave now. Inform everyone that tonight, I intend to ensure the Long family suffers at least a 50% loss of their upper echelon." Upon hearing this, the steward's body trembled slightly. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Yin remained unfazed, as if accustomed to such matters. Having been with Chu Qingguang for many years, she was well aware of many things. Initially, Chu Qingguang had not intended for her to accompany him. However, she had come this time not for this matter, but to meet her future daughter-in-law. From Chu Qingguang's words, she learned that her son, Chu Fei, was about to make her a grandmother, which thrilled her immensely, prompting her to accompany Chu Qingguang. By the way, are you truly going to eliminate the Long family regarding Su's brother's affairs? Won't there be any obstruction from those higher-ups? Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she recalled Su Nianying's situation. The Long family standing in the Great Xia was formidable, holding sway over numerous commercial lifelines. Should the Long family fall, many enterprises would likely suffer repercussions, adversely affecting the economy of the Great Xia. Obstruction? I am eager to see who dares to impede me. If it were not for the faces of those involved, I would have bombed the Long family into oblivion. Chu Qingguang's face was filled with fury that he and Su Nianying shared a bond of life and death. Without her, he might have perished long ago. Now Su's brother was on the brink of death due to a mere family feud. Had it not been for Chu Fei's warning, he would have remained oblivious. Chu Qingguang had previously informed Su Nianying that should she require assistance, he would not hesitate to help. However, he understood that she was reluctant to trouble others. Yet this time, he felt the need for consequences to let certain individuals in the Great Xia understand that not everyone is to be trifled with. Must you always be so obstinate? Yu's brow knitted slightly. All right, my dear wife. Aren't you heading to Jiangnan tomorrow? Let the steward accompany you to meet the future daughter-in-law. Therefore, it's best to rest early. Tonight, I shall make the Long family witness their subordinates vanish one by one. Yin shot him a knowing glance before turning to ascend the stairs. As she did so, Chu Qingguang's eyes ignited with murderous intent. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Inform everyone. At 8 o'clock tonight, we strike. Leave no one alive. In Jiangnan, Chu Fei remained unaware that his parents had arrived in the Great Xia. Present. He and Su Li had returned to the villa. His master had escaped the clutches of death, but required a tranquil period of recovery. To avoid disturbing him. They had returned. Moreover, the doctors had informed them that perhaps due to his master's years of training, his injuries were recovering gradually. However, when he would be able to move freely depended solely on his physical condition. Judging by the current circumstances, it would require at least a year. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei and the others exhaled deeply. The year is neither excessively long nor short. Yet at the very least, his master had survived. After dinner, Su Li and Chu Fei ventured out for a stroll. Bandit, when do you think is the right time to inform my parents? With nearly a month past, Su Li's belly had begun to show signs of her condition, although it appeared relatively normal. As time passed, it would be impossible to conceal. Chu Fei hesitated for an extended period, but he understood that this matter could not be delayed, that it was not only for Su Li's reputation, but also for the Su family's honor. Let it be this month. Choose an auspicious day, that I shall approach your parents as your boyfriend to discuss this matter. Su Li, linking her arm with his, smiled gleefully at his affirmation. Naturally, as a woman, she was elated to be. By the way, shall we indulge in some barbecue delights? For some reason, she had been craving spicy food lately. Spicy? Chu Fei gazed at her in surprise. They say that sour signifies a girl and spicy signifies a boy. This must be a little princess. Men often prefer daughters, a warm and tender presence. Chu Fei was no exception. Who knows? What if it's a rascal like you? Chu Fei straightened up, declaring, if it's a boy, I'll ensure he behaves impeccably. He wouldn't stand a chance against his father. Let us go eat barbecue. With that, the two headed toward a nearby barbecue stall. Before long, they arrived at a bustling barbecue stand. The seating around the stall was filled with patrons, many enjoying drinks and engaging in animated conversation. Su Li ordered a small grilled fish, some beef skewers and chicken skewers, specifically requesting the chef to add extra chili. Just this once, mind you, that I must tell you. Too much of this is not good for the baby. Su Li playfully stuck out her tongue, insisting, but I want to eat. In truth, she had enjoyed barbecues frequently with Fong Qing before. However, after starting work, she had been too busy to indulge in such delights. Recalling this, Su Li took out her phone to call Fong Qing. Xiao Qing, we're at the barbecue street. Why not join us for some grilled treats? It's been ages since we had barbecue together, and I'll treat you. Naturally, Fong Qing would not refuse such an invitation. It was the perfect opportunity to catch up and chat. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, Fong Qing arrived dressed in ultra-short denim shorts and a simple black t-shirt, her long, fair legs exposed. Instantly, many men's gazes were drawn to her. Fong Qing was indeed quite beautiful, possessing both a commendable figure and striking features. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by perverts with that outfit? Su Li teased. Fong Qing, however, nonchalantly sat beside Su Li, her gaze landing on Chu Fei. Isn't there a handsome protector here for us? Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content. With that, she signaled for the boss to bring out the drinks. However, Chu Fei interjected calmly. She cannot drink. Fong Qing was about to question why when she recalled what Su Li had mentioned earlier. Right. Little Li is no longer alone. There is another one in there. Then it's settled. If Xiao Li doesn't drink, you must. Fong Qing insisted that I haven't had a drink with you yet, that I am known as the little wine god. Can you keep up with me? Fong Qing flashed a mischievous smile at Chu Fei. Little wine god? The last time I saw her at the bar, she was utterly intoxicated. And yet, she still calls herself the little wine god. Suddenly, a thought crossed Fong Qing's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Previously, she had been in a foul mood, but today she felt lighthearted. She challenged me to see if I could outdrink her as soon as the drinks arrived. The two of them downed a bottle in one go that Su Li could only watch, unable to partake. When the barbecue and grilled fish were served, their drinking escalated. After several rounds, Chu Fei showed no signs of inebriation, while Fong Qing's eyes began to waver. Come on, let us keep going. I refuse to believe it. Fong Qing remained undeterred, convinced that Chu Fei did not appear to be a heavy drinker. To her surprise, they downed 7 or 8 bottles, and he still displayed no signs of drunkenness. Just as she spoke, a tattooed, bald man approached with a bottle in hand. Beautiful lady, come, let us have a drink together. If you drink with me, I'll take you flying. His unsteady stance revealed that he was already quite intoxicated. Not far from Chu Fei's table, a group of burly men watched silently. Fong Qing, feeling a bit lightheaded, shook her head and retorted, Excuse me, who do you think you are to drink with me? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, the bald man's expression darkened instantly. "What? Do you look down on me? Today, I'll show you who's who." As he spoke, he reached out to forcefully embrace Fong Qing. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Chu Fei stood up and firmly grasped his wrist. "You re-drunk. There's a hotel over there. Go rest." His cold voice only incited further anger in the bald man. "Kid, what do you think you are? Get lost." He pushed against Chu Fei, while the others at the table began to rise. Most people would choose to avoid conflict or call for help, but Chu Fei's expression hardened, and he tightened his grip. The man yelped in pain. "Ah, let go of me," with his other hand. He swung the bottle towards Chu Fei's head. However, Chu Fei was not one to engage in idle chatter. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's abdomen. With a loud thud, the man was sent flying over 2 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The group of burly men at the other table immediately charged towards Chu Fei, while onlookers hastily retreated. Some even discreetly recording the scene with their phones. Chapter 65. Revenge against the Long family. Several burly men helped the one Chu Fei had kicked over, glaring at him. "Kid, was that a bit too harsh?" One larger man stepped forward, holding a bottle, clearly ready for a fight. The crowd held their breath, eyes wide, anticipating a brawl. In contrast, Su Li and Fong Qing sat calmly on their stools, enjoying their barbecue. Fong Qing turned to Chu Fei, saying, "Hurry up. We haven't determined a winner yet." This comment ignited anger among the opposing group. Did the girl truly believe they couldn't handle this guy? When he reached out, he should have anticipated the consequences. "That you're drunk. Find a place to sleep it off." Chu Fei's tone was remarkably calm. Yet to the ears of those men, it sounded dismissive. "Fine. I'll see if your head is harder than my bottle." The burly man charged forward, swinging the bottle down at Chu Fei's head. Yet Chu Fei took a step back, lifted his leg, and kicked the bottle out of the man's hand, sending it crashing against a nearby lamppost with a loud smash. The others, witnessing this, prepared to swarm Chu Fei. But he quietly picked up a bottle of beer from the table. "You can try. Let us see if your bones are tougher than this bottle." He tightened his grip, and with a loud pop, he crushed the full bottle in his hand. The spectators gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Could someone truly crush a bottle with one hand? If he could do that, wouldn't a single punch be enough to fell a bull? The burly men who had intended to charge forward halted in their tracks. Frozen in fear, they had initially perceived him as an ordinary young man, but it was clear now that he was a skilled fighter. They might be strong, but against someone trained, they were outmatched. "Leave, before I lose my temper." Chu Fei's icy voice echoed ominously. The men exchanged looks, silently helping their fallen comrade away from the barbecue stall. "I thought you were going to throw down," Fong Qing said with a laugh, as she handed him a bottle of alcohol. Chu Fei, visibly exasperated, glanced at her. "Enough already. If you drink any more, no one will take you home." That Su Li chimed in. "Xiao Qing, it's time to stop. You'll have a headache if you get drunk." Initially, Fong Qing had intended to get drunk, but hearing Su Li's warning, she realized she was already a bit tipsy. All right. While she had planned to return home alone, for safety's sake, she decided to let Fong Qing escort her back to her residence. Afterwards, Chu Fei and Su Li returned to the villa. This time, they didn't go back to the Su family villa, but rather to Su Li's own villa. The autumn night had grown noticeably cooler. Leaning against Chu Fei's chest by the window, Su Li asked, "Bandit, what do you think we should name our child in the future?" Chu Fei remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, noticing his unusual stare. Su Li instinctively covered her chest, but her small hands were insufficient to conceal anything. Her face flushed a deep crimson. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen one before?" Chu Fei chuckled mischievously. "I've seen, but it still leaves me a bit unsatisfied." Su Li quickly escaped his embrace, sitting on the edge of the bed, her expression a mix of annoyance and shyness. "Get out. Hurry, I want to sleep." Yet, Chu Fei showed no intention of leaving. "I remember someone once said, I was quite ordinary, that I just want to demonstrate through action whether I'm truly as ordinary as you claim." Meanwhile, within the Long family villa, Long Quang sat on the sofa, his expression dark and brooding. His eldest son, Long Jun, and his third son, Long Xiao, sat on either side. "Can someone explain what is going on?" Long Jun and Long Xiao remained silent. Moments ago, they had received alarming news. A family executive had been eliminated by an unknown assailant. The methods employed were ruthless, leaving no time for a response. By the time they realized what had happened, the perpetrators had vanished without a trace. And this was not an isolated incident. Within a mere hour, at least 4 executives had been killed. Damn it. Who was responsible for this? Long Kwong slammed his palm against the armrest of the sofa, causing cracks to form in the finely crafted wood, a testament to his fury. Dad, do you think it could be the military? Long Xiao ventured a guess. They had recently dealt a heavy blow to Su Nianying, the leader of the Long Group. Had it not been for the highest authority intervening, they might have even killed her. Yet still, she managed to eliminate his second son. For someone like Long Kwong, losing one son would hardly be a cause for concern, considering he had more than one wife. Impossible, if they were going to act. There would be no way it would go unnoticed. Besides, with that brat Yao keeping an eye on things, if it were indeed the military, he'd be aware. Long Kwong shook his head. The military wouldn't strike at this juncture. It would serve them no benefit and would instead create significant repercussions. Even if the highest authority were displeased, they wouldn't resort to such extreme measures. Could it be the other 3 major families? Long Jin pondered aloud. The Feng and Han families maintained amicable relations with them, while the Yun family was somewhat neutral. However, the Yun family was known for their low profile, never seeking out trouble. Couldn't possibly be them. Long Jin furrowed his brow. The 4 major families of Daxia, besides the Long family, included the Feng, Yun, and Han families. These families were interdependent, and it was improbable that they would join forces against one family or engage in open conflict. Such actions would never be permitted by the highest authority. Shouldn't be them. Long Kwong's brow furrowed tightly, sensing something amiss. The other 3 families, as long as they weren't foolish, would never dare oppose the Long family at this time. Once the Long family assumed the position of leader of the Long group, the days for the other 3 families would undoubtedly become difficult. Moreover, they perceived the position of leader of the Long group as practically guaranteed for the Long family, that it was inconceivable that they would directly eliminate the Long family's executives. The 3 men furrowed their brows in deliberation. Long Jun's phone rang. Hello? A trembling voice came through the line. Master, the young master and the second young master have both been killed. The eldest young master is desperately trying to return to the family. Hearing this, Long Jin sprang to his feet in shock. A pair of eyes, blood red and terrifying, radiated an overwhelming intent to kill. What? Who on earth did this? Investigate it for me. If you fail to find out, I shall take your heads as offerings to the heavens. With that, Long Jun fiercely smashed his phone to the ground. Long Kwong, furrowing his brows, gazed at him, perplexed. What has happened? Father, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ao. They are gone. They have been murdered. Long Zhao's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock. Long Kwong slammed his palm down on the armrest, and this time, the armrest could no longer withstand such terrifying force, shattering under the impact. Long Yu and Long Ao were his 2 most cherished grandsons. Point 1 was a born commercial prodigy, capable of independently managing a publicly listed company at the tender age of 18, while the other was a natural leader. Long Kwong had even contemplated that should he ever be absent, the position of head of the Long family would pass to Long Ao. Yet he never imagined that these 2 grandsons would be taken from him first. Who could it be? Investigate. Utilize all our resources. I demand answers. I will have their heads. Long Kwong's rage was palpable. Meanwhile, on a road merely a few kilometers from the Long family villa, Long Jun's eldest son, Long Shi, was drenched in cold sweat that he had received a call from the chief steward, informing him that his younger brother and second brother had been eliminated. He was instructed to immediately board a bulletproof vehicle and return to the family estate. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered the driver to head home. As they neared their destination, his heart began to settle. He was puzzled as to who would dare target his family, and did they not fear retaliation from the Long family? It was well known that when the Long family was enraged, the other 3 prominent clans would be unable to escape unscathed. He could not fathom who possessed such audacity to brazenly confront the Long family. However, as Long Shi pondered these matters, a license plateless jeep began to tail them closely. That a figure slowly rose from within the vehicle, and upon closer inspection, one would notice the man shouldering a device resembling a cannon. The driver, noticing the approaching jeep, initially thought it merely a passerby, but upon a second glance, his expression drastically changed at RP. With a deafening explosion, the entire bulletproof vehicle erupted into flames. Chapter 66. I don't mind adding fuel to the fire at this moment. In the Long family estate, the chief steward rushed into the hall, his face drenched in cold sweat, that he had just received news from his subordinates that the eldest young master, along with his vehicle, had been obliterated, leaving almost no remains, with only fragments of what was once a body found. Master, this is grave. Young Master Long She was attacked on his way back. Both he and his vehicle were destroyed. Hearing this, Long Quang and the others, who were deliberating how to uncover the mastermind behind the attacks, sprang to their feet. Long Jun stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, but he could hardly conceive that all three of his sons had been eliminated overnight. And so close to home. What? Who are they? How dare they? Long Quang's face was a mask of fury, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. In a mere 2 hours, nearly half of the family's direct lineage had been lost, many of whom were key personnel in the family business. Their deaths would undoubtedly strike a devastating blow to the family's enterprises in the short term that we are still investigating. However, we have already identified the individuals who attacked young Master Long Shi and are currently pursuing them. Upon hearing this, Long Quang's expression softened slightly. Instruct them to capture alive. I wish to interrogate them personally. Long Quang commanded coldly to the chief steward. This time, he was genuinely enraged that he would employ every resource at the family's disposal to uncover the orchestrator behind this calamity. He was eager to ascertain who had the audacity to strike against his family and how they managed to eliminate so many in such a brief span. Did they not fear the attention of the military? It was well known that the assailants had employed heavy weaponry during the confrontation. If discovered by the military, they would undoubtedly face scrutiny in the capital. Only those with formidable connections or terrifying backgrounds dared to wield such weapons. Yet, aside from the 4 prominent families, hardly anyone else possessed the qualifications to employ such arms. Even the 4 families would not casually resort to heavy weaponry unless absolutely necessary. Yes, the chief steward hastily exited the drawing room. Long Shao felt a sense of dread. His elder brother's 3 sons were gone. Though he had only one daughter, she too was a high-ranking member of the family business. He swiftly took out his phone to call his daughter. However, before he could dial, his phone rang first. "Dad, help me." His daughter's voice, Long Yun, came through the line, filled with panic. Instantly, Long Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. "Where are you? I will send someone to fetch you right away." It was no surprise that his daughter was now in peril. "That I'm at the Xingtian Hotel. Hurry." The call ended abruptly. Long Shao turned to his father. "Dad, Xiao Yun is in danger. I want to dispatch the Long family's elite to rescue her." The Long family's elite were among the best of the best, rivaling even the members of the Dragon team. Each member was meticulously selected for their exceptional individual capabilities, easily capable of handling 40 ordinary individuals. "Go! And remember, if possible, try to capture some alive." Long Quang's expression remained icy. His gaze fell upon Long Jun. "Call Yao to BY tomorrow morning. I want a complete list of the identities of those behind this operation." Long Jun, still in a daze, finally stood up from his seat. The loss of his 3 sons had struck him profoundly, that he had once believed that ascending to the position of head of the Long family would be effortless. But now everything felt like a shattered illusion that understood that in an instant, the entire capital was engulfed in anxiety. The other 3 prominent families had also received this alarming news. They perceived it as a terrifying assault against the Long family. In the span of a single night, the Long family seemed poised to suffer a severe blow, creating an opportunity for them to seize control of the Long family's assets. Meanwhile, within an office at the military headquarters, Yao received a call from Long Jun. Upon hearing of the upheaval in the capital, he stood frozen in disbelief to him. It was evident that only the other 3 families would dare to challenge the Long family. Yet, from Long Jun's words, it was clear that this attack was not orchestrated by the 3 families, but by an unknown entity. "Remember, my father has declared that by tomorrow morning, if there is no news, you may return to the family." The call ended, and Yao's expression turned as cold as ice that he pulled out his phone and called the intelligence team leader, Su Xiuyu. "Hello? Is this team leader Su? I need you to mobilize everyone in the intelligence team. I want all enemy leads regarding tonight's attack in the capital within an hour." That Su Xiaoyu, who had been resting, could not help but smirk at Yao's commanding tone. "Captain Yi, it seems you've mistaken something, that I am not your subordinate, and you lack the authority to speak to me like that. Moreover, Our intelligence team is also powerless in this matter that we have not received any orders from the Patriarch. So the intelligence team cannot serve you. Hearing this, Yi Ao's expression darkened significantly to SU team leader. I hope you understand. I am currently the acting leader of the Dragon team. My orders are equivalent to those of the leader. If you refuse to comply, I will consider relieving you of your position as intelligence team leader. And he believed he had made himself clear, yet Su Xiaoyu remained unyielding. Captain Yi, may I inquire when you became the acting leader of our Dragon team? Why have I received no notification? Or do you believe yourself to be the acting leader? Yi Ao's face turned a shade of deep anger. The only remaining obstacle to his authority was the personnel under Su Xiaoyu. It was well known that the true strength of the Dragon team lay not in its members' combat abilities, but in its intelligence network. They could uncover nearly anything they set their sights on. Even now, as he had assumed the role of the second-in-command, he remained completely oblivious to the distribution of personnel within the intelligence team and the intel they possessed. Very well, Su team leader. I trust you will not come to regret your decision. The YEAO snapped coldly into the phone, that if Captain Yi has nothing further, I shall hang up now, for I am quite tired with that. The call was abruptly terminated. YEAO could only place his phone down on the table, his expression one of icy fury. The intelligence team disregarded his commands, with this small organization under his control. Gathering the identities of those targeting the Long family tonight seemed nearly impossible. Damn it. He slammed his fist against the wall, pondering how to address the impending situation. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu had already risen from her bed. She took out her phone and called Chu Fei that moment. Far away in Jiangnan, Chu Fei had just emerged from the bathroom. Su Li was already asleep, and he intended to dry his hair before resting. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Xiaoyu. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? He was somewhat puzzled. It was unusual for her to call him so late at night. Fei Go, something significant has happened in the capital. Hearing this, Chu Fei halted his actions and removed the towel from his head. What is going on? Based on the intelligence I possess, it appears the Long family has become the target of a mysterious and powerful clan. Since around 8 o'clock last night, a premeditated assassination operation has been underway. In just over 2 short hours, nearly half of the Long family's high-ranking officials have been eliminated, including several of Long Quang's grandchildren. Moreover, those involved have used considerable heavy weaponry, and the military is currently investigating, causing quite a stir. Fei Go, what kind of person would dare to target the Long family? Xiaoyu's words sent a jolt through Chu Fei's heart. So soon, his father's speed seemed beyond his expectations, that he had no doubt that tonight's assassination operation was orchestrated by his father. However, he had thought his father would take action in a few days, never anticipating it would happen within just 1 day. Furthermore, to take out nearly half of the Long family's high-ranking officials in one fell swoop was a feat unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. I am not sure. However, I am rather grateful to them for avenging our team leader. Chu Fei chuckled coldly to himself. This was just the beginning. The real nightmare for the Long family was yet to come. Indeed, it was infuriating how the Long family had treated their team leader so brutally. By the way, Fei Ge, is the team leader all right? Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of concern. For now, there are no major issues. But he will need some time to recuperate. By the way, has the Long family made any moves? If they do, it would be wise to inform my father, so he can plan ahead and avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu continued, the Long family hasn't noticed anything yet. However, YEAO just called me, asking me to deploy the intelligence team to investigate those who acted tonight, but I outright refused. I can imagine he is throwing a fit in his office right now. At this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Well done. Since he wants to be the Long family's lapdog, we shall not grant him that satisfaction. Chu Fei scoffed. Since YEAO was merely a dog of the Long family placed within the military, his aim was to seize control of the Long Group's intelligence organization, given the bond Xiaoyu shared with him. There was no way he could command her. By the way, Xiaoyu, if there are any developments with the Long family during this period, please inform me. I wouldn't mind adding a bit of fuel to the fire. Chapter 67. What happens if you don't drink? The next day, Chu Fei and Su Li were enjoying lunch. Su Li was scrolling through the news on her phone when she suddenly exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing a headline about the capital. Bandits, have you seen the news? There has been a terror attack in the capital. My goodness. Our country is regarded as one of the safest in the world that I never imagined such a thing could happen. It is simply unbelievable. Feigning surprise, Chu Fei responded, "Really? Let me take a look." He accepted the phone from Su Li, and the cover of the news displayed a pixelated image, yet it was still evident that it was stained with blood, illustrating the horror of last night's events. However, Chu Fei was silently scoffing within. The Long family had brought this upon themselves. They would never comprehend the extent of his father's wrath. It might be some personal vendetta. During my time working in the military, I learned that many families in our country possess firearms. However, these are generally overlooked by the higher-ups. They are not easily employed unless in exceptional circumstances. Chu Fei commented succinctly. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Li appeared somewhat astonished but chose not to delve further. After all, in Jiangnan City, some individuals indeed possess firearms. It was merely that very few dared to display them openly. After finishing their lunch, the two decided not to linger at home. The weather was pleasant, and a stroll outside would be beneficial, not only for Su Li's health but also for the child she was carrying. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that they returned to the villa. After changing into formal attire, they drove to the venue of the banquet, the Tianhao Hotel, one of the few 5-star hotels in Jiangnan. For this commercial banquet, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had reserved the entire hotel. Once they parked, they approached the hotel entrance, where 2 attendants stood to greet guests. "Hello, do you have an invitation?" An invitation? Both Su Li and Chu Fei were taken aback. They had not received any so-called invitation for this banquet. Isn't this the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce banquet? Is an invitation really necessary? Su Li questioned the attendants, puzzled. Yes. To prevent small, uninvited companies from mingling, the president has specifically distributed invitations to those companies that were invited, that if you do not have an invitation, you cannot enter. I apologize. The attendant's words caused Su Li to furrow her brow slightly. The president had not mentioned anything about an invitation when he called her previously, just as she was about to call the president for clarification. A man appeared accompanied by a woman behind them. Upon seeing Chu Fei and Su Li, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, isn't this President Su? What is the matter? No invitation." Both Chu Fei and Su Li turned around in surprise, only to find Lin Shui standing alongside a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. Most notably, the woman's physique was quite unremarkable, standing at about 1.60 meters and resembling a large balloon from a distance. As she walked, the fat on her body jiggled. "Dear, do you know them?" The woman's voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, sent chills down Chu Fei and Su Li's spines. Lin Shui glared at Chu Fei and Su Li with resentment, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Not just acquainted. To rise in status, I sacrificed everything." This woman was now his new girlfriend, and her company held a respectable position in Jiangnan Tio in her favor. Lin Shui had invested considerable effort. Every night, he endured the discomfort of being squeezed by her ample figure. The greasy scent could make one retch, but for the sake of his company and future, he had to endure the agony. He attributed all his woes to Chu Fei and Su Li. "Lin, you seem to be doing well. It's been a few days, and you've already found someone new. Would you like me to recommend some effective medications to you? I assure you'll feel invigorated," Chu Fei said, struggling to suppress his laughter, but he hadn't anticipated running into this unfortunate fellow here. Ever since he had taught Lin Shui a lesson last time, he had assumed Lin would behave more modestly. However, he had not expected him to switch girlfriends so quickly. Truth be told, this new girlfriend was even less appealing than the last. At least the previous one had been somewhat normal. He couldn't fathom how Lin Shui managed with her physique. Was he not afraid of being crushed? Lin Shui was furious but dared not act out. The previous incident was still fresh in his memory. "Dear, no need to get angry with such a petty individual. You must remember your current status, all right?" Upon seeing Lin Shui's anger, the woman comforted him, indicating her affection for him. "Indeed, darling, you're right that we shan't stoop to their level." Lin Shui suppressed his anger and then directed his words at Chu Fei. "Please move aside. If you don't have an invitation, kindly don't block the entrance." Only then did Su Li react, slightly frowning as she pulled Chu Fei aside. "It's all right. I'll call the president to ask." After saying this, she took out her phone and called the Chamber of Commerce president. "Yuning. Hello? Is this President Yu? I'm Su Li, the president of Kiao Company. We need an invitation to enter." Yu Ning, busy in the hall, furrowed his brow upon receiving the call, that he was aware that Su Li was one of the prominent figures from the major companies that had come to meet him. And he didn't dare to neglect her. Yes, President Su, I recall sending an invitation to your company. Did you not receive it? Upon hearing this, confusion flickered in Su Li's eyes. The invitation had already been sent to the company. Then why had she not received it? President Yu, I assure you, I did not receive it. Uncertain, one cannot help but wonder if an unforeseen incident has occurred. Upon hearing this, Yu Ning finally spoke up. It cannot be. President Su, where are you now? Shall I come to escort you in? Su Li then interjected, stating that she was right at the entrance to why Yu Ning set down the phone and addressed those around him. Please continue. I shall fetch someone. With that, he strode swiftly towards the main door. Upon seeing Su Li and a gentleman barred from entry, he hastily apologized. I sincerely apologize, President Su, that it appears my staff has not performed adequately and forgotten your invitation. Su Li graciously responded with a smile. You are too kind. Chairman Yu it is indeed my honor to attend this gathering, this juncture. Yu Ning's gaze fell upon Chu Fei. And this gentleman is. He is my bodyguard, Su Li replied. With Su Li's clarification, Yu Ning extended an invitation for the two to enter. The hall was already bustling with numerous attendees, though they were primarily from smaller companies. The prominent enterprises, such as Chu Min and Junhao Group, had yet to make their appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Shui had been closely monitoring the entrance. His expression soured upon seeing Su Li and Chu Fei being ushered in. He hadn't anticipated their connection granting them access that an idea struck him, and he leaned towards his girlfriend, Lu Ting, whispering a plan. Upon hearing it, Lu Ting's round face betrayed a hint of anger. Using such petty tricks, does she think my man lacks admirers? Darling, fret not. I shall stand up for you. With that, she seized a glass of red wine from the table and approached Su Li in Chu Fei's position. As she neared, she halted just a few steps away. So, you are the esteemed president of Kiao Company. Truly, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. With a flourish, she raised her wine glass. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you? President Su? Su Li frowned slightly, glancing at the woman beside Lin Shui. That I apologize, but I am feeling unwell and cannot partake in any alcohol. However, Lu Ting persisted. Oh, is President Su putting on airs? I have heard that many companies have sought investment from Kiao recently. Has President Su's worth inflated to the point of looking down upon us smaller enterprises? Her somewhat harsh remarks elicited an unfavorable reaction from Su Li. The unfolding drama captured the attention of many, including those eager to collaborate with Kiao Company, though they had not even had the chance to meet Su Li, all their requests for partnership having been declined. Now, with someone targeting Kiao Company, they were all too eager to witness the spectacle. Not at all, that I merely feel unwell and hope this esteemed lady can be understanding, Su Li clarified, aware that her refusal to drink stemmed from a delicate condition. I believe President Su is simply dismissive of our smaller establishments. Lu Ting's voice was not loud, yet many in attendance heard her. The tide of opinion began to shift in her favor. At that moment, another man stepped forward. President Su, he interjected. This gentleman is the chairman of Aoshi Group. That a glass of red wine, one tea intoxicate you. Will it? The speaker was the owner of a real estate company that Su Li had previously declined to partner with. A figure of considerable wealth. Others chimed in, urging Su Li to drink. That as the crowd pressed, Su Li's expression grew increasingly strained. Yet, Chu Fei spoke up, surveying the assembly with a calm demeanor. What if she chooses not to drink? What then? His icy tone reverberated through the gathering. Immediately, Lin Shui scoffed. You are merely a lowly bodyguard. You have no standing here. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. Initially, they had assumed he was Su Li's partner. However, the revelation of his true position diminished their respect for him. Su Li, not wishing to offend the assembled dignitaries, gestured for Chu Fei to step back. She then picked up the glass of red wine. Addressing the assembled businessmen, I apologize. My bodyguard is simply unaware of decorum. This drink. Before she could finish, Chu Fei seized the glass from her hand and, before all present, tossed it aside. The sound of shattering glass echoed as red wine spilled across the floor. I said, you are not to drink, the do you understand? Chu Fei's expression remained calm as he looked at Su Li. Her heart swelled with a mix of gratitude and surprise. All right. However, his actions drew discontent from many. I say, President Su, is it acceptable for your bodyguard to speak so presumptuously? One voice chimed in, Could it be that you share a special relationship with this bodyguard? Or perhaps he is your kept man? Laughter erupted throughout the venue, save for three individuals. Lin Shui, who had his own reasons for silence, and Chu Fei and Su Li, who remained unfazed by the ridicule. Chu Fei slowly raised his gaze to the man who had spoken. Striding forward with a steady demeanor, his eyes fixed on the provocateur, "I offer you a chance to apologize." The man, taken aback by Chu Fei's audacity, scoffed. "Do you even know who I am? You think you can demand an apology?" Onlookers were eager to witness the unfolding drama, their expressions a mix of amusement and anticipation. Su Li, recognizing the futility of intervention, could only stand by. "Whether I have the right to demand anything, I cannot say. However, I do know you will face consequences." That a smile played on Chu Fei's lips. Before the man could react, Chu Fei delivered a powerful punch to his face. The blow sent the man sprawling to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, a testament to Chu Fei's strength. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated such a bold move that moment. Yuning noticed the commotion and furrowed his brows. "A bodyguard dares to strike a boss?" he exclaimed. "Security! Security!" The man who had been struck, clearly unwilling to confront Chu Fei, called for security. Two individuals in uniforms approached the scene. "Sir, we must ask you to leave." Yuning stepped forward. "Sir, we kindly request you to exit. This venue does not welcome those lacking in decorum." Su Li, witnessing the chairman's intervention, rushed to clarify. "Chairman, I assure you this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain." She had assumed Yuning would listen, but Chu Fei interjected, offering Su Li a reassuring smile. "That it's all right, that I will return shortly." The injured man, wiping the blood from his lips, sneered, "If you manage to come back, I will kneel and beg for your forgiveness." "Chairman, surely this kind of individual should not be allowed entry." Yuning's brow furrowed as he pondered how to address the situation when Chu Fei calmly remarked, "Chairman, if I possess an invitation, may I re-enter?" The crowd was taken aback. "An invitation? A bodyguard?" Laughter erupted at the absurdity that Wei Yuning, equally astonished, regarded Chu Fei with skepticism. "That it is possible." But before Yuning could finish, Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively. "Then it is settled." He turned to Su Li, speaking softly. "I will return shortly." With that, he made his way outside. Su Li watched as Chu Fei departed, her curiosity piqued. An invitation? Did he truly have one? Yuning was left bewildered. Had he not forgotten to issue an invitation to this bodyguard? How could he possibly possess one? Having exited the banquet, Chu Fei reached for his phone and dialed a number. "Young master," came the respectful reply from the other end. "Prepare to head directly to the banquet. I will await you here." Chu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, he lit a cigarette at the entrance. Minutes later, a luxury car worth millions pulled up to the hotel. A man in an expensive suit emerged and, upon spotting Chu Fei smoking by the roadside, hurried over. "Young master." Chu Fei glanced at the approaching Chu Yu. "Where is the invitation?" Chu Yu promptly retrieved the invitation from his pocket. "Let us proceed." With that, he started to lead the way back into the venue. However, he paused. "Young master, given our status as a top-tier group, are you truly going to wear this attire? I have prepared a suit for you in the car. Why not change?" Initially reluctant, Chu Fei reconsidered and stepped into the car, changing into a pristine suit valued at tens of thousands. As he emerged from the vehicle, he seemed transformed, the addition of sunglasses contrasting sharply with his previous bodyguard attire. "Let us go." Chu Fei straightened his collar and, alongside Chu Yu, made his way towards the venue. The service staff at the entrance watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The individual who had just been ejected astonishingly possesses a luxury vehicle worth millions. As Chu Fei approached the two waitstaff, they dared not intervene, nor did they even glance at the invitation. Such a person was beyond their capacity to restrain. Upon entering the venue, many gazes turned toward him. However, his sunglasses rendered him somewhat unrecognizable to most. Yet Su Li, seated nearby, immediately discerned that it was Chu Fei, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and delight. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person merely by changing his attire, exuding an aura akin to that of a scion from a prominent family. Who is that? Such a powerful presence. Perhaps he is the owner of a large corporation, that he appears remarkably youthful. To achieve such success at such a young age is nothing short of genius. Lin Shui also noticed Chu Fei's arrival, but failed to recognize him at first. However, upon a closer look, he was taken aback. Then, with a scoff, he remarked, "Oh, isn't this the bodyguard who was just thrown out? How did he sneak back in? Where are the security guards? Get this person out." Chapter 69. A divorce settlement worth billions at this moment. The crowd's attention once again converged upon Chu Fei. He, however, exhibited no surprise and slowly removed his sunglasses in front of everyone. As they finally recognized his features, a collective astonishment rippled through the onlookers that wasn't this the individual who had just been expelled. How had he managed to return unnoticed? The person who previously asserted that Chu Fei would never gain entry now wore a face of dread. Security. Where are the guards? This man was just thrown out. How could you let him back in? What are you doing? As the man's voice echoed, several security personnel appeared, slowly advancing toward Chu Fei, seemingly intent on ejecting him once more. Yet before Chu Fei could utter a word, Chu Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the guards and slowly retrieving the invitation. "Have you all lost your sight? You dare to expel the chairman of our group? Chairman Yu, is this the place you sought?" Yu Ning, still in a state of shock, was taken aback upon hearing Chu Yu's voice. The chairman? He was no stranger to Chu Yu, who, as the president of the Chu Men Group, had personally delivered the invitation to demonstrate respect. Yet, the chairman of the Chu Men Group was none other than the very Chu Fei they had just ousted. Moreover, this chairman was also Su Li's bodyguard. He found it incomprehensible, although he was aware of the collaboration between Chu Men and Ku Yao, as well as the significant investment Chu Men had made in Ku Yao. It was still baffling that the chairman would choose to serve as a bodyguard for a small company's owner. Others present were equally astonished. The chairman of the Chu Men Group. Ever since the Zhao Group vanished, the Chu Men Group had taken over, and many companies in attendance had dealt with Chu Men before, finding them more agreeable than the previous Zhao Group. This had fostered a favorable impression of Chu Men among many businesses. Yet now, they learned that the chairman was actually a bodyguard. Misunderstanding. Yu Ning stepped forward, waving his hand at the security guards, who subsequently retreated. Yu Ning, with an awkward smile, addressed Chu Yu. "Chairman, is this gentleman truly the chairman of your group?" Upon saying this, his gaze fell upon Chu Fei. Chu Yu responded calmly, "Chairman Yu, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed chairman of the Chu Men Group, Chu Fei." From a distance, Su Li's expression soured. She had previously naively assumed that Chu Men was a company owned by one of Chu Fei's acquaintances. But it was now evident that it belonged to him. After all, he had previously claimed to be a top-tier, rich, second-generation individual with numerous connections. It turned out he was indeed Chairman Chu. A misunderstanding indeed. Yu Ning, with an awkward smile, stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Chu Fei's. However, Chu Fei completely disregarded the gesture, his gaze fixated on the individual who had spoken earlier. "I recall someone stating that if I managed to enter, they would kneel and apologize. I wonder if anyone still remembers that statement." Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd turned pale. The individual who had spoken those words was now ashen-faced, realizing that Chu Fei was the chairman of the Chu Men Group. Moreover, it was utterly inconceivable that a chairman would serve as a bodyguard to a small company owner. Yu Ning recognized Chu Fei's intent to settle the score and quickly turned to the man who had spoken earlier. "Boss Wu, you should promptly apologize to Chairman Chu. Let's put this matter to rest. We are all businesses from Jiangnan. We see each other often. A simple apology will suffice." Be wise saying this, Yu Ning was indirectly signaling to Chu Fei that the attendees were all respectable businesses from Jiangnan, hoping he would take into account that he was the host of this commercial banquet and the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, thus deserving a modicum of respect. Faced with this pressure, Boss Wu had no choice but to step forward and bow apologetically to Chu Fei. "My apologies, Chairman Chu. You are magnanimous and forgiving. I will drink 3 cups in penance. How does that sound?" Chu Fei regarded the apologizing man with a tranquil expression. "3 cups will suffice." Upon hearing this, both Boss Wu and Yu Ning breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Chu Fei did not wish to escalate matters. However, Chu Fei was not finished. "Make it 3 bottles," he added. "If you finish them all in one go, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further." This proclamation caused a collective gasp in the room. Although it was merely red wine, consuming an entire bottle in one breath was no small feat, and doing so with 3 bottles would surely test anyone's limits. Boss Wu's face turned ghostly pale, fear flickering in his eyes. His company was not particularly large, insignificant compared to those of the bigger enterprises present, but he had merely wanted to make a name for himself. And now he found himself in a predicament. I'll drink, he stammered, reaching for a bottle of red wine on the table and tilting it back. However, Su Li interjected, that's enough. Let us not overdo it. That an apology will suffice. That as she spoke, Su Li stepped forward and pinched Chu Fei sharply at his waist, causing him to gasp in pain. Realizing her intent, he raised his hand, conceding, since President Su has spoken, let it be. The man quickly bowed again, addressing Su Li, President Su, I apologize for my lack of discernment, which has caused you distress. That I am truly sorry. Su Li merely nodded in response, yet Chu Fei had no intention of letting the matter rest. His gaze shifted toward Lu Ting and Lin Shui, for they were the root of this incident. Lin Shui was already aghast at the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend that the chairman of the Chu Men group was actually Chu Fei. He had previously foolishly sought revenge against him. It was no wonder he had suffered such a crushing defeat. Chu Fei had never taken him seriously. Lu Ting's expression also grew fearful. Her company was trivial compared to Chu Men, and it would take nothing more than a word from him to ruin her business. Anger swelled within her as she recalled Lin Shui's previously misguided suggestion that I in a fit of rage. She delivered a sharp slap across Lin Shui's face. Get lost. Useless. What good are you to me? Lin Shui, caught off guard by the blow, stood frozen, clutching his face. Darling, you. Who is your darling? Get lost from this moment on. We are through. Depart, and do not let me see you again. Lin Shui was left in a daze that he had never anticipated that this newly acquired girlfriend, from whom he had yet to extract even a penny, would so swiftly cast him aside. What was the torment he had endured during this time? Was it merely a prelude to her divorce settlement? A staggering sum of billions, nearly draining him of his vitality. Chapter 70. Visiting one's grandmother's house. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the number of attendees swelled, including several prominent enterprises from Jiangnan. The owners of these businesses engaged in discussions about the recent market trends. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Su Li found a quiet corner to sit. Chu Fei. This banquet was merely an opportunity to accompany Su Li and observe how the so-called for prominent families planned to undermine her company. Su Li, on her part, had no intention of collaborating with the multitude of companies present. Following the earlier events, she was content to protect her own territory. There you are. I've been searching for you. A melodious voice chimed, prompting both to turn and see that Wang Xie had arrived, her face radiant with a smile. President Wang. Upon seeing Wang Xie, Su Li quickly rose from her seat and extended her hand for a handshake. Wang Xie reciprocated, shaking hands with her. President Su, may I sit here? Of course, Su Li readily agreed, as Wang Xie had previously invested 500 million in her company. Once seated, Wang Xie's gaze shifted to Chu Fei. Chairman Chu, it has been a while. Chu Fei cast a casual glance at Wang Xie. Indeed, it has been some time. That Su Li was well aware that the two were already acquainted. After all, Chu Fei had previously mentioned the acquaintance between the two, so there was no need for her to feel jealous. However, I have caught wind of some intriguing rumors. I wonder if either of you would be interested in hearing them. Upon hearing her words, both Su Li and Chu Fei turned their gazes toward her. President Wang, what rumors have piqued your interest so profoundly? Su Li felt a sense of perplexity. After all, Wang Xie's company was among the most distinguished in Jiangnan, and there were few matters that could genuinely captivate her attention. Coincidentally, this particular issue bears significant relevance to your company. President Su.at this revelation, Su Li and Chu Fei's expressions shifted noticeably. They had previously speculated that the numerous collaborations sought by various companies with Su Li's firm might be linked to a breach of confidentiality. Now that Wang Xie had also broached the topic, it confirmed that Chu Fei's suspicions were indeed correct. That I have heard whispers recently that the medication your company is researching, President Su, is rather extraordinary. Should it succeed, your company would undoubtedly ascend to the forefront of the nation. Moreover, I have also learned that several companies have sought to collaborate with you, only to be turned down. Whether this is true or not remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, Su Li realized that the company's secret had been disclosed. This also explained why so many were eager to partner with her. Nonetheless, among these individuals, Wang Xie was an exception. After all, she chose to invest when the company was at its most precarious, which deeply touched Su Li. From whom did you hear such information? Chu Fei's expression grew somewhat frigid. Initially, he had suspected that the Long family was orchestrating matters behind the scenes. But now it seemed they were struggling to maintain their own stability and lacked the capacity to meddle further. Many employees within my company are aware of this matter. I am uncertain from whom it originated. But I have already dispatched someone to inquire. Wang Xie understood well how significant Su Li was to Chu Fei. This situation posed a catastrophic threat to Su Li's company that if they opted to collaborate, the company's shares would inevitably be diluted, and should the research succeed, their original value would suffer a reduction of at least 50%. Conversely, if they declined the partnership, it would surely invite relentless scrutiny and attacks against Su Li's company. At that point, survival would hinge upon clandestine assistance. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. He had presumed that only the Long family was involved in this affair, but it now appeared that more than one family was at play. For the time being, there should be no immediate danger. With you and I holding nearly half of Kaxiao Company's shares and the remainder in Su Li's hands, the three of us are the largest shareholders. As long as we refrain from publicizing any information regarding the medication, our shares remain secure. Our primary focus now must be to identify the source of this information leak and ascertain their true intentions. Chu Fei had already contemplated the situation with clarity. Capturing the individual behind this revelation would undoubtedly prove challenging. Since Wang Xie had already sent someone to investigate, he could not afford to remain passive. Just as the conversation unfolded, a fanfare of horns announced the arrival of 4 esteemed guests from the capital. Let us welcome the president of Fenghua Group, Mr. Feng Yao. Upon hearing this announcement, the trio turned their attention to the entrance, where a long red carpet had been laid. Leading up to the stage, that moment, Yuning stood at the podium, delivering a warm introduction. Chu Fei and Wang Xie exchanged glances, both understanding that the individual entering was likely a representative from the Feng family. One of the 4 prominent families that the first guest made their entrance. The second was soon to follow. Next, let us welcome the president of Han's group, Mr. Han Ming. Under Yuning's formal introduction, representatives from the Feng, Yun, and Han families had all entered. However, when it came to announcing the Long family, Yuning received some alarming news that the podium. Han Ming leaned in to whisper something to Yuning, whose expression shifted dramatically. Revealing a hint of shock, seemed he could hardly believe the news he had just received. Yet, Han Ming nodded slightly, affirming its truth. Consequently, Yuning took the microphone and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the unforeseen incident. The head of Long's group has tragically passed away due to an accident. Therefore, he will not be able to attend today. Let us take a moment to mourn for President Long. The crowd was taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. The Long family would not be attending, and it was due to an accident. However, Chu Fei remained unfazed. If a member of the Long family had shown up, that would indeed have been surprising. Nevertheless, the appearance of representatives from the Yun family caught him off guard, considering that the Yun family was related to his maternal side. Chapter 71. I'm sorry, but it's unnecessary. At Jiangnan Airport, Yun Yu and her chief steward slowly descended from the plane. Old Li, the environment here is quite pleasant. She remarked that I never visited Jiangnan in my youth, but seeing it now, it is rather agreeable. The old Li she referred to was her chief steward, Li Yu, who was responsible for managing most of the Chu family's affairs in the capital. Ostensibly, he was a powerful figure behind several major companies. But in reality, he served as the chief steward of the Chu family, holding a status comparable to that of the heads of the 4 prominent families of the Daxia dynasty. Madam, you jest. Jiangnan has always boasted a fine environment. While the capital may be bustling, its air quality pales in comparison to Jiangnan's. Li Yu slightly bowed as he explained. Yin Yu nodded subtly. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. You and the young master should discuss where to acquire a larger estate in Jiangnan. Certainly, madam. Li Yu replied with a slight nod. By the way, have you checked on the young master's whereabouts prior to our arrival? Yin Yu had not consulted Chu Fei about this trip to Jiangnan. She simply intended to surprise them both. Madam, I inquired before our departure. Today, there is a business banquet in Jiangnan, and the young master and young mistress have been invited to attend. They should be at the banquet now. Hearing this, a gentle smile graced Yun Yu's face. Then let us go and see that it has been years since I last saw that mischievous boy. I do miss him. As they spoke, the two exited the airport, where a waiting car slowly opened its doors to Liu and Yun Yu entered the vehicle, heading straight for the Tianhao Hotel. Meanwhile, in the hotel's grand hall, guests were seated, listening to Yuning discuss recent business developments. After some time, Yuning cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite President Feng of Fenghua Group to share his investment plans. With that, he stepped aside. Feng Yao approached the stage, his face adorned with a gentle smile that instantly put everyone at ease that he appeared relatively young, likely in his 30s. Esteemed business owners of Jiangnan. On behalf of Fenghua Group, I extend my gratitude to all friends present at the banquet. He concluded with a slight bow as a gesture of thanks. The attendees, not daring to let Feng Yao's courtesy go unreciprocated, immediately stood to applaud. It is our honor to have President Feng here. Indeed, President Feng's presence signifies great opportunities. Feng Yao smiled slightly, responding, "You flatter me. I assure you, we have indeed come with significant projects." He continued, "This time, Fenghua Group has brought a fund of 10 billion, intending to invest in some of the promising companies present here today. For instance, Mr. Zhang Hai's infrastructure company is currently being supported by the government. Similarly, Mr. Lun Yin's new energy company is also receiving substantial backing from the state." The owners of the companies mentioned beamed with delight, their eyes lighting up. Being recognized by a company under one of the four prominent families heralded a brighter future for them. With a substantial influx of capital, their status and position would undoubtedly rise, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with established companies in no time. The companies I mentioned are merely a fraction. There are others yet to be named, so please do not worry. This time, we intend to participate in the majority of enterprises in Jiangnan. Even if my company does not invest, I am confident that President Yun and President Han will also make contributions. Feng Yao observed the faces of those who appeared less than pleased and gently assured them. As his words echoed, smiles returned to their faces. Most were owners of established companies in Jiangnan, accustomed to a stable market with little fluctuation. Moreover, they lacked the capital to explore new ventures. However, with the backing of prominent families, the landscape would shift dramatically. Sitting beside Chu Fei, Wang Xie furrowed her brow slightly. "Chu Fei, what do you think their true intentions are? With such a massive influx of funds into Jiangnan, do they aim to monopolize the various enterprises here?" Chu Fei remained silent, merely observing that if it were merely an investment, there would be no need for such grandiosity. However, he was uncertain whether they harbored any ulterior motives. That Su Li, seated nearby, maintained her silence. She had anticipated that this visit would secure a considerable investment for her company. The words previously spoken by Chu Fei caused her heart to race with anxiety. Was the company's secret truly exposed? This was a grave concern. After Feng Yao concluded his remarks, it was the Han family's turn to speak. Their words were scarcely different, consisting mainly of formalities about investing in certain companies to stimulate the local economy. When it was finally the Yun family's turn, Chu Fei's gaze shifted, focusing intently on them. This time, the representative from the Yun family was a young woman known as Yun Yuelan, introduced earlier by Yuning. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing glasses, with her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her appearance was quite lovely, though her figure paled in comparison to Su Li's that, if memory served correctly, Yun Yuelan was the daughter of her mother's younger sister, making her a cousin in her childhood. Her mother often took her back to the country to visit her grandparents. Years had passed, and having been stationed at the military base, she had not had the time to visit them. Now that she had the opportunity to return to the capital, she should make time to see them. The purpose of the Yun Group's visit to Jiangnan was to invigorate the local economy. Additionally, they had heard of a commendable pharmaceutical company in Jiangnan that operated similarly to the projects of the Yun Group. Thus, they intended to lend substantial support to this company, named Qiyao Company. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Chu Fei's eyes. She was aware that the Yun family had long been involved in the pharmaceutical business, but how did they come to know about Qiyao Company? After all, it had only a modest reputation in Jiangnan, hardly enough to attract the attention of the Yun family, that if there were not some ulterior motive, she could not believe it. When Wang Xie heard this, she realized that the Yun family had set their sights on Qiyao Company, as for the Feng and Han families. Their intentions were likely similar. Su Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing their company mentioned. Just as Chu Fei had remarked, this banquet was likely not a friendly gathering. The opposing party had explicitly named their company for investment. If she did not respond, they might assume her silence was agreement. Gradually rising from her seat, she coldly stated, "I apologize, President Yun, but our company does not require investment at this time." The words from Su Li rendered the entire room silent in an instant. Many eyes turned toward her table, where only 3 individuals sat: Chu Fei, Su Li, and Wang Xie. Their statuses were anything but insignificant. The Chu Men group was, without exaggeration, the leader in Jiangnan, while the Juanhao group was also quite substantial. The Jiangnan entity was merely a subsidiary (AS) for Qiao Company. It was truly just a small firm. Many present were aware that both the Chu Men and Juanhao groups had invested in Qiao Company, with a considerable amount of capital involved, and both held substantial shares. Any other company wishing to invest would require their consent. Without it, Su Li would undoubtedly refuse that. Su Li's statement likely represented the will of both groups. Meanwhile, Yun Yuelan's face darkened. She felt humiliated in front of so many people. Feng Yao and Han Ming also appeared taken aback, as their purpose for being there was rather straightforward. Aside from investing in small companies, they primarily aimed to acquire shares of Qiao Company, each family seeking 30%. However, things seemed to be amiss. Perhaps President Su was unaware of their group's influence. "Let me explain," Yun Yuelan began, her tone calm as she elaborated. "If your company is willing to accept our investment, I guarantee that within a year, your company's valuation will multiply tenfold." At this proclamation, gasps filled the room. A tenfold increase in valuation. If Qiao Company were currently valued at 1 billion, it could reach 10 billion within a year. This was a monumental shift. Many present felt envy, wondering why such fortune had befallen Qiao Company. Were their companies inferior? A wave of jealousy flooded the gazes directed at Su Li and her companions. "Here's the deal," Chu Fei interjected, pulling Su Li's hand to signal her to sit down while he stood up, scanning the crowd. "That if President Yun wishes to invest in Qiao Company, that is not out of the question. As a shareholder, I have the right to participate. That I will propose a price. If everyone agrees, then I will naturally consent." At this moment, Han Ming and Feng Yao's eyes fell upon Chu Fei, their expressions filled with confusion. They were unaware of his true identity. Observing from the side, Yuning quickly clarified, "This is Chu Fei, the chairman of the Chu Men Group." Before arriving, they had already gathered information on major enterprises in Jiangnan, and they were familiar with the Chu Men Group. However, they found it perplexing that this entity seemed to have emerged from nowhere, seamlessly taking over the former Zhao Group. This left them puzzled. "What do you propose?" Yun Yuelan asked, curiosity etched on her face as she regarded Chu Fei. She sensed a slight familiarity about him, but could not immediately recall where she had seen him before. 100 billion for 1% of the shares. That if you all accept this condition and wish to invest, I will not refuse." The room erupted in astonishment. 100 billion for merely 1% of the shares? Even if the Chu Men Group were sold in its entirety, it would hardly be worth such an amount. Not to mention, Qiao Company was just a minor firm. 100 billion could easily establish a dozen companies of Qiao's stature. Wang Xie raised an eyebrow, thinking this individual was excessively arrogant. Yet, this proclamation effectively dashed their hopes. That Su Li was taken aback by Chu Fei's statement. 100 billion was an astronomical figure for her. The notion that this sum would only yield 1% of the shares indicated that, unless the other party was insane, they would not invest. Han Ming, sitting nearby, scoffed. "Who do you think you are? 100 billion for 1% of the shares. Have you lost your mind? To deal with such a trivial company, a mere flick of the finger would suffice. Why waste so much money?" Han Ming's words incensed Chu Fei, and he slowly raised his head, a smile creeping onto his face. "You seem quite arrogant at a flick of the finger to deal with it. Why not try it? I could cut off a finger for you with a simple motion. And if that isn't enough, I could use a toe instead." Han Ming shot up from his seat, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Chu Fei. However, he quickly regained his composure. "You have quite the audacity. Do you know what happens when you anger me?" Chu Fei chuckled lightly. "What happens? I'm not sure. But I can assure you that if you touch Qiao Company, the consequences will be dire." Yu Ning, sensing the tension, quickly stood up to mediate. "Everyone, fighting is not appropriate. We are all businessmen here. Let us keep the discussion focused on business." Yet, Yun Yuelan's gaze toward Chu Fei underwent a subtle transformation. A figure from her past flickered in her mind, merging with the image of the man before her. "Oh, it is you. Umph. You bullied me when we were children. This time, I will ensure you pay dearly." In truth, Yun Yuelan and Chu Fei were of similar ages, though she was born a few months earlier, making her technically his elder cousin to Da's children. This mischievous boy had often tormented her, throwing firecrackers near her feet to startle her and tossing frogs at her, leaving her terrified for days. However, she found it peculiar that he had come to Jiangnan. For years, he had not visited their grandparents, who had remained silent about his whereabouts. President Yu, I am indeed discussing business, Chu Fei replied. However, some individuals are unwilling to accept the situation that if they feel aggrieved, they are welcome to leave. There is no need to create unnecessary commotion. Wang Xie stifled a smile, impressed by Chu Fei's eloquence. You are courting death. Han Ming could no longer contain himself, gesturing for the two bodyguards behind him to step forward. Seize him. Today, I will teach him that some people are not to be trifled with. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards advanced toward Chu Fei. Those present were taken aback, realizing they were about to resort to violence. Feng Yao watched with a smirk, thinking Han Ming was a fool. This was not the capital. If they were in Beijing, who would dare speak to them this way? But here in Jiangnan, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Engaging with the local powers would only lead to misfortune. Just as everyone expected Chu Fei to be assaulted, the door swung open. What a lively gathering. May I still have a drink? It was hard to believe, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Only when he confirmed that the person who had arrived was his mother did he stiffly utter two words. No way. He was aware that he couldn't conceal the fact that he had informed his father about his girlfriend and her pregnancy, that he had thought that it might take a month or two for his parents to come over. Yet it had only been a few days. His mother had arrived. Without a doubt, his father must have come as well. Moreover, the situation in the capital was undoubtedly orchestrated by his father. Upon seeing the unexpected guest, Yun Yuelon was taken aback. Aunt San. It had been several years since she last saw her. She never imagined that her aunt would appear here. Something felt amiss. She turned to Chu Fei, realizing that her aunt's visit was undoubtedly related to him. Excuse me, madam. May I inquire who you are? Upon seeing Yu Ning was startled. Yet from her demeanor, he could tell she was of significant stature, certainly not someone he could provoke. However, he did not recall having sent an invitation to such an esteemed individual. I am not someone you need to be concerned with, that I merely came to enjoy the spectacle. Please continue without minding me. After saying this, her gaze swept across the crowd, upon spotting Yun Yuelon on the stage. She expressed surprise. Little girl, you're here too? Come down, let your aunt have a look. Little girl? Aunt. The entire audience was stunned. The person who had appeared was actually Yun Yuelon's aunt. The Yun family was one of the four prominent families of the Great Xia. And if this woman was indeed Yun Yuelon's aunt, her identity was formidable. Everyone held their breath, as if a heavy stone had been pressed upon them. Yun Yuelon gracefully descended from the podium and approached Yun Yu, affectionately taking her hand. Aunt San, what brings you here? You could have told me. I would have sent someone to fetch you. Did I tee this remark? Everyone realized her identity was genuine. There was no denying it. Feng Yao and Han Ming were equally astonished. A direct descendant of the Yun family had appeared here. They recalled that the Yun family seemed to have no direct members present, that I merely came to see your cousin. She explained that I arrived rather abruptly, hence did not inform the family that as she spoke. Yun Yu's gaze roamed the crowd and finally landed on Chu Fei, that a hint of tenderness flickered in her eyes. While Chu Fei's expression was one of deep embarrassment, that he had not expected his mother to pull such a stunt. What? Your mother is here, and you're not going to greet her? At her words, the audience gasped again. Someone present was the son of this esteemed lady. It was then that Chu Fei stepped forward awkwardly. Mom, could you at least give me a heads up when you arrive? I had no time to prepare. Boom. In that moment, everyone in the room had a singular thought. Chu Fei's mother was from the Yun family. Han Ming was utterly dumbfounded by this revelation. He never would have guessed that Chu Fei had such an influential backing. Moreover, throughout the entire event, Yun Yuelon had not once mentioned Chu Fei's name, that Yu Ning's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had been doused with water. Now he understood why Chu Fei had dared to speak so boldly moments ago. He was wholly unperturbed. The Yun family and the Han family were of equal standing. If you dare to harm my people, I will annihilate you, was an unspoken rule. Furthermore, his mother was a direct member of the Yun family, which justified his earlier remarks completely. However, it wasn't just Yu Ning who was stunned. Su Li was equally bewildered. Chu Fei's mother had arrived. Did that mean she too should go and greet her? It would be exceedingly impolite to remain seated. Wang Xie also stood up, having seen Yunyu during her childhood, when she used to call her Aunt Yun. Thus, the two women followed closely behind Chu Fei towards Yunyu and Yun Yuelon. Upon seeing Su Li approach, Chu Fei awkwardly scratched his nose. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Su Li. This is my mother. Su Li blushed deeply and bowed. Nice to meet you, Aunt. Yunyu scrutinized Su Li from head to toe and couldn't help but nod in approval. Finally, with a beaming smile, she took Su Li's small hand and said, "Don't be so formal. Just call me Aunt Yun from now on. This." The crowd was left utterly astounded, and no wonder Chu Fei dared to challenge the Han family over a small company. He would certainly protect his girlfriend. Everything that had transpired suddenly made sense. Han Ming's expression darkened, as if he had just swallowed something bitter. He had no idea there was such a relationship behind it all. Had he known, he would never have dared to utter those previous words. Although he was a member of the Han family, he was not a direct descendant. The woman who had just appeared was clearly of direct lineage, a status far beyond his reach. The family would never choose to oppose a direct member of the Yun family for his sake. "Aunt, do you remember me?" Wang Xie inquired with a smile as she stepped forward to greet her. Yun Yu's gaze fell upon Wang Xie, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she tentatively asked, "Are you the little girl from the Wang family? I can't believe Aunt Yun remembers me so well." "I am Wang Xie." Yun Yu chuckled lightly. "It's been so many years. The little girl has grown up. How is your mother these days?" Wang Xie nodded. "My mother is doing well. She always mentions when she can have a chat with you." At this point, everyone was rendered speechless. Clearly, the president of Juanhao Group held an extraordinary status, given that she addressed this woman as Aunt Yun, something not just anyone could do. "Mom, you came without telling me?" Chu Fei feigned annoyance as he looked at his mother. Yun Yu smiled. "I thought I would surprise you." Chu Fei struggled to contain himself. "This isn't a surprise. It's a shock, okay?" Meanwhile, Han Ming realized that it was no longer appropriate for him to remain there. He turned to leave, only to be halted by Chu Fei's voice. "Hey, member of the Han family, please hold on," suddenly called out. Han Ming halted in his tracks. "Mom, you all go ahead and chat. I need to handle a small matter here." Yun Yu nodded, then walked with Su Li and Wang Xie towards another area. Liu slowly spoke. "Young master, do you need my assistance?" Chu Fei was naturally familiar with Liu, the chief steward of the Chu family, the only one who retained his original name despite being an outsider. "Uncle Li, you can go rest over there. I can manage this." With that, he approached Han Ming. "Did you just say you wanted to kill me? Just based on these two bodyguards?" Chu Fei's gaze fell upon the two bodyguards beside Han Ming. Han Ming's face turned ashen. "What do you want?" At this moment, he no longer held the upper hand, but he lacked the qualifications to take action. "Nothing much. I just wanted to inform you that Curson Company is mine. Others who wish to intervene must ask my permission first. I want to engage in fair competition, but if I catch anyone playing dirty, the consequences won't be pleasant." With that, he turned and walked back towards Su Li and the others. "Mom, let us go. After a day of flying, you must be exhausted. Let's find a nice place to have a meal." Yun Yu nodded, her face beaming with joy. "That sounds wonderful. I would love to have a good chat with my future daughter-in-law." Su Li blushed deeply at this, feeling embarrassed. Previously, she had been angry about when she would meet Chu Fei's parents, but unexpectedly, they had taken the initiative to visit just days later, thus under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The group departed from the banquet. After Chu Fei and the others left, there was no longer any reason to continue the banquet, which ended abruptly. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Su Li arrived at a nearby decent 3-star restaurant. "Mom, did you come here for something specific?" Chu Fei feigned ignorance as he looked at his mother. Yun Yu cast him a sidelong glance. "You really don't know why I'm here?" Chu Fei feigned confusion. "I have no idea. I thought you came back to see Grandma." Chu Fei, stop pretending. Your aunt came back simply to meet your future girlfriend. Yun Yuelon bluntly exposed Chu Fei's ruse upon hearing this. Su Li's face instantly flushed red. She had guessed that Chu Fei's mother had returned to see her, but why the rush? What did it matter to her? Really now? What does it have to do with you? Chu Fei retorted, rolling his eyes at Yun Yuelon. Yet, Yun Yuelon held on to Yun Yu's hand. "Look at him. All right. As they spoke, Yun Yu's gaze landed on Su Li. "Xiao Li, the reason I came is to confirm your and Xiao Fei's engagement. I know about your relationship, so I would like to invite your parents to dinner tomorrow, so we can discuss the engagement date. What do you think?" Faced with Yun Yu's words, Su Li was at a loss. Her hands were tightly clasped together, palms sweating. "Aunt Yun, I'll talk to my parents about it tomorrow." Seeing Su Li so nervous, Yun stepped forward and grasped her small hand. "Silly girl. Why are you so anxious? I won't eat you." Upon hearing her comforting words, Su Li's tense emotions gradually eased. Forcing a smile, she said, "Aunt Yun, I know. It's just that it's my first time, and I lack experience." Meanwhile, Chu Fei, standing nearby, expressed his discontent. "Are you planning on having a second time?" Huffed. Wang Xie and Yun Yuelon both burst into laughter. Su Li's face flushed even more. "I just misspoke." Yun Yu shot a fierce glare at Chu Fei. "You little brat, behave yourself. Don't you dare bully my daughter-in-law. Do you understand? If I find out you mistreat her, I'll deal with you." And in the capital city, inside the luxurious villa of the Long family. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even find a single person, and you got ambushed instead. What use do I have for you all? Tell me, what are you good for? Long Quan glared at Long Jin and Long Xiao, as well as the remaining few grandsons, including some heads of cultivated organizations. Yi Ao was among them, standing silently. By about a full 24 hours had passed, yet they had received no news at all. They didn't even know the identity of their adversary, only that the target was solely the Long family. Other families remained unaffected entirely. Yao, I ask you, why hasn't the intelligence team of the Long group been dispatched? You should be the one with the most power in the Long group, yet you can't even control a small intelligence team. Tell me, what use is it for me to keep you? Faced with the family head's interrogation, Yao dared not lift his head. The intelligence team operates independently. Apart from the leader, the other team leaders have no authority to command that I am not the leader yet. So, Long Quan scoffed at Yao's explanation. Currently, the Long group was left with only Yao and a team leader of the intelligence unit. Su Nianying had already been gravely injured by them. Her life status unknown. Even if she had miraculously survived, she would likely spend the remaining years bedridden. Now, the greatest power in the Long group lay with Yao. When you return, notify the military to convene. This Long group leader must be chosen promptly. That if it's not you, then there's no need for you to stay in the Long group. Long Quang's tone was I see why Yao kept his head bowed, not daring to speak. Yet deep within his eyes flickered a trace of malice. Why should he be beholden to them simply because they saved his life? Just because they rescued him, did that give them the right to dictate his fate? Yao was unwilling, but now, under the roof of another, he had no choice but to lower his head. Get lost. Within 3 days, I want to hear news of you becoming the Long group leader. Yao could only keep his head down and turned to leave the villa. After his departure, a glint of coldness flashed in Long Quang's eyes. Long Jun, prepare yourself that in 3 days, if he hasn't assumed the position of Long group leader, eliminate him. Long Quang was acutely aware that Yao was inherently rebellious. Bringing him back was nearly impossible, but if he were to become the Long group leader and remain uncontrollable, it would pose further complications. However, if he succeeded, it would also provide considerable advantages to the family. All right. Long Jun's eyes remained somewhat vacant, evidently devastated by the deaths of his 3 sons. Everyone else, mobilize all our connections to uncover the origins of that group. No matter who they are, I want them to pay the price. Beneath Long Quang's gaze lay a profound intent to kill. Chapter 75. Don't take advantage and then act innocent. A weekend morning is always a perfect time for a lion. However, to the contrary, Chu Fei and Su Li rose early. After tidying up, they headed to the nearby shopping mall, where they purchased a multitude of gifts, making their way directly to the Su family villa. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were discussing their plans for an upcoming trip, realizing that their continued stay there was no longer suitable. Should we go to the Maldives first, or see the Eiffel Tower in Paris? Or perhaps we should enjoy some time in Sanya. Su Wu was marking the map as he spoke, while Zhang Qinglian sat beside him, munching on sunflower seeds. Do you still think you're young? We're going on a trip, not a honeymoon. People in their 40s should stop being so romantic. These places are meant for young folks. Upon hearing this, Su Wu chuckled lightly, drawing Zhang Qinglian into his embrace. When we were young, we focused solely on business. Now that our daughter has grown up and has someone to care for her, shouldn't we cherish our time together? Besides, a man at 40 is like a flower in bloom. And a woman at 40 up before he could finish, he was met with Zhang Qinglian's eye roll as she pinched his waist hard. What? Are you starting to find fault with me? Talking about men at 40 being like a flower. Why don't you find a younger girl to keep you company? Su Wu's face turned crimson with embarrassment. That you're enough for me. Young girls don't suit my taste. That my teeth aren't what they used to be. I can't handle it. Upon hearing this, a hint of reproach flashed across Zhang Qinglian's still alluring face. Look at you, drinking goji berry water every day and still thinking of finding a younger girl. Aging has made goji berry water a daily routine for Su Wu, especially since he had spent his youth in drinking bouts, often having to accompany clients at the table. Over the years, his energy had long waned compared to his former vigor. Yet, how could a man be belittled by his own wife? Are you looking down on me? It's still early. If we can't, then let's just give it a try. With that, he leaned in to kiss Zhang Qinglian. Just then, the front door swung open, and Su Li and Chu Fei entered, arms laden with packages. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both were momentarily taken aback. Ahem. Mom and Dad, is this your good morning kiss? Su Li stifled a laugh, while Chu Fei turned his head away, trying hard not to laugh. That Su Wu pretended to cough. Your mother's eyes must have gotten sand in them. Let me blow it out. Zhang Qinglian pinched his thigh hard, her fair face tinged with a hint of crimson. Xiao Li, why did you come over without letting us know? And why are you carrying so much? At this question, Su Li and Chu Fei exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. Mom, please sit. We have something important to discuss. After saying this, Su Li shot a glance at Chu Fei, who probably responded, Uncle, Annie, we want to tell you some significant news today. That Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian exchanged knowing looks, already guessing what was coming. They took their seats on the sofa, while Su Li and Chu Fei sat opposite them. Go on, Su Li urged Chu Fei with a nudge. Chu Fei, feeling nervous, hesitated, unsure how to start. Noticing his anxiety, Zhang Qinglian chuckled. All right, I already know what you want to say. Is it really necessary? Xiao Fei has been over to our home more than once. Besides, I'm quite fond of him. If you two are together, we want to object. Su Wu nodded in agreement. Initially, he had a slight discontent towards Chu Fei, but now he had come to terms with it. The young man treated his daughter well, assisting her both in life and in her business endeavors. Annie, actually, it's just one matter. What we want to say isn't what you think. Chu Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and continued, the thing is, my mother suddenly found out that I'm with Xiao Li and insists on coming over to discuss our engagement. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei lowered his head, his face filled with awkwardness that he had no experience with such matters. Put him on a battlefield, and he wouldn't flinch, but meeting the parents was far more daunting than that. Engagement? Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were both stunned. How long had it been? Why the sudden turn? Although they liked Chu Fei, the speed of this development was somewhat unexpected. Annie, I know this seems sudden, but rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Li. Chu Fei assumed Zhang Qinglian might object, quickly standing to explain. Yet, Zhang Qinglian waved her hand dismissively. That's not the issue. Her gaze shifted to Su Li. Girl, tell me honestly, are you pregnant? In truth, Zhang Qinglian had suspected Su Li might be expecting. During their recent family dinners, the girl had frequently felt nauseous and suddenly developed a craving for spicy food, a stark contrast to her previous aversion to it. She had noted all these unusual behaviors. As a seasoned woman, she was well aware of the signs. Faced with her mother's direct inquiry, Su Li's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Mom, I'm sorry, I'd up before she could finish. Su Wu leapt up from the sofa. Well, I was wondering why you two suddenly want to get engaged. Kid, you're quite bold. Any father would feel a surge of anger upon discovering his daughter was pregnant out of wedlock. And Su Wu was no exception. Even if he liked Chu Fei, that didn't change a thing. Uncle, allow me to explain. However, Su Wu waved his hand dismissively and retorted, Enough, I have no desire to hear your justifications. Now take your belongings and leave. Our Su family cannot afford to lose face over this. If word gets out, our family's reputation will be tarnished beyond measure. Hurry up and get out. Su Wu was seething with rage, while Zhang Qinglian remained unperturbed, casting a calm glance at him. When I married you, Xiao Li was already 6 months along. Why didn't you mention that then? I married you with a swollen belly. And now you still dare to bring up Xiao Li? Where is your dignity? Zhang Qinglian's words left Su Wu momentarily speechless, his face flushed with shame. My parents never cared that I was pregnant when I married you. They knew you treated me well, just as Xiao Fei treats his girl kindly now. Isn't that enough? Don't take advantage and act innocent. Chapter 76. Is it too much to ask? At 2 in the afternoon. In a private room of a five-star hotel in Jiangnan City, Chu Fei introduced his mother. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Zhang, Xiao Li's mother, and this is Uncle Su, Xiao Li's father. Annie, Uncle, this is my mother. Upon first laying eyes on Yun Yu, Su Wu immediately recognized her as an extraordinary lady of wealth, possessing an air that was far beyond that of an ordinary affluent matron. Zhang Qinglian was equally taken aback. Though Chu Fei was no longer a child, his mother appeared to be in her 30s, her skin impeccably maintained. You are too kind, dear in-laws. Please take a seat. Yun Yu responded warmly, gesturing for her assistant. Li Yu, to arrange for the staff to serve the meal. Now, the room was left with just 5 individuals that I trust you both are aware of the purpose of this gathering, that I hold a great fondness for Xiao Li and sincerely hope she can become my daughter-in-law. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to formalize their engagement. Do you have any particular requests, such as a bridal price? Yun Yu's countenance was adorned with a smile, her tone steady and devoid of arrogance. Exuding an aura of amiability, in contrast, Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian felt increasingly uneasy in the presence of Yun Yu. They felt akin to country folk. Yet having been with Su Wu for many years, Zhang Qinglian quickly regained her composure. Dear in-laws, you speak too modestly to as long as our children are happy. That is all we desire. We, as parents, naturally do not wish for their lives to be difficult. As for the bridal price, we leave that to your discretion. It is merely a formality. Zhang Qinglian spoke confidently. The so-called bridal price was merely a customary gesture in some regions, the amount demanded might hold significance or be a symbol of good fortune. However, once one has attained a certain status, the specific amount becomes inconsequential, though one must still maintain appearances. Dear in-laws, you cannot possibly think that way. This aspect cannot be overlooked. While it may just be a formality, we wish for it to be done beautifully. This is a momentous occasion, and it must not be taken lightly. Yun Yu replied calmly. She then addressed Li Yu, who had returned, instructing, please note this down. The bridal price is set at 880,000, and the gift should be of the highest standard for the wedding venue. It will be on our family's island. Her succinct statement made Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian feel an overwhelming sense of dread. A bridal price of over 80 million, gifts of the highest standard. Although they were unsure what Yun Yu meant by highest standard, they understood that the value of those gifts would not be less than 10 million. More importantly, a wedding held on their private island? What sort of jest was this? Owning a private island, worth at least several billion. In Jiangnan, such a thing was virtually unheard of. Zhang Qinglian gasped, dear in-laws. Might that be a bit excessive? How can we reciprocate such a grand wedding? With a bridal price of over 80 million, what kind of gift could possibly match that? Certainly not, if Xiao Li is to marry into our family. It is undoubtedly a grand celebration, and our expectations must be elevated accordingly. Rest assured, we will handle all arrangements, Chu Fei's mother replied confidently. Sitting beside them, Su Li paled, glancing at Chu Fei, whose expression was equally grim. Oh, mother! Now there's no hiding my identity as a wealthy second generation, Su Li whispered, tugging at Chu Fei's sleeve. Isn't this a bit over the top? Of course, a wedding is a joyous occasion, but this expenditure surpasses the annual profits of many companies. I cannot make decisions on this matter. Chu Fei lamented. He understood that since his mother was involved, she would oversee all arrangements. The dinner was a source of extreme tension for Su Wu and his wife. It wasn't until after the meal that they finally drove home to the hotel entrance. As Su Li's parents departed, Chu Fei finally spoke up. Mother, can we not be a bit more low-key? This is rather extravagant. Don't you think? Yun Yu shot him a mild glance. What do you think would happen if your father were in charge of the arrangements? The thought of his father's temperament made Chu Fei shudder. If his father were to handle his wedding, it would likely be even more extravagant. Anything within the family's capacity would be arranged. All right. You proceed as you see fit. After all, we have a month until the engagement day. He conceded. The date they had chosen was the 8th day of the 10th lunar month. Perfect. I have booked a flight back to the capital tonight. I will be leaving shortly. I intend to visit your grandparents. And if you have the time, take Xiao Li along to see them. Understood? Chu Fei nodded, somewhat helpless. Got it. You go ahead. Yun Yu then turned to Su Li, offering a gentle smile. Xiao Li, if this rascal bothers you, tell Andy, and I will take care of him. If you have the opportunity, visit the capital with Chu Fei to see your grandparents that I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Su Li nodded, smiling that I will, Annie. After watching her mother and the chief steward depart, Chu Fei let out a long sigh. Turning to Su Li, he remarked, "See, I wasn't lying, was I? I am indeed a wealthy second generation. And you still doubted me." Su Li shot him an exasperated glance. "Did you really need to say that? However, I am genuinely curious about what business your family is involved in. It is rare to find a wealthy second generation that owns a private island." Hearing this, Chu Fei shrugged helplessly that it's just a small business. "Really? By the way, I have a meeting with someone. Let's do it here." He then took out his phone to call Yin Yuelon. "Hello, it's me, cousin." Chu Fei emphasized the word cousin significantly. "Wow, a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and you're calling me cousin." Yin Yuelon's laughter echoed from the other end of the line. It was known that Chu Fei had never addressed her as cousin before. "Enough with the chit-chat. I am waiting for you in room 188 at Tianhao Hotel. I need to ask you a few things. Hurry up, or you will miss your chance." Chapter 77. Do they weigh a gene together? Half an hour later in the private room, Yin Yuelon met with Chu Fei and Su Li. "Cousin." Su Li greeted her politely. "Well, at least my sister is courteous, unlike some individuals," Yin Yuelon teased, pulling Su Li into a seat beside her. "Give it a rest. You're only a couple of months older than I am. What are you so proud of?" Chu Fei retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "Being older, even by a day, counts. What about it? If you're not satisfied, feel free to go back and be remade." Yin Yuelon shot back without hesitation, leaving Chu Fei momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally managed to say, "You may be older, but in every other aspect, you haven't matured much. What a pity." Yin Yuelon's face flushed with indignation at his words. This was a sore spot for her. Other girls had developed properly, filling out in all the right places, while she remained flat. Tio put it another way. If they were to compare chest sizes, she would lose to him hands down. "You Chu Fei, I'm going to kill you," Yin Yuelon exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration as she lunged at him. "Look at you with that temper. It's no wonder you haven't grown up. I advise you to treat yourself to a massage. It might do some good." Chu Fei laughed heartily, showing no mercy. Yin Yuelon was furious. And had it not been for Su Li's presence, she would have surely confronted Chu Fei. "Dear cousin, don't listen to his nonsense. You will definitely grow more in the future," Su Li comforted her. Having heard Su Li's words, Yin Yuelon calmed down, but upon seeing Su Li's ample figure, she felt a pang of envy. Why couldn't she grow like that? Comparing herself to Su Li was like comparing a watermelon to an apple. "Is that true?" "Xiao Li, don't deceive me." Upon hearing this, Su Li's face flushed with embarrassment. "Can one really grow at this age? Over 20? Absolutely, it is undoubtedly true." Yet in an effort to comfort Yin Yuelon, a lie was resolutely spoken. "Speak, cousin, what brings you to me?" Hearing Su Li's reassurance, Yin Yuelon seemed to regain her confidence. "Actually, I am quite curious. Why have all three prominent families come to Jiangnan? Moreover, it appears that your target is Su Li's company." Chu Fei, having ceased his playful banter, posed the question earnestly. Upon mentioning this, Yin Yuelon's expression returned to normal. In truth, we have merely caught wind of certain rumors that it is said that Su Li's company is researching a particularly unique medication. I have heard that once this medication is developed, it could extend human life. Our family has always been involved in pharmaceutical research, so when this news surfaced, it attracted considerable attention. If all goes as anticipated, this information has already circulated among the upper echelons in the capital. However, with the involvement of our three prominent families, those from the intermediate families who wish to intervene have likely abandoned their intentions. Otherwise, the number of individuals present here would be significantly greater. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed. Su Li's countenance also darkened. As Chu Fei had indicated, this news had indeed leaked. Do you know from whom this information originated? After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuelon slowly replied, "The Han family. If my memory serves me correctly, this news initially came from them." "The Han family?" Chu Fei's frown deepened. Previously, if it were due to Master S influence, it could be comprehensible for the Long family to threaten Su Li's family. But what connection does the Han family have with this matter? Could it be that they also intervened? Logically, the Han and Long families are both part of the four great families. The Long family would certainly not allow others to be privy to such secrets. They would be too preoccupied with their own interests, let alone share with other families. That be why the way, Xiaoli. Is this rumor true? Yun Yuelon was genuinely curious. Whether this rumor held any truth was uncertain for them. However, as long as there was a hint of momentum, they would invest without hesitation. Solilai cast a troubled glance at Chu Fei, who nodded affirmatively. Yes, my research institute is indeed developing this medication, though we have reached the final stage, but the only thing lacking is live subjects. We need to conduct live experiments to ascertain the drug's stability and side effects. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon was taken aback. She had initially thought that the research was just beginning, only to discover it was already at the final phase. After pondering for a moment, she tentatively stated, Xiaoli, if possible, I would like to invest in your company.as for the live experiments. I can arrange that as well. Just as Chu Fei mentioned, an initial investment of 10 billion.as for the shares. How about 10%? 10 billion for 10%. This would undoubtedly be a staggering investment for any company in Jiangnan. Before Solilai could respond, Chu Fei interjected, What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? I said 10 billion for 1%, that if you want to fine. If not, forget it. Yun Yuelon was infuriated. You little rascal. You're going too far. This is 10 billion. Not just a mere billion. What company could possibly afford such a price? Besides, once our family intervenes, the Han and Feng families would surely think twice before getting involved. As this was mentioned, Chu Fei's brow slightly furrowed. Yun Yuelon's point was indeed valid. Once the Yun family made their move, the other two great families would likely refrain from further involvement. Yet it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. I am part of the Yun family myself, with my mother shielding us. Do you believe the other three families would dare to intervene? Chu Fei chuckled, leaving Yun Yuelon momentarily speechless. Indeed, I completely overlooked that. Chu Fei could be considered a half-member of the Yun family. However, if you wish to invest, it is not impossible. You can establish a branch office in the capital, while this remains the headquarters. The branch can hold 10% of the shares. Then casually inform the other families that the Yun family is already involved. And anyone wishing to intervene must first consult you. Chu Fei's suggestion indirectly provided the Yun family with considerable advantages, of course, while also avoiding numerous complications. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon's face lit up with a smile. That sounds more like it. By the way, Xiaoli mentioned the need for live experiments that I will consult my uncle and second uncle. They should have ways to assist that if the research succeeds, the entire world may go into a frenzy. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Yun Yuelon mused about the potential chaos that would ensue among the wealthy worldwide. What is there to be excited about? Just look at your own weight. Do the two of you even add up to a pound? Chu Fei scoffed from the side. Yun Yuelon instantly erupted in anger. Chu Fei, if I don't deal with you today, I won't bear the surname Yun. Goodbye, cousin. At the hotel entrance, Solilai waved at the departing Yun Yuelon. Once Yun Yuelon was in the car and drove off, a hint of worry appeared on Solilai's face. Who could it be, aside from the researchers? Only my father and I are privy to the secrets of our research institute, and no one else knows. Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Do you remember the general manager of your company? He reviewed the list of researchers. But that doesn't mean he only looked at Professor Yang. Professor Yang's family is safe. It cannot be him. Therefore, it must be someone else from the research institute, that he deduced clearly. If the other party examined the list of researchers, their target would not be focused on just one individual. Professor Yang is a crucial figure in the institute, and thus the first to be compromised. However, just because Professor Yang is safe doesn't mean the others are as well. Are you suggesting that there is a traitor within our research institute? Solilai's face bore an expression of disbelief that it is not impossible. Chu Fei was still uncertain whether the issue stemmed from within the research institute. But for now, the primary goal was to capture Li Fei and interrogate him. The last time he was granted leave had long expired, and tomorrow was Monday, just the right opportunity to control him during work hours. We cannot yet determine who the traitor is that leaked this secret, but you need not worry too much. After all, with Yuelon and the others backing us, no ordinary person would dare to target our company. What we fear is those who may resort to underhanded tactics. We still need to remain vigilant. Local companies in Jiangnan would naturally no longer harbor any thoughts about Kaxiao Company to 100 billion for only 1% of the shares. If they weren't foolish, they wouldn't engage in such a losing venture. Even knowing that once this medication is released, it would yield substantial profits, the initial investment amount is beyond their capacity to bear. Moreover, he had already promised Yin Yuelon to establish a branch office in the capital, granting it 10% of the shares. The only remaining families were the Han and Feng families. As for the Long family, they were currently preoccupied with their own survival and had no time to interfere in this business. Let us head back. We'll make a decision tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Sulalai's words, Chu Fei nodded, driving back to the villa to be by the way. Do we have a computer at home? Chu Fei had formulated a plan in his mind. There is a computer in the study on the 3rd floor, although I haven't used it in a while. It should still be functional that if you need it, you can go upstairs. I'll take a shower first. Sulalai, feeling somewhat fatigued, spoke before heading to the bathroom with a towel. Chu Fei then made his way to the study, where the shelves were filled with a variety of books. However, knowing Sulalai's personality, these books were likely just for show. Many had not even been unwrapped yet. Sitting at the computer, he took a USB drive from his pocket and inserted it into the port. After powering on, he called Xiuyu on his phone. Xiuyu seemed unoccupied and responded with a relaxed tone. Hey, Fei Go. What is up? Got time? Do you have a moment? I need you to create a computer virus for me. I require a password-cracking virus, capable of bypassing both startup and document passwords. Upon hearing Chu Fei's request, Xiuyu displayed a hint of confusion. Fei Go, what do you need this for? Are you bored at night and want to watch cartoons? Chu Fei's expression darkened at this remark. Hurry up, don't dawdle, that I need it for tomorrow. I asked the captain of the intelligence team. Crafting a password-cracking virus was a trivial task that I in just 10 minutes. A simple plugin was sent to Chu Fei's email. Fei Go, I've sent it to your email. Save it on the USB drive. Once connected to a computer, it will activate automatically, cracking over 90% of passwords without needing to input them, allowing access to password-protected documents or files. Unless the other party is also a computer expert, this small plugin should be capable of cracking the password. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's response, Chu Fei acknowledged with a sound, then hung up the phone and transferred the small plugin to a USB drive. Initially intending to shut down and go to bed, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened his computer's hard drive. After searching for a while, he stumbled upon a password-protected file. The contents were all in JPG format, likely images of some sort. It was the perfect opportunity to test it out. With a hint of curiosity, he reinserted the USB drive into the port. To his surprise, the document that required a password opened immediately after he clicked on it twice. The images unfolded before Chu Fei's eyes. He was left utterly astonished. Wow, he never would have guessed. His eyes widened as he flipped through the images one after another. Each one was filled with temptation. The snowy white skin paired with various revealing garments nearly overwhelmed his self-control. Previously, he had found it somewhat odd that Su Li had purchased so many peculiar undergarments, but never seemed to wear them. It turned out she was taking pictures of herself at home. This folder contained nothing but Su Li's selfies. With every 2 or 3 images, she showcased a different style of clothing, leaving Chu Fei dazzled. Moreover, the further he scrolled down, the more captivating the photos became. Just then, Su Li emerged from the bathroom downstairs. After glancing around and not spotting Chu Fei, she remembered he must have gone to the study to use the computer. However, at that moment, Su Li's expression changed dramatically. She suddenly recalled that she had stored numerous selfies on her computer. In that instant, her entire face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. But soon, her anxiety subsided. She had set a password for her private folder. That guy should be unaware of it. Still, she felt a twinge of concern and stealthily approached the study's door. Gently, she cracked it open and peered inside, upon seeing Chu Fei with wide eyes. Fixated on the images on the screen, her face instantly turned beet red. What are you looking at? Ignoring her damp hair, she pushed the door open and immediately stood in front of the computer screen. Chu Fei, grinning mischievously, replied, If I hadn't borrowed your computer, I wouldn't have known those clothes you bought were just for collection. You jerk. You looked without my permission. Su Li's face was flushed, and she bent down to shut down the computer. But her towel slipped off inadvertently. That moment, Chu Fei's eyes widened. She looked far more stunning than in the pictures. Chapter 79. The disgusting general manager. It was time to rise for work. Chu Fei had already prepared breakfast and now stood at the door of the room, gazing at the still slumbering Su Li, gently calling her name. Su Li opened her slightly dazed eyes, rubbed them vigorously, and shot him a look of reproach. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have been up ages ago. I'm warning you. This is the last time. You can't be reckless. Chu Fei understood what she meant and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, for the next few months, I will hold back and not make any moves. Only then did Su Li give him a disapproving glance and ask, "Aren't you leaving? You don't want to watch me change, do you?" With a sense of resignation, Chu Fei went downstairs. After breakfast, the two made their way to the company. However, it was still quite early, and there weren't many people around. Most arrived punctually for work, and Su Li didn't comment on it, recognizing that it wasn't yet official working hours, and everyone had the freedom to arrive as they pleased, as long as they weren't late. Chu Fei poured a cup of warm water and placed it on the desk. "Drink some water. I have a few things to take care of that I'll be right back." With that, he left the office. Xiaoban watched him depart with a puzzled expression, wondering how he had managed to open her password-protected folder last night. She was still trying to figure it out and thought he would tell her today. Yet, before she could even ask, he had already rushed out. Was he trying to evade her? For Su Li, they had already reached the engagement stage, so whether he looked at her silly selfies was of no consequence. She was simply curious about how he had cracked her password. After leaving the office, Chu Fei glanced around and stealthily slipped into the general manager's office at that moment. Li Fei had not yet arrived, providing Chu Fei with the perfect opportunity to approach Li Fei's computer. After opening it, he plugged in his USB drive that he rummaged through the files, but many were unprotected by passwords, furrowing his brow. He wondered if he had misjudged the suspect. It seemed unlikely. Last time, Li Fei's expression had been noticeably off after the list of researchers was leaked that if it wasn't him, then the remaining senior executives were even less likely to be the culprits. After several minutes of searching, having nearly scoured the entire hard drive, he finally found 2 password-protected folders. However, time was running short, nearing 9 o'clock, that he needed to hurry. Otherwise, if the other party returned and accused him of placing those files there, it could spell trouble. Without a second thought, he copied the contents of the 2 folders onto the USB drive. Then, he unplugged the USB, shut down the computer, and discreetly exited Li Fei's office. Upon returning to Su Li's office, she looked at him curiously. "Where did you go?" Chu Fei simply grinned and replied, "I got some good stuff." That he placed the USB drive on the desk, indicating for her to connect it to the computer. Su Li, somewhat skeptical, picked up the USB drive and then plugged it into the computer. Upon opening it, she found not only a small plugin but also 2 password-protected folders that in that instant, she recalled last night's events. "You shamelessly copied them. You think I wouldn't let you see?" Furious, Su Li's face turned crimson, and she nearly yanked the USB drive out to hurl it at Chu Fei. However, Chu Fei looked bewildered. "What are you talking about? What can't you see?" Su Li thought he was playing dumb. Just as she was about to scold him, she remembered to keep her voice down, fearing that others might overhear. "You snooped on my photos last night, and now you copied them. Don't act innocent here. I'm deleting them right now. If you don't let me delete them, I'll call Annie and tell her you're bullying me." Hearing this, Chu Fei finally understood. So she had mistaken him for that shameless person. "Just open it and take a look, okay? What good do I get from copying your photos? They're not as good as the real deal. Why would I want to look at pictures when I have a beauty right in front of me?" Upon hearing his explanation, Su Li's expression softened somewhat. However, her gaze remained suspicious. "Then what's in there?" Noticing her lingering hesitation, Chu Fei leaned in and whispered, "I copied this from the general manager's computer." With those words, Su Li immediately realized what he had just done, and a flush crept onto her face. She had wrongly accused him. But then she thought, what use was it to have these 2 files? They had no passwords. These 2 folders are password protected, and the passwords are 8 digits long, unless you're a computer whiz. There's no way to crack them. Just try opening them, and you'll see that Chu Fei's urging. Su Li hesitantly placed her hand on the mouse and clicked lightly. Instantly, the password-required folder opened without prompting for a password. "Huh, why is there no password?" Chu Fei wore a smug grin. Seeing his expression, Su Li immediately recalled last night's encounter. "Huh, so that's how you managed to open my password-protected folder." As she spoke, she pinched Chu Fei's thigh hard, causing him to grimace in pain. "Stop messing around. Quickly see what's inside." After browsing through the folder, their expressions turned grave. The first folder contained the names of all the researchers, including their names, addresses, identification numbers, and even emergency contact numbers. To their shock, he had saved all of this. It seemed they had indeed caught the traitor in the company. Su Li's face turned a deep shade of anger. She questioned herself as she treated all employees equally, with no favoritism whatsoever. The benefits were well known among the staff. Yet, She never expected that Li Fei, her company's general manager, would betray the company. Let's see what the next one contains. Chu Fei prompted. Only then did they open the remaining folder. Upon opening it, they found it filled with videos. Clicking on one, they were both taken aback. From the video's angle, it appeared to be a restroom. And in the video, a girl was unbuttoning her clothes to relieve herself. Upon witnessing this, Suli quickly covered Chu Fei's eyes. Don't look. She hastily closed the video, but the subsequent videos were all quite similar. Just with different individuals, with a face filled with fury, she exclaimed, "I truly did not expect the general manager to be such a disgusting person." Chapter 80. Playing tricks at 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Fei arrived at the company, looking quite relaxed. Having completed his task and received his payment, he felt indifferent even if the company decided to terminate his employment. The money was sufficient for him to sustain himself for the rest of his life. And just the thought of it sent a thrill through him that he decided to indulge in watching his little videos. Humming a tune, he settled into his designated spot in the office. As he powered on his computer and noticed the empty surroundings. He opened the secret folder containing his private videos. Just as he was about to relish the perfect figures of the young women displayed, he was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the door. His previously buoyant mood instantly soured. "Who is it? Come in." His interest evaporated in an instant, leaving him irate, but he hastily closed the video and folder, lighting a cigarette as he directed his gaze toward the door. Just then, Chu Fei entered. Upon seeing Chu Fei, Li Fei quickly rose to his feet. It's Secretary Chu. I wonder what brings you here." Chu Fei maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "The president wishes to see you in the office." Li Fei nodded nonchalantly. "Sure, Secretary Chu. I will head over now. Please." Chu Fei stepped aside slowly. Li Fei was taken aback by Chu Fei's sudden courtesy. When they entered the office, Suli was seated at her desk. "Manager Li, it's been a few days. You look much better. I trust you've been well during your time off." In response, Li Fei nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your concern, President. I'm feeling quite well. And after this period of recuperation, I believe I can contribute even more to the company." Such pleasantries were second nature to Li Fei, who had navigated the corporate world for many years. "Since we're on the topic, I happen to have something I'd like you to review. Manager Li, I believe you will find it quite appealing." As she spoke, Suli turned her computer screen toward Li Fei. On the screen was a video. Suli pressed the spacebar, and the video began to play. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Upon seeing this video, Li Fei was frozen in shock. He could not comprehend how the contents of his computer had appeared on Suli's, especially since his folders were encrypted. How could this be? "President Su, please allow me to explain." Panic surged within Li Fei. Should this matter escalate to the authorities, he could easily find himself imprisoned for 3 to 5 years. Hundreds of videos, thousands of hours. "May I inquire, Manager Li, do you have any peculiar inclinations? Why on earth would you install a pinhole camera in the women's restroom?" Suli's expression was filled with fury. Such an occurrence within her company was absolutely intolerable. If it were to become public knowledge, it would severely tarnish the company's reputation and inflict substantial damage. "President Su, Li Fei was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily at a loss for words. It's merely a minor issue. I don't wish to escalate things or cause any impact on the company. However, there is something I am quite eager to know." Suli, in front of Li Fei, opened another folder. When Li Fei clearly saw that Suli could access her folder without a password, his face drained of color. That folder contained the names and personal information of the researchers. As the names and details of the researchers appeared on the screen, Li Fei felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the floor. "Could you kindly explain, Manager Li, why you are in possession of the researchers' names and their personal information? I distinctly recall holding a meeting wherein I explicitly stated to all senior management that they should not casually access the researchers' names, let alone store such sensitive information." Faced with Suli's inquiry, Li Fei was utterly speechless. Yet, failing to provide an explanation would serve as concrete evidence against him. The leakage of company secrets, coupled with those videos, could land him in prison for a decade. Who knows what the world would look like after 10 years? At that moment, Chu Fei interjected. "Manager Li, I believe such actions were not entirely voluntary on your part. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes, correct?" As soon as Chu Fei spoke, a chill ran down Li Fei's back. The truth could no longer be concealed. Suli followed suit, stating, "Manager Li, I present you with 2 choices. First, I will report this evidence to the authorities, and you will dutifully spend the next 10 years in prison. Alternatively, reveal who is behind this. And we shall consider this matter as though it never occurred, allowing you to continue in your role as general manager. The disparity between the two options was stark, after merely a few seconds of hesitation. Li Fei spoke up. President Su, I actually do not know who this person is. I only know him as Brother Yi. However, he offered me $5 million to obtain the company's list of researchers and provide him with all their personal details. I momentarily acted on a whim. So, Li Fei slumped against the floor, his face paled as Li furrowed her brow. You trusted him so readily. Li Fei then explained, he gave me a $2 million deposit. And after I sent him the files, he transferred another $3 million. That hearing this, Su Li felt an overwhelming urge to kick Li Fei out of the window. Manager Li, I have treated you well. Yet you chose to betray the company's secrets for a mere $5 million. You shall spend the rest of your life in prison. With that, she picked up a voice recorder from the desk. The device had captured their entire conversation. Upon seeing the recorder, despair flooded Li Fei's eyes, but he was utterly blindsided by Su Li's cunning tactics. Suddenly glancing at Chu Fei, he realized that Su Li would not have acted without Chu Fei's orchestration. It was you. Chu Fei smiled slightly. Yes, it was me. But I'm afraid this was all for the company's sake. Therefore, I must insist you prepare for a life behind bars. As he spoke, he opened the office door. Two uniformed men entered. Li Fei, you are suspected of trafficking confidential information from Kiao Corporation and violating others' privacy. Please accompany us. With that, the two men escorted Li Fei out of the office. After Li Fei was taken away, Chu Fei's expression grew cold. Once again, it was this Brother Yi. All these previous troubles stemmed from this individual. Atio think that this time, the company's secrets were leaked due to him. If he was not brought to justice, the resentment would remain unquenchable. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Su Li and said, I need to make a phone call. Chapter 81. The Traitor of the Research Institute in the Stairwell's Corner. Just as Chu Fei was about to call Xiao Yu to instruct him to investigate this Brother Yi, he was surprised to receive a call from Xiao Yu instead. Xiao Yu, I was just about to call you. Why did you call me? Is something wrong with the military? Clearly, Xiao Yu rarely reached out to him. That it could only mean that something had gone awry in the military, where he had found some leads based on Chu Fei's previous directives. Brother Fei, there has indeed been an incident with the Dragon Team. The YEAO has sought approval from above and plans to hold an election meeting in 3 days. The individual with the most votes will become the leader of the Dragon Team. According to my current intel, many within our Dragon Team have already been swayed by him. Hearing the somber tone in Xiao Yu's voice, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Fei's eyes. He hadn't anticipated YEAO's maneuvering to be so swift that it had only been a short time since Master had returned, and he was already orchestrating an election. That it seemed this plot had been in the making for quite some time. Understood. That I will make time to return to the capital in the next few days. Any updates from the Long family? Following the backlash from my father, the Long family has remained unusually quiet. I am uncertain what they are plotting. Curiously, in just these few days, the Long family's enterprises have suffered heavy losses, with over 60% of their senior personnel gone. Now, besides a few old-timers, only 3 from the younger generation remain. Moreover, we haven't uncovered any leads, leaving us in the dark regarding who might be responsible. Upon hearing the hint of confusion in Xiao Yu's tone, Chu Fei simply replied, everything has its cause and effect. The Long family has angered quite a few individuals that if things proceed in this manner, they may not even see AO ascend to the position of Dragon Team leader. At this, Xiao Yu paused for 3 seconds. From Chu Fei's tone, he seemed to sense something unusual. The decline of the Long family appeared to be linked to Brother Fei. I didn't understood by the way. Brother Fei, why did you call me? Speaking of which, Chu Fei exhaled slowly. Please help me investigate whether there are any significant underground organizations led by someone named Brother Yi. If there are, let me know. They seem to think their lives have reached a conclusion. The chilling words echoed in Xiao Yu's ears that he understood that Chu Fei was preparing to take action. Understood, Brother Fei, that I'll get back to you within a day. After hanging up, Chu Fei intended to call his father to inquire about the situation with the Long family. However, he ultimately refrained, as he presumed his father was likely dining at his grandmother's house. Upon returning to the office, he found Su Li tidying up her belongings. I'm back. Let us head to the Research Institute to take a look. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei immediately comprehended Su Li's intent. Since the secrets of the Research Institute had already been exposed, there was no longer any need for concealment. The two gathered some daily necessities and drove towards the Institute. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the research facility that I in the reception room. Su Li, with a frosty demeanor, addressed Xiao Bei. Go summon everyone to the conference room. I need to hold a meeting. Xiao Bei, taken aback, complied without hesitation. Yang Chunghua looked at Su Li, perplexed. Director Su, what has happened? The other researchers wore expressions of astonishment. They were currently in a semi-stalled state, lacking live specimens for experimentation, forcing them to focus solely on studying the side effects and potential conditions of the drugs. So far, they had only made one modification. Professor Yang, you will understand shortly, Su Li replied, not intending to confine the revelation of their research secrets to just Yang and a few trusted aides. She aimed to address everyone present and expose the traitor. Upon hearing this, Yang Chunghua fell silent, the gravity of the situation evident. After more than 10 minutes, the spacious conference room was filled to capacity with over 40 researchers. Su Li stood at the front, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a crucial matter, she began, pausing for a moment before continuing. I believe everyone here has dedicated over a year of their lives to this research, without stepping outside or seeing their families. The hardships endured are known to many. However, as she uttered the final two words, a palpable tension gripped the room that, however, hinted at impending trouble. Someone has betrayed the secrets of our research institute. At this declaration, the room erupted into chaos. What? Who could it be? After all our hard work, just as we were on the brink of success, someone has sold us out. Who are you? Step forward, and I will deal with you. Shouts of anger echoed throughout the conference room. Observing the scene, Chu Fei scanned the faces of those present. For now, there were no discernible signs of guilt that if the traitor did not align with the crowd's sentiments, they would undoubtedly reveal themselves. Moreover, there was a mole within their company. I have already apprehended the mole, Su Li announced. They have been taken into custody, destined to spend the remainder of their life behind bars. This shocking revelation sent a tremor through the assembly that a mole within the company. Yang Chunghua quickly connected the dots, recalling how his family had been threatened to force him to switch jobs. He had never imagined there was a traitor among them that Tio reduced their sentence. They have provided me with a list of individuals who sold out the company's secrets. With that, Su Li slammed a folder onto the table. Bang! The resounding noise silenced the room instantly, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Now, I urge those individuals to come forward. In light of our collective hardships over the past year, I, Su Li, will overlook your actions and refrain from contacting the authorities. However, if you attempt to evade responsibility, I'm afraid I shall have no choice but to submit this list to the police. Given our current situation, a sentence of over 10 years is inevitable. I give you 3 minutes to decide. Step forward voluntarily, or be handed over to the authorities. With that, Su Li took a seat, her expression icy. Chu Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but admire her resolve that he hadn't anticipated that Su Li possessed such formidable tactics. Indeed, within mere minutes of her sitting down, a man stood up. Director Su, I am the one at fault. Before he could finish, another individual rose to his feet. That me too. In the conference room, all eyes fell upon the 3 individuals who had stood up. Li Chong, Lu Chao, and Lao Zhao. I truly did not expect it to be you, exclaimed one researcher, unable to contain his fury and preparing to strike them. However, he was restrained by those around him. The 3 men hung their heads, unable to meet the gaze of their colleagues. Such treachery was inexcusable, regardless of where it occurred. Yet they felt they had no choice. The offer they received was too enticing, far exceeding their current earnings. That Su Li, however, shook her head slightly. The list I possess contains more names than just the 3 of you. It seems my previous words were merely whispers in the wind, that if you wish to evade accountability, you must first grasp the reality of the situation. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. This girl suspected more than just these 3? It was no wonder Su Li had achieved such a position at Caoyao Corporation at such a young age. Her cunning and intelligence were exceptional. The conference room fell silent once more, and even the recently standing trio appeared bewildered. They had no knowledge of any other traitors within the organization. That I asked there no one else. Su Li's gaze swept the room. That if that is the case, I will not be polite any longer. Li Chong, Lu Chao, Zhao Wen, for your actions, I will overlook them. Your salaries for this month will be deposited into your accounts once I return. As for those unwilling to step forward, I must apologize before she could finish. An elder seated beside Yang Chunghua slowly rose. Upon seeing him, Su Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and even Yang Chunghua was momentarily stunned. Old Wang Yu, he had not anticipated that Wang Goen would be among those betraying the Institute's secrets. Wang Goen was also a professor at the Institute, albeit responsible for data collection, while Su Li handled the primary development. Little Su, I am truly sorry that I was blinded by greed, Wang Goen admitted. His head lowered in shame as he stood. Two more researchers rose to their feet. Observing this, Chu Fei fell into silence. That Su Li's intelligence was undeniably impressive. A fictitious list had ensnared 6 traitors, but Su Li regarded the individuals standing before her with disappointment. Old Wang, I never expected you would resort to this. With that, she revealed the contents of the folder, which turned out to be blank A4 paper, devoid of any writing. The individuals beheld the empty page. They froze in place, and the others fell into a stunned silence that a fabricated list had successfully exposed 6 traitors. Something none had anticipated, not even Su Li herself, who had anticipated a maximum of 3. I have stated that I will overlook this matter as we approach the final stages of our progress. I will not pursue accountability. Gather your belongings and leave. With that, Su Li spun on her heel and exited the conference room, with Chu Fei following closely behind. Once outside, an uproar erupted within the conference room, filled with shouts of anger and chaotic noise that in the open field. Chu Fei took a deep breath. Surprised, Su Li gazed at the distant, desolate mountains. A bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Old Wang was one of them. I never expected that. However, it no longer matters. The company's secrets have been shared with so many already. Concealing them is futile. Hearing this, Chu Fei remained silent, taking a seat on a grassy bank and plucking a blade of grass to chew on. That's true. Now we await Yuan to acquire live specimens for experimentation. Once successful, we can unveil our findings. Su Li smiled faintly at this. Indeed, after such a prolonged effort by so many, it is time. She then gazed up at the azure sky, inhaling deeply. Chu Fei observed her fair visage, hesitating momentarily. Yet, whether early or late, he had to speak to be by the way, I may need to return to Beijing tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Su Li looked at him in surprise. Back to Beijing? What for? Chu Fei raised his gaze to the heavens. That I have some matters to attend to. It may take 3 or 4 days. This journey back to Beijing was not solely for the elections. It was also regarding the Long family. It was time for that clan to fade into obscurity. 3 factions in Beijing are sufficient. A 4th will only destabilize the balance. That I understand. That I will not accompany you. There are still many matters awaiting me here at the company. With the company entering an upward trajectory, she could not afford to depart for such an extended period. Very well. The two rose and departed the research institute. Driving back to the villa, just as Chu Fei prepared to tie on an apron to make dinner, his phone rang, and on the other end, he heard Yun Yuan's voice. Little brother, sister has some good news for you. Do you want to hear it? Chu Fei's expression darkened. Spit it out already. Don't keep me in suspense. Yun Yuan chuckled on the line that I shared the happenings here with my family, and they have consented to establish a branch office in the capital. Subsequently, the documents for the live experiments have been submitted for review, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be approved by tomorrow. At that time, I intend to visit the Research Institute to observe the proceedings. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes lit up. Oh, is that so? Splendid news. By the way, dear sister, I'm about to prepare a meal. Would you care to sample your brother's culinary skills? I assure you, it will be an unforgettable experience. Upon hearing his words, Yun Yuan immediately discerned that he surely had some ulterior motive for seeking her assistance. She promptly declined. No. Are you truly so kind-hearted as to invite me to dine? Or are you planning to cook yourself? Do I appear so gullible? Chu Fei was taken aback, having been seen through by her, that in truth, his desire to invite Yun Yuan was motivated by the wish for her to reside with Su Li, ensuring her safety during his absence from Jiangnan. With Yun Yuan present, those who might harbor ill intentions would think twice. The wrath of the 4 great families is not something to be taken lightly. Very well, my dear sister. I shall send you the location right away. Hurry, I am preparing your favorite dish, braised pork. The following morning, Chu Fei boarded the plane back to the capital. Before this, he had managed to persuade Yun Yuan to stay with Su Li for the next few days, alleviating his concerns for Su Li's safety. After several hours of flight, he finally returned to the capital. However, he was in no rush to return to the military headquarters. Once he did, Yeo would undoubtedly be aware of his return, and he could only imagine the number of traps waiting for him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to visit his grandmother and the others first. He took a taxi to a secluded courtyard. The grand red wooden door was flanked by 2 stone lions. One male and one female. 2 large iron rings adorned the entrance. Intended for knocking, he grasped one of the rings and lightly tapped 3 times. Shortly after, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man who regarded the unfamiliar young man at the threshold with surprise. "Young man, whom do you seek?" Chu Fei smiled gently at the elder who had opened the door. "Uncle Yun, do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing that familiar voice and address, Yunin scrutinized Chu Fei from head to toe. Last, he recalled, "You are Xiao Fei." Chu Fei nodded, and it was evident that despite the years that had passed, Uncle Yun remained as robust as ever. Yunin laughed heartily. "You rascal. Come in. Your parents are here as well." He called out to the people in the courtyard. "Everyone, guess who has arrived?" Chu Fei stepped into the courtyard, where a stone table sat at its center, surrounded by several individuals, including Chu Tianquang and Yun Yu. Grandmother, grandfather, dad, mom, uncle Da, uncle Air, Aunt C. All turned to look at Chu Fei at the door, their faces lighting up with joy. I wondered why there were magpies chirping at the door today. "Oh, it is you, young man, who has returned," shouted his uncle Yin Wu, waving him over. That moment, a deep, resonant voice broke through the chatter. "Xiao Fei has returned. Step aside, let me see." The crowd parted, revealing Chu Fei's grandfather and grandmother seated on stools beside the stone table. Grandfather Yin Xiaotian leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his eyes twinkling with delight. Chu Fei approached, bowing in respect. "Grandfather." Yin Xiaotian nodded approvingly. "Over the years, you have certainly matured into a fine young man." His grandmother, Tang Huiying, looked at him with fondness. "My dear Xiao Fei, you have grown more masculine in these years. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like your grandmother to introduce a few for you?" This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Chu Fei scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy. "Grandmother, has T-Mom informed you yet?" Hearing this, the gazes of the crowd fell upon Yun Yu, who then explained, "The purpose of this visit is actually to discuss this young man's marriage. Mom, you need not worry about girlfriends. She is a wonderful girl, and I like her very much. Xiao Fei likes her too." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Tang Huiying's wrinkled face. "Did I see? That is why you rushed back. It is for your wedding. This is indeed a significant matter." After conversing in the main courtyard for quite some time, Chu Fei finally seized the opportunity to speak privately with his father. In the side courtyard, Chu Tianquang regarded Chu Fei with a smile in his eyes. "In just a few months, I might be holding a grandson or granddaughter. How could I not be happy?" "You rascal. What do you need from me?" Chu Fei shot him an exasperated glance. "You promised not to tell Mom and the others. Yet here you are, bringing her along." Chu Tianquang chuckled awkwardly. "That I just wanted to make your mother happy. This time, she insisted on coming herself. You know how it is at home. I am the one with the least authority." Not to mention, while Chu Tianquang was a formidable figure outside, at home, he was utterly submissive when it came to Chu Fei's mother. Enough about that. I am not a petty person. Her presence is fine. It saves me some trouble. But what of the Long family? At the mention of this, a cold glint flickered in Chu Tianquang's eyes. The Long family is now a mere shell of its former self. Aside from a few old men who remain holed up in their estate, no one else dares to show their face. That I have no interest in dealing with the small fry. The Long family has reached its end. Once I eliminate those last few, there will be no more. At that point, the capital will find itself in a 3-way standoff, with the Yun family naturally being the most powerful due to my backing. Despite the Yun family's low profile over the years, they were never one to shy away from conflict. To outsiders, they appeared to be honest and unassuming, never instigating trouble. Yet sometimes, it is the seemingly honest person who is the most formidable. Is that so? Chu Fei mused, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "How about this, father? Lend me a few skilled fighters, and I shall pay a visit to the Long family estate." Chu Tianquang looked at him in surprise. "Are you planning to take action?" Chu Fei nodded, his gaze steely. My master is still in the intensive care unit, although he is not in immediate danger. There may be lasting repercussions even after recovery. I will hold the Long family accountable for this. The assailants were led by the Long family's patriarch, Long Quang, along with his eldest son and several subordinates. I intend to let none escape. Upon hearing Chu Fei's resolve, Chu Tianquang laughed heartily, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Very good. You possess a spark of the spirit I had in my youth. If you wish to visit the Long family, it has been years since I last took action. It will be a good opportunity to see if I have lost my touch. I will accompany you. At this revelation, Chu Fei was taken aback. He had always been uncertain about his father's true strength. According to his father's own words, his master could only match him when it came to personal combat. It would indeed be a case of father versus son. Father, you personally intend to intervene. Aren't you concerned about being discovered by the military? The military has been investigating leads for some time. If we make our move, they will surely catch wind of it, and trouble will surely follow. Some of those old-timers in the military have unresolved grievances with me that if they dare to utter even a word, I would not hesitate to deal with them as well. Chu Fei felt a wave of sweat on his brow. His father's temperament was indeed formidable. Very well, let us proceed. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall pay a visit to those small fries of the Long family. Those who dare to harm my elder brother shall learn the meaning of fear. After dining at his grandmother's home, Chu Fei did not linger long. Yesterday, Xiaoyu had informed him to grant her a day to gather information regarding that brother Yi. Calculating the time, it was about right. Xiaoyu, do you have any news? At that moment, in the office of the Long Group's intelligence team, Xiaoyu stared intently at the computer screen, which displayed various data. After thorough verification, he concluded that this information was indeed what Chu Fei had requested. Brother Fei, the person you asked me to find resides in the suburbs, just outside the capital. That he lives in a self-built villa. And from what I have gathered, he has trained quite a few fierce individuals. It seems he is serving some high-ranking official within our military. Xiaoyu, gazing at the information, furrowed his brow. In the short term, he had yet to ascertain who these individuals were truly serving. However, it was certain that the organization behind them was connected to the military. That's so. Chu Fei's expression darkened. Send the address to my email. Then seek out He Zi and the others. Inform them that I will be waiting for them on Tsinghua Street. Also, ensure they bring weapons. I intend to dismantle this organization with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face turned tense. Brother Fei, might this course of action be somewhat unwise? With the team leader absent, while the captains of each squad can command their teams. However, to execute the mission, the leader's confirmation is necessary. Undertaking tasks without permission will result in penalties if discovered. Should any member sustain injuries or perish, it is highly likely that military law will be invoked. Rest assured. This is the leader's directive. A cold smirk graced Chu Fei's lips. His mentor still lay in a hospital bed, yet he could easily inform others that it was indeed the leader's intention. Even if his mentor were to awaken, he would not oppose Chu Fei's actions. Regardless, the deed was already done, and he surely would not be blamed. I understand that I will notify Heizi and the others immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment before rising and leaving the office, the training ground of the Dragon team. For robust men were engaged in an intense workout. Their bulging muscles rivaled those of bodybuilding coaches. Each bore the weight of several dozen pounds of stones while desperately sprinting across the field. Their clothes had long since been drenched in sweat. Huff, huff, heavy breaths, beads of sweat the size of beans. Within a mere 2 minutes, Xiaoyu arrived. Observing the 4 men racing on the field, he waved at them. Heizi, come over here. The 4 training hard were taken aback upon seeing Xiaoyu, but they soon slowed their pace to approach him. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? As the leader of the intelligence team, Xiaoyu was not one to leave easily. His arrival surely indicated something significant. The speaker was Heizi, whose skin was somewhat dark, and he had thick eyebrows and large eyes. After scanning the surroundings and finding no one else, Xiaoyu spoke. Fij called that he wants you 4 to prepare and bring your gear to Tsinghua Street to wait for him. There's a secret mission for you to handle together. This. Heizi and the others were taken aback. Fij is back. What about the leader? Aside from the intelligence team, Heizi and his trio were the only ones who had not allied with Yao. Their captain was Chu Fei. However, the first team consisted of 4 small teams, each with 5 members. Chu Fei was the captain of the first team and also led their small team. It seemed that the other three teams had already joined forces with Yao's faction. The leader is currently safe, still recuperating. By the way, you should exit through the back door of our intelligence team. If you take the front, Yao's people will spot you. This is also Fiji's instruction. The men exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Once back at the dormitory, they took a quick shower, changed into fresh clothes, gathered their gear, and headed to the intelligence team. They exited the military compound through the back door and hailed a cab straight to Tsinghua Street. Meanwhile, at a milk tea shop at the Tsinghua Street intersection, Chu Fei was sipping his drink while observing the bustling crowd around him, eyeing his calculations. Heisey and the others should be en route by now. After finishing his milk tea, he settled the bill and stepped outside. A taxi came to a halt across the street, and four burly men disembarked, each carrying a small package and sporting sunglasses. To an outsider, their attire resembled that of movie assassins. Chu Fei's expression darkened. Why were these for showing off so brazenly? Were they trying to attract attention? Upon spotting Chu Fei across the street, the four men intended to greet him but were met with a headshake from him. Confused, they exchanged puzzled looks. What is Fiji up to? He brought us here, but doesn't he want us to meet him? Iron Bull, one of the group, questioned in astonishment. Who knows? Maybe we're just too handsome. And he is worried we'll steal his thunder. Xiao Wu chuckled, thinking highly of himself as he tousled his hair. Just then, a business vehicle pulled up beside Chu Fei. Young master, the car has arrived, said Liu, the driver who had previously received Chu Fei's call to fetch a business vehicle. Chu Fei took the keys, nodded, and instructed, "All right, you can head back now, and tell my parents I might not return tonight." With the keys in hand, he gestured to Heisey and the others from a distance. They grabbed their gear and climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, Heisey couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Fiji, why are you back? I've heard that Yao has been quite audacious lately. Are you planning to deal with him?" "I have considered it. But for now, we need to find something to do. There's a guy who keeps trying to trip me up during missions, and I intend to take care of him," Chu Fei replied. His gaze cold. For someone to repeatedly seek trouble, did they really assume him an easy target? "It's been quite dull since you went on your mission. We were nearly suffocated from boredom." Xiao Wu chuckled, opening his bag to assemble weaponry in front of the others. "Wait, Xiao Wu, you brought out a sniper rifle." The group was taken aback. Fiji had instructed them to bring gear, but hadn't specified heavy weaponry. Even they needed to report such items. Chapter 85. Midnight Infiltration. Hearing this, Chu Fei felt a mix of admiration and exasperation. That a sniper rifle? Truly a good comrade. However, Xiao Wu was the team's sniper, so it wasn't entirely surprising. Libby, we are up against numerous opponents. They likely possess weapons too. Remember to wear your bulletproof vest if they are indeed working for someone in the military. They must have an arsenal if they have weapons, then they are likely terrorists hiding in the capital," interjected Kai Huang, who usually spoke little. His strength in the team rivaled that of Heisey and Xiao Wu. But in terms of strategy and tactics, none could compare to him. When it came to setting traps, Chu Fei could only concede. With Kai Huang around, team missions were always manageable. AS for his name. It needed no elaboration. He was fond of gaming, and a character named Kai Huang was his signature prowess, despite frequent failures. Yes, they are likely a private organization cultivated by someone in the military. Unfortunately for them, they have drawn my ire, Chu Fei chuckled lightly. However, the others understood that provoking him was akin to inviting trouble. Did they really think the title of King of Hell was merely for show? All right, let us hasten the assembly of our weapons. Once the time arrives, we will first assess the situation. After Chu Fei gave the order, he accelerated the pace of their preparations. After nearly an hour and a half, they finally reached the vicinity Xiao Yu had indicated. Parking the vehicle in a nearby desolate area, they climbed a small hill. Chu Fei took the binoculars from Heisey and surveyed the luxurious manor in the distance. The estate was modest in size, approximately 1,000 square meters, featuring a grand villa at its center surrounded by several gazebos. 2 security guards stood at the entrance, likely armed. Within the manor, several individuals appeared to be patrolling. Heisey, change into a different set of clothes and scout the area, Chu Fei commanded. Understood. Heisey promptly stripped off his attire, donning a simple outfit that made him resemble a laborer. Minutes later, under Chu Fei's watchful eye, Heisey approached the manor's entrance. The two guards quickly intercepted him. After a brief exchange, Heisey departed. Observing through the binoculars, Chu Fei noted that as Heisey neared the manor, the patrolling personnel began to congregate near the entrance. A direct assault seemed improbable. Moreover, judging by the bulges in their clothing, it was evident they were armed. Minutes later, Heisey returned. Feege. These individuals are quite vigilant. Furthermore, the guard station is armed. Even if we manage to take out the two guards immediately, we risk exposure. Chu Fei furrowed his brow, taking the binoculars again for further examination. After a moment, he took a deep breath and issued orders. Xiao Wu, you'll set up your sniper position here. Ensure you attach a silencer to the sniper rifle. Kai Huang, you and Iron Bull will circle to the back of the manor to lay an ambush, that if anyone attempts to flee through the back door, shoot to kill without hesitation. Heisey and I will infiltrate from the side under the cover of night. Chu Fei quickly devised the plan. The manor was defensible yet challenging to breach. However, if he and Heisey could strike from within, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. ITS 6:30. We have half an hour until nightfall. Once it's dark, we will act on my command. Kai Huang and Iron Bull headed to the back door to set their ambush, ensuring they wore night vision goggles. Meanwhile, inside the villa of the estate, Yi Chi paced the living room, his brow furrowed with concern that he had just received news from Yao and initially thought it was a task he was to undertake. The words of the other party left him utterly astounded. Not for any trivial reason, but because Yao intended to betray the Long family, to why Yao had already allied with the Han family. And once he ascended to the position of the leader of the Long faction, he would be in the closest cooperative relationship with the Han family. As for the Long family, they had long since become a mere shadow of their former selves. Collaborating with such a family was entirely inconsistent with his current standing. Moreover, Yao had informed him over the phone to be prepared. Once the opportunity arose, they would annihilate the Long family completely. He had already recalled those who were on missions outside, for in 2 days, the election would take place. They intended to launch a final assault on the Long family at this critical moment, aiming to obliterate them entirely. Brother Yi. It's somewhat inappropriate for the elder brother to oppose the Long family at this time. A man beside Yi Chi furrowed his brow and remarked. This was Sun Gon, Yi Chi's trusted subordinate and a skilled operative. Whatever the elder brother commands, we shall follow. Once the others return, we should prepare promptly. The Long family's estate is not so easily breached. According to the information I've received, all of the Long family members have returned to their defenses. Although weapons are not easily employed in the city, should a confrontation arise, it could lead to mutual destruction. If that were to happen, wouldn't we bear the brunt of the consequences? Yet, before Sun Gon could express more, Yi Chi waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for further discussion. The elder brother's words are orders. Besides, with the cooperation of the Han family, they certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye that if we encounter problems, it wouldn't bode well for them either. Upon hearing this, Sun Gon fell silent, but it seemed that Brother Yi was resolutely determined to confront the Long family. Go rest, conserve your strength. The final battle is in 2 days. Yi Chi gestured for him to leave, and then sat in contemplation, gazing at the ceiling. After an indeterminate amount of time, he gradually rose, preparing to return to his room for rest. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, 2 shadowy figures were scaling the wall, landing within the estate. Chu Fei patted Heizie's shoulder and pointed in another direction. Heizie immediately understood, gripping his dagger and stealthily advancing. Ahead of them, a patrolling guard was scanning the surroundings. Under the cloak of night, Chu Fei donned night vision goggles, wielding a sharp dagger. Silently, he approached a patrolling guard from behind, covering the guard's mouth and swiftly slitting his throat, but he then gently dragged the body into a corner before stealthily nearing the villa. In his line of sight, several patrolling guards were moving towards his position. Chu Fei's expression was icy as he concealed himself in the shadows. After the guards departed, he turned and slipped through the back door of the villa. However, unexpected events often occurred too swiftly. As soon as he entered, he unexpectedly encountered Sun Gon. They exchanged a glance filled with astonishment. Sun Gon had intended to step outside for some fresh air and a cigarette. Who are you? Sun Gon asked, eyeing the unfamiliar man before him, who was still wearing night vision goggles. His expression instantly turning cold, he drew his dagger, glaring fiercely at Chu Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fei sprang into action. As Sun Gon saw him charging forward, a sense of dread washed over him. An expert, Clang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. Sun Gone finally realized something was amiss. The intruder was coming for them. "Enemy attack," he shouted, charging forward once more. Outside, the patrolling guards heard his furious roar and instantly reacted. Someone had infiltrated the estate. Quick! In an instant, numerous guards drew their sidearms and advanced towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, on the other side of the villa, Hazy, upon hearing the commotion, immediately grasped the situation. Brother Fei must have encountered the intruders. He unsheathed his pistol, abandoning any pretense of stealth. Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the night. 3 patrolling guards before him fell, blood pooling beneath them, down on a distant hillside. Xiao Wu also heard the gunfire from the estate. Realizing that Brother Fei and Hazy had been compromised, he aimed at the exposed guards and fired without hesitation. With a dull thud, a silent sniper shot rang out, striking a patrolling guard who had been running towards the side of the villa. This was merely the beginning. Upstairs, Yichi had been preparing to rest when the gunfire outside jolted him into action. He swiftly retrieved a submachine gun from a nearby box and shouted into the intercom, "Counterattack! Give them hell!" On the first floor of the villa, Chu Fei, aware that he had been exposed, decided to hold nothing back. Since he had been discovered, he would ensure they paid for it. He hastened his movements, and Sun Gone's expression changed dramatically that he had not anticipated that this man would still show restraint. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. However, Chu Fei was far quicker than he had anticipated. Sensing the chill behind him, Sun Gone spun around with a knife, but Chu Fei ducked swiftly, his dagger driving into Sun Gone's throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before Chu Fei could withdraw his dagger, a strong sense of danger washed over him. His pupils constricted as his muscles tensed. With a powerful leap, he sprang more than a meter away just as a barrage of gunfire erupted. The spot where he had just stood was riddled with bullet holes. Before he could rise, another volley of shots rang out. Chu Fei dashed behind a load-bearing pillar. Bang, bang, bang. The pillar was perforated with multiple bullet holes. Taking a deep breath, Chu Fei drew his 92-style handgun. From the trajectory of the bullets, he surmised that the enemy was positioned to his upper left and rear right. Taking another deep breath, he suddenly peered out from behind the pillar, only to hastily retreat as bullets flew past him. Bang, 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 more bullets came his way. This time he spotted the enemy's location. He leaped forward. Bang, bang, bang. 2 guards in the second-floor hallway collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Chu Fei found himself behind another load-bearing pillar. While strategizing on how to deal with the approaching patrols, gunfire erupted. Hazy burst into the first floor of the villa, eliminating several guards before swiftly changing his magazine. Brother Fei. Hearing Hazy's voice, Chu Fei sprang from behind the pillar. Scanning the area, he spotted enemies hiding in the second-floor hallway. Raising his gun, he fired. Bang! The target crumpled to the ground, a bullet hole in his forehead. "Cover me, I'm heading upstairs." Without hesitation, Chu Fei dashed towards the staircase. Hazy, wielding 2 handguns, aimed at the doorway, taking cover behind a pillar. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and over 10 guards armed with submachine guns rushed into the villa. But what awaited them was a hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Hazy's firearms fired with precision, each shot striking the chest of the leading guard. Given the current situation, aiming for headshots was impractical. However, a shot to the chest could still be fatal. Yet, with the front line blocking the bullets, the rear guards soon noticed Hazy hiding behind the pillar and unleashed a barrage of fire. Debris flew, and gunfire echoed relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the distant hillside, Xiao Wu could no longer remain passive. The enemy was armed entirely with submachine guns. Hazy and Brother Fei would surely struggle against such overwhelming numbers. He stood up, taking aim at the patrols yet to enter the villa, taking them down one by one. At that moment, someone finally sensed that something was amiss. To be careful. There's a sniper. But before the warning could fully escape his lips, a bullet pierced his head. Kaiser and Iron Bull, concealed behind the back door of the villa, exchanged glances. The situation here seemed somewhat unexpected. Judging by the gunfire, it was evident that this was not an operation that a small armed organization could orchestrate. "Should we go in?" Iron Bull asked Kaiser. With a grave expression, Kaiser gripped his 95-style automatic rifle, firing 2 shots at the lock on the iron door. With a powerful kick, he swung the door open. "Let us support Brother Fei and Hazy." Both Iron Bull and Kaiser entered the estate simultaneously, positioning themselves back to back as they scanned their surroundings. However, in their line of sight, the guards who had previously been stationed at the back door had already rushed to the front for reinforcement. "Let us go." To the front door, Kaiser signaled, and they split up to AT that moment. Chu Fei had already reached the third floor. Click. He replaced his magazine with a fully loaded one and rushed up the stairs. But the next instant, several bullets whizzed overhead. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" The gunman was none other than Yi Chi, flanked by only two subordinates, all armed with submachine guns. Hearing the sounds from the staircase, Chu Fei took a deep breath. "That's so. You must be Brother Yi. I'm sorry, but someone has a price on your head." Chu Fei's tone was chilling as he gripped his handgun tightly. "Just the three of you? Is that enough?" Enraged by the words, Yi Chi bellowed, suddenly rising to unleash a flurry of fire towards the source of the voice. Chapter 87. Total Annihilation. Chu Fei concealed himself behind the staircase, his expression as cold as ice. The wall in front of him was already riddled with bullet holes, while the sounds of gunfire echoed from below. It seemed that Kai Huang and Tainyo had also come to lend their assistance. These individuals had no intention of retreating. Moreover, the adversary was acutely aware of their numerical disadvantage. Clearly, they were intent on subduing him. "That I am quite curious. The private armed organization you belong to, who supplies you with your weaponry? To have even acquired submachine guns, the identity of your benefactor must be quite significant. No?" Chu Fei spoke slowly, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed at the staircase. Should anyone dare to show their face, it would result in a fatal shot. "Trying to extract information from me? Engaging in such primitive tactics seems rather beneath you. Allow me to present you with a grand gift." Yi Chi's expression turned icy as he pulled a hand grenade from his pocket. Removing the safety pin, he hurled it directly towards the staircase to AT that moment. Chu Fei's expression changed dramatically. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself from the staircase to the second-floor corridor. That a thunderous explosion followed. Boom! In an instant, debris flew, and dust obscured his vision. His gaze grew progressively colder. He anticipated that the enemy possessed such weaponry. That it appeared that the higher-ups in the military had invested considerable effort in nurturing this private armed group. At the third-floor staircase, Yi Chi gestured coldly to his two subordinates, who immediately understood and stealthily descended the stairs. That Yi Chi, however, did not rush to follow. Instead, he chose to wait patiently, uncertain whether the grenade had claimed the life of that individual. Meanwhile, behind the wall on the second floor, Chu Fei's expression remained frigid. Although he had jumped swiftly, the force of the grenade's explosion was beyond human endurance. Shrapnel grazed his arm, leaving a wound that stained his sleeve with blood. But it was not life-threatening. As he contemplated how to force the enemy down from above, he suddenly detected an unusual sound of footsteps, though the footsteps were faint, nearly lost amidst the chaotic gunfire below. Chu Fei's hearing had been finely honed through rigorous training. Judging by the sound, there were likely two individuals. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his handgun tightly. The next moment, he sprang forth. The two men who had just descended the stairs were caught off guard and barely had time to react before darkness enveloped them. A bullet hole appeared in the center of their brows. Gazing at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, Chu Fei's expression betrayed no emotion. He casually picked up the submachine gun from the floor and stealthily approached the staircase. However, upon hearing the gunfire from below, Yi Chi's countenance shifted in surprise. That he had not anticipated that his adversary was still alive and possessed such terrifying prowess to eliminate his two subordinates. The background of this opponent was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, he was currently on the third floor. Jumping from the third floor of the villa would entail a drop of 11 to 12 meters. Even if he were to survive, escape would be impossible. "How about we have a conversation?" Yi Chi exhaled deeply and called out towards the staircase. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Chu Fei's lips. "Very well. If you lay down your weapons, we can indeed negotiate. Otherwise, you may find that my brothers will take care of your subordinates, leaving you with no opportunity to converse." Upon hearing this, Yi Chi's expression shifted slightly. "How many of you are there?" He could hardly believe it. After all, there were nearly 30 subordinates within the estate, each armed. Unless the opposing force consisted of a specially trained team, a mere handful of individuals could not possibly eliminate so many. 5, including myself. However, I wonder if you have heard of the Dragon Group? In truth, the reason Chu Fei revealed his identity was to gauge the opponent's reaction, that if the adversary recognized the name, he would undoubtedly be curious as to why no news had reached him. You lying? You are one of the dragon group? Impossible. Yi Qi outright dismissed the notion that the individuals attacking his estate were from the dragon group. Currently, aside from the intelligence team, most members had already aligned with his older brother. Moreover, for the opposing force to be armed, they must be on a mission that if that were the case, his older brother would surely be aware of it. Noting Yi Qi's unwavering conviction, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the organization was cultivated by someone within the dragon group. Most likely, this Yi Qi had connections to Yi Ao. I presume you are familiar with Yi Ao. Yes. Upon hearing this probing tone, Yi Qi realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. The opponent had discerned the identity of the figure standing behind him. Since you know, do you still dare to seek your demise? Are you not afraid my older brother will eliminate you? As he spoke, Yi Qi suddenly leaned out, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the staircase. However, Chu Fei had already taken cover beside the second-floor stairs, so it turns out your benefactor is Yi Ao. That changes everything. I can inform you in advance that once you're dead, it won't be long before he comes to join you. As he spoke, Chu Fei swiftly advanced to the corner of the staircase, where Yi Qi was now fully exposed to his line of sight. Yi Qi instinctively aimed to shoot, but his reflexes were a mere heartbeat too slow compared to Chu Fei. Bang! A bullet tore through his wrist. Clatter! The gun fell from his grasp. He reached out with his other hand to retrieve it, but Chu Fei denied him that opportunity. Another shot rang out. Bang! The other hand was similarly pierced through the wrist. At that moment, Yi Qi realized his fate was sealed. That a look of despair crossed his face as he gazed at Chu Fei, that he felt as though he had seen this person before. A photograph flashed in his mind. The individual in the photo overlapped with the one before him. That itsu, Chu Fei, the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, the one known as the King of Hell. Long ago, he had seen a photograph of Chu Fei. Yet he could never have imagined that the one coming to confront him would be none other than this man. It seems Yi Ao has shown you my photograph. Chu Fei approached the edge of the corridor and glanced down. The gunfire below was drawing to a close. Those who could escape had fled, and those who could not lay dead. Unfortunately, they had never stood a chance of escaping the estate.